Chapter 1. Thank you, Guagua, for opening the Invincible Football King system, starting with Batty Goal. Mr. Guardiola, please wait a moment. I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Outside the first team training ground of Manchester City Football Academy, head coach Guardiola furrowed his brow and walked briskly, lost in thought. The first match of the new season was set to commence tomorrow, where they would visit Molineux Stadium to challenge the Wolves. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the commencement of this season's Premier League had been postponed, not starting until late September. Their initial home fixture against Aston Villa had also been delayed. Thus, they were compelled to face Wolves in the second round instead. Both fans and media perceived victory as a foregone conclusion, with bookmakers offering exceedingly high odds for Manchester City's away win. However, this was merely the inaugural match of the new season. Whether the players could swiftly adapt to the competitive rhythm remained to be seen, particularly in an away game. Thus, Guardiola held a cautiously optimistic outlook for tomorrow's encounter. Who called me? He was abruptly jolted from his reverie, raising his gaze to find a frail Eastern youth clad in Manchester City's training attire standing before him. Did you summon me? Yes, the boy replied. And you are? My name is Li Ning, from the Dragon Kingdom. I am a trainee who arrived at Manchester City Football Academy last year. Oh, now I remember. Guardiola nodded. Indeed, there was a group of such individuals. Sun Jihai, a renowned star from the Dragon Kingdom, was a former Manchester City legend, and in 2015, he became the first player from his nation inducted into the National Football Museum Hall of Fame. The following year, Guardiola took over the reins from Pellegrini at Manchester City. Since that year, the Dragon Kingdom has sent 20 young players annually to train here, hoping to uncover talents capable of meeting Manchester City's demands. From 2016 until now, this marked the fifth cohort. Regrettably, thus far, not a single player had managed to remain. What brings you here? Guardiola inquired, somewhat perplexed. Mr. Guardiola, it is this. While our first-team roster is undeniably robust, I believe there is a conspicuous shortcoming at the left-back position. Zinchenko is simply unreliable, and come next year's Champions League final, he will undoubtedly cause you significant trouble. And then there's Mendy. He is quite the rogue. I suggest you expedite his departure. By the way, Theo Hernandez from AC Milan is quite commendable. Although he tends to play rather selfishly, with his head down and bulldozing through, he is young and has considerable potential for growth. You could certainly consider bringing him in. Guardiola was taken aback. Goodness, what nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? If memory serves, your cohort just arrived in Manchester this week and is only about to embark on your first training session today. What gives you the audacity to offer me suggestions? And speaking of next year's Champions League final, are you a seer? I've heard that some from a Dragon Kingdom possess divination skills, but surely not you. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully attracting the attention of the championship coach and activating the Invincible King of Football system. Suddenly, a crisp electronic voice resonated in Li Ning's mind. What is this? It turns out that the Li Ning before us is a time traveler that on May 5th, 2022, witnessing Manchester City suffer a miraculous reversal by Real Madrid in the second leg of the Champions League semi-finals. He, a devoted Manchester City fan, couldn't bear the shock and passed away. Upon awakening, he found himself back in September 2020, just as the new Premier League season was about to commence. As a time traveler, Li Ning was aware that at this time, Manchester City's left-back Benjamin Mendy had yet to make any mistakes that would lead to future repercussions for the team. Since I've traveled back, I must prevent this event from occurring. Thus, he hurried to the first team's training ground, kindly offering suggestions to Guardiola. However, what was that Invincible King of Football system all about? Before he could ponder further, Guardiola waved his hand impatiently. Young man, focus on practicing matters concerning the first team are not for you to casually advise on. Without allowing Li Ning another word, Guardiola strode away. Mr. Guardiola, I'm serious. Even if you do not wish to sell Mendy, you must remind him to conduct himself appropriately in his personal life. Damn, what nonsense is this yellow-skinned monkey spouting? Has he been dazed by the fierce competition at the City Football Academy? Guardiola shook his head, stroking his bald head as he departed. At that moment, a robust figure passed by Li Ning, frequently glancing back at him with a disdainful smile. Isn't that Laporte? Laugh. Laugh at your own folly. It was because of you that, in the 2022 Champions League semi-finals, you gifted Real Madrid a penalty at home, thus providing them the opportunity to stage a comeback. You are a harbinger of misfortune in the Champions League. Just as he was about to curse further, that crisp electronic voice echoed in his mind once more. Welcome, host, to the Invincible King of Football system. In this system, the host can earn a lottery chance each time a designated task is completed, randomly selecting various star techniques and skill enhancements. Moreover, The system will assess the completion of tasks and provide additional rewards based on the scores. Should a task be completed unsuccessfully, the system will impose corresponding penalties. You can activate this system at any time using your thoughts and enter various interfaces. Following this, a holographic interface materialized before Li Ning. Basic attributes. Name, Li Ning. Age, 18 years. Height, 180 centimeters. Weight, 67 kilograms. Preferred foot, right foot. Physical attributes. Stamina, 51. Endurance, 45. Explosiveness, 44. Strength, 40. Speed, 55. Technical attributes. Ball control, 41. Dribbling, 38. Passing, 41. Shooting, 52. Dribbling, 39. Ball protection, 34. Defense, 33. Left foot, 37. Right foot, 45. Heading, 42. Overall rating, 43.9. Upon seeing his data and ability attributes, Li Ning was stunned. Seriously, do I need you to remind me of how inadequate I am? In my previous life, the reason I hastily concluded my training and was sent back home instead of remaining in Manchester was simply because of my lack of skill. This system is truly a merciless critic. Since the host has activated the Invincible King of Football system for the first time, the system will provide you with a novice gift package. A kaleidoscope of luminous colors flashed before me, and a stunningly realistic holographic image materialized in front of Li Ning. The image depicted a man clad in the jersey of the Argentine national team. This man had flowing long hair, a robust physique, and a resolute visage. As a football soared towards him, the man leapt into action, striking the ball fiercely with his right foot, executing a powerful shot. The ball sped through the air like a cannonball, devoid of any spin, hurtling straight into the distance. It's Batistuta. Oh my goodness, the novice gift package bestowed upon me by the system is none other than Batistuta, the legendary Batistuta, the ancient warrior from the Pampas. His playing style is ferocious. He is a true goal-scoring machine. One of his most iconic methods of scoring is the powerful long-range shot from just outside the penalty area. With explosive force and pinpoint precision, the ball, almost without any rotation, would whistle through the air and nestling into the back of the net. Fans affectionately dubbed him Batistuta. Even today, powerful long-range goals from outside the box are still a common sight. However, the ability to score in such a manner as frequently as Batistuta has nearly vanished. I never anticipated that I would possess such superhuman skills today. A silver light coursed through his body, and Li Ning felt a surge of warmth. The techniques of Batistuta were now indelibly etched into his nerves. System notification. Each use of a superstar skill requires a consumption of 50 King of Football points. Your initial King of Football points are 100. You can increase your King of Football points through lotteries, system rewards, and by elevating your King of Football level. This means I currently have enough King of Football points to utilize Batistuta's skill twice. Well, increasing my King of Football points can wait. I must seize the opportunity to revel in the exhilarating experience of embodying the warrior Batistuta. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a hurried voice called out from behind him, Li Ning, what are you daydreaming about? The U18 internal match is about to commence. Turning around, he saw his teammate Foden, who had come from the Dragon Kingdom. Stop dawdling and head to the training ground. Haven't you heard what the veteran players said upon returning last year? Every batch of trainees faces a harsh initiation during their first training session. If you're late, it'll be disastrous, Foden exclaimed while tugging Li Ning along as they dashed towards the field. Chapter 2. Phil Foden. Has no one ever told you that you resemble a Vulcan? On pitch 8 of the City Football Academy, the designated training ground for Manchester City's U18 team, Li Ning stood alongside his teammates, lined up to heed the tactical instructions from their head coach. Carlos Vicens, the head coach of Manchester City's U18 team, is also a compatriot of Guardiola from Spain that I in the memories of Li Ning's former life. This lean Spaniard joined Manchester City in 2017, initially coaching the U12 team before advancing to the U18 squad in 2019. That within a mere 2 years, he achieved a remarkable ascent, demonstrating Pep Guardiola's unwavering trust in his capabilities. His performance exceeded expectations, leading the team to clinch the Premier League U18 Youth League Championship in his inaugural season. This marked the first time in the club's history that they triumphed in this tournament. This year, his singular aim is to defend this prestigious title. Regrettably, his talents do not seem to translate effectively to this team from Guagua. Though this group appears formidable within their homeland, they seem utterly inexperienced upon their arrival in England. Consequently, within the entire City Football Academy, this team is perceived as a source of amusement. Their only purpose is to serve as a cautionary example for other players, inadvertently boosting their confidence. Today's friendly match presents an excellent opportunity, as 20 trainees from Guagua will compete as a cohesive unit against Manchester City's U18 regulars. This has become a cherished tradition for the first training session of each new season. Carlos Vicens, holding a tactical board with his hands clasped behind his back, scrutinizes the two lines of players before him. Upon seeing the U18 regulars, a barely perceptible smile graces his serious countenance. Indeed, he has every reason to take pride in this team. Bob, Delap, McAtee, and Riley, these young players, though merely around 16 years of age, have already become mainstays in the U18 squad. The team's offensive linchpin, Palmer, has even established himself as a regular in Manchester City's U23 team. That in stark contrast, the Guagua team remains an enigma to him. He scarcely recognizes any of their players. Perhaps they are merely mascots for the friendly exchange between Guagua and England, who there matters little in the grand scheme. They will muddle through the season, ultimately returning home without a trace. Leave it to the assistant coach to manage, he muses. All right, Adam, hayrest the roster of the trainees from Guagua and their preferred positions. Please take them to warm up and arrange the lineup accordingly. Vicens remarks, handing the list to assistant coach Adam. Adam grimaces as he accepts the list, thinking to himself, is this a setup for failure? Clearly, in being set up for embarrassment. Yet there's little he could do. The head coach's word is final. He reluctantly takes the list and hastily leads Li Ning's group in warm-up exercises. Come here. Vicens calls out to the U18 team. For today's match, the minimum target is 150. Do you understand? What? 150? This seems rather daunting. Bear in mind, the match only lasts 40 minutes. Although everyone knows this Guagua team is inexperienced, scoring an average of 1 goal every 2.5 minutes is quite the challenge. The Manchester City U18 players begin to stir with unease. What's the matter? Lacking confidence? You must remember that at this time last year, this confrontation concluded with a resounding 100. Moreover, today you have a formidable ally joining your ranks. As he spoke, Vicens gestured towards the sidelines. Everyone followed the direction of his finger and beheld a diminutive figure approaching. Phil Foden. While the U18 squad remained relatively composed, the team of Dragon Kingdom trainees erupted in astonished exclamations. It felt less like a competition and more akin to a pilgrimage, a tribute to a deity. Indeed, Phil Foden is arguably the most remarkable talent to emerge from Manchester City's youth academy throughout its illustrious history. Even Guardiola has proclaimed him the player with the highest footballing intelligence he has ever coached. When Sancho departed for Germany to join Borussia Dortmund, the entire English media lamented the loss of a burgeoning star from Manchester City's ranks. Yet Guardiola remained unperturbed, asserting that as long as Foden was present, everything would be all right. At the tender age of 17, he had already secured a position in Manchester City's star-studded first team, a feat few players could hope to achieve. However, having recently recovered from significant injury, Guardiola opted not to summon him for tomorrow's league match. The U23 league was postponed for various reasons, prompting the club to arrange for him to participate in today's U18 confrontation to help him regain his form. To be frank, this was indeed somewhat of a mismatch. Previously, in Dragon Kingdom, the players had only witnessed Foden's brilliance unfold on television, showcasing his talents in the Premier League and Champions League. They never anticipated that their first training session in England would offer them the chance to compete alongside their idol. How could they not be exhilarated? Li Ning, on the other hand, having recently acquired the Invincible King system, was preoccupied with thoughts of how to execute the two remarkable Batistuta techniques. Observing the envious expressions on his teammates' faces, he rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Look at you all, acting as if you've never seen a star before." Foden approached with a cheerful smile, greeting the U18 youngsters amicably. Despite his slight stature and diminutive frame, who could have imagined the remarkable energy contained within? His pallid complexion resembled that of an albino, and his short hair was styled with a straight fringe. "Hey, Phil Foden, are you perhaps for Vulcan and related to Spock? Haven't you ever watched Star Trek?" With the arrival of the superstar, the U18 players instantly felt invigorated, their aspirations of achieving a modest score of 150 suddenly within reach. Adam had already finalized the starting lineup for the Dragon Kingdom team, and Li Ning's name was conspicuously absent. It wasn't due to any prejudice against Li Ning, he simply hadn't noticed it on the list. Nonetheless, Li Ning was unperturbed. "No worries, there's still 20 minutes left in the second half. I firmly believe I will seize my opportunity to play." Beep. The fitness coach, serving as the referee, blew the whistle, and the regular team commenced the match. Center forward Delap passed the ball back to defensive midfielder Lavia from the center circle before pivoting and making a run. Meanwhile, the two wingers and two wingbacks of the U18 team surged forward, pressing into the opposition's half. Since Pep Guardiola took the helm as the head coach of Manchester City, all levels of the academy teams have adopted a 433 formation. This attacking football, characterized by possession-based play, has been consistently upheld. The CEO of Manchester City, Ferran Soriano, and the technical director, Txiki Begiristain, both hail from Barcelona. Alongside Guardiola, they aim to meticulously replicate the La Masia philosophy within the Blue Moon's framework. Upon receiving the ball, Lava made no hesitation and swiftly distributed it to the left flank, where left wingback Charles received it. He too did not linger, delivering a precise forward pass to Foden, who was positioned as the left winger. Subsequently, he made an unyielding run along the outside, penetrating deep into the right flank of the opposing team. The right back of the Dragon Country team, Wang Tianyi, was captivated by Charles' movement, trailing him towards the baseline in defense. This allowed a gap to emerge in front of Foden's defense. He skillfully maneuvered the ball towards the center, while Delap, the forward of the Dragon Nation team, simultaneously made a diagonal run into the space behind the opposing two center-backs. It appeared that he was attempting to execute a direct pass and diagonal insertion in collaboration with Foden. Old 4, keep an eye on him. The call came from Old 5, whose real name was Fan Lei, as Old 4 referred to Li Bin, the right center-back of the Dragon Nation team, due to his jersey number. For the center-backs, effective defense relies heavily on harmonious coordination. The mutual shouts of alertness serve as a means of maintaining that synergy. Li Bin understood the cue and immediately positioned his body to obstruct Delap's path, while keeping a watchful eye on Foden's direction of attack. It appeared that the arrangement was astute and the cooperation seamless. Unexpectedly, Foden utilized the instep of his left foot to push the ball towards Delap, while he continued to run along his path from left to right. What is this maneuver? Li Bin had already blocked Delap's forward trajectory. Even if he managed to control the ball, what would be the point? The fluidity of the attack had dissipated, and at best, he would be shielding the ball with his back, awaiting support from his teammates. Attempting a forceful breakthrough? Impossible. However, what followed left the players of the Dragon Nation team utterly astonished. As the ball arrived at Delap's feet, he did not stop it. Instead, while continuing his diagonal run, he deftly flicked the ball backward with his heel, perfectly leaving it for the approaching Foden. At that moment, Li Bin's positioning had already been drawn apart by Delap, and Fan Lei had not yet moved to cover, before Foden lay an open gateway to the Dragon Nation's goal. With a swift motion, he gently pushed the ball forward with the outside of his left foot, effortlessly entering the penalty area of the Dragon Nation team. Li Bin and Fan Lei hurriedly converged towards the center, hoping to close down the defense, but it was too late. The goalkeeper of the Dragon Nation, Li Ning, sensing the precarious situation, rushed out of the goal to intercept Foden's shot. Calmly, Foden shifted his body slightly to the right, evading the angle of the shot. Just before Li Ning could thwart the attempt, he gently nudged the ball with his left foot. The ball traced a beautiful arc, soaring towards the far corner of the Dragon Nation's goal. Only 25 seconds had passed since the match began, and not a single player from the Dragon Nation had touched the ball, yet Manchester City's U18 team was already leading 1-0. Chapter 3, A Diminished Assault. The collective might of Manchester City's U18 team. Wow, the ball found the net. The players of Manchester City's U18 team erupted in cheers, rushing towards their elder brother and idol, Phil Foden. Yet, Foden himself remained remarkably composed. He turned around on the spot, a faint smile gracing his face, symbolically waving to his younger teammates as a form of celebration. Indeed, he had become a significant player in the first team, frequently finding the back of the net in both the Premier League and the Champions League. Scoring a goal for the U18 team of Dragon Country was hardly surprising. Was it? What was there to be so joyous about? In contrast, the players from Dragon Country exhibited a far more pronounced reaction. Incredible! How could this be so astonishing? Within less than half a minute into the match, they had already conceded a goal without a single touch on the ball. How on earth were they supposed to play like this? As for Foden, it was to be expected. After all, he was never anticipated to be contained. Yet, the other players of Manchester City's U18 squad were equally formidable. Analyzing the situation, from Charles's initiation to the flank play, Foden's dribbling cut inside, and Delap's diagonal run, culminating in Delap's backheel assist for Foden's shot that found the goal, each step was meticulously orchestrated. It is evident that in terms of football intelligence, tactical design, execution precision, and individual prowess, Manchester City's U18 team appeared almost godlike in front of the Dragon Country players. Who could possibly stand in their way? The players from Dragon Country exchanged glances, their expressions seemingly asking, "Shall we just return home now?" To add insult to injury, after a brief celebration, Delap suddenly seemed to recall something of significance. He sprinted into the Dragon Kingdom team's goal, cradling the ball in his arms, and dashed towards the center circle to initiate the kickoff. As he ran, he waved enthusiastically to his teammates, signaling, "We still have a task of 14 goals to accomplish. We must seize the moment. Goodness, you were the ones in the lead, yet you behave as if you were trailing behind. Can we not enjoy the game in a proper manner? This is truly disheartening." The onlookers have a clearer perspective. Li Ning, watching from the sidelines, was nearly left speechless. My word, are these prodigies really U18? Their prowess is simply extraordinary. The members of the Dragon Kingdom team have also undergone rigorous selection domestically, being the cream of the crop among their peers. Yet, before the Manchester U18 squad, they appear like a group of elementary school students. The disparity in skill is not merely a matter of 1 or 2 levels. He suddenly felt a twinge of insecurity regarding the Barty G0AL within himself. Is this contraption truly effective? The match continued to unfold on the field. Foden, the center forward of the Long Kingdom team, passed the ball back to his defensive midfielder, Gang, and then turned to charge toward his team's attacking front. Gang, the captain of the Long Kingdom team, played the pivotal role of a defensive midfielder on the field. He coordinated and orchestrated the play, controlling the transitions between offense and defense, serving as the core of the team's tactical dynamics. After receiving the ball, he lifted his head to survey the positioning of his teammates on the field. This meticulous observation, a hallmark of Dragon Country football, was his intention. However, the moment he raised his gaze, he was met with the menacing advance of the opponent's Delapt, charging directly towards him. A glance to either side revealed Foden on his left and Palmer on his right, both swiftly cutting off any potential passing lanes. A buzzing sensation filled Gang's mind. Such incisive high pressing. The oppressive pressure was formidable. High pressing, immediate interception. Coupled with seamless teamwork, this encapsulates the defensive essence of Guardiola's football. In the glory days of Barcelona's dream team, it was this very high-pressing defense, along with exquisitely refined possession play, that elevated Barcelona to the status of a cosmic team. Later, at Bayern and Manchester City, this defensive strategy remained unwavering. In the past, he had often observed such tactics on television while watching the Dragon Country team. Yet, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely new sensation. The feeling was vastly different from merely watching through a screen. The intensity of the pressure was nearly suffocating. Gang found himself devoid of any options. With scarcely a moment to think, the opponent was already upon him. His only recourse was to powerfully strike the ball into the opponent's half, rather than a pass. It resembled a desperate clearance. The ball soared high into the air. Foden sprinted sideways, keenly observing the ball's descent, intent on controlling it upon its first touch. However, just as he prepared to leap for the header, an imposing figure suddenly appeared beside him. The towering presence leapt high before him, akin to a mountain pressing down, leaving Foden utterly unable to jump. With a resounding thud, the ball was forcefully directed back into the Dragon Country team's half. What on earth was that? It was indeed formidable and unyielding. Foden felt as if he had collided with an unyielding boulder, sending sharp pain coursing through his back. Turning around, he found himself face to face with the unperturbed black giant, Riley. Without so much as a glance at Foden, Riley exchanged a knowing wink with his teammate, Batistuta, and scoffed. This one thinks he can compete for the header. Foden, his eyes ablaze with fury, thought, what the hell? You lot are actually finding time to joke around. My back is killing me. The ball was returned to midfield, where Lavia received it with his back to the play. Dragon Country's midfielder, CLA, clung closely to him, attempting to restrict his movement. Unfazed, Lavia feigned left, shifting his weight. CLA mirrored his movement, and in an instant, Lavia pivoted to the right, spotting Foden making a supporting run on the left flank. Just as his eyes met the ball, Lavia swiftly dispatched a pass with his left foot. It was lightning quick. The synergy was palpable. To the Manchester City U18 squad, Dragon Country's tight marking seemed almost child's play. Foden received the ball near the halfway line, while Charles surged down the left sideline. The same strategy, the same outcome. Just as Dragon Country assumed Foden would continue his exploits on the left, he unexpectedly unleashed a long pass with his left foot. The ball soared diagonally for a full 40 meters, landing precisely in the direction of the right flank. What in the world? The entire Dragon Country team stood bewildered, tracking the ball's flight. What? Palmer had already positioned himself perfectly, arriving right at the ball's landing spot. Foden, you visionary. Such expansive vision, such an impressive overall awareness. Moreover, he nearly executed the long pass the moment he received the ball. With Palmer conveniently available for support on the weak side, this was certainly no coincidence. Such a meticulously crafted tactical design. The left back of Dragon Country hurriedly moved towards the sideline, attempting to thwart Palmer's next move. Simultaneously, the entire defensive line of Dragon Country swiftly shifted left. Striving to fortify their flank, they sought to establish their defensive line during the fleeting moment the ball soared through the air. Alas, their aspirations were misguided. Foden's long pass was swift, impeccably directed, and characterized by a low trajectory. Before the Dragon Nation's defense could adequately position itself, the ball had already found its way to Palmer's feet. Furthermore, Palmer's response was equally unexpected. He did not pause to control the ball. Instead, he met the incoming pass with the inside of his right foot, sweeping it across to the front of the Dragon Kingdom's goal. Goodness, what on earth is happening? The defensive line of the Dragon Kingdom is collectively shifting to the left, each player unsteady on their feet. Unexpectedly, the ball suddenly soared back towards the center. The left back and the left center back had no time to react, as the ball slipped past them. In that fleeting moment, a figure clad in pale blue materialized like a specter between the two central defenders of the Dragon Kingdom. He suddenly leaped into the air, approximately 3 meters away from the ball's landing point, executing a breathtaking volley. The moment the ball reached his foot, a resounding thud echoed as he struck it with the sole of his foot, sending it into the net. 2 o'clock. Remarkably, this occurred merely 2 minutes after the match commenced. Chapter 4. A glorious display. Batty's goal stuns the crowd. What on earth just happened? Who scored that goal? The Dragon Country team was left utterly bewildered, only to see the player who scored already risen from the ground, retrieving the ball from the net. Good grief. Delap. He just executed a breathtaking sliding shot, his body gliding along the ground, almost as if both he and the ball soared into the net. Conveniently, retrieving the ball from the goal became an effortless task. Yet, how did he evade the defense of the Dragon Nation team, appearing as if by sorcery? Could it be that he possessed foresight, foreseeing the ball's descent? Impossible, absolutely impossible. It can only be said that when Foden orchestrated the play across both flanks, every member of the Dragon Nation team was fixated on the ball. Even when Palmer swept the ball to the center without a touch, they remained engrossed in the ball. This fixation on the ball rather than the players is a deeply ingrained flaw. However, Delap, keenly observing his teammates' movements, anticipated their next offensive strategy and where the ball might land next. Thus, he initiated his run early, evading the dual defenses of the Dragon Nation's midfield and back line, positioning himself precisely where he needed to be. Even so, he arrived just a fraction of a second late. Consequently, he relinquished his balance and executed a sliding shot to complete the goal. Under the circumstances, it was the only feasible method for him to score. From Foden's long pass across the left midfield to Palmer's sweeping cross from near the right corner flag, culminating in Delap's flying shot from the center, the ball traversed half the field, tracing a flag-like arc. Each player's movements were straightforward, functional, and precise. No hesitation. A single decisive strike. This was not merely a football team. It was, in fact, a meticulously coordinated killing machine on the pitch. The Dragon Nation team was left utterly astonished. How could they possibly compete? They were on an entirely different level. The match continued. The Manchester City U18 team was vibrant and boisterous, their energy palpable. Meanwhile, the players of the Dragon Nation trudged with their heads down, desperately chasing after the ball, barely able to hear one another's shouts. In terms of morale, the Dragon Nation team had already succumbed to defeat. The demeanor of the coaches for both teams on the sidelines was strikingly different. Adam, witnessing the Dragon Nation's dismal performance, remained remarkably composed. Most of the time, he merely stood with his hands behind his back, observing the performance, occasionally shouting, "Defend! Pay attention to defense!" It seemed as though his team were the victorious side. In stark contrast, Carlos Vicente's performance was quite the opposite. He stood at the sidelines, his face a mask of tension, pacing back and forth along the touchline without respite. His hands gestured animatedly, performing a variety of exaggerated movements. At one moment, he extended 2 fingers, weaving them in a crisscross manner, signaling the players on the field to engage in more overlapping runs. At another, he squatted slightly, moving back and forth like a crab, seemingly instructing the players on how to position themselves to block the defenders. Soon after, he cupped his hands into a horn shape and bellowed at the players on the field, "Damn it, Riley, why didn't you challenge for that ball at the front? If you encounter a skilled opponent, you'll be utterly defeated. McCarthy, didn't you see that the adversary has already marked Lavia? Why the hell didn't you drop back? Keep this laziness up, and I swear I'll pluck your feathers. Charles, didn't you notice that Foden has already pulled wide for you? Are you clinging to the flanks because your brain is muddled? Can't you cut inside? The incessant tirade, combined with his crab-like gait, resembled a solo tango performance. It was hard to believe that prior to the match, he had appeared refined and composed, akin to a university professor. Yet, once the game commenced, he transformed into an entirely different persona. Is this how all coaches trained under Guardiola behave? Much like Arteta? Time flew swiftly. With the referee's whistle signaling the end of the first half, the score stood at 7-0. During the latter part of the first half, the Dragon Nation team abandoned any illusions of scoring, retreating into a defensive shell. Consequently, goals for Manchester City U18 became slightly more challenging to secure. Damn it. Do you think merely winning is satisfactory? Have you lost your senses and forgotten the target I set? 15 goals. You must deliver a minimum of 15. He urged. Move more. You must run more. Look at how you performed in the last 10 minutes. Did you even finish your lunch? He continued. If you dare play like this in the second half, don't even think about advancing to U23. Vicenz unleashed a torrent of criticism, his fervor nearly capable of blowing one away. Meanwhile, Adam's instructions were considerably simpler. All players who had not participated in the first half were called upon, leaving only the center forward, Foden, and the captain, Gang. I don't have much to elaborate on. Losing this match is a certainty. Remember this. Retract the overall formation, deny the opponent opportunities for behind-the-back plays, intensify movement in the midfield and front line, and strive to disrupt their passing and long-range shots. That's all. Alas, the two teams are not even in the same weight class. What good does it do to elaborate further? Can you execute? As the second half commenced, the players of Manchester City U18 indeed exhibited heightened focus. Each individual's movement became more vigorous, and the frequency of their actions escalated to an altogether higher level. The members of the Dragon Country team were nearly engulfed by despair. Goodness. It turns out they hadn't even exerted their full strength in the first half. How infuriating. In the first half, they had several rare opportunities for counterattacks. One instance saw Foden almost securing a promising shot just outside the penalty area of Manchester City's U18 team. However, by the second half, such opportunities had completely vanished. The moment the Longwood team intercepted the ball in their own half, at least two opponents would immediately converge upon them. How infuriating. One could only wonder how their speed could be so astonishing. With no alternative, they resorted to hasty clearances. The inevitable consequence of such blind clearances was that Manchester City's U18 team would swiftly regain possession and rapidly initiate their next offensive maneuver. Their attacking players exhibited greater technical prowess, more intricate coordination, resolute breakthroughs, and a faster pace of passing compared to the first half. Whether through short penetrating passes or individual dribbles, they appeared utterly in command. Moreover, occasional long passes for wide distribution added to their advantage. Thus, despite the Longwood team's defensive retreat, their backline was consistently pulled apart by the opponent's movements. Adam had already emphasized the necessity of a cohesive defensive line to limit the opponent's long-range shots. However, the two defensive midfielders and two center-backs frequently shifted positions, often failing to maintain their defensive stances. This allowed the opponents to continually create opportunities for long-range shots just outside the penalty area. 8-0, 9-0, 10-0. The score kept being rewritten, and Manchester City's U18 team was increasingly approaching their target of 15 goals. After Li Ning entered the match, he played as an attacking midfielder, stationed not far behind Foden. This position was primarily for offensive participation. Yet, the Longwood team's formation had become excessively compressed, leaving them with no chance for counterattacks. On several occasions, Li Ning contemplated attempting a forceful shot akin to Batistuta. However, recalling the system's prior warning, failure to accomplish the task would result in appropriate penalties. He found himself continuously defending in his own half, over 50 meters from the opponent's goal. Attempting a shot from such a distance, even with the prowess of Batistuta, would likely yield no score. If the shot failed, not only would he forfeit a reward, but he would also face punishment. With this in mind, he could only suppress his impulse and continue waiting for an opportunity. With just 2 minutes remaining in the match, Foden's individual breakthrough resulted in a penalty. As he successfully converted the penalty kick, Manchester City's U18 team finally achieved their goal of 15 goals. Vicenz finally ceased his tirade of insults, and the players of Manchester City's U18 team could finally take a breath. The task had been accomplished. All that remained was to let the time pass. Were they to fear the opponent's scoring? That would be utterly laughable. Feng resumed the game with a kickoff from the center circle, then turned and sprinted toward the front line. His continued presence on the field is attributed to Adam's keen observation that, regardless of the number of goals conceded by the team, his competitive spirit remains commendably steadfast. Li Ning, too, is sprinting fervently towards the opponent's half. As the match nears its conclusion, his Batistuta has yet to be put to good use. This time, after receiving the ball, defensive midfielder Xiang Gang noticed that the Manchester City U18 players were no longer pressing as aggressively as before. The substantial score advantage, coupled with a psychological relaxation after meeting their objectives, led to a momentary lapse in their vigilance. It is precisely this relaxation that afforded Xiang Gang a rare opportunity to control the ball and observe the field. At this moment, for players from the Guagua team have already advanced into the opponent's half. Such a formidable offensive presence is indeed a rarity. With a long pass, he directed the ball to the front line, targeting none other than Feng. However, this time, due to his ample preparation, the ball landed precisely atop Feng's head. Riley refrained from immediately leaping to contest the header against Feng. Instead, he adhered closely behind him to thwart any potential turn. After nearly 40 minutes of intense play, the task of scoring 15 goals had been accomplished, granting them a moment's respite. Consequently, Feng effortlessly seized the first touch, skillfully directing a header back towards Li Ning. At that moment, his direct opponent, Lavia, stood approximately 2 meters away from Li Ning, while he himself was about 30 meters from the opposing goal. An opportunity had arisen. Li Ning summoned his focus. Batistuta, goal. Activated. With a powerful stride, he planted his left foot firmly, ensuring the perfect footing. His body leaned slightly to the left. His left arm spread wide, and his right arm swung back. This was the quintessential posture of the war god Batistuta preparing for a thunderous strike. His right leg swung back, the calf coiling. The instep of his right foot made precise contact with the very center of the ball. With a resounding thud, the ball surged forth like a cannonball from the barrel, hurtling towards the Manchester City U18 goal. The trajectory was straight, exhibiting almost no spin. Yet, it raced like lightning, leaving little time for reaction. What on earth was that? How dare he attempt a shot from such a distance? The Manchester City U18 goalkeeper, Sleek, remained idle for a full 40 minutes, his body growing cold. The opposing team did not manage a single shot throughout the match. He scarcely had the opportunity to stretch his limbs, almost wishing to pass the time scrolling through Facebook. Hi, I am Sleek, the goalkeeper for Manchester City U18. Currently, I am competing against the Dragon Nation team. However, I feel even more leisurely than feeding the pigeons in the town square. With the opposition failing to create a single scoring opportunity, how could I possibly have a chance to make a save? After the match concludes, I must indulge in a hot bath immediately, or I risk catching a cold. Then, should I perhaps arrange to meet a girl? Is there anyone willing to join me for a soak this evening? Oh dear. What on earth? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, the ball soared towards the goal behind him like a shooting star. He had indeed observed the trajectory of the ball earlier. Yet no one anticipated that Li Ning would dare to shoot from such a considerable distance. Moreover, the speed at which the ball traveled was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, Slick had not even begun to make a save before the ball crashed into the net. The crisp sound of the ball brushing against the net was delightful to the ears. Chapter 5, Foden. You must keep your distance from Greenwood. The entire Manchester City U18 squad was left in shock. The players of the Dragon Country team were equally astonished. Everyone present on the 8th pitch was stunned. They stood frozen, momentarily bewildered by the unfolding events. What? The Dragon Country team had scored? And from such a distance? How could this be possible? Even the well-versed Phil Foden was momentarily speechless. My goodness, that long-range shot was extraordinary. From such a distance, to generate such force. Not many in our Manchester City first team could accomplish that. It must have been sheer luck. He surely stumbled upon it. Li Ning remained rooted to the spot, relishing the final surge of electric stimulation after successfully activating the system. The exhilaration was overwhelming. The sensation of becoming a star was exhilarating. The legendary technique of the warrior Batistuta was truly remarkable. From 30 meters away, the ball soared with power and precision. The ancient deity was indeed formidable. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the system's first task, astonishing the entire audience. You have earned a star skill lottery draw. Task completion level, AAA. You have gained 100 points in King of Football value and additionally acquired 3 points in technical skills, which can enhance any technical skill of your choice. Li Ning was ecstatic. Haha, the generous gift package has bestowed upon me such wonderful rewards. This system is truly benevolent. Just as he was about to activate the lottery function, his teammates from the Dragon Country had already rushed over, enveloping him in a jubilant embrace. Wow. It's in. The ball has gone in. Li Ning, you are simply incredible. I can't believe it. When did you practice your shooting to be this powerful? Only then did they snap out of their initial shock and realize the need for celebration. Indeed, it was a moment worth celebrating. For 5 years now, every cohort of trainees from the Dragon Country had to face Manchester City's U18 team in their first match, and this goal marked the first score in these 5 encounters. Attack. You rascals, don't just stand there. Seize the opportunity to advance. Vicens, standing on the sidelines, was the first among the Manchester City U18 staff to react. His hands trembled slightly, yet his 4-character exclamations resounded with vigor, enunciated with perfect clarity. He waved his hands, making a gesture akin to a mountain descending, repeatedly signaling towards the half of the Dragon Nation team. The meaning was unmistakable. Push forward and attack. Indeed, there were still 2 minutes left in the match. They needed to score more goals to salvage their pride. The players of Manchester City U18, having shaken off the earlier shock, quickly placed the ball back at the kickoff point and re-engaged in the game. It was only at this moment that Vicens discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Damn, that shot from the Dragon Nation lad was utterly terrifying. That feeling, that posture, that momentum. Why does it seem so familiar? Damn, why can't I recall who he resembles? In the final moments, Manchester City U18 launched a relentless assault on the Dragon Nation's goal. However, Li Ning's astonishing long-range shot had ignited the fighting spirit of the Dragon Nation team. United in purpose, each player expended their last ounce of energy, erecting a moving iron wall in front of their goal. Despite numerous attempts from the opposition, they could not find the net again. Beep, beep, beep. The final whistle sounded, bringing the match to an end. Ultimately, Manchester City U18 triumphed with a staggering score of 15-1. 15 goals. This was the largest margin they had ever achieved against the Dragon Nation team in 5 years. Yet, it was the Dragon Nation team that celebrated fervently post-match, for they had scored their first goal against Manchester City in 5 years. The players of Manchester City U18 gathered together, their heads hung low, resembling defeated warriors. Vicens glared with wide eyes, looking as if he might devour someone. Adam hurried over to smooth things over. Don't be upset, Carlos. You only mentioned that we should score 15 goals. You never said we couldn't concede. The boys played brilliantly. As for that goal, it was merely a fluke, nothing to dwell upon. While speaking, he, along with several assistant coaches, urged Vicens to turn and leave. As they departed, he didn't forget to remind the players, tomorrow, assemble here at the usual time, and training will commence promptly. Remember to tidy up before you leave. Seeing Vicens exit the training ground, the Manchester City U18 players finally breathed a sigh of relief. They hurriedly gathered the training equipment and footballs, swiftly departing from pitch 8. No one approached the Dragon Nation team to exchange pleasantries. In their eyes, these Dragon Nation novices were merely mascots for the friendship between the two nations, not worth mentioning. Destined to leave eventually. This sentiment extended even to Li Ning, the scorer. As for that earlier goal, while it appeared impressive, it was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Given another 100 chances, he might not even score again. Unexpectedly, Phil Foden, now part of the first team, approached Li Ning. Hello, I'm Phil Foden. You did well just now. That goal was truly beautiful. Foden exclaimed warmly, extending his hand towards Li Ning. Goodness. Phil Foden actively extended his hand for a handshake. In the past, such a thing would have been unimaginable for Li Ning. However, now he is equipped with a system, and having just validated its effectiveness, his courage has significantly increased. He extended his right hand and shook it with Foden, neither overly humble nor arrogant. My name is Li Ning, hailing from the Dragon Country. I intend to train diligently and strive to secure a place next year. Foden grinned widely, giving Li Ning's shoulder a hearty pat as a gesture of encouragement before turning to leave. Suddenly, an idea struck Li Ning. This lad, Foden, was quite skilled at football and had a genuine affection for the Blue Moon. Unlike Sancho, who, upon gaining confidence, sought to depart in pursuit of wealth. Moreover, today, he had been so modest and warm, without an ounce of pretense, which genuinely endeared him to others. Yes, I must lend him a hand. Hey, Phil? Please wait a moment. Li Ning called out. What is it? Oh, it's just that I heard you've recently been selected for the England national team. Congratulations. Haha. Thank you. By the way, I heard you and Greenwood are quite close, is that right? Haha. Even though our teams are fierce rivals, we hail from the same city. And being young, we naturally have more to talk about. Indeed, indeed. However, I don't think Greenwood is quite the good person everyone believes him to be. Oh, what do you mean by that? It's nothing much, but I heard your England national team is about to depart for Iceland for the World Cup qualifiers? Yes, what about it? Well, I have a little secret to share. I heard that Greenwood has already arranged to meet a Miss Iceland online and plans to sneak into your hotel to unwind. What? Such a thing exists? Indeed. The most crucial part is that this girl will be bringing her cousin along and might invite you to join them for some relaxation. Huh. Foden's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped as if he had just bitten into a sour lemon. Damn, how do you know about this? See, didn't he guess correctly? Has Greenwood already contacted you? Phil, you are not like that lad. You are already a father, and you cannot act recklessly. However, if you truly wish to unwind, I suppose it wouldn't be entirely out of the question. But you must remember one thing. Under no circumstances should you allow them to bring their phones into your room. Especially, do not let them take any photos. They will post them online. Remember this. Foden was a man of sincerity. He once again patted Li Ning's shoulder with fervor and sincerely remarked, "Good brother. Thank you for the reminder. Train well, and I will certainly find an opportunity to speak highly of you to Guardiola. Striving for you to remain after your training expires next year. Even if it's just as a mascot, that would suffice." Li Ning smiled faintly, recalling the Invincible King of football system within him. "Rest assured, my brother, I will definitely stay next year. However, I do not aspire to remain as a mascot. I aim to become your teammate." Foden paused momentarily, then flashed his signature goofy grin, giving Li Ning a thumbs up. "Ambitious," he exclaimed, before waving his hand in farewell and departing. Chapter 6, New Skills. Worshipping the Great Ones. The Manchester City Football Academy employs a combination of training and centralized training systems. For youth players who have the option to return home, they may do so after training. However, for the Dragon Country team, residing at the academy is the only option. The accommodations provided for the Dragon Country team are quite splendid. 2 players share a room, and meals are taken in the academy's unified dining hall. Though the hall is divided into sections, club management occupies one section, the Manchester City first team another, the women's team a third, and youth training players in yet another. Nevertheless, the cuisine across each section does not vary significantly, all overseen by specially appointed high-level chefs, with dedicated nutritionists monitoring the energy content of the dishes. Yet today, Li Ning had no interest in dining. Upon leaving the training ground, he dashed back to his dormitory. He rushed into the bathroom, locked the door, and summoned the king of football system with his mind. He still has 1-star skill lottery yet to be activated. Activation. With a burst of vibrant light, a striking figure materializes. A gaunt visage, handsome features, a pair of deep brown eyes, somber yet piercing, clad in a red and black striped jersey. The number emblazoned on his back is a prominent 9. The ethereal figure weaves and darts like a nimble serpent, with a swift turn and an instant shot. Truly, he is as still as a maiden, yet as swift as a hare. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the star skill of Inzaghi's positioning. Inzaghi, the legendary number 9. Inzaghi. Li Ning could hardly contain his excitement. As a member of the post-2000 generation, he had witnessed little of Inzaghi's prowess on the field. For by the time he began playing, Inzaghi had already bid farewell to the football world. However, his father, born in 1975, is a quintessential football enthusiast and a devoted AC Milan supporter for over 30 years. Consequently, influenced by his father, Li Ning not only regards AC Milan as his primary club, but also possesses an extensive knowledge of its stars, among whom Inzaghi is a notable figure. Judged by traditional standards, Inzaghi might be considered merely average among forwards. His speed is insufficient, his physique lacks strength, his footwork is rather rudimentary, and his dribbling ability is nothing short of abysmal. Some have even jested that Inzaghi loses possession within 3 strides. Aside from his handsome appearance, he seems to possess little merit. Yet, this very individual stands as a formidable predator in European football, evoking fear in his adversaries. His lethal weapon lies in his exceptional positioning. He not only maneuvers with elusive agility, rendering defenders unable to mark him effectively, but he also positions himself deeply and assertively. Every stride he takes sends shivers down the spines of defenders. He either creates ample space for his teammates or conjures opportunities for himself. He was referred to by the venerable Lord Ferguson as the man born on the offside line. His remarkable average running distance of 11,000 meters per match has driven his opponents nearly to madness. Today, this elite assassin, revered by Li Ning for many years, is poised for a rebirth. A fleeting glimmer of silver light enveloped him, as the technical nuances of Inzaghi's positioning seamlessly integrated into Li Ning's consciousness. Ha ha ha. The Master's arsenal has just acquired a new weapon, with 3 additional attribute points at his disposal. To which skill should they be allocated? Li Ning scrutinized his existing attributes. Alas, the situation is rather dismal. Such a novice seems hardly worthy of the prowess exhibited by Batistuta and Inzaghi's positioning. There is no choice but to take it slow. Yet, every attribute appears woefully inadequate. Whom shall he bestow this precious 3-point bonus upon? After much contemplation, Li Ning resolved to invest these 3 points into his stamina. His technical skills were all lamentably low, hovering around the 30s. Conversely, his stamina attribute boasted a respectable base score of 51. With both Batistuta and Inzaghi's positioning skills at his disposal, if he could elevate his stamina swiftly, he would display an unyielding presence in the forward line. With these 2-star skills, he should be able to establish himself in the U18 league. With this thought, Li Ning focused his mind. Instantly, his stamina score surged from 51 to 54. Such a stamina rating is not considered poor for the U18 age group. Just then, his dorm mate Foden knocked on the door. Hey, Li Ning, what are you doing hogging the bathroom? Are you feeling a bit off? Need to cool down. Li Ning felt a wave of irritation wash over him. What on earth are you thinking? The following morning at 10 a.m., Manchester City U18 and the Guagua team appeared punctually at training ground number 8, commencing their first official training session of the new season. The morning's drills encompassed routine tactical training, divided into both ball-related and off-the-ball segments. During the off-the-ball training, under the coach's guidance, the players engaged in various exercises such as directional running, speed variations, slalom runs, and hurdle jumps. Additionally, there were several physical confrontation drills. These exercises not only enhanced the players' agility and coordination but also bolstered their cardiovascular endurance and strength. In the ball-related training, beyond the standard passing and shooting drills, the coach organized the players into different groups based on their positions, facilitating targeted technical practice. For instance, the coach paired Foden and Li Ning from the Guagua team for shooting drills, with Manchester City U18's Riley applying close defensive pressure on Foden. Li Ning first passed the ball to Foden, who must either evade Riley to execute a turning shot in one touch or return the ball to Li Ning for him to take the shot. Subsequently, Manchester City's U18 players, Delap and McAtee, executed a coordinated offensive maneuver, while the opposing team's central defender, Fan Lei, applied close marking on Delap. The contrast was striking. The effectiveness of the two teams, despite undergoing identical training drills, yielded vastly different results. Foden struggled to gain any advantage against Riley's steadfast defense, finding it nearly impossible to pivot and evade, let alone attempt a shot on goal. In fact, even his back pass to Li Ning suffered in quality due to the opponent's interference, to the extent that when Li Ning finally took a shot, Riley still had the capacity to disrupt it. Conversely, during Manchester City's U18 offensive plays, Delap's robust physique allowed him to withstand Fan Lei's defense, and he adeptly utilized feints to mislead Fan Lei, skillfully executing a turning shot. Furthermore, his short pass back to McAtee was perfectly timed, enabling his teammate to effortlessly achieve a high-quality shot. The comparison between the two groups revealed a clear distinction in prowess. After a night of reflection and assimilation, Vicenz appeared to have recovered from the previous day's intense match. The morning training session was spearheaded by the assistant coach and the fitness coach. He himself remained almost entirely silent, merely pacing back and forth with his hands clasped behind his back, keenly observing the completion of each training exercise with a sharp gaze. However, he appeared particularly intrigued by the offensive and defensive drills, watching intently from the sidelines for an extended period, especially when Li Ning and Foden partnered up. He seemed to pay extra attention, his eyes wide open, scrutinizing every detail on the field. It appeared that Li Ning's astonishing long-range shot from the previous day had left a significant impression on him. Unfortunately, Li Ning's performance during the training was rather mediocre, indistinguishable from that of his compatriots. Under Riley's defense, his short passes with Foden were either too strong or too weak, with hardly any executed with the appropriate force. As for his attempts at shooting, they lacked power and were struck at too straightforward an angle, failing to exhibit the prowess of his stunning strike from yesterday. Vicenz shook his head discreetly, lamenting that it seemed Li Ning's remarkable shot had indeed been a stroke of luck. After the morning training concluded, Foden took a seat next to Li Ning in the dining hall. Li Ning, Did you notice that Vicens looked quite displeased while observing our training this morning? His expression was rather grim. I did notice. However, it's only natural for him to feel that way. In comparison to our opponents, our performance truly fell short. Do you think this could impact our future prospects? Come on, it's just the first day of training. It's far too early to discuss our future. Besides, training is merely preparatory. The performance in actual matches is what truly matters. Are you referring to the afternoon training match? Huh, you seem quite confident. Confidence might be too strong a word, but at the very least, it should be an improvement over this morning's session. Isn't that a sign of confidence? At this juncture, Shuefeng noticed that Li Ning's plate contained only a small portion of chicken, tuna, salad, and avocado, whereas his own plate was laden with roasted lamb, steak, pork ham, egg tart, and a separate serving of pasta. It's nothing. I'm just not very hungry, Li Ning replied casually. In reality, he was adhering to a diet inspired by Cristiano Ronaldo's regimen. Ronaldo may well be the most disciplined footballer of our time, as evidenced by his stringent dietary choices. Li Ning harbored grand aspirations, naturally aiming to align himself with the finest standards. He must seize every opportunity to swiftly realize his ambitions. Let the afternoon training commence. Chapter 7. The Spirit of the Ninth Master. My positioning will dismay you. The afternoon training match is scheduled to begin at 4 o'clock. This contest differs from yesterday's. Vicens has divided the Manchester City U18 squad into 2 teams, one consisting of starters and the other of substitutes. The attacking players from the starters are mixed with the defensive players from the substitutes to form one team, while the attacking players from the substitutes are combined with the defensive players from the starters to form another. This arrangement results in a scenario where starters face starters and substitutes confront substitutes. The personnel allocation for the Dragon Country team mirrors this setup. With one notable exception, Li Ning has surprisingly been assigned to the Manchester City U18 substitute lineup. As an attacking midfielder, he will be teamed up with the primary defensive line of Manchester City U18. Hey, Carlos, what does this mean? Adam inquired, perplexed. The Dragon Country team has been training separately for 5 years. We've never mixed teams before. They've never scored against us in our confrontations. Vicens' tone was curt, indicating his lingering dissatisfaction with Li Ning's goal from the previous day. At this very moment, the Manchester first team is likely engaged in a match against Wolves, which should be commencing simultaneously. This evening, the team will board a bus back to Manchester. As per tradition, the players will have a day of rest tomorrow, while the coaching staff from each tier will convene in the morning to report the training developments of the past 2 days to Guardiola. At that juncture, I must inform him that, despite having Foden in our lineup, we conceded a goal to the Dragon Country team. This marks the first goal conceded by our U18 squad in 5 years. Thus, today, I must grant this lad another opportunity. If he possesses genuine skill, it is best he showcases it now to prove his worth. If his previous goal was merely a stroke of luck, I shall report the truth to Guardiola. Li Ning was taken aback to find himself assigned to Manchester City U18. Hey, little Li, you've received the V treatment today. For the first time in 5 years, a member of our Dragon Country team is competing alongside the Manchester City U18 regulars. You must perform well. Shuefeng chimed in, winking at Li Ning. Captain Shang Gang approached earnestly, stating, Little Li, Shuefeng is right. This is indeed an unprecedented occasion. Play well and aim to replicate that stunning long-range shot from yesterday. Let us elevate the prestige of our Dragon Country team. Exactly. Since the opportunity has arisen, you must shine. The other Dragon Country team members rallied around Li Ning, offering their encouragement. Rest assured, brothers, I shall play my best. Li Ning replied with ease. The match is about to begin. Alongside Li Ning in the attacking line are Delap, Bob, McAtee, Lavia, and Palmer. Each of these 5 individuals is a star player from Manchester City's U18 squad. Among them, Delap, Bob, and Palmer form the forward line, while Li Ning, McAtee, and Lavia comprise the midfield. Hey, Li, we're playing a 4-3-3 formation. Do you know how to position yourself? McAtee inquired. He's the organizational core of this team, having been the top scorer and assist provider since the U15 level. He is regarded as another dazzling star emerging from Manchester City's youth academy, following in the footsteps of Foden. At this moment, he stands centrally in the midfield, gazing at Li Ning, who occupies the left wingback position, a smile gracing his face. However, Li Ning cannot shake the feeling that there is a hint of mockery behind that smile. Fear not. I have also played in a 4-3-3 formation back in the Dragon Country. As for positioning, you need not worry. My only concern is that I might find myself in a prime position, only for you to fail to deliver the pass. Li Ning. now equipped with the positional finesse of Inzaghi, is unperturbed about his ability to create space. The only question that lingers is whether his teammates will provide him with the ball. But does it matter? Opportunities like this are rare. If they truly neglect to pass to me, I shall simply take another shot reminiscent of Batistuta. The match has commenced. Center forward Delap sends the ball back to McAtee before rapidly advancing into the opponent's half. Meanwhile, Bob on the left and Palmer on the right both surge into the attacking third. Li Ning and Lavia, the two wingbacks, position themselves along the halfway line, ready to support McAtee at a moment's notice. McAtee deftly controls the ball, surveying the positions of his teammates. On Li Ning's side, the opponent's marker has effectively blocked his passing lane. Conversely, Lavia employs a sudden change of pace to shake off his defender. Alas, this lad from the Dragon Country still has much to learn. Lavia, now in possession, shifts the ball to the right after a brief exchange, executing a positional switch. Lavia advances towards the center, with McAtee providing support on the right. The ability of a player to occupy multiple positions is a hallmark of Guardiola's expectations for his squad. In the first team at Manchester City, players like Gundogan, Bernardo Silva, Cancelo, and Fernandinho all exemplify versatility, capable of excelling in various roles. Such experimentation has been a consistent theme throughout the youth teams as well. After the positional interchange between Lavia and McAtee, a momentary confusion arises among the opposing midfielders. Bob exploits this opportunity, finding space, and Lavia delivers a timely pass to him. If Li Ning were to make a swift run on the outside, creating an overlapping run, he could potentially stretch the opponent's defense, affording Bob a chance to cut inside. At the very least, it would provide an opportunity for a cross. Regrettably, such tactical lessons were not part of the football training in the Dragon Country. Li Ning hastens toward Bob, intending to offer support, but inadvertently draws his own marker along with him. Their left flank suddenly became overwhelmingly congested, and Bob's crossing route was entirely thwarted. Damn it! What is this Dragon Country lad doing, running around aimlessly? Bob cast a sidelong glance at Li Ning, inwardly cursing while reluctantly retreating 2 steps to pass the ball back to the left back behind him. That damn Dragon Country boy. I would rather pass to the defender than to you. The match continued, although the first team maintained control of the ball. The opposing defenders were also the main defensive line. They possess not only formidable individual defensive skills but have also trained together extensively, exhibiting remarkable synergy and an exceptional ability to cover for one another. Consequently, even though the main team enjoys a significant advantage in ball possession, they find it arduous to create promising scoring opportunities. In the midst of the match, Palmer and McAtee each attempted a long-range shot, only to be thwarted by the opposing players who blocked their attempts with their bodies. Additionally, Delap's header was rendered feeble due to the interference of a rival player nearby, allowing the opposing goalkeeper to effortlessly secure the ball. 5 minutes elapsed, and the match remained tightly contested, with neither side finding the back of the net. As for Li Ning, he appeared to be merely a bystander. The tactical design of Manchester City's U18 team is exceedingly intricate. The team's attacking and defensive strategies are numerous, particularly in terms of off-the-ball movement, which is executed with great precision. Knowing when to make runs, when to provide support, and when to switch positions to protect teammates who have advanced for an assist is paramount. The 11 players on the field operate as a cohesive unit, with every movement triggering a collective response. This is a far cry from the 4-3-3 formation Li Ning practiced back in Guagua. To be precise, aside from the shared nomenclature, there is no basis for comparison between the two. As such, after 5 minutes, he felt utterly disoriented on the pitch, scarcely touching the ball. The only 2 occasions he did get a touch were due to a clash between players, causing the ball to fortuitously roll to his feet. In both instances, he opted for the safest option of a back pass. The speed of the opponent's pressing was too rapid, leaving him no time to think, compelling him to revert to a backward pass. Vincent sat on the sidelines, resting his chin on his right hand, observing the unfolding events on the field. Noticing Li Ning's performance, he occasionally shook his head in disapproval. It seems he could truthfully inform Guardiola that Li Ning's previous goal was purely a stroke of luck. Li Ning himself felt a rising sense of urgency. Damn, this cannot continue. He felt completely disconnected from the team's offensive system, as his positioning and movements appeared to be out of sync with those of his teammates. The ball barely came to him. Even when he had the chance to possess the ball, he lacked the capability to orchestrate an attack or execute a personal breakthrough. At this rate, what was the point of playing? Never mind. Perhaps it was best to take decisive action, since they had no intention of passing the ball to him. He would abandon the notion of holding on to it. He would cease to provide cover and simply charge forward. Let them cover for him. As long as he was close enough to the goal, he could unleash the Batistuta. He wouldn't need their passes after all. With this thought in mind, just as he was about to act, McAtee approached during a dead ball opportunity. "Hey, Lee, yesterday Phil told me secretly that you're quite the player. He asked me to look out for you. However, I must say, your skills seem lacking. It's hard for you to control the ball. Here's the deal. Just focus on making runs to find space, and the gaps you leave will be filled by others. If you create opportunities, I'll do my best to pass to you, and you can just shoot. Wasn't your long-range shot yesterday quite remarkable?" Li Ning was taken aback. "My goodness. Foden is genuinely a reliable lad, someone you can count on. Very well, let us proceed in this manner." The main team continued their offensive onslaught. McAtee held the ball in midfield, surveying the movements of his teammates in the forward line. Palmer retreated to the right flank to offer support, while Lavia drifted wide, forming a triangular formation with the three of them. McAtee passed the ball to Palmer and advanced to position himself for a return. However, the opposing defensive midfielder anticipated his intentions, intercepting the ball just ahead of him, thus stifling his movement. Palmer had no choice but to pass the ball sideways to Lavia for a brief transition. McAtee, resigned, dropped back to receive the ball and continued to seek an opportunity. Nevertheless, their several exchanges of positions were not in vain, as the opposing defense shifted in response to their movements. The distance between the two center-backs widened. Observing this, Delap astutely darted into the gap between the two center-backs with great speed. McAtee noticed Delap's run, with a swift motion of his left foot. He prepared to deliver a precise through ball. Yet, the opposing center-backs reacted with remarkable acuity, immediately sensing the impending threat. They moved forward in perfect harmony, instantly leaving Delap behind. Had McCarthy continued to pass, Delap would have found himself in an offside position. "Blast it!" McCarthy cursed inwardly, abruptly halting his stride. He could only seek another opportunity. At that moment, a pale blue figure materialized like a specter. It was none other than Li Ning. He initially moved forward slowly from the left flank, drawing little attention from the opposition. Then, as Delap surged forward, both of the opposing center-backs advanced simultaneously, allowing him to make a lateral run in front of their defensive line. In the instant the opposing defenders halted, he suddenly accelerated, darting like lightning through the gap between the two. Inzaghi's positioning was activated. Meanwhile, McCarthy also noticed his movement. With a deft push of his left foot, he delivered a precise through ball to Li Ning. The ball possessed just the right amount of force, and as it soared over the opposing defense, Li Ning arrived at the perfect moment. "Damn it, I'm offside. Why did you still pass?" Delap, believing the ball was intended for him, stood frozen in place, hands raised in complaint towards McCarthy. Yet at that moment, Li Ning zipped past him like the wind, creating a vast angle for a one-on-one shot. What the hell is this? The goalkeeper, Slick, seeing McCarthy's pass, assumed it was meant for Delap and immediately raised his hand to signal. "Referee. Yes, offside." Damn it. By the time he realized Li Ning was the recipient, it was far too late. Although Li Ning's technique could not be deemed exquisite, a decade of football in the Dragon Country was not in vain. A shot with such a wide angle posed no challenge for him. He aimed for the gap on the right side of Slick's body, lifted his right foot, and executed a simple shot. The ball rolled leisurely along the grass, obediently finding its way into the far corner of the net. Slick had no time to react, merely watching as the ball slipped past him. The goal was scored. Chapter 8. The Magical Flute Technique. A new addition to my arsenal. What the hell? That kid from the Dragon Country actually scored? And it was inside the penalty area? How is that possible? Yesterday, he netted a world-class goal. But that was clearly a fluke. A powerful shot can yield miracles. Such occurrences are not uncommon on the football field. Moreover, it seems that the lower the skill level of a player, the higher their chances of scoring such a miraculous goal. What is that saying? If heaven has feelings, it too will grow old. A lucky strike from heart. But shooting in the penalty area is an entirely different matter. The heart of the penalty box is heavily guarded by each team. To score in this zone is as challenging as reaching the heavens. One must possess a robust physique to fend off defenders, or extraordinary jumping ability to outpower defenders in the air, or keen anticipatory skills to seize the ball's landing spot ahead of others, or exceptional individual technique to maneuver within tight spaces to take a shot. But what about this kid from the Dragon Country? He appears to be utterly inept at everything. His previous passes and positioning were clumsy, reminiscent of a novice. Not to mention scoring, the main team would rather play with one less player than have him on the field. At least that would eliminate some interference. Yet, how did he suddenly infiltrate the penalty area, unbeknownst to anyone, capitalizing on a well-timed offside trap to secure a goal. This is truly astonishing. The substitute team, bewildered, conceded a goal, standing there like statues, utterly oblivious to what had transpired. Meanwhile, the scoring main team found the scene equally unbelievable. They stood frozen, exchanging glances, unsure how to respond to the situation. Remarkably, no one came forward to celebrate with Li Ning. The players seemed as if someone had pressed the pause button, remaining motionless in their spots. The atmosphere descended into profound awkwardness. Only one person approached Li Ning with a smile. "Li, splendid job. No wonder Big Foden remarked that you're impressive, allowing me to lend a hand." Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be McCarthy. Goodness, this fellow, usually boasting of his superior skills, has always held a lofty opinion of himself, dismissing everyone else. Why the sudden change of heart towards a player from the Dragon Kingdom? Wait, wasn't he that goal from the Dragon lad assisted by McCarthy himself? "Keep up the great work, and aim to join our U18 official team soon," McCarthy said, extending his hand toward Li Ning in a friendly manner. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the system's new task, Hand of Friendship, recognized and invited by a core player. Earned a chance at the Star Skill Lottery. Task completion level, AAA. Gained 100 points toward becoming a football king. Additionally, obtained 3 points in technical skills, which can enhance any technical skill. Li Ning focused his thoughts and issued the command. Allocate all 3 technical skill points to stamina. Instantly, the holographic interface before him displayed an increase in his stamina score from 54 to 57. Such stamina is already considered exceptional for a U18 player. Activate the Star Skill Lottery. As he concentrated, a small, slender figure with golden hair appeared before him, clad in a white jersey. This little one stood on the vast football field, exuding an impressive presence. Standing at 1.7 meters, radiating an aura of 7.1 meters. He skillfully controlled the ball with his right foot while simultaneously surveying the field ahead. Suddenly, he raised his right leg, pivoting at the hip, executing a lift with his right leg from the outside to the left, upward. At the same time, he flicked his ankle. He astonishingly delivered a precise pass, approximately 30 meters long, with the outside of his right foot. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Modric's outside foot skill. Oh my God, it is indeed Modric. The outside foot pass of Modric. Li Ning stood frozen in disbelief, clutching his head in an attempt to regain his composure. Luka Modric, the national treasure of Croatia, a decade-long loyal soul of Real Madrid, the king of the midfield at the Bernabeu. His playing style is versatile, embodying both elegance and simplicity, a harmonious blend of exquisite artistry and practicality. As the dual midfield linchpin for both the Croatian national team and Real Madrid, he clinched the prestigious titles of World Footballer of the Year and the Ballon d'Or in 2018, breaking the decade-long monopoly of Messi and Ronaldo over the footballing realm. A truly understated maestro of the midfield. His extraordinary outside foot passes have captivated fans, leaving them in awe. For most players, mastering passes with the inside or instep is already a remarkable feat on the pitch. Yet, those who can execute outside foot passes are few and far between. This skill demands not only an exceptional ball sense but also astounding strength in the ankle. Modric, standing at a modest height of 1.72 meters, has expertly mastered this rare technique. This enables him to deliver passes from any part of his right foot, rendering his plays increasingly unpredictable and sudden. As his opponents, they find it nearly impossible to effectively restrict his passing prowess. His passing positions are varied, and the trajectories and angles of his passes differ significantly. You have no idea which line to intercept or how to defend effectively. Even more astonishing is that this technique can be employed not only for passing but also for shooting. Modric himself has scored multiple times using the outside of his foot. I never imagined I would stumble upon such a remarkable skill. Henceforth, whether I play as an attacking midfielder or a forward, I now possess an additional lethal weapon. As Li Ning contemplated this, he could hardly contain his joy and was nearly bursting into laughter. "Hey, Li, are you all right? It's just a goal." "There is no need to be this ecstatic," McCarthy asked, somewhat bewildered. "Oh, it's nothing. Don't worry. It won't be long before I become your true teammate," Li Ning proclaimed, wiping away the drool from the corner of his mouth. "Is that so? Well, confidence is good." McCarthy, though puzzled by the source of his confidence, patted him on the shoulder amiably before returning to his position. Observing their peculiar camaraderie, the other players on the field inwardly cursed. The match resumed. Head coach Vicente stood on the sidelines, nervously biting his nails while intently watching Li Ning darting around the field. Nail biting was his signature gesture, a subconscious action that surfaced only when he was exceedingly anxious and focused. The run Li Ning made during his recent goal had set him on edge. It was utterly ghostly, utterly unbelievable. From the weak side, he appeared to meander casually, then executed a deceptive run parallel to the center backs, culminating in a sudden direct assault into the junction of the two center backs, creating a perfect situation to avoid offside. Every movement was meticulously orchestrated. This required a player to possess a clear interpretation of the situation on the field, with an accurate anticipation of every action by teammates and opponents alike. This reminded him of someone, the lethal forward Filippo Inzaghi of AC Milan, the super Pippo who instilled fear in his adversaries. Only he could execute such a ghostly run. Precise, efficient, and deadly. Yet, how could an unknown lad from the Dragon Nation possibly possess such capabilities? It was perplexing, truly perplexing. No, I must observe this strange boy with particular scrutiny. However, Li Ning's subsequent performance left him disappointed. After Inzaghi's run concluded, he once again fell into mediocrity. He still struggles to integrate into the intricate tactical system of the team, his movements on the field resembling that of a headless chicken. Not only does he fail to contribute to the offense, but he also frequently disrupts the positioning and tactical designs of his teammates. Reluctantly, McCarthy had to strategically abandon organizing play on the left flank, redirecting the offensive focus toward Palmer on the right side. The sole redeeming quality was Li Ning's remarkably proactive defensive efforts, coupled with his abundant stamina. On at least 3 occasions, he doggedly pursued opposing players, actively interfering with their attacks. His fitness, speed, and sense of responsibility left a profound impression on Vicens. The 30-minute training match concluded swiftly, with the starting team triumphing with a score of 4-1. However, as everyone exited the training ground, their expressions were rather peculiar. Players like Delap, Palmer, and Riley frequently cast sidelong glances at Li Ning. Clearly, what had begun as a mundane intra-team training match had become anything but ordinary, thanks to this yellow-skinned lad from the Dragon Country. Meanwhile, Vicens rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth, his gaze fixated on the grass beneath his feet. Damn. How am I supposed to report to Guardiola at tomorrow morning's debriefing? Chapter 9. A nerve-wracking conundrum. Guardiola left in confusion the following morning at 9 o'clock. At the Manchester City Football Academy, in the Oval Meeting Room on the 3rd floor of the office building. This room serves as the tactical core of the Manchester City Club, equipped with the most advanced audiovisual technology and technical analysis software in the world, alongside the most comprehensive player data available. It can be likened to a museum of world football. Every Monday morning, Guardiola and his coaching staff convene here to review the training outcomes from the previous week. The tactical drills for the first team are also conducted in this very space. Congratulations, Pep. Yesterday's match was commendable. Indeed, the opening match of every season is always a tough challenge. Yes. Moreover, Wolves are notoriously difficult to face at their home ground, Molineux Stadium. Exactly. Thus securing a 3-1 victory to kick off the new season is worthy of celebration. As the coaches from various teams observed Guardiola entering, they couldn't help but rush over to offer their compliments, which were genuinely heartfelt. Under the guidance of head coach Nuno, Wolves have maintained stable performance over the past 2 years. Particularly on their home turf, they are undeniably a formidable force, often referred to as home dragons. From Guardiola's expression, it was evident that he too was quite exhilarated. He gently waved his hand to greet everyone, then set down the documents he was holding while scratching his bald head. To be honest, scoring 3 goals in the opening match of the new season at Molineux Stadium should be considered an exceptionally auspicious start. However, the thought of that conceded goal leaves me feeling somewhat uneasy. That blasted Adama Traore, he hardly resembles a footballer, more akin to a rugby runner. Moreover, it seems he has oiled himself up. He is simply ungraspable. During halftime, Mendy complained to me, saying that this lad was slicker than the barmaids. On the bus back to Manchester, I pondered why, since my departure from Barcelona, La Masia's talent selection has become so peculiar. A beast like him would never have made it into La Masia had I not left Bahrain. How could Mendy utter such words? Oh, I suddenly recalled someone warning me just days ago about this lad's questionable private life. Certainly something to keep in mind. Blast it, who was it that said that? As I muttered to myself and scratched my bald head, I furrowed my brow in deep contemplation. It seems Traore must have given him quite a hard time yesterday. Indeed. That dark and muscular figure, once he charges, is as formidable as a bull in heat. Enough about me. Let us turn the focus to you all. How was training last week? Who would like to begin? Guardiola inquired while scanning the room with his gaze. Carlos, why don't you start? I recall your U18 team played against the Dragon Country team the day before yesterday. How did that turn out? And what of Phil's performance? That lad clamored to join the first team for an away match, but I worried about his recovery from injury. So I had him play with the U18s first, taking it slow. He seems to be in a bit of a mood. Carlos Vicente cleared his throat and remarked, well, Foden's performance was remarkable. In a mere 40 minutes, he contributed 4 goals and 3 assists. Is that so? Indeed. The statistics are impressive. However, we are all aware of the level of the Dragon Country team, so it might not hold much significance for him. The crucial aspect will be to observe his recovery post-match and whether there are any adverse reactions. By the way, with his assistance. You must have shattered your goal record in this match, right? Well, yes, we scored a total of 15 goals. Is that true? In a 40-minute match. You netted 15 goals. That indeed sets a new record. 15-0. All right, before the first team begins training tomorrow, I must give them a lesson. They shouldn't think they're all superstars now. Their younger brothers performed just as admirably. Guardiola, jesting, cast his gaze upon the other coaches. Well, Pep? It was 15-0. It was 15-1. Vicente stammered. Guardiola was momentarily taken aback. What? You conceded a goal? Was it an own goal? No. It was the number 10 from the Dragon Nation who scored it himself. A spectacular long-range shot from 30 meters out. I see. If I recall correctly, this should be the first goal we've conceded in 5 years at the U18 level, right? But then again, such long-range shots can sometimes find their way in. It appears Guardiola has already concluded that Li Ning's goal must have been a fluke. Indeed, I initially thought the same. However, to be prudent, I arranged for this lad to play another match as a starter for the U18 team yesterday. As a result, he scored again against the defenses of Riley and Batistuta. And it was a clear chance after an offside play. What? This time not only was Guardiola astonished, but the entire coaching staff in the conference room was also taken aback. They were well aware of Riley and Batistuta's caliber. Even if they were promoted to the U23 team, they would undoubtedly be capable of starting. It was utterly surprising that someone from the Dragon Nation could score in their presence, let alone a clear chance after an offside. Such goals require agile positioning and coordination, incomparable to a long-range shot from outside the box. Vicente quietly produced a USB drive from his pocket and placed it before Guardiola. This contains the video footage from these 2 instructional matches. The emphasis Manchester City places on youth training is remarkable. Every training session and match is meticulously recorded by dedicated personnel, ultimately entering the club's database. The massive display screen illuminated with game footage. Oh, I recognize this player from the Dragon Nation, Guardiola exclaimed. How do you know him? The afternoon before our away match, he sought me out at the training ground. What did he want? He mentioned that our left-back position had vulnerabilities and recommended the Frenchman Theo. What? Everyone was stunned. For goodness sake. The Dragon Nation team is merely a group of trainees. To put it bluntly, they are just mascots for the friendship between the 2 countries. They train for a year, going through the motions, and then return to their previous endeavors. How dare he approach the head coach of the first team and recommend players? Has he lost his mind? Oh, wait, I remember. He mentioned to me that Mendy's personal life has issues and needs special attention. Oh, furthermore, it appears he mentioned that Zinchenko would cause us trouble in the Champions League final next May. What? What kind of nonsense is this? It's utterly absurd. A chorus of disbelief filled the room. Assistant coach Lirio scoffed with derision, exclaiming, It seems he has already guaranteed our place in the Champions League final. The entire room erupted into laughter. Hey, Vicente, what on earth are you showing us? Indeed, the talent of this individual is hardly impressive. Just look at his positioning. His passing and receiving. At this level, he would probably struggle to make it into our U15 team. The screen displayed footage from Li Ning's match 2 days prior. His positioning and skills drew yet another round of derision from the crowd. Even Guardiola's face bore a hint of confusion. Don't rush. Take your time, Vincent assured confidently. Finally, when no one was prepared for it, Batty G0AL emerged. Like an arrow piercing through the clouds, he arrived amidst a legion. Everyone, including Guardiola, was left astonished. Yoshi, the astonished expressions of the crowd greatly pleased Vincent. And when they witnessed Li Ning executing an Inzaghi-like run to score from an offside position, pandemonium ensued. Guardiola looked perplexedly at everyone, scratching his bald head. How curious. This lad appears so ordinary, yet in an instant, he unleashes such tremendous potential? Is he truly unstable? Or is it merely luck, a fleeting glimpse of brilliance? If he is unstable, the contrast is indeed striking. He seems like a different person altogether. If it is luck, it can only explain that long-range shot. But not the offside goal. The coaching staff had already departed, leaving Guardiola alone in the conference room, pacing back and forth. Carlos, starting tomorrow. Let this lad from the Dragon Kingdom train with your U18 squad. Pay special attention to his performance. This was his specific instruction to Vincent. But is that sufficient? The lad's overall performance is indeed lacking. However, if one only considers those 2 goals, they are absolutely world-class. What if he is a rough gem yet to be polished? Shouldn't they be more proactive? No, upon spotting a promising talent, one must not appear overly conservative. With this thought, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Chapter 10, Yellowskin Monkey, do you think the Manchester City U18 team is so easy to join? Li, starting today, you will temporarily train with the U18. No more with the Dragon Kingdom team. That afternoon, at the City Football Academy's Field 8, when Vincent announced this decision before training commenced, everyone was taken aback. Huh? What does this mean? Is this lad now part of our U18 team? Surely not. It's just 2 training matches. He merely got lucky with 2 goals. The club wouldn't be so reckless. Exactly. To join our U18, one must sign a contract. This lad is merely a trainee. And he has only been here for about 10 days. How could he qualify for our team? Are you deaf? The coach said it's temporary. Do you understand what temporary means? It means if he underperforms, he can be kicked out at any moment. That makes sense, to be honest. Having a lad from the Dragon Kingdom suddenly in the team feels a bit odd. Let us just get rid of him quickly. That's not too difficult. It all depends on how the main defenders perform. Absolutely. Riley, you defenders must take this seriously and not dismiss him too lightly. He has scored consecutively in front of you. It's time to focus. Whether you can swiftly send him away depends on your efforts. In truth, the U18 players are not exclusive. However, the dismal performance of the Dragon Country team over the past 5 years has inevitably fostered a sense of contempt among them. Now, with Vincent suddenly announcing the temporary inclusion of Li Ning in the U18, it creates a certain sentiment. The reason for Vincent's decision lies in Li Ning's remarkable performance in the last 2 matches. This is a validation of Li Ning, indirectly implying a disapproval of the U18. Consequently, a subtle undercurrent of rivalry swiftly spread within the U18 squad. Conversely, the atmosphere in the Dragon Country team is quite different. What did I say? I told you. You would have your chance. Perform well and strive to be the first Dragon Country player to remain. Guagua, being Li Ning's close friend, was naturally the first to congratulate him. Other teammates from the Dragon Country team also came forward to express their congratulations to Li Ning. Although Vincent mentioned it was temporary, at least it presented an opportunity. Moreover, this sets a precedent for the Dragon Country team to train here. Damn, what's there to celebrate? As long as I get my act together, you'll be back to the Dragon Country team in no more than 10 days. Witnessing the Dragon Country players congratulating Li Ning, Riley was the first to feel disgruntled, and rightly so. He is a key defender for the U18 team, and both of Li Ning's goals were scored against his defense. The acknowledgement of Li Ning indirectly serves as a critique of him. All right, let us commence training. With a gesture of impatience, Vincent signaled for everyone to begin the formal practice for the day. The initial half of the training consisted of fundamental exercises, and Li Ning's performance remained consistently dismal. Did you witness that? With such a level of skill, how could he possibly secure his position within our U18 team? Indeed, just look at his passing. It lacks both subtlety and precision. He is simply not on the same level as the rest of us. Thus, I maintain that those 2 goals of his were purely fortuitous, offering no substantial value for assessment. I fear that although Carlos is eager to recruit talent, he may be disappointed this time around. Observing Li Ning's performance, the U18 players engaged in a flurry of discussions. Clearly, they held little hope for Li Ning's prospects within the U18 squad. Vincent paced restlessly along the sidelines, his gaze fixated on Li Ning on the training field. His expression shadowed with concern. He also feels a bit disheartened. Alas, the training performance of this player from the Dragon Country is decidedly mediocre. Judging solely by his training display, promoting him to the U18 team seems nothing short of a farce. Yet, his 2 goals are undeniably noteworthy and cannot be overlooked. Is it truly possible for such a player to exist in this world? During training, he appears utterly novice, yet when the match begins, he invariably finds the back of the net. At this moment, the circle of possession practice commenced. This form of training is colloquially referred to as monkey training in the Dragon Country. Players form a circle while one or two individuals stand in the center, known as the monkeys. The players on the perimeter pass the ball to one another, while the central players attempt to intercept it. When the ball is taken from one of the perimeter players, they then replace the original monkey in the center. Though this exercise may resemble a mere game, it possesses a remarkably targeted focus. The players tasked with intercepting the ball must exhibit exceptional judgment, speed, agility, and the ability to change direction swiftly. Meanwhile, the players making the passes must possess refined technical skills, ensuring both the subtlety and precision of their deliveries. Even in illustrious teams like Barcelona's famed Dream Team, this training regimen endures. However, due to the extraordinary capabilities of those star players, the expectation is typically for a single-touch pass. In contrast, within Manchester City's U18 squad, players are required to deliver the ball accurately within 2 touches. Li Ning stands amidst the circle, his heart racing with apprehension. He is familiar with this training from his experiences in the Dragon Country and understands its intricacies. When the ball is passed to him, he must use his first touch to control it perfectly, ensuring the power and distance are just right. Then, he must observe the positioning and distance of the intercepting player, accurately delivering the ball to his teammate. Although this may sound deceptively simple, any misstep in these phases could lead to a loss of possession, especially the first touch. This aspect is often the most overlooked, yet is crucial in today's rapidly evolving football landscape, where every inch on the pitch is fiercely contested. High-quality ball control has become a pivotal factor in swiftly altering the course of the game. Every football superstar has already contemplated their next move the moment they receive the ball. They often encapsulate a multitude of nuances, such as direction changes and dribbling within a single ball control maneuver, striving to maximize both space and time in that singular action. The ability to master ball control is pivotal. It has become a widely acknowledged consensus among numerous football professionals. Conversely, poor ball control has emerged as a common affliction among players from the Dragon Nation. It is not uncommon for a player to miscontrol the ball, sending it 3 meters away or even out of bounds. Alarmingly, this phenomenon can also be observed among some players of national caliber. Now, can one truly compete in a possession drill against the renowned Manchester City U18 team, known for their technical prowess? The ball dances swiftly at the feet of the U18 players, McAtee, Palmer, Lavia, and Delap. These young talents have already garnered significant acclaim for good reason. Each possesses exceptional technical skills and a solid foundation in the fundamentals of the game. At the moment of ball control, their touch is precise, with an appropriate degree of force. Not only do they manage to stop the ball effectively, but they also position it advantageously for the subsequent action, eliminating the need for further adjustments. Prior to passing, they incorporate a plethora of feints with both their feet and entire bodies, confounding their opponents. When it comes time to release the ball, their actions are both decisive and accurate. In the center, Igan Riley stands poised, ready to reclaim possession. He possesses a physique as robust as an iron tower. With every tackle, his movements are both vigorous and swift, yet retain a remarkable agility. Merely observing his presence instills a profound sense of pressure in his adversaries. Li Ning pondered whether, had the pass come from anyone other than a player from Manchester City's U18 team, the ball could have been passed more than 3 times. Suddenly, Bob expertly directed the ball towards Li Ning with his head. The pass was remarkably precise and possessed the perfect amount of force. However, given its aerial nature, controlling it posed a slight challenge. While this difficulty would be inconsequential to others, it was a different story for Li Ning. He possesses the confidence to bring the ball to a halt. However, can he position it in the most appropriate and reasonable place? He lacked confidence. Indeed, he brought the ball down with the instep of his foot, appearing to have it under control. However, the ball was positioned too close to his body, leaving insufficient space for an effective pass. To deliver the ball, he needed to adjust his angle. Moreover, he had to take a moment to assess the positioning of his teammates. This leisurely approach, hesitate, observe, and then execute, was a customary habit among players from Long Country. Yet, how could Riley possibly afford him that luxury of time? He just raised his head, pondering to whom he should pass the ball. Suddenly, Riley appeared before him like a ferocious tiger pouncing on its prey. He extended his left foot and viciously struck the ball, inadvertently grazing Li Ning's foot in the process. Li Ning winced in pain, instinctively lifting his foot. Riley, unfazed, flashed a toothy grin and said, "Friend, it's your turn to seize the ball. Remember, to establish yourself here. Merely scoring a couple of goals will not suffice." Chapter 11. Draper, My pass is on point. It will be difficult for you not to score. Thank heavens. The regular training session has finally concluded. Li Ning, hands on his hips and back arched, stood on the grass, panting heavily. Damn, this is not how one should treat a person. They had me running for a full 7 minutes. Was it merely to flaunt their superior skills before me? For heaven's sake. These youngsters possess remarkable technique, and I could not intercept their passes at all. Oh dear. Fortunately, time was up. Otherwise, they might have truly exhausted me to the brink of collapse. You scoundrels. Observing his disheveled state, Vicenz could only shake his head in dismay. Alas, if this lad continues in such a manner, he may not last 10 days before being ousted from the U18 team. Now, we shall commence the final training exercise of the day, a 30-minute scrimmage. The grouping will be the same as yesterday, and you will have 5 minutes to prepare. No sooner had Vicenz finished speaking than Li Ning eagerly dashed to the sidelines, gulping down sports drink. He was indeed subjected to a rather humiliating experience earlier, leaving him parched and exhausted. Well, drink up. The beverages in our team are complimentary. If you feel unsatisfied, you may take a few bottles back to the dormitory. Riley approached, flashing a toothy grin at Li Ning, laced with mockery. Li Ning managed to score 2 goals against his defense, finally regaining a semblance of dignity. What the hell? You, brute. Don't revel in your small victories here. Wait until we step onto the court. We shall see. Li Ning shot him a disdainful glance. Snorting coldly, what does snatching the spotlight signify? What does training prove? Scoring on the court is the true testament of skill. Just don't shed tears when you retrieve the ball from the net later. What? This kid from Dragon Country dares to be so arrogant. Riley's eyes widened like saucers, glaring fiercely at Li Ning. Goodness, is this how Zhang Fei behaved? Kid, I underestimated you the first 2 times, allowing you to score those 2 goals. I assure you, today I will take you seriously, and you shall not find the net again. All right, your word is law. Li Ning waved his hand dismissively and turned away. Fool, just because I don't score doesn't mean I can't assist. Alas, a wild boar is still a pig, just not very clever. Assistant coach Smith acted as the referee. With a sharp whistle, the match commenced. McCarthy controlled the ball in midfield, scanning both flanks for offensive opportunities. Center forward Delap swiftly pressed towards the opponent's penalty area. Bob and Palmer rapidly spread wide along the sidelines, effectively utilizing the pitch's breadth to maximize the defensive gaps of their adversaries, a hallmark of Guardiola's tactical approach. Li Ning and Lavia positioned themselves on either side of McCarthy, offering him passing options. Following the previous day's match, Li Ning had improved his understanding of the U18 movement tactics. However, his proficiency remained incomparable to that of his teammates. Consequently, much like the prior day, the left flank where he and Bob operated was far less dynamic than the right flank, where Palmer and Lavia thrived. Nevertheless, he had resolved to adapt. Acknowledging his inability to synchronize offensively with his teammates, he vowed to exert greater effort in defense. His current physical index has reached 57 points, placing him in the upper echelons among the U18 players. If he cannot significantly contribute to the offense, he must increase his mobility, make more runs, and offer defensive support to his teammates. Football is a collective endeavor. One does not need to score to be impactful. The match is intensifying. McAtee passes the ball to Lavia on the right flank, then makes a forward run to assist, drawing away a defender. Simultaneously, Palmer interjects from the right wing, diverting the opposing left-back Juan Larios, thus creating space on the flank. Lavia carries the ball down the right sideline, advancing towards the opponent's baseline. The opposing left wing-back, Hamilton, closely pursues him, positioning himself to block Lavia's path inward. Unperturbed, Lavia unexpectedly executes a reverse pass, sending the ball to McAtee, who is making a late run from behind. At this moment, Palmer and Delap are both active in the center, drawing the attention of Riley and Batistuta. Moreover, the opposing defensive midfielder has not yet returned to position. Consequently, McAtee finds himself with a clear opportunity for a long-range shot just outside the opponent's penalty area. He lifts his head to glance, noticing that goalkeeper Sleek is positioned slightly to the left. With that, he leaps and strikes the ball with his right foot. The shot connects slightly inward on his instep, producing a slight curve as it hurtles towards the far corner of the goal. Goalkeeper Sklee, having been positioned to the left, quickly adjusts with nimble footwork, taking 2 quick steps to the right and leaping to extend his body to the fullest. At the moment the ball is about to pass him, he lightly touches it with the fingertips of his right hand, altering its trajectory ever so slightly. There is a resounding thud as the ball strikes the upper edge of the crossbar and flies out of play. What a close call. McAtee gestures towards the goal with a hint of regret, then lowers his head and strides towards the right corner flag. He is the primary executor of set pieces and penalties for the team. Following the training directives, the taller players position themselves within the opponent's penalty area, while Li Ning, still unfamiliar with the team's corner tactics, stands at the edge, ready to thwart any counterattack. McAtee raises his right hand, signaling a tactical instruction to his teammates, indicating that he intends to deliver the ball to the far post. The corner kick is taken. The ball travels low and powerfully, bypassing the near and middle posts, landing accurately at the far post. The starting team's center back, McDonald, arrives just in time to intercept. However, the angle is slightly off for a direct shot, so he heads the ball back into the center. The substitute team's penalty area descends into chaos. Four towering players leapt simultaneously, vying for the ball's descent. Ultimately, Pippo emerged triumphant, powerfully heading the ball out of the penalty area. Standing precisely at the ball's landing spot was Li Ning, observing the ball being cleared. The substitute team surged forward in unison, their swift and coordinated movements indicative of their rigorous training. This was a strategic maneuver to prevent the opposing team from threading the ball back into the penalty area. As they advanced, the offensive players from the opposing side were compelled to retreat swiftly. Otherwise, even if their attacking players attempted to send the ball back into the penalty area, they would find themselves offside. Li Ning skillfully controlled the ball and lifted his gaze. To his dismay, the imposing Riley had already charged forward and was rapidly approaching. "You think you can take a long shot, young lad?" Abandon that thought. It was evident that Riley had decided to confront Li Ning head-on, sprinting at full speed. He closely monitored Li Ning's positioning. Li Ning had placed the ball on his right foot, while Riley positioned himself slightly to the right, effectively blocking all potential shooting angles. "I've warned you, I will not allow you to score again," Riley scoffed, confident in his defense. However, Li Ning was far from one-dimensional. He had noted the movements of his teammates. At that moment, although two players remained in an offside position, several forwards had successfully evaded that trap. Moreover, Palmer and Delap exhibited a serious demeanor, keenly observing Li Ning's actions, ready to dart back into the penalty area to receive a potential pass from him. Now was the moment. The outside of his foot activated. Suddenly, Li Ning lifted his right leg, pivoting at the hip, and swung his right leg inward. Simultaneously, he tightened his toes and elevated his foot toward the left front. The angle between the outside of his foot and the ball was perfect, allowing him to rapidly graze the ball's surface as if wielding a whip. The ball soared, tracing a magnificent arc through the air, imbued with a noticeable outward spin, heading into the opponent's penalty area. What on earth was happening? How could this individual deliver such a stunning cross using the outside of his foot? Riley had confidently assumed he had blocked all routes to Li Ning's right foot, whether for a cross or a shot, believing there was no possibility of a threat. Yet, he had grossly underestimated Li Ning's capabilities. Swiftly turning to look back, he saw Palmer and Delap both charging into the penalty area, creating a formidable opportunity for a goal. The substitute team's defense was pressing forward, unable to react in time as the ball sailed over their heads, landing in the center of the penalty area. Furthermore, the ball, with its strong outward spin, veered further towards the center of the pitch, creating a trajectory that favored the attacking players, yet left the goalkeeper in a precarious position. Hesitant to challenge for the aerial ball, Delap, with keen precision, leaped high into the air, his core tightened and his waist and abdomen exerting force. Met the ball with a powerful header. It was reminiscent of the legendary Shaolin iron head technique. With a thunderous sound, the ball shot forth like a cannonball towards the opposing goal. Slick had no time to react, merely watching as the ball found its way into the net. 1 o'clock. The main team took the lead. Chapter 12. I am Guardiola, not Raiola. Oh my God. What on earth is this? This young lad from the Dragon Country can deliver such an exquisitely precise backfoot pass? How is that even possible? It requires immense strength in both the knee and ankle joints. Furthermore, one must possess an extraordinary sense of the ball to envelop its surface at the moment of contact. Forget about U18. It seems that even in Manchester City's senior team, no one possesses such a remarkable skill, right? What about De Bruyne? Surely he is regarded as a master of passing in the Premier League, is he not? He seldom utilizes the outer instep for passing, does he? Riley, witnessing Delap's goal, turned in astonishment to gaze at Li Ning, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Well, indeed, your teeth are remarkably white. What toothpaste do you use? Li Ning teased, observing Riley's gaping mouth. What's wrong with me? I didn't T-score, so I haven't won, and you haven't lost. He laughed, before abruptly turning to leave. Suddenly, a powerful hand clapped down on his shoulder. Who dares to ambush me? Li Ning spun around to find Delap standing behind him. Li. What a splendid play. I never expected you possessed such remarkable skills. Share a few more of those exquisite passes, and I'll take you out to the bars to meet some lovely ladies. With that, he winked at Li Ning, lowering his voice in a feigned conspiratorial manner. You probably aren't aware, but the girls here in Manchester are far superior to those in London. At this moment, McAtee approached. Li, don't heed him. This fellow won't teach you anything worthwhile. However, your assist just now was indeed impressive. Foden certainly saw your potential. Keep it up. You will undoubtedly make the cut. The reserve Palmer also joined them. Li, splendid job. Though, I wonder if you noticed that I was already making my way to the far post. I typically position myself on the right, so I tend to rush towards the far post. Next time such an opportunity arises, perhaps consider passing to the back post. Vichin stood quietly at the sidelines, silently observing the unfolding events on the field. He appeared calm on the surface, yet within him, tumultuous emotions churned. My goodness! Who could believe the extraordinary events unfolding before our eyes if they had not witnessed them firsthand? A mere 18-year-old lad hailing from the barren football landscape of the Dragon Country. Astonishingly, he has mastered the intricacies of executing a back-foot pass with remarkable finesse. Truly, it defies belief. Admittedly, this young player displayed mediocrity for the majority of the match. However, he always manages to illuminate the field at the most opportune moments, dazzling all with his brilliance. Could it be that he is indeed a treasure trove of untapped potential? One can only wonder how Pep Guardiola would react upon witnessing such a spectacle. The match has concluded. Ultimately, the main team triumphed with a score of 5-2. Although Li Ning did not exhibit significant prowess in the remaining time, his remarkable assist was instrumental in securing the first goal for the team. In contests where a stronger team faces a weaker one, the initial goal often proves pivotal. Moreover, the outcome of this clash between the two teams was never in doubt. The journey itself held paramount importance. Thus, today, Li Ning once again emerged as the center of attention. Li, the training has concluded. I, de la Prop, am a man of my word. Come, let us indulge in some revelry and charm the ladies. The towering de la Prop sauntered over, ready to enthusiastically clasp Li Ning's shoulder. Startled, Li Ning quickly evaded the embrace. What, is de la Prop treating us? That is no small feat. I recall that you usually partake in others' hospitality. No, you cannot invite only Li. Everyone must partake. The extroverted Lavinia chimed in. Indeed, I shall join as well, remarked the local English player, MacDonald. He serves as a substitute defender, thus he trains alongside Li Ning in the same group. All right, I hear you. Anyone who wishes to join is welcome. Today, the treat is on me, as a gesture to welcome Li. Delap boisterously proclaimed. It appears he has genuinely begun to embrace this individual from the Dragon Nation. Thank you, Liam, but I prefer to remain with my teammates from the Dragon Nation. Besides, I do not drink. Li Ning politely declined. Delap, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief and inquired, No way, you are an athlete, and already 18, a grown man. How could you possibly not drink? Moreover, do you really believe they go to bars solely to indulge in alcohol? They are all merely taking advantage of the situation. Aren't they? The crowd erupted in laughter, teasingly exclaiming, Come on, Liam, is that truly what you believe? Indeed, such a mindset is unacceptable. It could lead Li astray. Li Ning could clearly sense the goodwill emanating from his teammates. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to decline, having been granted a second chance at life. He could not afford to squander it on alcohol and women. He is destined for success, to achieve triumph on the verdant pitch, and it must be an unequivocal victory. However, Liam, I must firmly decline. I have no interest in your pub culture. Our players' dining hall is quite satisfactory for me. Nevertheless, I sincerely appreciate your kind offer once again. Li Ning politely refused once more, yet his resolve remained unwavering. Delap shrugged and chuckled. Very well. We shall postpone it for another day. I am certain that one experience will completely transform your perspective on our pub culture. However, while libations may be optional, you must continue to assist me in tomorrow's match. Haha, that is indeed his primary concern. All right, no problem, Li Ning responded, mimicking Delap's demeanor and playfully slapping his shoulder with vigor. Hiki, one must reciprocate kindness. The Dragon Kingdom, a nation steeped in etiquette. Such a blatant deception I shall not tolerate. As the group dispersed, each pursuing their own paths, Li Ning had just exited the training ground when a slightly portly, balding middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. Hey, Li, please wait a moment. Startled, Li Ning instinctively took a step back. Who are you? I am Guardiola. What? You jest. Guardiola? Do you presume I am incapable of recognizing faces or lacking intelligence? Do you think we Easterners cannot distinguish between Westerners? Believing you all share the same visage, deep-set eyes, prominent noses, and an abundance of facial hair? Although you bear some resemblance to Guardiola, being bald as well, you are certainly much heavier. Good heavens, this may be permissible on the streets, but this is the Manchester City Football Academy. How dare you impersonate our head coach here? You possess quite the audacity. Is there no security around? Li, please remain calm. I am not a coach. I am an agent. An agent? The only agent I know is Raiola, who unfortunately passed away rather early. Oh dear, Li, while Raiola had disputes with my brother, those were merely professional matters. It never escalated to personal attacks, much less wishing for someone's early demise. What? When did I curse him? All right, in a couple of years, you shall understand. Enough already. One moment you are an agent, the next you are your brother. You are utterly confounding me. Who exactly are you? And who is your brother? My name is Pep Guardiola. I am a football agent. My brother is Pep Guardiola, the head coach of Manchester City's first team. I am here today to become your agent. Chapter 13. As long as you grant me image rights, I could even forego my weekly salary. What? You wish to be my agent? Are you still Guardiola's brother? Li Ning was taken aback. He swiftly delves into his memories of football. Indeed, Pep Guardiola has a brother who is a remarkably skilled agent, known as Pep Guardiola. Several players associated with the Barcelona camp are his clients, including Suarez, David Villa, and Iniesta and Thiago. However, his most prominent client is not a player, but rather his elder brother, Pep Guardiola. At this thought, a sudden spark of realization ignites in Li Ning's mind. How did you come to know about me? What prompted you to take the initiative to become my agent? Pep smiles, his round, cherubic face instantly adorned with numerous creases, resembling a splendid chrysanthemum. Li, you are truly an astute individual. I relish engaging with intelligent people. Indeed, you have guessed correctly, it was my brother who sent me to seek you out. He remarked, you are indeed a remarkable young man. Your foundational skills are rather rudimentary, and your tactical acumen appears lackluster. Yet, you manage to unleash unforeseen potential and energy at the most critical moments. Goodness, are you complimenting me or disparaging me? Should I feel elated or incensed? Pep stated, it remains difficult to ascertain whether you will truly succeed in the future, but it is worth taking a chance. Thus, he has sent me to personally evaluate you today. Is that so? This implies your observations must be quite favorable, otherwise you wouldn't be so eager to engage in a contract with me. Pep burst into hearty laughter once more. Ha ha ha, young man. I am beginning to take quite a liking to you. Indeed, Pep's assessment of you is remarkably accurate. I observed your entire match, and to be frank, apart from that exquisite outside of the foot pass, your performance was utterly lackluster. Goodness, must you be so brutally honest? However, that pass of yours has the potential to alter the course of the game. Therefore, what you currently lack is consistency, which demands considerable time and dedication, requiring your utmost commitment to training. At this juncture, a proficient agent serves as your most formidable ally, and I am that ideal agent. Goodness, the finest agents are Raiola and Mendes, right? Do you truly believe I am oblivious to this? Then enlighten me. What advantages does having an agent provide? Merely to earn my commission? Certainly not. A competent agent can represent you in all matters, striving for your utmost benefits. This encompasses your player's salary, commercial endorsements, business engagements, and more. Consequently, you need not divert your focus to these concerns, allowing you to devote yourself entirely to training. For you, at this moment, training is of paramount importance. Only in this manner can you secure your place in Manchester City's U18 team. Li Ning secretly rejoiced. In truth, from the moment Pep revealed his identity, he had already resolved to have Pep as his agent. The benefits were abundantly clear. He was recommended by Pep, which indicates that Pep has begun to take notice of him. To capture his attention is no small feat for a young player. All he needs to do is to train diligently, enhance his technical and tactical skills. Moreover, by judiciously utilizing the Ball King system, he can aspire to join the U23 squad or even the first team. All right, let us discuss the terms of your agent contract. Essentially, it is quite straightforward. As your agent, I will have full responsibility for negotiating and signing all your commercial contracts. This includes your contract with the club, your endorsement deals, as well as contracts for attending business events, among others. My team comprises world-class lawyers, accountants, and negotiation experts who will work together to secure the best interests for you. I will also take a 20% commission from each of your contracts. For heaven's sake, I handle everything, and you merely have to speak. Yet I am expected to take a 2/5 commission? That seems rather exploitative, doesn't it? Li Ning exclaimed. Calm down, Li. This is already a fair rate. You should be aware that the agent contracts I signed with Iniesta and Suarez had similar commission percentages, replied Pear. Noticing that Pear seemed somewhat anxious, Li Ning began to suspect. Goodness, could it be that I am worth more than I had imagined? The more I ponder, the more suspicious it seems. All right. I understand. A 20 commission it shall be. However, there are a few matters I need to clarify with you. What matters? Is it not customary for player contracts to include win bonuses? Contracts for the first team typically include them, but those for your type of contract generally do not. U18 players, though they sign professional contracts, are essentially apprentice contracts, with very modest salaries, and win bonuses are not applicable. How low can it go? That is not certain. But we can take Phil Foden as an example. You know, he joined Manchester City's youth training system at the age of 8, a true product of the Blue Moon. However, even so, when he joined the Manchester City U18 team at the age of 16, his first apprentice contract offered him a mere 200 per week. Oh, I see. What about goal bonuses and assist bonuses? What about the rights to use the player's likeness? Pep Guardiola chuckled. Haha, I think you might be thinking a bit too far ahead. Goal bonuses and assist bonuses are generally reserved for star players. As for likeness rights, only those with significant market appeal are granted such privileges. In your case, I believe these matters are rather inconsequential. You should. Li Ning interrupted him. Pear, I can appoint you as my agent and offer you a commission of 20. However, you must agree to my terms. What are the conditions? First, you must strive to secure for me substantial bonuses for goals and assists. The higher, the better. Second, if I am awarded the player of the match in an official game, there should be an additional bonus. Third, you must negotiate for a significant percentage of my image rights, ideally granting me full ownership of my likeness. To achieve these 3 objectives, I am even willing to forego a fixed salary. Damn it. If you relinquish your salary, would I not also be left to struggle? Li, you must understand that you are from the Dragon Kingdom and currently possess limited capabilities. Even if you become my client, it does not guarantee you will immediately secure a professional contract with Manchester City U18. Even if I manage to facilitate your entry, there is no assurance of ample playing time. Without playing time, how can you score goals or provide assists? How could you possibly earn the accolade of player of the match? Without such statistics to support you, your marketability diminishes. What use is it to possess all your image rights? Haha, it seems you lack confidence in me. Pear, rest assured, I am fully aware of my actions. If there is no base salary and no goals or assists, would I not be in the same predicament as you, left to struggle? Do you think I would be so foolish? Very well, trust me, if you can truly secure such a contract for me, I assure you, I will be your most exquisite investment. As for the contract duration, let us limit our agency agreement to 3 years. Regarding the contract with Manchester City U18, I leave that to your discretion. After all, the shorter the duration, the greater their disadvantage. Damn it, who gave you such confidence? Pep Guardiola was nearly compelled to exclaim. Yet, signing young players is inherently akin to a lottery, bearing a gamble's nature. Who can predict how a talented youth will develop into adulthood? As for this young man from the Dragon Kingdom, the gamble is even more pronounced. Well, since this is Pep's intention, let us indulge in this madness. Understood. In future negotiations with any club, I will strive to act according to your wishes. Can we now sign the agency agreement? Excellent. No problem. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task. I have secured my own agent. The host will receive 1-star player skill lottery. Task completion level, AAA. You have gained 100 points of King of Football value. Additionally, you receive 3 attribute skill points, which can enhance any specific attribute skill. System prompt. Due to the host achieving a task level of 3A 3 consecutive times, an additional reward from the system has been granted. All rewards this time are doubled. Chapter 14. A benevolent system? Am I still too naive? What? All rewards doubled? The King of Ball score of 100 points becomes 200 points? Attribute bonus of 3 points transforms into 6 points? The chance to draw a star player skill from once to twice? Ha ha ha, I am truly fortunate. It appears that every 3 times one completes a task at the 3A level, the rewards are doubled. What a truly benevolent system. Li Ning, overwhelmed with joy, could not help but recite a series of poems from the Dragon Nation. Heaven-born talent must be of use. Wealth spent will return. When will the bright moon appear? I raise my cup to ask the sky. I do not know what year it is tonight in the heavenly palace. The universe is yet undecided. You and I are both dark horses. Li, calm down, calm down. We have merely signed a contract with the agent. And I am still uncertain if I can place you in Manchester City's U18 team. Do not rejoice too early. Per was startled by Li Ning's excitement and hurriedly urged him to calm down. Per. Tomorrow you shall seek out Soriano and strive to secure a contract as per my requirements. Trust me, my friend, the sooner you finalize this contract, the wealthier you shall become. After saying this, he elegantly waved his hand and departed. The master is off to scratch a lottery ticket. Per Guardiola stood there, momentarily stunned, and could not help but touch his bald head. Damn, is this person from the Dragon Nation really sane? Star player skill draw, activate. As soon as he entered the dormitory, Li Ning eagerly began to scratch the lottery ticket. A silver light flashed, revealing a diminutive player clad in a red and blue striped jersey, standing majestically on the green field, exuding an aura of grandeur. He lowered his center of gravity, tilting his body to the right, as if preparing to break through on that side. Yet, in a split second, he deftly flicked the ball to the left with the outside of his left foot. Then, with a lightning-fast connection, he smoothly directed the ball forward with the inside of his left foot, effortlessly evading the defender. Oh my God, Messi's shoulder drop. I have actually executed Messi's shoulder drop. To many, Lionel Messi is regarded as the greatest football player in history. The 7 heavy Ballon d'Or awards serve as the finest testament to that. With this simple feint, he can easily deceive nearly all defenders in the world. The feeling of being thrown off balance by his trick is something one could ask Jerome Boateng about. And now, to have acquired this remarkable skill myself, how could I not be overjoyed? A beam of silver light surged through him, as the essence of Messi's shoulder drop fully merged with Li Ning's being. To receive such a treasure on my first draw, it fills me with anticipation for the next lottery. Star Skill Lottery, activate. A golden light enveloped the sky, like countless stars illuminating the entire night. Several vibrant butterflies emitted a soft glow, fluttering gracefully in the air. What a romantic and enchanting atmosphere. Subsequently, 8 colorful butterflies flew in unison to the sides, unveiling a crimson curtain. What a uniquely spectacular entrance. It was reminiscent of an Oscar award ceremony. Which football star, which extraordinary skill, could warrant such a prestigious presentation? Li Ning felt his breath quicken. Suddenly, a player clad in a yellow jersey appeared. He lay on the ground, clutching his right leg, rolling incessantly upon the grass. Once, twice, thrice. His expression was one of agony, as if Archimedes had just used him as a fulcrum to lift the entire earth. A group of players in red innocently surrounded the referee, seeking clarification. Alas, they could not escape the dreaded red card. The player on the ground finally ceased his rolling, revealing a sly smile through his fingers. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Neymar's dive. Li Ning was taken aback. What the heck? What kind of Neymar's dive is this? Isn't it just a theatrical fall? This can be considered a star skill? And I must waste a lottery opportunity on this. Li Ning was fuming, wishing to take the system down with him. All right, I shall never again lightly call this system a benevolent one. Woe is me. With 6 points to allocate, who should I enhance? Should I invest in physical attributes again? My current attribute score has reached 57. Today's training match has once again demonstrated that my physical fitness is now nearly sufficient to cope with the intensity of U18 competitions. And there is no longer an urgent need for further enhancement in this area. The pressing priority now lies in my technical abilities, which are rather lacking. Thus, I should focus on improving my technical score. However, the dilemma arises from the fact that the technical attributes are subdivided into various components, such as ball control, dribbling, passing, shooting, and so forth. To whom, then, should these 6 points be allocated? He reminisced about the details of the past 2 training matches. Eureka! He resolved to allocate all 6 points to his ball control attribute. Numerous superstars have mastered the art of seamlessly merging ball control with dribbling, executing 2 tasks in a single movement. This maximizes surprise and conserves precious time. In stark contrast, Li Ning currently possesses a meager score of merely 41 in ball control. Over the past 2 matches, he has repeatedly faltered, losing possession due to mishandling or having to adjust when the ball strayed slightly beyond his reach, thus jeopardizing critical opportunities. Meanwhile, Manchester City's various squads, including the first team, place immense emphasis on technical prowess. Therefore, he must strive to elevate his skill level without delay, beginning with ball control. With this in mind, Li Ning dedicated all 6 attribute points to ball control, yet the score barely increased to 47. Alas, haste does not yield favorable results. What can one expect with such a weak foundation? Subsequently, Li Ning accessed the system panel to review his player king value. Today, it had risen by 200 points. Adding to his base score of 100 points and the 200 points earned from completing tasks, culminating in a total of 500 points. The combined use of Batistuta's goal-scoring prowess, Inzaghi's positioning, and Modric's outside foot technique consumed a total of 150 points. Thus, a remaining balance of 350 points confirmed his calculations. He was mindful of the need to be cautious with the system, especially after utilizing Neymar's skills. Even siblings must keep their accounts clear. With 350 player king points and 4-star skills at his disposal, he pondered which skills to employ to impress his teammates in the upcoming match. Possessing too many talents can indeed be a burden. Chapter 15. Guardiola, your legendary reputation may be at stake the following morning at 10 o'clock. The Manchester City U18 training session was in full swing on pitch number 8 at the City Football Academy. Hey, Lee, did you skip breakfast? Pick up the pace. For heaven's sake. How did your coach in Dragon Country instruct you? Don't wait for the ball. Be proactive. Goodness, you didn't know to pass with precision? My mother from Barcelona understands football better than you. What kind of pass was that? Without the skill, don't attempt the impossible. A swift connection is always preferable to an inaccurate pass. Your position is in midfield. Ineffective passing makes you vulnerable to counterattacks. You should be grateful this isn't a formal match. Otherwise, the fans would be merciless. By the way, did you catch a whiff of another man on your wife last night? Why the fiery temper? Throughout the training session, Vicenz behaved unusually, continuously shouting at Li Ning and repeatedly pointing out his shortcomings. At one moment, they criticize him for inaccurate passes, then they claim he lacks enthusiasm in his movements. And soon after, they assert that his receiving posture is incorrect. In summary, he seems utterly devoid of merit. The disparity between this and his performance just a couple of days ago is striking. This has left Li Ning feeling utterly flustered, almost losing his composure. Damn it. Today, I have clearly made significant progress, so why am I receiving even more scolding? Just days ago, they hardly paid any attention to me. Hey, Lee. Do you think the old man's coaching is becoming a bit too overwhelming? Suddenly, Delap leaned in and whispered, yes. Why do I feel as though the coach is specifically targeting me today? Haha, you couldn't be more mistaken. We have a saying in England. One never kicks a dead dog. His targeted remarks towards you today precisely indicate that he has begun to take a keen interest in your progress. I would wager that you are not far from officially joining Manchester City's U18 team. Furthermore, as a discerning striker, I must commend you on the significant improvement in your ball control display today. Keep pushing forward. Oh, and do not forget to feed me the ball during the afternoon scrimmage. Goodness, must you be so blunt? Li Ning's response to Delap was rather ambiguous. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the City Football Academy's office, Pep Guardiola entered CEO Soriano's office. My God, Pep, what brings you here? You could have at least given me a heads up so I could arrange for someone to pick you up at the airport, Soriano exclaimed, overjoyed to see an old acquaintance unexpectedly visit. He quickly rose to greet him and prepared a cup of cappuccino for Guardiola. Indeed, the two are longtime acquaintances. Both hailing from Spain, they share the distinction of being native Catalans, and they both maintain close ties with Pep Guardiola. Presently, an additional layer of connection has emerged between them. Soriano serves as the CEO of Manchester City, while Pep Guardiola is the proprietor of the Spanish club Girona. Notably, both clubs are part of the City Football Group. This truly deepens their bond. Haha, Ferran, we are old friends, so there is no need for formality. Besides, I'm not unfamiliar with the way. Pair, the Segunda División is about to commence. How is your Girona club preparing for the season? Quite well, actually. However, it seems a daunting task to reclaim our position in La Liga this year. Well, take your time. After all, the City Football Group views Girona as a long-term investment. By the way, as the esteemed owner of Girona, shouldn't you be closely monitoring the team's preparations instead of making a trip to Manchester? Surely, you must have a reason for your visit. Haha, indeed, you know me well, Ferran. Let me get straight to the point. I am here to recommend one of my clients to you. Soriano paused for a moment. Pair, since you took over at Girona, it seems you have scaled back your player dealings. Are you returning to your old profession? Haha, occasionally, when I come across promising talent, I feel the urge to hone my skills. Very well. Whom do you wish to recommend to me? Li Ning. What? What on earth is this? I have never heard of that name before. Surely, you jest. The first team at Manchester City only recruits renowned stars. no matter how close we are. You cannot foist any random players upon me. Ha ha, of course not. However, the individual I am introducing today is not a first-team player, but rather a young talent from the Dragon Country. He is currently training with you, and I would like to formally have him join your U18 team. Soriano has finally understood. Have you become Li Ning's agent? Indeed, pair. It seems that you are somewhat out of touch with the intricacies of being a player agent. Otherwise, you would never have agreed to represent a young lad from the Dragon Kingdom, nor would you have considered sending him to Manchester City. Why, pair? You ought to be aware that the Dragon Kingdom is a veritable desert when it comes to football. Their world ranking is nearly on par with that of the Philippines. The reason our City Football Group initiated a collaborative project with them was solely due to the immense market potential they possess. If we can leverage the prestigious name of Manchester City to penetrate the Dragon Kingdom's market, it could potentially unlock the entire Asian market. However, the people from the Dragon Kingdom truly lack footballing prowess. After a brief pause, he cast a dubious glance at Pep Guardiola and inquired, "Is Pep aware of this matter?" "Humph, it was he who called for me to fly over from Spain. In fact, I arrived yesterday and have already witnessed one of his training matches." "I see. How does Carlos Vichens assess him?" "I am not certain. Nevertheless, he is currently training with Manchester City's U18 squad." "What? Are you suggesting that this player from the Dragon Kingdom is not training with the national team, but rather with our U18 team?" "Indeed." Soriano fell silent, listening to Pep. "I find this situation exceedingly bizarre. If not handled properly, both you and I may become the subject of ridicule. Those reporters from The Sun will claim that Manchester City, with its wealth, truly knows nothing about football. Otherwise, who would offer a professional contract to a player from the Dragon Kingdom? Come now for on. It's merely an apprentice contract. No need to be so anxious. Furthermore, this contract may not incur any financial loss for Manchester City." "What do you mean?" "My client possesses a strong desire to increase his goal and assist contributions to the extent that he is willing to sacrifice or even forego his weekly salary." "What? Has this child lost his mind?" He believed that merely joining the team would grant him immediate playing time and the unwavering support of his teammates. To his astonishment, he even dared to fantasize about the bonuses from goals and assists. "Pair, allow me to offer you a friendly warning. For me, it matters little, after all. The pursuit of young talents is inherently fraught with risks and uncertainties. You must consider that representing such a player might jeopardize your hard-earned reputation." Pair Guardiola instinctively stroked his bald head, a habitual gesture he resorted to during moments of agitation. Alas, it may already be too late to voice these concerns. In a fit of impulsiveness, I have boarded a treacherous ship, and now I find myself unable to disembark. Chapter 16. Are you still with me, my friend? If so, return the contract to me. 4:00 in the afternoon. At the City Football Academy, the match on pitch 8 for Manchester City U18 officially commenced. "Lee, do you remember to pass the ball to me today? Although you did not join me for a night out at the bar last evening. Lavia's and the others certainly drained my finances. This debt is indeed a consequence of your absence." Prior to the match, Delap playfully winked at Li Ning, though he jested. His desire for Li Ning's assistance was unmistakably evident. "Li, although you typically occupy the left flank, it is well known that our Manchester City thrives on fluid positional interchange during offensive maneuvers. Thus, I believe it would be entirely feasible for you to venture towards the right side and swap positions with Lavio." Palmer's words were rather subtle. "For goodness sake, why the hesitation? Is it not merely a request for me to shift to the right and provide you with a couple of assists? Enough of this trivial talk. Do you truly believe that the defenders on the opposing side are mere pushovers? They are, after all, the mainstay defenders of our U18 squad. They have now recognized Li Ning's prowess, and he will likely receive heightened attention. Please, do not impose any additional pressure on him. Alas, McCarthy is indeed a benevolent soul. My dear friend, thank you. Lee, do not feel burdened. Simply perform as you normally would. I have observed this morning's training session, and the Wessons was rather vociferous. Your progress is undeniably evident. Both your positioning and movement are gradually assimilating into our system. Particularly, your ball control has improved remarkably. Therefore, do not overthink. There is no need to force yourself into scoring or assisting. Just perform naturally. Your stamina is a significant asset, and if the attack falters, supporting your teammates in covering positions is equally commendable. Damn it. McCarthy not only possesses exceptional skills, but is also a genuinely decent individual, much like Foden. This lad is trustworthy. Meanwhile, the opposing team is not idle. Egan Riley has summoned Beat, Larios, and Wilson Esperin for a tactical discussion. Gentlemen, That young lad from the Dragon Nation has taken advantage of us in 3 consecutive matches. If we cannot contain his performance today, we will truly tarnish the reputation of Manchester City's U18 squad. Therefore, we must ensure he has no opportunity to shine today. Palmer, McCarthy, Delap, and even Bob Lavia are all capable of scoring. After all, they are our own. However, this young man from the Dragon Nation must not be allowed to score or assist. Agreed? Agreed. Excellent. Upon reflection, this fellow possesses an inexplicable long-range shot. He has previously exploited erratic positioning to evade offside, and has even delivered a bending pass with the outside of his foot. Damn, his arsenal is quite diverse. Yet, have you noticed? This lad is a quintessential enigma, displaying brilliance sporadically. When he is not in the limelight, he resembles a novice. Moreover, he has a critical flaw, a lack of dribbling ability and average speed. Additionally, his coordination with Bob on the left flank is not yet refined, resulting in minimal interchanges and movement. Thus, if we closely monitor his feet, we can afford to give him some space to attempt breakthroughs. After all, he is unlikely to penetrate. What do you think? Agreed. Excellent. Then let it be settled. Assistant coach Smith blew the whistle, and the 30-minute match commenced. The substitute team initiated the kickoff. The ball, after several passes, failed to find an opening to advance and had to return to the defenders. Riley received the ball, lifting his head to observe the movements of his teammates. The starting team's entire midfield and attacking players pressed forward. High pressing. This is the defensive gem of the entire Manchester City system. Riley has long since adapted to this form of pressure. Thus, when faced with Delap's aggressive advance, he calmly dribbles laterally, quickly identifying an opening. It turns out that among the 6 attacking players of the main team, only Li Ning was slightly sluggish in his movements. Moreover, he failed to notice the opponent he was supposed to mark. Without hesitation, Riley executed a precise ground pass, perfectly delivering the ball to his right wingback, Shea Charles. And Charles was precisely positioned against Li Ning. Damn it, Li, your positioning is off, and your speed and pressing is far too slow. Your single mistake rendered the efforts of your 5 teammates futile. What a fool you are. Just like in the morning training. Vicenz suddenly became stringent with Li Ning during the match. Upon witnessing Li Ning's error, he immediately shouted out, "Damn it, you old fool, what are you yelling about? ISNT this just in midfield? What is the big deal? Just win it back." Li Ning, while silently grumbling in his heart, swiftly approached Charles to block his path forward. Charles swayed his body from side to side, attempting to throw off Li Ning's balance. However, he quickly realized that Li Ning had lowered his center of gravity and was unfazed by the feint. Moreover, he maintained a distance of approximately 2 meters. Clearly, you may pass the ball, but do not think of breaking through. Charles had little time to ponder, as Bob from the main team was already sprinting back. Gritting his teeth, he executed a simple step over, suddenly accelerating, intending to use speed to overpower Li Ning from the outside. Little did he know, Li Ning had already anticipated the move. With a swift turn and a stride, he positioned his body in front of Charles. Charles could not halt his momentum and collided with Li Ning from behind, sending him sprawling to the ground. Beep! Smith's whistle pierced the air, signaling an offensive foul. There was no dispute about this call. Charles turned to look at Riley, who had passed him the ball, and helplessly spread his hands. "No worries. Well done. Let us give this kid a lesson right from the start to prevent him from bouncing around later." Riley clapped his hands loudly, intentionally ensuring Li Ning could hear him. "Are you all right, Li?" McCarthy extended a hand to the fallen Li Ning. Although Charles was not a starter on the team, he was quite robust. The impact of his collision would undoubtedly leave Li Ning at a disadvantage. Li Ning grasped his hand to rise, stretching his back and lifting his legs. "Rest assured, I'm fine. Damn it, this kid is trying to take out my assist provider. How insidious." "Li, do you want me to take him out as revenge?" Delap inquired with concern in his voice. "This kid's physical prowess is among the best in the entire U18 Premier League. If he intends to deliberately overpower someone, that person will surely face dire consequences." "Haha. No need. Feel free to maneuver as you wish. I shall undoubtedly provide you with the assistance you need." The match continues. McCarthy intends to shift the ball more towards the left flank, aiming to facilitate Li Ning's rapid improvement in practical scenarios. Li Ning, in turn, lives up to expectations, executing several high-quality passes and connections with his teammates in the midfield and forward positions. His ball control level has suddenly improved by 6 points. Although he still falls short of passing, he is now able to exchange passes with his teammates in the absence of high-pressure pressing. However, Riley and his companions are indeed formidable. After a brief discussion before the match, they have already devised a method to defend against him, pressure his feet while allowing him to break through. Coupled with the vigorous defense from the three midfielders, Li Ning finds it difficult to create any offensive opportunities. The game has become a stalemate. Nevertheless, the main players of Manchester City's U18 team have evidently grown accustomed to facing such a compact defensive setup. In fact, during their campaigns in the Premier League U18, they often encounter the opposition's impenetrable formation. Therefore, they remain unhurried. McAtee methodically controls the ball in midfield, continuously orchestrating play and stretching the opponent's defense. Meanwhile, the two flanks of the main team tirelessly surge up and down, frequently probing the spaces behind the opposing defense. Suddenly, McAtee spots an opportunity on the left flank. Bob, moving from his winger position, drifts inward, drawing his defender, Larios, into the center. Left-back Oscar then sprints at full speed from the wide position, creating a dual-winger dynamic with Bob. Li Ning maneuvers through midfield, always ready to receive the ball from the periphery and thwart any counterattacks from the opposition. Without hesitation, McAtee delivers a long pass into the vacant space on the right flank. Oscar effortlessly controls the ball and glances toward the center. Although Delap calls for the ball in the center of the penalty area, Batistuta has tightly marked him, leaving little room for receiving. Bob, having made a run to the front post, finds himself caught between the double team of Larios and Riley. Even if the ball were to reach him, he would have no chance to shoot. Instead, Li Ning stands in a position of space. His marker, Charles, has retreated to the edge of the penalty area to assist defensively. However, his focus is on McAtee in the center, not on Li Ning. At this moment, Li Ning raises both hands, signaling Oscar to pass to him. Years of training have conditioned Oscar to instinctively pass whenever he sees an opening. Thus, he deftly flicks his ankle, sending a perfectly weighted cutback pass right to Li Ning's feet. "Don't let him shoot," Riley exclaims. Hearing the shout, Charles jumps in alarm, quickly moving closer to Li Ning. Meanwhile, both Riley and Batistuta fixate on Li Ning's right foot, scrutinizing the potential trajectory of his shot. Everyone focuses their attention on blocking his long-range effort, completely overlooking the possibility of him breaking through. With a subtle shift of his shoulder, Messi-like, Li Ning springs into action. Suddenly, he drops his right shoulder, tilting his center of gravity to the right. It appears as though he intends to cut inside. Charles quickly steadies himself, positioning at the forefront of the penalty area, prepared to block Li Ning's path to breakthrough. However, just as his center of gravity stabilized, Li Ning's left foot darted forward with lightning speed, deftly maneuvering the ball to his left front with an astonishingly fluid motion using the outside of his left foot. He swirled past Charles like a whirlwind. What on earth is happening? Charles barely had time to comprehend the situation before Li Ning had slipped past him and stood before Riley. Riley was taken aback. Goodness, this fellow possesses extraordinary skills in breaking through. What should I do? Should I advance to block him, or retreat while awaiting my teammates' support? Or should I remain stationary and observe the unfolding drama? Alas, none seem viable. We are now within the penalty area. Any further retreat would allow him a clear shot at goal. He once scored from a distance of 30 meters, not to mention this range. A forward block. That is also futile. He effortlessly evaded Charles's defense, gliding with an air of leisure. Now, as his speed surged, advancing defenders would surely find it easier to be bypassed by him. Should he remain stationary, observing the unfolding situation? Goodness. Standing right on the edge of the small penalty area, would he not resemble a target, vulnerable to being struck by others? In a moment of indecision, his balance swayed back and forth, never quite steady. Just then, Li Ning charged within 2 meters of him. This was already within the range for a tackle. As Riley contemplated making a play, Li Ning suddenly dropped his right shoulder. Goodness, he intends to cut inside and take a shot. It won't be that simple. Riley shifted his weight to the left, preparing to move laterally to block Li Ning's path. Yet, just as his weight began to shift, Li Ning's right foot elegantly circled the ball. Goodness, another feint. This maneuver was astonishingly simple, yet executed with breathtaking speed. In the blink of an eye, as Riley grasped that this was a feint, Li Ning deftly nudged the ball forward with the inside of his right foot, effortlessly bypassing Riley. Riley attempted to keep pace with Li Ning, desperately trying to chase him down. However, his balance could hardly adjust in that fleeting moment. He staggered, his legs entangled like twisted strands of dough. With a thud, he fell back, landing awkwardly. What a comical sight as he sprawled on the ground. "Riley, we are here to play football," Do you require a mosaic to cover your indecorous position? At that very moment, as Riley lay in an undignified manner, Li Ning had already forged a path towards the opponent's goalkeeper, Skli. Goodness, just a few days have passed, and now you wish to face me one-on-one again. Skli, grumbling internally, crouched down, legs together, preparing to thwart Li Ning's shot. Li Ning swung his left leg, poised to strike. Wait, it's not a shot. It's a pass. At the instant his left foot made contact, he unexpectedly eased off, sweeping the ball towards the center with the arch of his foot. Skli had focused all his attention on blocking what he thought was a shot, completely unprepared for the incoming cross. Helplessly, he watched as the ball rolled past him. Meanwhile, Delap had already positioned himself perfectly in the center. With a simple push of his right foot, he sent the ball into the open net. 1-0. Outside the confines of pitch number 8, Soriano and Pep Guardiola witnessed the entire spectacle. Pep, are we not the best of friends? Is that even a question? Of course. We are. Then quickly return the contract we drafted this morning. I need to amend a few clauses. Damn it, there's still time to make changes before Li Ning signs. Good heavens, that simply won't do. I am a professional agent after all. Though he hasn't signed the player contract yet, our agency agreement is already inked. I must uphold my responsibility to my client and protect my professional reputation. Damn it, dealing with you two brothers is utterly exasperating. I'll have to be more cautious when working with that bald fellow in the future. Chapter 17, Mr. Soriano. This must be the worst contract you've ever signed on pitch number 8. Li Ning executed 2 Messi shoulder drops in succession, effortlessly bypassing Manchester City U18's main center-back Riley and rotation player Charles. Smooth as silk. Then he assisted Delap in scoring into an open net. The moment the ball went in, the lingering thrill of the Messi shoulder drop still pulsed through his veins. Like electric currents, the subtle exhilaration soothed every cell, every nerve, filling him with an irrepressible euphoria. Liam Delap. What the hell did I tell you? Didn't I say I'd damn well assist you? Didn't I? How about that? Did I damn well deliver? Did my damn assist feel good? I'm asking you, did it feel damn good or not? He stood in place, persistently performing high knees while gesturing towards Delap with both hands, as if pounding garlic. His mouth was a torrent of eloquent exclamations. Damn it! You lot of rascals must be unaware of my moniker in the Dragon Kingdom, the Prince of Trash Talk. Damn it! A tiger does not reveal its claws. Do you think I am on the brink of demise? Delap was taken aback. Damn, this kid immerses himself swiftly. Has he truly integrated into our English football culture? Haha, Lee, you are truly a remarkable lad, keeping your word. I damn well like you. Come, let me give you a damn hug. As he spoke, he dashed towards Li Ning with fervor. With a quintessential tackle, he brought Li Ning crashing to the ground. Soon after, McCarthy, Palmer, Lavia, and others rushed from all directions, piling on top of Li Ning like a human tower. In an instant, he was completely engulfed by the mass of players. Hey, Lee, why have you suddenly become so dark? Damn it, I tackled the wrong person. Bob lunged to pin someone down, only to realize it was Riley. It turned out this fellow had been outmaneuvered by Li Ning moments earlier, perfectly mimicking Boateng's sprawled posture. He hadn't even managed to rise yet. Vicens, standing by the sidelines, had long ceased his tirade of insults. He merely stared in astonishment at the players celebrating this spectacular goal. Adam, did you see that? I did. Doesn't it resemble? It does. It resembles far too much. Although they may seem to be playing a game of charades, they are indeed referring to the same event. On May 7, 2015, at Camp Nou, Barcelona faced off against Bayern Munich in the UEFA Champions League semifinals. In the 79th minute of the match, Messi executed a mesmerizing dribble that left Bayern's left center-back, Boateng, sprawled on the ground. He followed this with a deft flick of his right foot to score. It is worth noting that just a year prior, Boateng had been an indispensable player, helping the German national team secure victory in the World Cup in Brazil. At the pinnacle of his career, yet, he was made to look as though he were merely a wooden post by Messi's brilliance. For years have elapsed, and that iconic moment remains etched in the memories of many. However, no one has since been able to replicate Messi's extraordinary skill, to everyone's astonishment. During a recent internal training match of Manchester City's U18 team, this legendary scene was astonishingly reenacted. Even more surprising was the fact that the one who executed this classic dribble was a young talent from the Dragon Nation. Of course, there was a touch of British influence as well. Riley's sprawled posture was strikingly reminiscent of Boateng's. The Oscar for Best Supporting Actor surely belongs to him. Adam, The day before yesterday, I briefed Guardiola on Li Ning's situation, and at that time, he remained non-committal. Had he witnessed today's spectacle, I would have relished the opportunity to see the expression that would grace his face. It is worth noting that he was, at that time, the head coach of Munich. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. However, it was not the Guardiola he mentioned, but rather another Guardiola altogether. Vicens, summon Li Ning. I have matters to discuss with him. The speaker was Soriano, the CEO of Manchester City, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman who bore a striking resemblance to Guardiola. It is indeed a rare occurrence for the owner to grace the U18 training ground with his presence. Vicens had initially intended to engage Soriano in conversation, but upon observing the owner's grim demeanor, which suggested discontent, he wisely refrained. Li Ning, come here for a moment. Just as Li Ning extricated himself from the throng of burly men, panting heavily, he turned at the sound of his coach's call, only to find his agent standing alongside Soriano at the sidelines. Haha, this bald fellow truly possesses some skills. In just a day, he has managed to finalize my contract. Greetings, pair, and good day to you, Mr. Soriano. My hands are rather clammy at the moment, so I shall forego the handshake. Soriano was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. This lad from Dragon Country is rather audacious. Haha, Li, we just witnessed your performance. To be frank, it was nothing short of spectacular. Mr. Soriano, I am still a trainee from Dragon Country, and in order to secure a formal professional contract, I must not falter in my performance. Damn it, spare me the pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point. Pear swiftly took over the conversation. Li, I must extend my congratulations. Just this morning, Mr. Soriano has consented to offer you a professional contract. In accordance with your stipulations, this contract will not include a fixed base salary and will be entirely performance-based. Specifically, for each goal scored, you shall receive a reward of 1,000. For every assist, an additional 800. Should you participate in the U18 Premier League and be awarded the player of the match, you will receive a further 5,000. Additionally, you will acquire 50 of the image rights. The contract will span a duration of 2 years. Before he could complete his sentence, Li Ning interjected. Pair, there is an issue with this contract. Ah, what issue? Soriano reacted swiftly, eager to redirect the conversation. Indeed, there is an issue. I had a feeling that no contract in the world would lack a base salary, relying solely on bonuses for goals and assists. I suspected it was a jest between you and Pear, and unfortunately, he took it seriously. I shall retract the contract immediately and instruct the lawyer to draft a new agreement for you. No, that is not what I meant. I do not desire a base salary, only bonuses. That is indeed my intention. However, the document merely specifies the bonus amount for U18 players. What about U23? What about the first team? Why is that not mentioned? If the expectation is for me to receive the U18 bonus while playing for those two teams, would that not be an unfair imposition? Pear, as a seasoned agent, how could you make such an oversight? What on earth is this lad rambling about? This time, both Soriano and Guardiola were utterly astonished. Li, you may not be aware, but in the history of Manchester City's U18, no youth player has ever ascended to U23 in their first year. Never. Even Foden could not achieve that. As for advancing to the first team within a year, that is an absolute fantasy. What is the purpose of including such terms? Li Ning shrugged and replied with a smile. History is always meant to be rewritten. Just because others have failed does not mean I cannot succeed. Besides, since it is already challenging to accomplish, why not be meticulous and specify these details? Mr. Soriano, are you perhaps afraid of me receiving these bonuses? Soriano pondered for a moment and then chuckled wryly. Well, this contract is already absurd enough. A little more absurdity will not hurt. Very well, as a base, the U18 bonus amount will be doubled for U23, and for the first team, it will triple. How does that sound? Quite sincere, wouldn't you agree? By all means, let us go all in. The Middle Eastern tycoons certainly have deep pockets. However, one should not hesitate to take advantage of such opportunities. Quite sincere indeed. However, I have noticed the clause regarding the penalty for breach of contract. Li, the penalty clause is a necessity. This is a measure by the English Football Association to safeguard the interests of both players and clubs. Furthermore, since Sancho's departure to Dortmund, the FA has been encouraging clubs to offer long-term contracts to young players, thereby increasing the penalty fees. Precisely. Therefore, I find the 500,000 penalty fee you propose to be rather low. Are you suggesting that you could increase my penalty to match that of other U18 players' first contracts? Additionally, you could extend the contract duration to 3 years. These adjustments would better protect the club's interests. Soriano laughed heartily. Aha, Li, you are truly reasonable. Very well, let us proceed with that. I will have the terms amended immediately. No, please wait. I have conditions. What? You have conditions? Of course. My sole condition is to retain 100 of the image rights. Soriano appeared to be in a quandary. Li, to speak candidly, granting a young player the rights to their likeness has set a historic precedent for Manchester City Football Club. However, if we were to endow you with complete rights to your likeness, would that not be overly audacious? Sir, you are well aware that my contract is fundamentally predicated on my performance on the pitch. Should I falter in my performance, even if you bestowed these rights upon me? They would be rendered moot. Yet, what if I were to excel? Wouldn't that place the club at a considerable disadvantage? Do you truly believe that I will perform admirably? To be frank, when Per approached me this morning, I found it hard to believe. However, I am beginning to entertain that notion. Li Ning erupted into laughter. Mr. Soriano, I appreciate your candor. Nevertheless, for personal reasons, I must insist on retaining absolute authority over my likeness rights. Otherwise, I shall refuse to sign. Soriano was taken aback. In all his professional encounters, he had never faced a young individual with such resolute negotiating stance. Conventionally, he would employ negotiation tactics to temper his opponent's bravado. Yet, the image of Li Ning's Messi-esque dribbling lingered in his mind. That singular display could potentially render him an invaluable asset. Presently, neither party is bound by a contract. Both are free agents. If Li Ning were to withdraw and suddenly sign with another club, he might forever be deemed a pariah within the organization. Never mind. Let us acquiesce to his terms and secure a 3-year period. Should circumstances shift, we would have time to reassess and negotiate further. Very well. Let us agree to a division of your likeness rights at 60-40, with the club retaining 40% and you personally receiving 60. 91. 73. 82. 73. 82. For heaven's sake. Per, you're the agent. Speak up. If you allow him to continue negotiating on his own, you may find yourself out of a job. Per Guardiola, standing nearby, had been unable to interject, continuously rubbing his bald head. Finally, he awkwardly chimed in. Haha, let us all remain calm. Amicable dealings foster prosperity. How about this? You both make a concession. The likeness rights will be divided with Manchester City retaining 25% and Li Ning 75%. Haha. A compromise leads to prosperity. An hour later, in Soriano's office, Li Ning and Soriano sat side by side behind the latter's desk, while Per Guardiola stood behind them with a beaming smile, resting his hands on their shoulders. What are you smiling about? I am quite disappointed with your earlier performance. Soriano snarled in a low voice, evidently still perturbed by Per's conduct during the recent negotiations. All right, let go of your anger. The staff is ready to take photographs. Come on, smile and shout with me. Eggplant. I egg you. Li Ning calmly smiled at the camera of the club's promotional personnel. Subsequently, with a flourish, he inscribed his name on the contract. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task of playing football. I am a professional. Chapter 18. The Sun? That is our favorite reading material for the restroom. After the signing ceremony concluded, Li Ning did not return to the training ground but instead headed straight back to his dormitory. He accessed the King of Football system. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task of playing football. I am a professional. Task completion level, AAA. You have received 1-star skill lottery draw. You have gained 100 King of Football points. You have acquired 3 attribute skill points. Star skill lottery draw activate. A flash of golden light swept through, and a dozen figures gradually materialized from the void. What is this? Previously, only one individual appeared. Why are they appearing as a group this time? Congratulations, host. You have drawn the top-tier star skill, Goddess Perspective. Each use of this skill will consume 100 King of Football points. As the system's upgrade sound resonated, a series of dazzling figures emerged. Maradona, Zidane, Rui Costa, Pirlo, De Bruyne. Moments of exquisite assists dazzled on the field, each one shining in succession. Li Ning was utterly captivated, his blood racing with excitement. How remarkable this skill is. No wonder it is regarded as a top-tier ability. With a divine perspective, one can perceive passing lanes invisible to others, orchestrating attacks on the field with a flawless 360-degree awareness. Truly, it is as astonishing as a cow that never calves. Utterly impressive. Although the expenditure of kingly points has doubled, the value is undeniably justified. Ha ha ha, it appears that possessing a professional contract is indeed of paramount importance. serving as the very foundation of a player's career. Even the system has become generous, bestowing upon me such a magnificent treasure. 3 attribute points to allocate. To whom shall they be granted? Well, since McCarthy has already discerned an improvement in my ball control, let us seize the moment and enhance my ball control attribute. In a fleeting thought, the score for ball control rose from 47 to 50 points. Alas, still not passing. What can one do, considering my prior state of destitution? Patience is key. Glancing once more at my kingly points. Yes, there remain 400 points, indeed. One must harbor no ill intentions towards others, yet remain vigilant against potential threats. He luxuriated in a refreshing bath, donned a comfortable tracksuit, and slipped into his flip-flops, preparing to head to the dining hall for dinner. But wait, why is the designated dining area for the U18 team shrouded in darkness? Has there been a power outage? That seems implausible. This is Manchester, the City Football Academy. How could there be a blackout? Besides, the other dining halls are ablaze with light. Just as he pondered this, a sudden explosion echoed through the air, reminiscent of a firework bursting. Instantly, all the lights in the dining hall sprang to life. In the center stood every member of the Dragon Nation team, applauding collectively for Li Ning, Bob, Lavia, Larios, and several other Manchester City U18 players also gathered in the midst. Even the chefs in the kitchen were clanging their spoons and spatulas, creating a delightful cacophony. Li Ning was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what was unfolding. Brother, congratulations on officially joining Manchester City U18. You are the very first player from our Dragon Nation to secure a contract with them. You have truly brought honor to our people, Shui Feng exclaimed as he enveloped Li Ning in a warm embrace. True friends are indeed true friends. Captain Li Bin approached with a beaming smile. Li Ning, you possess remarkable talent. Congratulations. It is said that every region nurtures its own. It seems the soil of England suits you exceptionally well. Since arriving in Manchester, it feels as though you have been reborn. Keep pushing forward. Strive to establish your place in the U18 team and progress to the U23s and the first team soon. Furthermore, aim to surpass our predecessor, Sun Jihai. Although when Sun Jihai joined Manchester City, they were merely a mid-tier team in the Premier League, a far cry from their current status as champions and European giants. Nevertheless, he is a club legend and a member of the Premier League Hall of Fame. Achieving his level of success will likely require double the effort. Wang Chanyi, Shang Gang, Lian Shufeng, and others came forth one by one to extend their heartfelt congratulations to Li Ning. The head chef, Jones, also approached him. Li, welcome to Manchester City U18. It appears I will be preparing your meals for several more years. However, I must admit, I am doubly delighted, for this allows me the opportunity to rectify your mistakes. Lavia inquired, Mr. Jones, what do you mean by that? Haha, you see, this fellow is quite the boastful character. On his first day dining with us, he audaciously proclaimed that British cuisine is the most unpalatable in the world. He even remarked that, given a mere pot, the British could boil their own shoes for a meal. It is simply incomparable to the exquisite dishes of our dragon country. Infuriated, I nearly considered adding 2 Mexican ghost peppers to his meal to give his intestines a proper cleanse. What he truly needs to cleanse is not his intestines, but his palate. Haraha. After a round of congratulations, Li Ning and a few of his Manchester City U18 teammates settled to the side. Ravia, how did you learn about my signing so quickly? It's barely been an hour. I distinctly remember Mr. Soriano stating that the announcement would be made to the team tomorrow. Ha ha ha, Li, it seems you were still quite oblivious to the dynamics of football in England. What do you mean? In England, when it comes to football, nothing remains confidential, let alone for a prestigious club like Manchester City. In fact, news of your signing has already surfaced online. We all discovered it through the internet. What? Have I become an internet sensation? Li Ning was rather taken aback by this new identity. Ravia pulled out his phone and opened a website. Here, see for yourself. The Sun's official website? Indeed. This is a renowned column from the Sun called Tom's Appointment. Oh, I remember now. Tom is a well-known football columnist for the Sun. Exactly. He was the first to exclusively report on your signing with Manchester City. Watch this video. The title of the video was striking and provocative. Exclusive. Shocking. Manchester City U18 officially signs Dragon Country prodigy. Is it a change of target or a strategic choice? Upon clicking the video, a seemingly respectable middle-aged man appeared on screen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tom's Appointment. I have received insider information that Mr. Soriano, the CEO of Manchester City, has just signed an 18-year-old talent from Dragon Country. As of today, this young man named Li Ning will officially join Manchester City U18. The specifics of the contract remain undisclosed, but sources indicate that the terms are groundbreaking and the collaboration innovative. My colleagues and I are utterly perplexed by this maneuver from Manchester City. It is well known that Dragon Country is a nation solely skilled in table tennis. The world ranking of their national men's football team has approached the 90th position. What could be the rationale behind Manchester City's acquisition of such a player? From my analysis, two primary reasons emerge. Firstly, the Dragon Nation boasts the largest population globally. Although their football prowess is rather modest, the domestic market is immense. Manchester City likely perceives the market potential of the Dragon Nation, aiming to tap into it through the inclusion of Li Ning. Secondly, head coach Guardiola faces considerable pressure as the new season commences. In his 4 years at the helm, although he has secured back-to-back Premier League titles, last season saw his Manchester City trailing significantly behind Liverpool, ultimately finishing as runners-up. Most crucially, the club initially engaged him with hopes of achieving success in the UEFA Champions League, aspiring to secure the first Champions League trophy in the club's history. However, to date, he has yet to make a breakthrough in this premier European competition. This move by Manchester City may serve to divert public attention and alleviate the immense performance pressure confronting Guardiola and the entire club. I shall continue to monitor the situation closely, so stay tuned. Li Ning's expression darkened. Ravia, we are teammates. How does this Tom know about my signing when you all are oblivious? Ravia, chewing on a piece of steak, replied, Li. The waters of English football run far deeper than you can imagine in the Dragon Nation. In England, football transcends mere sport. It is a colossal industry. The upstream and downstream sectors encompass dozens of specialized industries, employing countless individuals. We often mention players, coaches, sporting directors, managers, technical directors, nutritionists, physiotherapists, team leaders, fitness coaches, and team doctors, among others. On a societal level, many individuals make their livelihoods from football. This includes agents, scouts, specialized football lawyers, intermediaries, bookmakers, referee salespersons, and betting analysts, truly a diverse and countless array of roles. Of course, sports journalists are indispensable in this mix. These individuals have their fingers on the pulse, capable of performing tasks beyond your imagination. Most importantly, the pen is in their hands. They can write or speak as they please. Even if their assertions are outrageous, you find little room to refute them. Thus, it is prudent to steer clear of such individuals, regardless of their moral standing, to avoid unnecessary troubles. Li Ning chuckled coldly, remarking, So, this Tom is one of those unscrupulous individuals, then? Ravia glanced around to ensure no one was watching before lowering his voice to say, Absolutely. He's the worst of them all. He often deliberately stirs up conflicts and creates topics to attract attention and draw in traffic. He is a quintessential unscrupulous journalist. Back when the Italian Balotelli was still at Manchester City, he often fell victim to his tricks. Li Ning once again let out a cold laugh. Ah, I remember now. It was he who initially labeled Balotelli as a muscle-bound simpleton. Indeed, how delightful. I had heard of the son's reputation while in the Dragon Country, but I did not expect to encounter it so soon. What? You were aware of the son's notoriety while in the Dragon Country? Yes. It is the favorite reading material for our people. What do you mean? I mean, whenever there is a shortage of toilet paper at the village toilet, everyone longs for it. Why? To wipe themselves, of course. However, the print quality of the Sun is rather poor. After use, young ladies often find their behinds smeared with ink, which is quite unsightly. How absurd. You have quite the imagination. Haha. Chapter 19. Do not go. The Manchester City diehards of 1894 group are here to cause trouble. The next morning at 9 o'clock. Room 502 of the City Football Academy. The office of Manchester City's Director of Football, Siki Begirstein. 3 men are engaged in a heated discussion. Mr. Begirstein, in just 2 days, the first round of the new season U18 League will commence. At this critical juncture, I cannot agree to Barry's demands. The speaker is Carlos Vicens, head coach of the Manchester City U18 team. Standing beside him is the individual he refers to as Barry, the U23 head coach, Barry Murphy. Seated behind the imposing desk is the middle-aged man, Siki Begirstein, the director of football at Manchester City. Carlos, please calm down. My request is driven by genuine concerns. Seeing Vicens agitated, Barry Murphy hastily interjects with words of comfort. 2 of my best midfielders are injured, and 1 has been called up to the first team by Pep. I truly have no one left to field. Vicens, unusually irate, glares fiercely at Barry Murphy, exclaiming, So, you intend to summon my 3 best players to your team? Is that it? McAtee, Palmer, Delap. If all three depart simultaneously, how might amount any offense? In just 2 days, we are set to face Manchester United. Barry Murphy, looking quite downtrodden, instinctively touches the stubble on his jaw and mutters, "It sounds as if you're implying our U23 ISNT playing against Manchester United. Whoever's child goes to whom, the burdens are borne by oneself. Regardless, I shall not relinquish my 3 finest players to you." Vichin sulked as he plopped down onto the chair, panting heavily. Vigeriston sat quietly, his keen, hawk-like eyes darting between his 2 capable assistants, secretly amused. This scene has unfolded far too many times. Enough of your squabbling. Let me have my say. When the boss speaks, who dares to interject? The room fell silent at once. Carlos, in 2 days, we shall host the U18 League match. At the Etihad, your U18 team has never been daunted by Manchester United. Moreover, we are the reigning champions this year, our prowess significantly surpassing that of Manchester United. However, the situation is different with Bari. Manchester United's U23 boasts several promising talents. There is no need to mention Greenwood, who has already made appearances for the first team. Elanga, Shortire, and Mebry are all formidable young players. Furthermore, we are playing away. Thus, if your few players do not lend him support, he may well face defeat. The boss's intent is quite clear. Yet, Vichin's wished to contest further. However, if these 3 were to join the U23, my strength would be considerably diminished. I cannot guarantee victory in the opening match. That will not happen. Did you not just sign a new recruit? Are you referring to that lad from the Dragon Kingdom? You have no idea. That boy is a wild card. When he is in the zone, he can slay anyone who stands in his way. Yet, once he falters, he becomes utterly ineffective, a mere decorative piece. Who can predict his performance when the time comes? Youth is often like that, is it not? Our first team bears the weight of championship expectations. Hence we often hesitate to deploy newcomers. But the various youth teams are a different matter entirely. Let us grant them ample opportunities to hone their skills. It matters not. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the window. Oh, what is happening? The 3 peered out, witnessing dozens of fans clad in blue jerseys surging through the gates of the training facility. These individuals waved Manchester City flags, their faces alight with excitement, chanting fervently. The security personnel at the entrance appeared quite apprehensive of their identity, merely following them inside while attempting to explain something, without making any forceful attempts to deter them. Bari, is that not old Henry? Vigeriston inquired. Indeed, who else but he and his 1894 Jar Zero you would dare intrude upon our training grounds with such audacity? Very well. Let us descend and see who has provoked our venerable elder. At the same time, Li Ning and his U18 teammates gathered their gear, preparing to train at Field No. 8. Hey, guys, what is all that commotion over there? It seems quite lively. Is that old Henry? What brings him here? Who is old Henry? He is a die-hard Manchester City fan and the leader of the South Stand supporters group, 1894 GRU0. Really? I've heard about the 1894 GRU0 fan organization back in the Dragon Country. Let us go check it out. Just as Li Ning was about to join the fray, he suddenly spotted Pep Guardiola hastily approaching from the opposite direction. Li, where are you headed? I heard some fans are at the training ground, and I want to see what is happening with my teammates. No, you cannot go. Why not? Li Ning noticed an unusual expression on Guardiola's face, which left him perplexed. You see, these fans have been incited by a report from the Sun. They are here to protest the club's contract with you. What? How could this be? Li Ning was taken aback. Damn it. You and your Tom are supposed to be delivering me 300 sticks of dynamite. Do they think I'm unworthy of signing with Manchester City? That seems to be the case. But Li, you must remain calm. Remember, as a foreign player in England, you can offend the owner, but the one group you must never upset is the fans. Is it true that fans in England hold more power than the owners? Oh, you don't understand the situation. English football clubs have a rich history, often spanning over a century. It's common for 3 generations of a family to be devoted fans of the same club. Over time, a tradition has developed in English football. Regardless of who the club owner is, the team always belongs to the fans. Fans, particularly supporter organizations, wield significant influence over the club's operations and development. Furthermore, a team, especially a prestigious one, plays a crucial role not only in sports but also in community building. The integration of different faiths, harmonious coexistence among diverse races, and fostering amicable relations across various social classes. It can be said that even Her Majesty the Queen wouldn't dare to provoke the fans in British football. Therefore, with die-hard fan organizations like 1894 ground. You must avoid any conflict at all costs and strive to win their hearts through exceptional performances. There is no other way. Li Ning bowed his head in silence for a long while. Pep, let us go meet old Henry and see just how devoted they really are. Chapter 20. 3 old foxes, outwitted by a young one. Batistuta and his companions had already arrived at the scene ahead of schedule. Old Henry. It's been a while since you visited the training ground. What brings you here to the academy today? It appears that the venerable Henry possesses an extraordinary identity, as even a prominent figure like Batistuta feels compelled to greet him. Henry Connolly, at the age of 59, has been an ardent supporter of the Blue Moon since birth. Legend has it that his father, after witnessing Manchester City being thoroughly defeated by their city rivals Manchester United at Main Road, vented his frustrations on Henry's mother that very evening, thus leading to his arrival in this world. Now, he stands as a totemic presence in the south stand of the Etihad, serving as the mascot for the devoted Manchester City supporters group, 1894 ground. Ah, Mr. Batistuta, you are exceedingly gracious. We have all heard about the team's recent acquisition of a young player from the Dragon Country, which has piqued everyone's curiosity. Who is unaware that the Dragon Country excels in playing with spherical objects, particularly table tennis? What do they know of football? Our collaboration with the Dragon Country has spanned 6 years, during which we have trialed 100 players, yet none have caught our eye. What exceptional qualities could this young lad possibly possess to secure a contract merely a week after his trial? Could it be, as Tom suggests, that the club is apprehensive about not making a breakthrough in the Champions League this year and is resorting to such tactics to divert attention? Or perhaps the pressures of competition have left you executives flustered. Alternatively, could it be that you are merely considering the business aspect, hoping this young talent will unlock the potential market in the Dragon Country? Thus, everyone is eager to witness firsthand the remarkable prowess of this young individual from the Dragon Country. Batistuta has come to understand. These individuals must have been influenced by the report from the Sun, arriving at the club to voice their grievances. They must believe that the team's hasty decision to sign a player from the Dragon Kingdom is both rash and unwise. Indeed, Carlos Vicens is present, and coincidentally, you are the coach of that player from the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps you could elucidate this matter for us, the fans. Vicens awkwardly cleared his throat and stammered, well, oh, that player is named Li Ning, hailing from the Dragon Kingdom. Based on the training sessions from a few days ago, this young lad does indeed possess remarkable talent, setting him apart from others. Yet, even with a modicum of talent, is it prudent to hastily sign him after merely a week of training? Does that not seem somewhat irresponsible? Precisely. We have heard that the agent representing this player is none other than Pep Guardiola. Could it be that this connection influenced your decision to sign him? Indeed. Although the club is currently under the management of a Middle Eastern consortium, it ultimately belongs to the fans. While Pep has brought success and trophies to the team in recent years, we cannot permit any bureaucratic tendencies or corrupt practices within the club. 100 fans voiced their concerns, their emotions running high. Batistuta and others were left in a state of bemusement, uncertain how to respond. Just then, a voice arose from behind. Hey there, folks, are you talking about me? Turning towards the sound, they beheld Li Ning calmly standing behind them. I am that player from the Dragon Kingdom. I never expected such a warm welcome on my first day of signing. Thank you all so much. Goodness. Are you truly oblivious or merely pretending? These people are here to stir up trouble. Pep Guardiola anxiously rubbed his hands together, and Vicens sensed that the situation was dire. He is indeed somewhat concerned that Li Ning does not comprehend the significance of the fans to the club. Should he lose control of his emotions and engage in a conflict with the seasoned Henry, it would surely spell trouble. Congratulations? Huh, young man. We reserve our accolades for the heroes and benefactors of the team. You are but a newcomer, with no achievements to your name, and it remains uncertain whether you can even secure a place within the team. On what grounds do you expect us to congratulate you? The venerable Henry has proven to be as resilient as ever, showing no mercy as he directly confronted Li Ning. I am aware, Li Ning replied. However, in just 2 days, I will be the hero and benefactor of the team. Is it too much to ask for a premature congratulations? Bloody hell. Has this lad gone mad to utter such audacious words? Henry fumed, his anger palpable. Do you truly believe I have lost my wits? Do you think I would fall for your nonsense? Youngster, are you feeling out of sorts, spouting such drivel here? In the match 2 days hence, you might find it difficult to even get a chance to play, let alone make the roster, and you aspire to be a hero and benefactor? Dream on. Feigning indifference. Li Ning shrugged. Regardless, as long as I receive no less than 20 minutes of playtime, I am certain I can become a hero. However, If the coach denies me that opportunity, there is nothing I can do. Vincent, feeling the tension, realized that this cunning lad was attempting to draw the fire upon himself. Indeed, Henry was falling right into the trap. I have heard you play as an attacking midfielder. Do you understand what it takes for an attacking player to become a hero? It is, of course, through scoring goals and providing assists. You mean to say that given just 20 minutes, you can achieve a goal or an assist? Not just one, but both. What? What gives you such audacity? Henry exclaimed in disbelief. In all my years of watching football, I have never encountered a player so oblivious to reality. You infuriate me. Oh, I see. You are fully aware that you will likely not receive any playing time, which is why you speak so boldly, am I correct? Li Ning feigned a sigh. If you choose to think of me this way, there is little I can do. Yet, I dare to wager that if I can secure no less than 20 minutes on the pitch the day after tomorrow, I shall achieve at least one goal and one assist. Should I fail to deliver, I will immediately leave the Etihad. What? The crowd was left in stunned silence. Batistuta, Carlos Vincent, and Barry Murphy stared at Li Ning as if he were a monster. Meanwhile, Pep Guardiola rushed forward, attempting to cover Li Ning's mouth with his hand. Bloody hell. I told you not to come, yet you insisted on causing trouble. Do you dare to inquire about the century-old rivalry between Manchester United and Manchester City? Who would boldly make such claims before the match, wagering their entire career on it? Alas, it is too late now. Well, Carlos, as the head coach of the U18 team, do you believe this young lad from the Dragon Country can make an appearance in the match against Manchester United the day after tomorrow? Old Henry's face flushed with rage, his brows furrowing intensely. Vincent silently lamented. Damn it, you foolish old man have fallen for it. Well, there is still ample time before the match, and the roster has yet to be finalized. Li Ning seized the opportunity to stoke the flames. Old Henry, if the head coach does not grant me sufficient playing time, I have no choice but to remain with Manchester City. Damn it. Vincent glared at Li Ning, wishing he could strangle him. You little brat. It is evident you are trying to use old Henry as a pawn, compelling me to promise you playing time. The resilient old Henry has indeed fallen for it. Carlos, did you hear that? You traveled all the way from the Dragon Country to sign a player. Is it merely to serve as a mascot? If you do not grant him playing time, then why did you sign him? Vincent, in a fit of frustration, suddenly noticed Barry Murphy beside him. Damn it. I'm in a dire situation, and you cannot stand idly by. Well, old Henry, although Li Ning is incredibly talented and possesses great potential, he is still new and has a limited understanding of the team's tactics. Moreover, his synergy with the teammates is not very well established. Thus, hastily fielding him in the match the day after tomorrow would be somewhat reckless. However, with 3 of my main attacking players called up to the U23 team, we are indeed shorthanded at this moment. Under such circumstances, I might have no choice but to field him. Damn it, how did the flames of war suddenly engulf me? Barry Murphy, who was standing nearby, watching the spectacle unfold, suddenly realized he had already been dragged into the quagmire. Vincent's implication was crystal clear. If he fields Li Ning in the match the day after tomorrow and the latter does not perform well, the blame would entirely rest on the U23's withdrawal of his core players. He is compelled to act out of necessity. He is attempting to shift the responsibility onto himself. Good heavens. Vincent, you cunning old fox. Li Ning, observing that his objective had been achieved, clapped his hands with a playful grin, as if the events unfolding here no longer concerned him. Old Henry, you simply must attend the match the day after tomorrow. You must witness firsthand how I become the hero of Manchester City's U18 team. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. The elder Henry, his lips turning pale with anger, stammered, Go. I shall go to hell with you. No, indeed, I shall certainly go. You must remember your own words. I will inform all the members of 1894 ground. Li Ning lazily waved him off with a smile, saying, Do not forget to tell them. Very well. I must now attend to my training, so I shall take my leave. He turned and strode away. Batistuta watched this young lad from the Dragon Kingdom with great interest, then glanced at old Henry, Vincent, and Barry Murphy, secretly amused. Ha ha ha, these 3 old foxes, together totaling over 100 years of age, are being outmaneuvered by an 18-year-old. With just a slight ruse, he effortlessly secured at least 20 minutes of playing time. This lad's football intelligence remains to be seen. However, his intellect is undeniably impressive. Chapter 21. The absence of 3 key players. The world doubts Manchester City's victory 2 days later. Etihad Stadium. Home team locker room. With just an hour and a half remaining until the inaugural match of the new U18 season, all members of Manchester City's U18 team gathered. awaiting head coach Vichens to announce the match roster and starting lineup. Hey, Lee, relax a bit. There's no need to be so tense. After you outplayed Vichens the other day, he probably can't keep you off the roster. Ha ha ha, you truly are something. Shay Charles nudged Li Ning with his shoulder, smiling as he spoke. With 3 key players called up to the U23 squad, this fellow felt he might be in line for a starting position. Thus his spirits were high. Li Ning, while organizing his gear, replied nonchalantly, "Which of your eyes sees me as tense? I'm relaxed. You, on the other hand, should take it easy." Ha ha, you actually noticed? To be honest, with McCarthy and the others called up to the U23, I do feel I have a shot at starting. So I am indeed a bit nervous. Just then, Vichens entered, his expression dark and foreboding. In his hand, he held the roster of 18 players for today's match, along with the starting lineup. The locker room fell into a profound silence. Vichens had been in a rather dismal mood these past few days. Since the departure of 3 key players, the training sessions had not been promising. Particularly in terms of offense, the team's performance had evidently diminished a notch. Previously, McCarthy, as the midfield orchestrator, had adeptly directed the team's offensive strategy and tempo. Meanwhile, Palmer and Delap served both as formidable attackers and as playmakers, seamlessly linking the offensive plays. Now, with all 3 players absent, the team found itself adrift in its attacking approach. Damn it, that cursed Barry Murphy. There was no choice. Since the boss had stated the need to prioritize the bigger picture, compliance was the only option. Everyone, please quiet down. I will now announce today's starting lineup and the substitutes. The starting players were revealed: goalkeeper Strick, left back Wilson Asplund, right back Juan Larios, left center back Batistuta, and right center back Egan Riley. These 5 positions were unequivocally filled by the usual suspects, all first-string players. The crux lay in the remaining 6 positions: left winger Bob, right winger Adoc, and center forward Bluff. The left wing-back Charles, right wing-back Hamilton, and central midfielder Lavia completed the starting 11, with the absence of 3 core players. Selecting 11 starters from the remaining squad was not particularly challenging, resulting in a relatively calm atmosphere. Who would occupy the substitutes bench? The list of substitutes was soon revealed. Vances, Oscar. As each name tumbled from his lips, the atmosphere in the locker room shifted subtly. It was evident that the more names he announced, the slimmer the chances for the remaining players became. Finally, upon uttering the name Odija, only 1 slot remained on the roster. Charles discreetly glanced at Li Ning, his face betraying a hint of concern. Damn, could this kid possibly miss out on the lineup? Li Ning, however, maintained an air of calm, exuding remarkable composure. At that moment, Vichens' gaze fell upon Li Ning, his expression a complex melange of emotions. Damn it, that son of a gun. To push me into such a predicament in front of so many people is infuriating. Should I grant him the last spot? Truth be told, when he unleashes his potential, the impact can be formidable. If he can showcase any of his extraordinary skills on the field, it could indeed alter the course of the match. Yet, the dilemma lies in the unpredictability of his temperament. One can never be certain when he might excel, or if he would at all. In recent days, his training has been strikingly mediocre, lacking any notable performance. However, he had already exchanged words with old Henry to such an extent that omitting him from the main roster would be inconceivable. Moreover, the unpredictable nature of today's match could very well necessitate his unconventional prowess to turn the tide. With this thought, his lips trembled slightly as he uttered the final name, Li Ning. A ripple of excitement surged through the locker room. Many were taken aback that this young talent from the Dragon Country had made it into the main roster for the inaugural match. Could it be that he truly had a chance to take the field? All right, gear up and prepare for warm-ups. Vincent, evidently uninterested in deliberating over the roster, commanded the players onto the pitch. With an hour remaining before the match commenced, over 1,000 fans had already gathered at the Etihad Stadium, including old Henry and members of his 1894 group. As the players began their warm-up routine, a wave of anticipation swept through the crowd. Look, they're out for warm-ups. Old Henry rose from his seat, eyes wide, neck craned, nervously observing the players' entrance. Blimey, look at number 22, that's the lad from the Dragon Country. How audacious to wear Cac's number without considering his own standing. Chuckling, he noted the young man clad in a black vest designated for substitutes, evidently having secured a spot on the main roster. I reckon Vincent's wouldn't dare exclude him from the lineup. We'll get ahead by a significant margin and then bring him on for a laugh. If he fails to deliver on his promise, let us see how he holds his head high afterward. Old Henry had already scripted his scenario in anticipation. Meanwhile, in the media section, numerous commentators were poised for coverage. Ordinarily, an U18 league match wouldn't attract widespread media attention. Typically, only local outlets would broadcast and provide commentary. However, today's match, being a Manchester derby, drew not just local television and print media, but also reporters from various national outlets. Among them were Sky Sports and The Sun, with the renowned football columnist Tom personally attending the match. He was the one who initially reported Li Ning's signing with Manchester City. Good afternoon, viewers. Welcome to Tom's appointment. I am live from the Etihad Stadium. In approximately 40 minutes, the new season of the Premier League U18 League will commence, featuring the highly anticipated Manchester Derby as the opening act. Manchester City U18, the reigning champions, despite playing at home, are not favored to win in this first round, due to the fact that 3 key players from their squad have been called up to the U23 team. The team's offensive capabilities have been significantly compromised. In contrast, the visiting Manchester United can be aptly described as a force to be reckoned with, boasting a fully available roster. Star players such as Greenwood, Elanga, Mabry, and Shortire are all in splendid form. Consequently, there is a prevailing consensus among observers that Manchester United is unlikely to suffer defeat in this match, and there is a strong possibility they may even secure a victory. The odds set by bookmakers further bolster this notion. Additionally, a major point of interest in this match is the recent acquisition by Manchester City, a new signing from the Dragon Kingdom, the attacking midfielder Li Ning, who was secured in a mere 10 days. When I initially reported on this signing, I expressed considerable skepticism regarding its implications. Manchester City's decision to acquire this player appears to be driven more by economic considerations than by athletic merit. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is the most populous nation in the world, possessing a vast sports market. Yet the enthusiasm for football among its citizens does not align with their actual performance levels in the sport. From my vantage point in the stands, I observed the young talent from the Dragon Kingdom warming up alongside his teammates, clad in a black vest indicative of a substitute's role. It seems his debut will commence from the bench, and whether he will have the opportunity to take the field remains to be seen. Simultaneously, in the broadcasting booth adjacent to him, the 2 prominent commentators from Sky Sports were engaged in spirited debate. Gary Neville, a Manchester United legend and a member of the famed class of '92, embodies loyalty to his club, while Jamie Carragher, former captain of Liverpool and a stalwart of the Reds, similarly devoted his entire career to a single team. Today, these former rivals, now transformed into charismatic figures for Sky Sports, are guaranteed to captivate audiences. This marks their inaugural appearance in the commentary booth for a U18 League match, underscoring Sky Sports' commitment to this event. Jamie, what are your thoughts on today's match? Is it even a question? Manchester City will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Why is that? Is it merely due to their home advantage? Certainly not. It's because you will undoubtedly support Manchester United, and whatever you endorse, I shall oppose. After a moment of levity, the duo shifted to a more serious tone. Gary, I've analyzed the starting lineups closely, and I must concede that Manchester United indeed has a considerable chance of winning today. Absolutely. Although Manchester City is the reigning champion, their squad has been significantly weakened, affecting their overall strength considerably. Indeed, the simultaneous absence of McAtee, Palmer, and Delap is an unprecedented situation. One can only imagine the substantial impact this will have on their attacking front. Precisely. Although their defense appears to be intact, when confronted with a team like Manchester City that prioritizes offensive play and ball possession, any hindrance in their attacking front is bound to create issues in the midfield and defense. I concur with your perspective. The style of play for Manchester City's U18 team mirrors that of the first team, characterized by ball possession and high pressing in the attacking third. To maintain a compact formation, their defensive line often pushes up, leaving considerable gaps behind them. However, if their forward line struggles to orchestrate attacks and frequently concedes possession, it will furnish the opposing team with ample opportunities for counterattacks. Players like Greenwood and Elanga are remarkably swift forwards. Hence, it is certain that today's match will not come easily for Manchester City. It is rare to share the same viewpoint with you, and it has indeed stirred some excitement in me. So what are your thoughts on Manchester City's new recruit from the Dragon Kingdom? I noticed you have been intently observing his warm-up. Indeed, I have been scrutinizing him for quite some time. Based on his warm-up performance, I have numerous questions. First and foremost, why exactly did Soriano decide to sign him? His abilities are rather mediocre, hardly worthy of the illustrious name of Manchester City. If viewed solely from a commercial perspective, What business value could a mere child possess? It is indeed perplexing. Furthermore, how could this individual from the Dragon Nation muster the audacity to challenge the venerable Henry? He boldly proclaimed that if he fails to score or assist in this match, he would voluntarily depart. Such a lackluster performance, paired with such grandiose claims, is truly astonishing. This is the first time I have encountered a player of this nature. Have you heard about this matter as well? I had presumed it was only us local Manchester fans who were aware. Haha, although I am a Liverpool supporter. The name of Manchester City 1894 ground is undeniably resounding. I learned of this through several fan organizations. Alas, this individual from the Dragon Nation seems utterly oblivious to the reality of his situation, exhibiting such arrogance. I fear that Manchester City may struggle to gain any advantage in this match, as the situation is likely to be quite tense. Under these circumstances, he might not even get a chance to play. Indeed, if they were facing weaker opponents, City could have secured a significant lead early on, allowing him to perhaps enjoy a few minutes of garbage time. But in the current scenario, that seems unlikely. Perhaps he is aware that he won't be playing, which is why he made such a statement. That is plausible. Their conversation has reverberated across the globe via the broadcast signal. It appears they have preemptively sentenced Manchester City to a stay of execution while condemning Li Ning to a death sentence. Chapter 22. Greenwood's lightning counterattack. Manchester United U18 takes the lead at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The match is about to commence. The starting players of both teams, led by their coaches, step onto the pitch at the Etihad. In the stands, the fans of both teams erupt in thunderous applause. A number appears on the large screen in the northwest corner of the stadium, 6,417. This is the attendance for today's match. Although this figure pales in comparison to the turnout for first-team matches, it significantly exceeds the average attendance for U18 games. Gary, did you see? Over 6,000 fans have shown up for this match. This is already double the average attendance for U18 matches. Indeed, it seems that the Manchester Derby is a truly prestigious event. Even in U18 match garners such widespread attention. Moreover, I noticed that despite being the away team, approximately 1/3 of the audience is comprised of Red Devil supporters. It seems our Manchester United fans are unwavering wherever they go. All right, Gary. But why is it that during first-team matches, the number of Red Devils fans at the Etihad is not as substantial? Is it because U18 match tickets are only £5, while first-team matches cost £85? Ha ha ha, perhaps Manchester United fans cannot afford it. Bloody hell. Under the stewardship of the head referee Sean, the respective captains engaged in the coin toss, exchanging team flags. In this match, Manchester United's captain is the star player Greenwood. On the other side, due to the departure of first captain McCarthy, the role is assumed by Riley Dede. Following the coin toss, Manchester United will kick off first. The fans from both sides have already immersed themselves in the atmosphere. Some wave their flags, while others blow their horns. Naturally, many supporters choose to sing their club anthems to express their unwavering support. Now see Blue Moon. Now see Blue Moon. Now see Blue Moon. Glory, glory, Manchester United. Glory, glory, Manchester United. Glory, glory, Manchester United. The anthems of both teams resonate in harmonious succession, echoing through the air. With a sharp whistle from Sean, the match officially commences. Greenwood initiates the kickoff from the center circle, passing back to Charlie Savage, who turns and advances into the attacking half. Simultaneously, Elanga and Shaw Taylor press forward into Manchester City's territory. Like Manchester City, Manchester United's U18 head coach Neil would also opt for a 4-3-3 formation to start the match. Savage, in possession of the ball, notices the opposing striker Bluff charging in rapidly and calmly distributes the ball to left wingback Mebry. Mebry takes the ball towards the center, slightly maneuvering, and upon seeing the right winger Aducci closing in, he returns the ball to left center-back Waylands. Waylands, unhurried, exchanges passes with right center-back Fernandez, drawing the opposing forwards into a pressing situation while keenly observing the movements of the midfield players, ready to deliver the ball to them at any moment. Although these players are still young, their extensive training in a high-level youth development environment has endowed them with both exceptional skills and considerable experience. Such as the distinction of a prestigious club, the players from Manchester City remain composed, adhering to their pre-match tactical plan, systematically coordinating to contain their opponents and block threatening passing lanes. Once the ball enters their half, Manchester City's players promptly engage in pressing. Some closely mark the ball carrier, while others provide adjacent support. Similarly, Manchester United's players employ a comparable strategy to restrict their opponents' offensive maneuvers. In the opening 5 minutes, both teams engage in a cautious exploration, resulting in a measured pace to the match. The spectators in the stands appear well prepared for this initial phase, understanding it to be a brief calm before the storm of the impending battle. Thus, they tirelessly wave their flags and cheer exuberantly. Now see Blue Moon. Now behold the Blue Moon. Glory, glory Manchester United. Glory, glory Manchester United. The stands have seemingly transformed into a spirited singing competition. Gradually, Manchester City's U18 team began to assert their dominance in possession on the pitch, although they were missing 3 key players in the midfield and forward positions. This merely affected their ability to deliver decisive passes and their individual combat skills. Their overall strategy has remained unchanged, and the players' collective ball control skills continue to be remarkable. Thus, from the 10th minute onwards, Manchester City gradually began to assert dominance on the field, with possession increasingly resting at their feet. Gary, it seems your pre-match optimism was somewhat excessive. Although Manchester City is missing 3 key players, their training standards appear exceptionally high, and the overall ability of the players is quite impressive. Look, their opponents seem to be struggling to regain possession of the ball. Jamie, you truly know how to adapt. Just moments ago, you were also confident in Manchester United's unbeaten streak, weren't you? Moreover, while Manchester City currently dominates possession, their efforts are merely superficial, as they have yet to execute a threatening pass. The ball scarcely approaches Manchester United's penalty area. I see no troubles for United. Well, that is a valid point. Currently, Lavia is orchestrating play from midfield. However, it is evident that his defensive capabilities outweigh his offensive skills, resembling a traditional defensive midfielder. It seems a bit of a stretch to expect him to lead the attack. Precisely. Furthermore, with Delap absent, Manchester City lacks a battering ram. The absence of Palmer has also diminished their creativity and individual flair on the right flank. Therefore, I believe that Manchester City's current possession is merely for the sake of possessing the ball, which is nothing to be concerned about. Conversely, their defensive line is pushing higher up, creating gaps that could become a liability. Should Manchester United seize the opportunity for a counterattack, they might find themselves in a precarious situation. Indeed, as Neville's words fell, the situation on the pitch shifted dramatically. Lavia held the ball in midfield, spotting the left wing back Charles making a rapid run, cutting diagonally from the flank to the center, receiving a precise ground pass. Simultaneously, the center forward Blaff dropped back to provide support, attempting to coordinate with Charles. Charles, understanding the play, did not pause, instead directing the ball to Blaff with the outside of his right foot. Without missing a beat, he surged into Manchester United's penalty area. They sought to execute a wall pass strategy. However, their intentions had already been discerned by Manchester United's defender, Waylands. Moreover, Blaff lacked the back-to-goal abilities of Delap. Just as Blaff prepared to receive the ball and return it to Charles, Waylands suddenly took a step forward, positioning himself closely behind Blaff. In the instant he received the ball, Waylands thrust his body forward, disrupting Blaff's balance, and with a swift extension of his right foot, he easily intercepted the ball. At that moment, Charles, unable to retract his foot in time, dashed past him. You are certainly no Delap. Amidst the taunts, Waylands unhesitatingly delivered a direct pass to his right wingback, Shvedersky. The latter, still out of position due to Charles's forward run, found himself unmarked. Danger loomed. Lavia, quickly cover. Wilson, advance and cut off his path. Vincent, standing on the sidelines, instantly sensed the impending threat and urgently called for his players to organize the defense. Yet, it was too late. Upon receiving the ball, Shvedersky made no adjustments whatsoever. He merely glanced up for a moment before executing a long pass to the position of his left winger. Meanwhile, left winger Showdow had already made his run. The Manchester City defense had just shifted collectively to the left in an attempt to compensate for the gap left by Charles' absence. Unexpectedly, Showdow seized the opportunity from the weak side, penetrating through the right flank. Did you see that, Jamie? This must be a tactic prearranged by Neywit. It aims to exploit the space behind Manchester City's 2 fullbacks, breaking through their defense from the flanks. Neville exclaimed exuberantly, before Carragher could respond. Showdow had already received the ball, surged forward, and charged towards Manchester City's penalty area. Wilson, stop him. Vincent shouted frantically. Wilson, initially intending to move left, quickly shifted his weight, desperately accelerating to close in on Showdow and block his path to cut inside. However, to his surprise, Showdow took a single step forward. Just as he reached the extended line of the small box, He delivered a pass to the center before Wilson could intervene. At that moment, Greenwood had already positioned himself in front of Egan Riley, claiming the near post. The ball arrived perfectly at Greenwood's feet, bouncing just in front of him. With a deft flick of his right foot, Greenwood propelled the ball with lightning speed towards the near corner. Slick, making a side dive, aimed to thwart the ball's entry into the net. Yet, the proximity of the ball to the goal was simply too great, and Greenwood's flick further compressed the time available. Thus, even as Slick fully extended his body, he failed to make contact with the ball. One could only watch as the ball grazed the inner side of the near post and nestled into the net. 1-0. Manchester United U18 has taken the lead. Chapter 23. Aoki's celebratory failure. Pretentiousness is not mastered in a day. Greenwood, witnessing the ball find the back of the net, bolted towards the north stand, where the Manchester United supporters resided, like a wild stallion breaking free. How should I celebrate this splendid goal? Countless images flashed rapidly through his mind. He could celebrate with a dramatic slide like Drogba, becoming a man of 3 stripes. Alas, it seems I lack such formidable genetics. Surely, I cannot achieve a 3rd stripe. He could elegantly kiss the ring like Ral, the Prince of Real Madrid. Alas, I do not yet have a steady girlfriend. Where would a ring come from? Speaking of which, next month I will represent England in the World Cup qualifiers against Iceland, and I must arrange accommodation for the influencer I promised to meet. He could raise both hands to the heavens like Cac, expressing gratitude for divine blessings. Alas, he is a devout Christian, reputed to have preserved his virginity until his wedding night. But I, on the other hand, have long since lost that innocence. He could unleash a powerful barrage like the warrior Batistuta. Alas, Batistuta's goals embody an aesthetic of violence, each strike infused with raw masculinity. I cannot emulate his domineering CEO demeanor. Eureka! He sprinted swiftly toward the northern stand, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived near the corner flag. Suddenly, he exerted force through his legs and leapt high into the air. Dear fans, your beloved Aoki has arrived. His body spun gracefully in the air, completing a full 360 degrees. Simultaneously, his right arm flailed about dramatically, resembling a pretentious conductor. As his body descended, he spread his arms wide, akin to the Christ the Redeemer statue atop Corcovado Mountain in Rio de Janeiro, embracing his adoring fans. With an exaggerated expression, he let out a resounding shout. Who? The final note lingered, determined by the capacity of his lungs. Oh heavens, could this be? Indeed, this was the quintessential celebratory gesture of that man. Ha ha. I, Aoki, can no longer pretend. I confess. That man is my idol. I, Aoki, grew up watching Cristiano Ronaldo play. I spin. I spin and spin. I yearn to complete my 360 degrees and relish the cheers of my fans. Alas, what the heck? Greenwood had just executed a 180-degree turn in midair when he suddenly spotted a dark figure lunging towards him, like a blazing fire and a smoky essence. Before Greenwood could comprehend the situation, the Black Panther had already collided with him, enveloping him in a full embrace. Oh dear, what a strikingly fierce encounter. Goodness. A mid-air collision. He resembled a raven poised for flight, only to be abruptly struck down by a black eagle, stumbling backward a few steps. He ultimately failed to regain his footing, sprawling helplessly upon the ground, making a profound connection with the pitch of Etihad with his rear. Damalanga. How dare you ambush me? Damn. It seems that henceforth, celebrations must be rehearsed in advance to avoid such unfortunate incidents. Alas, the art of showmanship is not mastered in a day. The aerial collision between Greenwood and Damalanga did little to dampen the fervor of the Manchester United supporters. On the contrary, it fostered a more relaxed atmosphere. Over 2,000 Red Devils fans erupted in laughter and applause, their voices resounding in unison. Glory, glory Man United. Glory, glory Man United. Glory, glory Man United. The celebratory chants grew ever more melodious. In stark contrast, the South Stand was enveloped in a chilling silence. The Manchester City fans were instantly subdued. The whistles ceased, the drums fell silent, and the once resounding team anthem abruptly halted. The turn of events was so swift that they struggled to comprehend it. In the preceding 3 minutes, Manchester City had seemingly commanded the match, with the ball predominantly nestled within Manchester United's half. Charles's forward run was impeccably timed and well-placed. Yet, how was it possible that merely 10 seconds later, the ball had found its way into Manchester City's net? It was unfathomable, an affront to their understanding. The substitutes bench for Manchester City erupted in astonished gasps. The body language of several substitutes was remarkably uniform, hands clasped atop their heads, mouths agape, a vivid portrayal of disbelief. Meanwhile, Coach Vicen stood at the sideline with his hands clasped behind his back. At first glance, his demeanor appeared calm, but the subtle tremor in his hands, the flush of his cheeks, and the rapid rise and fall of his chest betrayed his struggle to contain his surging emotions. It was too swift. The pace of that counterattack was astonishing. From Verlin's interception to Swidelski's diagonal pass, followed by Chatel's cross, culminating in Greenwood's goal, only 4 players were involved. Each executed a single touch. Simple, efficient, precise, rapid. In the realm of martial prowess, speed reigned supreme. This swift and accurate counterattack was indeed the Achilles heel of Manchester City's possession style. Clearly, this was no mere happenstance, but rather the result of meticulous pre-match planning. Their passing and movement patterns must have been rehearsed repeatedly. Of course, it all stemmed from Blaff's ill-fated attempt to shield the ball. Alas, he is not Delap. However, the passer Charles is not as precise as McCarthy. Alas, it all boils down to the departure of those 3 key players. Curse it. It's all Benzema's fault. But what does Benzema have to do with this? It's all Barry Murphy's blame. In the commentary booth, Gary Neville suddenly came to life. He gave Carragher a hearty slap on the shoulder, laughing as he exclaimed, "Jamie, what did I just say? Did I not mention that Manchester City's possession was devoid of any genuine threat? Did I not assert that if Manchester United seized their opportunities, they could easily exploit the gaps behind their defense? Ha ha ha. I truly spoke with prophetic foresight." Carragher, reluctant to agree, found himself at a loss. The undeniable truth lay before him, leaving him only to mumble incoherently in response. To his surprise, Neville pressed on relentlessly. "Hey, Jamie. This is being broadcast live to the world. What are you mumbling about? Surely you aren't thinking of something inappropriate, are you?" He intentionally teased. "Blimey. Where's your mind wandering off to? Gary, I believe you're getting a bit ahead of yourself. The match has only just commenced 15 minutes ago. Moreover, that recent goal conceded by Manchester City stemmed from Bluff's earlier mistake. The lad possesses decent mobility and commendable footwork. Alas, he is not Draper. He lacks that ability to shield the ball with his back to defenders and create opportunities for his teammates. Furthermore, he does not seem to embody the essence of a true number 9. Nevertheless, after this setback, I am confident Manchester City will devise a strategy to counter it. Now it's Neville's turn to scoff. A strategy? What kind of strategy could there possibly be? Teams that favor possession-based play dread conceding the first goal. With Manchester United already a goal up, they will undoubtedly double down on their resolute defense and swift counterattacks. Additionally, I observe that Manchester City's backline is truly struggling to contain the pacey forwards of Manchester United, relying on them to conjure up an effective response. Oh, Gary, what is troubling you now? Surely you're not contemplating something inappropriate? No worries, home isn't far. If you have any thoughts, you can ponder them there. It's now Carragher's turn to mock him. Chapter 24. Thunderous roars yet little rain. Manchester City U18 faces tremendous challenges. Referee Sean's whistle pierced the air, signaling the resumption of play. The Manchester City players adhered to their established tactics, initiating ball control from midfield and advancing methodically. Although the preceding goal conceded was somewhat unexpected, they had previously encountered scenarios of conceding first in matches. Moreover, this is their home ground, and ample time remains in the match. Thus, these rigorously trained young athletes did not succumb to panic. Soon, the game was once again under their command. Their possession rate once approached an impressive 65. In the South Stand, Manchester City supporters finally regained their spirit and came alive once more. The roars of enthusiasm echoed again. The drums of war resounded. Old Henry waved his arms, signaling the members of the 1894 ground behind him to follow his rhythm, while belting out in his tobacco-tinged voice. "Now see Blue Moon. Now see Blue Moon." Over 4,000 supporters of the Blue Moon were soon swept up by his fervor, quickly restoring their morale. Meanwhile, the Manchester United fans, of course, were equally defiant. "Damn it. If we can score 1 against you, we can score 2. Come on, let us hurt each other. Who is afraid? Glory, glory Man United. Glory, glory Man United." Once again, the singing segment commenced. Gary, the Red Devils seemed to be under pressure again. "What insightful thoughts do you have this time?" Carragher inquired provocatively. Neville shot him a glance and retorted, "Insightful thoughts? Is that really necessary? I am now seriously questioning your professionalism. After the show, I shall have a word with the director about whether you should be dismissed." "Ha ha ha, Gary. How dare you say that to me? When it comes to being let go, you have far more experience than I do. Clearly, He was alluding to Neville's previous dismissal from his coaching position at Valencia. Neville burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Damn it. Where's Rio? Rio Ferdinand, I need you." The boxer, to teach this Liverpool man a lesson. Why does Sky Sports pay these old men such high salaries? Beyond professionalism. The anecdotes accumulated during their playing days add much to the program's charm. Professionalism combined with entertainment equals viewership. After the jesting, the conversation turned serious. "Gary, I suspect you've noticed it too. Manchester City still grapples with the same old issues. They possess the ball yet fail to find any truly effective methods to penetrate their opponents. Their possession rate has now surpassed 60%, and their passing count is double that of their adversaries. However, upon examining the statistics closely, I noticed that nearly 70% of those passes are lateral or backward. There are not many opportunities for forward passes. Indeed, Jamie. Moreover, of those forward passes, the vast majority are along the flanks. Genuine passes penetrating the opponent's territory are exceedingly rare. Yes, half an hour into the match, and Manchester City has managed only 2 threatening passes. With such offensive efficiency, it will be challenging to breach Manchester United's fortified defense. Moreover, if this continues, they may very well find themselves vulnerable to a counterattack from their opponents. I share this sentiment. However, it seems that Wessens has already recognized the issue. Otherwise, he would not be in such a state of urgency. Indeed, at this moment, Wessens is no longer as composed as he was immediately after conceding the goal. He paced rapidly within his coaching area, his hands gesticulating like those of a spider, all the while muttering incantations. "For heaven's sake, Bluff, did you skip lunch? Why do you falter at the slightest touch? If you truly cannot shield the ball, could you not attempt to make a few reverse runs to create space for your teammates? Should you continue to kick aimlessly like a possessed spirit? I shall have no choice but to bring you down to earth, and I will ensure you feel the consequences. Bob, are you perhaps a one-track mind? Clinging to the flanks without discretion, have you not noticed that your opponents have completely unraveled your strategy? Dare you venture into the center and collaborate with Bluff, leaving the flanks open for Charles or Wilson? Edoki, what on earth are you doing persistently crossing from the wing? Do you believe that Drap is still on the field? Cut inside, break through, and strive to deliver a few more reverse passes. Ah, Lavia, do you fancy yourself a paragon of grace on the pitch? Seize the first touch. The very first touch. Do not allow your adversary to pivot. Riley, are you trying to provoke me into taking drastic measures? Stick closely to Greenwood, cling to him tenaciously. Challenge him, confront him, and ensure he feels the pressure. Any approach is acceptable, but he must not be permitted to turn. His speed surpasses yours by a considerable margin. Before him, you resemble a tortoise deprived of 2 legs. Commit fouls when necessary, fouls. It is indeed quite challenging for him not to feel anxious. The current situation on the field, as articulated by the 2 commentators, suggests that Manchester City appears to be sailing smoothly, firmly controlling the offensive dynamics of the game. However, upon closer examination, it becomes evident that they have not posed any substantial threat to their opponents. He truly yearns for his 3 core players. Drap is a quintessential center forward, robust in physique, exceptional in heading, and possesses commendable footwork. He can serve as a static target man or withdraw to create space for his teammates. Palmer excels at breaking down the flanks while also penetrating the central areas. He can act both as a catalyst for the attack and as a finisher on the front line. He is, in essence, a versatile asset in the offensive realm, and his proficiency in every role is commendable. As for McAtee, he is the metronome of the attack. His passing and receiving abilities are exceptional, and his vision is remarkably broad. Positioned centrally, he can not only dribble past opponents but also, in the stillness, discern the thunder of an impending strike, instantly identifying vulnerabilities in the opposing defense. Then, with a ghostly pass, he seals the fate of the match. Each of these 3 players possesses the inherent capability to alter the course of the game single-handedly. However, the current players on the field, while each technical aspect appears sound in isolation, seem to operate in a manner that is overly systematic, lacking in the spark of creativity. They have executed their strategies along the flanks, applied high pressing where necessary, and explored penetrative runs down the wings. They have attempted inward cuts for shots, long-range efforts from outside the penalty area, and even ventured into crossing from the byline and long passes, despite these not typically being their forte. Yet, despite all these endeavors, they have yielded no rewards. What they lack is the masterstroke from a star player to complete the picture. They are just one decisive pass away. The crucial moment that elevates the water in the pot from 99 degrees to 100. Conversely, Manchester United appears to grow increasingly confident in their defense under such circumstances. They increasingly believe that, following such established tactics, they could still discover excellent opportunities for counterattacks. Indeed, 2 minutes later, the chance arrived. Chapter 25. Another miraculous for blind? Wrong. Elanga finally had a chance to shine. 2/3 of the first half had elapsed. Manchester City U18 boasted possession but suffered from a lack of variation, failing to deliver a decisive blow to Manchester United. Conversely, Manchester United, employing their targeted tactics and flexible defense, played with growing confidence. In the 37th minute, they finally encountered a second golden opportunity. Aducci surged down the right flank and attempted to cut inside, only to be thwarted by a Manchester United defender, resulting in a corner kick for Manchester City. Charles took the corner, but unfortunately, the ball was too close to the opposing goalkeeper, Mastern, who effortlessly collected it with an outstretched arm. For goodness sake, Charles, did you frighten your shot away? Is that how feeble a corner kick can be? Just wait until halftime. I'll teach you a lesson. Vicenz activated the hairdryer mode once again. At that moment, a critical oversight occurred among the Manchester City players. According to their tactical design, the player closest to the opposing goalkeeper should have immediately rushed forward to disrupt his quick goal kick. However, the player nearest to Mastern was Manchester City's centre-back, Beat-Tab. Whenever Manchester City U18 earned a corner or a free kick in the attacking third, the 185 centimeters tall Tab would enter the opponent's penalty area to contest for headers. Yet this time, he focused solely on hastily retreating, neglecting to interfere with the opposing goalkeeper's swift distribution. This momentary lapse in concentration would prove catastrophic for the team. Manchester United's front trio simultaneously surged forward into the opponent's half. Goalkeeper Mastern understood the situation perfectly and launched a powerful throw, targeting the lethal forward, Greenwood. Oh no! Stop him! Vicenz realized the danger first and shouted instinctively. Meanwhile, the spectators, perched high above, sensed the subtlety of the play and collectively gasped in astonishment. While Charles executed the corner kick, Manchester City's defensive midfielder, Lavia, remained outside the opponent's penalty area, patrolling the perimeter to prevent a rapid counterattack. Upon witnessing Greenwood's swift advance, Lavia instinctively closed in on him without waiting for a vocal reminder from the coach. However, Greenwood was simply too nimble and fast. By the time Lavia approached, Greenwood had already positioned himself to shield the ball, effectively placing his body between the ball and Lavia. As soon as he turned, he would have ample time to pass the ball and leave Lavia behind. Well, a chorus of gasps erupted from the stands. The spectators, well-versed in the game, realized that Manchester City was in serious trouble. However, Lavia has evidently made ample preparations and has a contingency plan in place. Recognizing his disadvantaged position, he understands that he must, by all means, prevent his opponent from breaking through. Without hesitation, he executed a side tackle that sent both Greenwood and the ball sprawling to the ground. Hey, referee, that was a foul. In the commentary booth, Neville sprang up as if propelled by springs. Meanwhile, the Manchester United supporters erupted into chaos. For heaven's sake, referee, are you blind? Such an egregious foul and you failed to call it? Did you forget to bring your yellow card? That was undoubtedly a yellow card offense. Sean, are you aiming to join the ranks of the blind and become the fifth member of the Fantastic Four? However, just a second later, the cacophony of insults transformed into jubilant cheers. The main referee, Sean, raised his arms and waved towards Manchester City's half with fervor. Simultaneously, he vociferously declared, "Advantage, advantage." It was only at that moment that everyone realized Lavio's tackle had fortuitously redirected the ball to Elanga's feet. Elanga, having already sprinted at full speed, was poised to receive a throw from the goalkeeper. Little did he know, fortune had favored him unexpectedly. He hardly slowed down at all, seizing the ball and launching into a rapid advance. Oh, charge forth. The Manchester United supporters erupted in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the South Stand, home to Manchester City fans, was filled with gasps of astonishment. Danger loomed. Most of the Manchester City players had just positioned themselves near the opponent's penalty area to respond to a corner kick, particularly the two towering center-backs. Lave, now on the ground after a tackle, could no longer return in time for defense. The only two players capable of participating in the defensive effort were Larios and Hamilton. However, once Elanga ignited his sprint, his speed was nothing short of astonishing. He surged forth like a bolt of black lightning, conjuring an invisible whirlwind that propelled the ball towards Manchester City's goal with breathtaking velocity. Despite Larios and Hamilton straining every muscle, their legs cramping in desperation, they could not keep pace with their opponent. A clear one-on-one opportunity had materialized. Manchester City's goalkeeper, Stekelenburg, had already sensed the impending threat, so he charged out of his goal in a bid to minimize the angle for Elenga's shot. He possesses an imposing stature that emanates tremendous intimidation. The moment Elanga miscontrols the ball even slightly, he is poised to unhesitatingly dive to seize it. The audience of over 6,000 falls into an immediate hush. All Manchester United supporters rise from their seats. Most of them pointed towards the pitch, their mouths agape, yet not daring to utter a single sound. It seemed as though they feared that even the slightest noise would disrupt Elanga's decision. Meanwhile, the Manchester City supporters largely clasped their heads with both hands or pressed their hands over their mouths, their faces etched with astonishment. They too dared not utter a sound, fearful that any noise might disrupt Slick's judgment in this solitary duel. Oh God, a one-on-one situation. Gary Neville in the commentary box was utterly on edge, instinctively clutching the arm of his companion. Carragher. Ouch. For heaven's sake. Gary, I had no idea you had such a penchant. Director, increase the stakes. Jamie Carragher exclaimed in pain. On the pitch, Slick and Elanga were poised for confrontation. Slick lowered his center of gravity, swaying rhythmically from side to side, attempting to disorient Elanga with feints. Yet Elanga exhibited a level of maturity that belied his youth, as he adjusted the rhythm of his feet. Meticulously calculating his strides and the speed of the ball, he cast a sidelong glance at Strike's direction of movement. Suddenly, he deftly swayed his left foot to the left, as if to break through on that side. Strike observed intently, shifting his weight slightly to the right. Alas, the trickster had deceived him. In that fleeting moment of movement, he was taken aback to see Elanga's left foot glide over the ball. Swiftly, the right foot followed suit, deftly flicking the ball forward to the right with the outside of his foot, effortlessly gliding past Strike on his left. It was a graceful display of skill, a mesmerizing bicycle maneuver, executed with such finesse that it seemed almost surreal. All Strike could do was offer a silent salute to Elanga. Nothing could hinder my yearning for freedom. I am the wind. I am a young dreamer chasing the breeze. Before Elanga, a vast, unguarded goal lay open. He continued to sprint forward with the ball, simultaneously raising his hand to signal the Manchester United supporters in the north stand. Just as the ball was about to roll into the goal, he leaped into the air and unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot. The ball thundered into the net like a cannonball. 2-0. Manchester United U18 took the lead away from home. Chapter 26. The Blue Moon finds itself in a deadlock, struggling to reverse their misfortune. Oh. The north stand, occupied by Manchester United fans, erupted in jubilation. What a magnificent goal! Elanga, you are the Red Devils' young prodigy. Elanga, you are destined to be the next heir to the throne of the Red Devils. The blazing titan, the smoldering sage, let the flames of triumph burn even brighter. Well done, Sean. You shall never become one of the fabled 5 misfits. Manchester remains red. Glory, glory Manchester United. Glory, glory Manchester United. Glory, glory Manchester United. Meanwhile, the South Stand, home to Manchester City supporters, was enveloped in an awkward silence. No one anticipated that the opening match for the defending champions would prove to be so challenging. Old Henry removed his hands from the drum before him, resting them on his hips as he gasped for breath. The members of 1894 ground behind him were momentarily rendered utterly bewildered. They have now realized that Manchester United has indeed come well prepared today, with the absence of 3 pivotal players. Maintaining their previous tactical approach will likely prove to be an arduous challenge against the formidable Manchester United. Yet, what alternatives are there if they abandon their established strategy? Who among them could emerge as an unexpected hero? Ding! The referee, Sean, suddenly blew his whistle and pointed at the bewildered Lavia. Tactical foul, yellow card warning. Sean extracted a yellow card from his pocket, raising it high, his other hand unambiguously directed towards Lavia. Damn it! The goal has already been scored. Can't you show some leniency? Lavia, with a mournful expression, wished to reason with Sean. I apologize. I am the policeman. No, I am the judge. The black-clad judge. If you expect me to show mercy, you might as well forget it. Damn it. Referee, you are not dressed in black today. It's green. Green shirt, green pants, green socks, just missing a green hat. Seeing you, I am reminded of world peace. Damn it. Spare me the chatter. Do you want me to issue a red card? Red and green. What a farce. I believe it, I believe it. I believe your grandfather. Lavia grumbled as he left the scene. On the sidelines, Neil Wood, the head coach of Manchester United's U18 team, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With his chest out and head held high, he resembled a defiant peacock. Ha ha ha, Greenwood has already achieved 10 appearances with the first team. It seems wise of me to include him in the U18 for this match. Elanga, splendid work. Next year he may well skip the U23 and head straight into first-team training, along with Shola Shortire. With these three swift steeds maneuvering in the front line, Manchester City can expect no advantage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vicens from Manchester City wore an entirely different expression. He stood there in a daze, no longer flailing his limbs like a crab. Instead, his brows were furrowed, his gaze vacant, and his eyes fixated ahead, yet unable to focus on a singular point. He is deep in thought about the goal they just conceded. It appears that the ball was lost due to center-back Tab not swiftly obstructing the opposing goalkeeper's throw-in. However, the crux of the matter lies in the failure to contain Manchester United's lethal weapon, speed. During Mourinho's tenure at Manchester United, he particularly emphasized this aspect of play. Previously, while in La Liga, he also employed this notion of speed to counter Guardiola's possession-based strategy with his illustrious team. Although he has since departed for North London, Manchester United's various squads continue to regard speed as their foremost offensive weapon, especially against teams that favor possession football. Yet, the challenge remains that a compact defense coupled with rapid counterattacks indeed poses a formidable threat to possession-based tactics. Even during Guardiola's prime, his formidable Barcelona team, which was capable of overwhelming opponents, often found themselves vulnerable to the swift counter. What can I do? Moreover, with my three key players absent from the pitch, our attacking prowess is severely lacking. Bang, bang. Oh. At the Sky Sports commentary booth, Gary Neville is pounding the table with considerable force, intermittently emitting strange sounds. Unsatisfied with just that, he even sticks two fingers in his mouth and whistles. For goodness sake, Gary, do you think of yourself as a fan? If you continue this nonsensical behavior, I might just request to partner with Rio. Carragher shot him an exasperated glance. Haha, do you think Ferdinand would respond any differently? Oh, right, perhaps he indeed would not respond in such a manner. He is currently engaged in boxing, and perhaps he might unleash a flurry of combinations upon you. How absurd. Do you believe that your Manchester United can band together to bully me? Jamie. If I were to extol the tactical wisdom and the intricate design of Manchester United's strategies any further, you would surely think I am indulging in self-aggrandizement. Tell me, if you were Vicens, do you genuinely think you could thwart those two rapid counterattacks? Carragher paused momentarily, lowering his head to ponder the question. The answer is no. While the second goal possessed an element of chance, I must concede that Neil Wood's tactical design was remarkably targeted. In the face of such a whirlwind of swift attacks, it appears that Manchester City truly lacks effective means to respond. Indeed, Manchester City has always prioritized offense. Even their first team is not particularly strong in defense. The U18 team clinched the championship last season, relying heavily on their formidable offensive prowess. However, they are now faltering in attack, with the entire defensive line continuously pushing forward, resulting in increasingly gaping spaces behind the defenders. If this situation persists, the team has entered a vicious cycle, making any turnaround exceedingly difficult. Moreover, we must commend referee Sean. Were it not for his timely grasp of the advantageous principles of offense, this opportunity might have been squandered. Indeed, it appears that the English Premier League is not solely home to the remarkable Fantastic Four. Haraha. Speaking of which, Gary, the first half is about to conclude. What do you think Vicens will convey to the players during the halftime break? Given the current circumstances, I find it challenging to believe he can impart anything novel. Tactically, Manchester City's flanks have not been activated in the first half. Neither side has taken flight. They have failed to fully exploit the width of the pitch. However, this is not due to Vicens' inadequate instructions, but rather a matter of player capability. With three key players absent, they are unable to synchronize effectively between the wings and the center. Whether attacking down the flanks or through the middle, their approach has become overly monotonous. It is a daunting task to expect a mere 15-minute halftime to alter such a predicament. Chapter 27. A skillful woman cannot cook without rice. All thanks to Barry Murphy. Beep, beep, beep. With three sharp whistles from referee Sean, the first half has concluded. Thank goodness, it's finally over. Vicens did not linger for a moment longer and swiftly made his way back to the locker room. He can no longer endure this torment. As he entered the players' tunnel, a cacophony of boos erupted from the southern stand. Is the sentiment of the fans truly this unfiltered? When one performs admirably, they are showered with songs, applause, and accolades. Yet, when their performance falters, jeers and insults become the norm. Observing Vichens's reaction, Gary Neville couldn't help but critique further. Hey Jamie, does Vichens not resemble a deserter? He is indeed the head coach. Such body language will undoubtedly have a detrimental effect on the players. Yes, I share the same sentiment. He must now exhibit a demeanor of composure, for only then can he instill a sense of reassurance in the players. He is indeed the backbone of the players. Alas, it seems that despite leading the team to its inaugural U18 League Championship last year, his experience remains insufficient. The atmosphere in Manchester City's locker room is tense. The players hang their heads low, resembling a flock of defeated roosters. Vichens and the assistant coach stand at the doorway, quietly discussing something. Though their voices are hushed, their expressions are grave. Occasionally, they point at the player roster, seemingly debating whether personnel adjustments are necessary. However, judging by their gloomy countenances, it appears they have not reached a consensus. Indeed, the 11 players currently on the field represent the best hand Vichens can play. Moreover, from a performance standpoint, no one truly faltered in the first half. Will substituting players guarantee an improvement over the current lineup? Ahem. Vichens clears his throat and strides to the tactical board, finally prepared to address them. Do you know how you performed in the first half? Like utter rubbish. No. Worse, like runny dog excrement. Do you deserve the title of defending champions? Absolutely not. Do you honor the fans present? Certainly not. Without any preamble, he directly switches to his reprimanding mode. Bluff, are you a pig? You may not possess the lapse physique, but you can't possibly fail to shield the ball even once every 45 minutes. Do you understand? In the first half, you resembled a plate of overcooked pasta before Whelan's. Like a freshly fouled ding-ding. Just one word. Soft. If you continue to play like this, you can bloody well roll off the pitch in the second half. The farther, the better, preferably out of my team. Beat taboo. Did your head get caught in the locker room door before you came on? Or did you go out partying with your new girlfriend again last night? How many times have I said we must prevent the opposition from taking quick goal kicks when we win a corner? Where the hell was your mind? Why can't you remember my instructions? The second goal conceded was entirely your fault. If you don't perform better, I'll bloody send you back to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Lavio, Charles, Hamilton, you three in midfield were like headless flies in the first half, buzzing around aimlessly. Without a shred of strategy, without any semblance of direction, what can those Red Devils do? They can do nothing. Just run fast. Yet, you couldn't bloody defend against that. Remember, in the second half, you must seize the first drop point. Bloody the first drop point. If you can't capture the first drop point, it's better to foul than to allow them to accelerate. By the way, Lavio, you've already received a yellow card. You must not foul again. I find myself in a position not of a head coach, but rather that of a caretaker, tending to a herd of foolish swine. The audacity of Neilwood, that scoundrel, to disregard the principles of fair play. Greenwood has already made numerous appearances for the first team, and yet he insists on fielding him in the U18 match. It is evident he wishes to embarrass us in this inaugural match. If only McCarthy and the other two were present, we could have subdued their offense with our own. But alas, let us not dwell on that. Remember, in the second half, you must invigorate your spirits and increase your movement. Especially you, my offensive players, must engage in more interplay and movement. Be resolute in utilizing the flanks, making full use of the width of the pitch. Once you commit to the wings, do so with unwavering determination to stretch their defense thin. The forwards and midfielders must collaborate, frequently changing positions to disrupt their defensive organization. Bear in mind, they are not as formidable as they appear. You are the reigning champions. As long as you prevent them from playing at pace, we shall surely turn the tide in the second half. If we were to suffer defeat in this opening match, it would be an exasperating blow. And upon returning to the locker room, I shall certainly express my displeasure most vocally. Though he shouted loudly, there was an underlying sense of insecurity in his voice. He is acutely aware that his arrangement lacks any originality, essentially serving as mere motivational platitudes. However, he finds himself at an impasse. Whether in the youth team or the first team, Manchester City's tactics remain steadfastly consistent, emphasizing attacking football, possession play, high pressing, and substituting offense for defense. The approach is invariably the same. In conjunction with collective offense and defense, the exceptional individual talents of star players can illuminate the field, transforming the entire situation in an instant. Yet today, he finds himself with but a handful of mediocre players, unable to conjure a Michelin-starred feast. The substitutes on the bench possess skills inferior to those of the starters. There are no viable options for substitution. All that remains is to rely on this kind of motivational rhetoric. He hopes these young players can muster their spirits in the second half and strive to level the score. If they could score within the first 15 minutes of the half, there would still be a chance in the match. However, if by the 20th minute the score remains unchanged, or worse, if the opponent sees the opportunity to score again, the prospects for this match would indeed be grim. Chapter 28. Confronted with a lack of options, Manchester City U18 finds itself helpless. Gary Neville issues a death sentence when Manchester City U18 re-emerged onto the field. It once again stirred a commotion in the South Stand. Old Henry, look, they're already 2 goals down at halftime. Yet Vicens did not make any personnel adjustments during the break. Indeed, the first half posed no threat whatsoever. How could there be no changes at halftime? For goodness sake. They say substitutions are like changing knives. Does Vicens not comprehend this principle? The crowd expressed their profound skepticism regarding Vicens' tactical decisions with fervent voices. Old Henry, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the players on the pitch, poised to resume play. Substitutions? Do you honestly believe anyone on the bench is superior to these players on the field? The crowd fell silent immediately. Vicens' audacity is remarkable. He has brought back Greenwood, who has already scored 2 goals for the first team, to the U18 squad. Presently, he is a focal point on the pitch, challenging to contain, particularly due to his speed and impact. We can only rely on our offense in hopes of scoring early. Regrettably, with 3 key players absent, the on-field players are rather conventional, lacking a decisive force. As for those on the bench, Old Henry squinted, scanning the substitutes once more. Alas, I truly cannot find anyone who might bring forth a spark of surprise. Could it be? He ceased to speak, for his gaze had fixed upon Li Ning. Old Henry, you cannot possibly believe that Vicens would actually send that boy from the Dragon Kingdom onto the field? A nearby individual discerned his thoughts. I too found myself speechless on the training ground that day. How could one genuinely believe that a person from the Dragon Kingdom could be our savior? It was he, in his naivety, who uttered such words. Yet, Vicens is no fool. If we were leading by a significant margin, he might consider giving the Dragon Kingdom lad a chance to shine. But now, trailing by 2 goals, how could he possibly put him on the pitch? Alas, I pondered. It seems we must rely solely on those present to save themselves. As the conversation unfolded, the second half of the match commenced. Manchester City initiated the kickoff. Blaff returned the ball to the defensive midfielder, Lavia, who then surged forward towards Manchester United's penalty area. The wingers, Bob and Adoki, simultaneously sprang into action, racing towards the flanks of the opposing half. The 2 wingbacks positioned themselves slightly inward, leaving the wings open for the fullbacks. This has always been the hallmark of Manchester City's various teams and was a special directive from Vicens during the halftime break. The wingers were encouraged to stretch the play wide, fully exploiting the width of the pitch. The midfielders and forwards were to interchange positions frequently, while the fullbacks made overlapping runs, enhancing vertical movement and cross-positioning on the flanks. It appeared that, at the outset of the second half, Manchester City's U18 squad had been rejuvenated in spirit. Come on, lads, put away those long faces. It's our turn to take the field. Old Henry rose from his seat, bellowing towards the supporters behind him. He waved his hands vigorously, stirring the emotions of the fans. Members of 1894 Grand quickly found their voices, joining in the chorus of cheers. The supporters have always been the 12th man of the team. Especially in challenging times, the team requires the backing and encouragement of its fans. Moreover, with a full 45 minutes still to play, the outcome remained uncertain. Come on, children, charge forth and show those red monkeys a thing or two. Be tougher, even tougher, so they know whose home ground this truly is. The flags waved once more, and the drums beat again. The song "Now See Blue Moon" resounded throughout the Etihad. Damn it, what are these blue sprites truly plotting? Do they truly believe there is a chance to turn the tide? Such folly. On the field, witnessing the Manchester City fans stir once more, Greenwood and Elanga shared a quiet exchange during a dead ball situation. They are merely indulging in fantasies. We need not pay them any heed. Neilwood made it abundantly clear during halftime. As long as we maintain our first half strategy, with a tight defense and seizing opportunities for swift counterattacks, they shall have no chances whatsoever. Indeed, what is the value of high possession? What purpose does it serve to advance down the flanks? Neilwood is right. As long as we safeguard the central area, allowing them the wings poses no problem at all. The absence of the formidable center forward, Delap, has rendered them incapable of seizing opportunities in the midfield. Indeed, let us witness the unfolding drama. 10 minutes have elapsed. The situation on the field is evolving in a manner reminiscent of Neil Wood's predictions, gradually tilting unfavorably for Manchester City. Manchester United has strategically compacted their defense, tightening the three lines to leave no gaps for their opponents. The flanks have been drawn inward. Yet this does not hinder the adversary from exploiting the wings. However, when Manchester City's wingers or fullbacks advance along the flanks, Manchester United effectively obstructs any potential passes into the center. Particularly around the edge of the penalty area, their defense against triangular passes has become almost impenetrable. Players from Manchester City seeking to receive the ball in this area find themselves closely marked by their opponents. Consequently, after Bob and Edouard drive down the flank, they are left with no choice but to either pass back or deliver high crosses. In the central zone, neither Blaff nor any other Manchester City players have the upper hand in aerial duels and contests for the ball. Thus, Manchester City's offensive efforts once again descend into a scenario of much noise but little substance. In the stands, the spirits of Manchester City supporters have once more dwindled. Their cheers and roars lack the previous vigor. In contrast, the chants of Manchester United fans have regained prominence. It appears that Gary's tactical adjustments during halftime have yielded little effect. The challenges faced by Manchester City in the first half seem to remain unresolved. As noted by Jamie Carragher from the Sky Sports commentary booth. Beside him, Gary Neville chuckled. I have previously analyzed that it is highly unlikely for Vitchens to devise an effective strategy to confront the current predicament. Strategically, he is already trailing Neil Wood, and tactically, Wood's swift approach has utterly dismantled Vitchens' possession-oriented setup. Moreover, being 2 goals down, he has no suitable personnel to deploy. I can now assert with certainty that Manchester City is destined for defeat in this match. Chapter 29. Vitchens, do you intend to surrender or seek a scapegoat? The match time ticks away relentlessly. Manchester City's U18 team possesses ball control, yet they lack the penetrating ability and individual prowess to make an impact. They are unable to pose a genuine threat to Manchester United's goal. The players from Manchester City are gradually becoming anxious, and their mistakes are beginning to multiply. In contrast, Manchester United grows more confident in their defense. Furthermore, they capitalize on their opponent's errors, orchestrating several dangerously threatening counterattacks. Had it not been for their opponent's willingness to commit fouls, and despite their own misfortune, the scoreline could very well have been expanded. Vitchens stands helplessly on the sidelines. All possible arrangements have been made, and every strategy has been deployed. Yet, they lack that decisive player who can turn the tide. What can he do? Although he paced anxiously along the sidelines, his posture had lost its earlier rigidity. The fervent and exaggerated gestures had diminished significantly, and his shouts to the players on the field were growing quieter. It appeared that he was beginning to feel disheartened, and his confidence in turning the tide had waned. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind him. Hey coach, it seems the time is nearly up. Who the hell is speaking? Don't you see that I'm in a foul mood? Vitchens snapped, turning abruptly to discover that the voice belonged to that Chinese lad, Li Ning. What do you mean the time is nearly up? Oh, boss. Have you forgotten about my wager with old Henry? You did say there was a chance I might get 20 minutes of playtime in this match. Come on. You can't take what I said in that moment seriously. Besides, I mentioned possible, not certain. Can't you distinguish between the two? If we were leading by a significant margin, I might have considered letting you experience the atmosphere. But right now, we are 2 goals down, and the situation is stagnant. What good would it do to put you in at this time? People might even speculate that I'm shirking responsibility and using you as a scapegoat. Sit tight and stop causing me trouble. Li Ning flashed a grin and replied, Boss, you seem so astute. Yet why are you being so foolish? What are you talking about? Think about it. My wager with old Henry has already been sensationalized by the media. Everyone knows the circumstances. I boasted that if there were no goals or assists in this match, I would voluntarily leave the team. How could anyone think you're using me as a scapegoat? Besides, is Manchester United U18 a weak team? They were the champions from 2 years ago. Losing to such a formidable team in the opening match is hardly a disgrace. Moreover, they have even recalled players like Greenwood from the first team. And what about you? McAtee, Palmer, and Delap, 3 core players, are all absent. It can be said that the team is severely lacking in manpower. Under such circumstances, if you take the opportunity to nurture some newcomers, what is there to criticize? Perhaps there might even be unexpected gains. Have you forgotten? I have always performed poorly in training yet excelled in competitive matches. I am a competitor unlike any you have ever encountered. After saying this, I even cheekily winked at Vitchens. What on earth is this kid talking about? Yet, Why do I strangely find some merit in his words? Regardless, the match is already underway, and the players on the field are struggling to find a breakthrough. Substitutions are like changing weapons. Let us take a risk and put this unpredictable player on. Let us see if he can indeed surprise us. All right, Li. I will trust you this once. Remember, I might be wagering my coaching career on this belief in you. Go on, start warming up. Li Ning grinned and said, Boss, in less than half an hour, you will thank the heavens for this wise decision. With that, he turned and began his warm-up, not forgetting to give Vicenz a hearty pat on the shoulder. What am I doing? How on earth is it so effortless for him? What on earth does he know that I do not? Vicenz, with a bewildered expression, genuinely posed the soul-searching question. Upon witnessing Li Ning commencing his warm-up, the Manchester City fans erupted in astonishment. My goodness, that player from the Dragon Country is actually preparing to enter the fray. What does this signify? Is Vicenz truly contemplating substituting him onto the field? It has been nearly 20 minutes into the second half, and Vicenz has yet to make a single substitution. How could he possibly allocate the first substitution to him? Can anyone enlighten me on the name of this player from the Dragon Country? Old Henry. Could it be that Vicenz is taking such a significant risk due to your wager? I can't help but feel that Vicenz is attempting to shift the blame onto this wager. This player from the Dragon Country is merely a scapegoat. The crowd buzzed with speculation, each expressing their thoughts. Old Henry, equally perplexed, squinted at the unfolding events, unable to comprehend the true intentions behind Vicenz's actions. My goodness, Jamie. That player from the Dragon Country is warming up. Is he truly about to take the field? Gary, please hand me the rosters for both teams. That player's name is, right, Li Ning. What a peculiar name. I truly cannot fathom Vicenz's thought process. At this moment, pushing Li onto the field would undoubtedly thrust him into the spotlight. Indeed, with over 20 minutes remaining in the match, Manchester City still has time to equalize or even take the lead. However, this substitution might very well be interpreted by the players on the pitch as an act of surrender. Precisely. Alas, it appears that Vicenz's triumph last year was somewhat fortuitous. His experience remains rather limited. Just then, Li Ning had changed into his attire and stood by the sidelines. The fourth official raised the electronic display board, signaling the substitution of the underwhelming bluff. This decision was entirely expected. Yet, when he raised the number of the incoming player, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Number 22. That is Li Ning's jersey number. My goodness, Vicenz has indeed brought a young talent from the Dragon Nation onto the field. This is a player who has only been at the Manchester City Football Academy for half a month. He is the first from the Dragon Nation to sign a professional contract with Manchester City U18 in 6 years. This marks the opening match of the new season for the Premier League U18 League. It is the Manchester Derby, with Manchester City playing at home, trailing by 2 goals. The situation is dire. Yet, at this crucial moment, Vicenz has made such a hasty decision. As Li Ning stepped onto the Etihad grass, a cacophony of deafening boos filled his ears. Chapter 30. Conquering the Etihad. Commencing with a backheel strike, Li Ning heard the piercing jeers and cast a cold glance towards the south stand. Damn, a group of oblivious individuals. Do you have any idea of the weight I bear? Do you genuinely believe that the title of the trash talk prince from the Dragon Nation is merely a facade? In a fleeting thought, he nearly raised an audacious middle finger towards the south stand. Suddenly, he recalled a remark by Pep Guardiola at the Etihad. You may offend the chairman, but the one you must never antagonize is the fans. The only recourse you have is to win their hearts with your skills. Indeed, many of the fans in the stands have followed Manchester City for 3 generations, from Main Road to the Etihad. They regard Manchester City as their own child, a source of spiritual solace. They invest a substantial amount of their time and resources here, harboring no demands from the team. Their sole aspiration is for the team to achieve commendable results and to secure an abundance of trophies. It is akin to a parent's hope for their child to excel and rise to prominence among their peers. They mock themselves because they lack faith in their own abilities. They lack faith in their own abilities because they have yet to witness their own performance. Once they behold my show, the jeers will undoubtedly transform into applause. Indeed, that is the plan. After Bluff's departure, left winger Bob shifted to the center position, assuming the role of striker. The original left wingback, Charles, stepped up to play as the left winger, while Li Ning took on the position of left wingback. Manchester City launched an attack. Noticing that the 3 forwards had become stagnant in their positions, each closely marked by opposing defenders, Lavia decided to pass the ball to Li Ning. With the intention of controlling the tempo, he aimed to help Li Ning quickly regain his footing and find his rhythm. Li Ning lifted his foot to stop the ball. My ball control attribute has now reached 50. Although it still falls short of the standard, it should suffice for dealing with the U18s. What the heck? He was feeling quite self-satisfied, completely unprepared for the rapid advance of Elanga, who had already closed in on him. It became evident that while various physical attributes may be static, it is the human element that truly thrives. Although his ball control appeared satisfactory, remaining close to his body, Elanga's swiftness was far superior, exceeding his wildest expectations. Just as Li Ning received the ball and lifted his gaze, he was startled to see Elanga darting towards him like a bolt of lightning. In a state of fluster, Li Ning hurriedly passed the ball back to Lavia, treating the football as if it were a scalding hot potato. Regrettably, he overlooked the fact that his passing attribute was a mere 41. His passing ability was already mediocre, and under the pressure of the moment, it faltered even further. The ball he sent to Lavia was misdirected and overly forceful, allowing Greenwood to intercept it effortlessly. Fortunately, Lavia sprinted back with determination, using his body to hold off Greenwood, which gave center-back Tab the opportunity to intervene and clear the ball. Tab gestured frantically towards Li Ning, exclaiming a string of expletives in frustration. He bears responsibility for the second goal conceded by his team and was subjected to a harsh reprimand from Vichens during halftime, igniting a simmering frustration within him. At last, he has found an outlet for his pent-up anger. The jeers from the stands have grown increasingly vociferous. Damn it. This player from the Dragon Country is utterly unworthy of donning the Manchester City jersey. Indeed, I cannot fathom how the club could consent to sign such a worthless individual. His abilities are inferior even to mine. This is undoubtedly the most regrettable signing since Soriano joined the club. I have heard that it was his agent, who happens to be Pep Guardiola's brother, that coerced Soriano into this deal, threatening that if this player from the Dragon Country was not signed, his brother would no longer serve as the head coach of the first team. Damn it. With so many television stations broadcasting today's match, the entire world will witness our humiliation tomorrow. Fans are vocally expressing their outrage over Li Ning's abysmal performance. In the commentary booth, Tom from The Sun is nearly cackling with glee. Haha, dear viewers tuning into my live broadcast, did you just witness that? That was the first touch from Li, the player from the Dragon Country, at the Etihad. I dare say, if I were to exhume my grandmother from her grave, she would perform better than Li. He absolutely cannot play football. It now appears that not only is this signing highly questionable, but also the substitution made by Vichens is equally suspect. Is Vichens attempting to scapegoat Li for the impending failure? It seems he has already concluded that Manchester City will lose the match. Li, take it easy. It's the first game, and it's natural to feel nervous. Just run around a bit. On the field, Lavia is cheering for Li Ning. Charles, who has retreated to assist in defense, pats Li Ning on the shoulder and says, "Exactly. Your stamina is commendable. Take a few more steps, and you will surely relax." Li Ning takes a deep breath, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Playing in a prestigious club is no trivial matter. I initially thought that with a system to protect me, I wouldn't feel anxious at all. Yet, I never anticipated that I would be unable to control this feeling of tension. The match continues. Charles breaks down the flank, pushing towards the byline. The Manchester United fullback closely tracks him, vigilantly monitoring his movements to thwart any attempts at cutting inside or making a back pass. With no options available, Charles halts the ball and passes it back to the supporting fullback, Wilson. Meanwhile, Li Ning has moved to the center, hovering around the left side of the penalty arc, ready to seize an opportunity. To be fair, when he doesn't have the ball, his movement is quite acceptable, at least better than his passing skills. Upon receiving the ball, Wilson immediately scans the penalty area. Bob is entangled with the opposing center-back, Verlands, resembling two sumo wrestlers in a fierce grapple. Passing into the central zone of the penalty area has become futile. However, the right wing-back, Hamilton, is surging forward from the right flank, diagonally infiltrating the back post of the opponent's penalty area. This multifaceted offensive approach, with players interchanging positions, exemplifies the essence of Manchester City's attacking football. Observing Hamilton's run, Wilson hesitates not for a moment, executing a diagonal pass with his left foot aimed precisely at Hamilton's trajectory. The pace of the ball is just right, and the lead is perfectly timed. Unfortunately, Manchester United's left center-back, Fernandes, has already anticipated Hamilton's movement, predicting the ball's initial landing spot and positioning himself accordingly. He leaped high, outpacing Hamilton in the contest for the header, with a 10-centimeter height disadvantage. Hamilton was clearly at a loss, unable to compete with his opponent. A resounding thud echoed as the ball was cleared from the penalty area by Fernandez's header. The ball traced a parabolic arc in the air, landing perfectly in front of Li Ning. "Be cautious of the long shot," shouted Manchester United's coach, Neil Wood. However, upon realizing it was Li Ning positioned near the ball's landing spot, his anxiety dissipated instantly. Damn it, allowing him to shoot should be harmless. Yet, years of professional training had instilled a reflex in the Manchester United players. As the ball was about to touch down, defensive midfielder Savic stepped forward, ready to block Li Ning's shot. "Damn it, it's you again. You can't even pass properly, and now you think you can shoot?" Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of his actions. Savic noted that Li Ning's previous pass was executed with his right foot, and his current position aligned with his right foot stance. Thus, he shifted slightly to the left, aiming to thwart Li Ning's shot or any pass into the penalty area. Meanwhile, a narrow gap was left on his right side. Perfect. A flash of brilliance ignited within Li Ning. Activate Modric's outside foot. He trembled as if resurrected from the dead, fixing his gaze on the ball's descent. He swung his right leg before the ball could touch the ground. Huh, who told you that Modric's outside foot is meant solely for passing? Outside foot, for shooting. A thunderous crack resounded as his right foot's outside edge struck the ball just off center. The ball spun with a noticeable curve, howling as it hurtled towards Manchester United's goal. The goalkeeper, Messi, shared Savic's thoughts, fixating on his left side. Little did he anticipate that Li Ning would unleash a shot from 25 meters away using the outside of his foot. Moreover, it was a volley. By the time he attempted to shift his weight, it was too late. He could only stand still, turning to watch the ball with bated breath, praying it would veer away from the right post. Initially, as Li Ning struck, the ball seemed to veer outward, seemingly destined for the corner flag. Yet midway through its flight, it inexplicably curved inward toward the goal. Such a trajectory was utterly bewildering. It defied the laws of physics and far exceeded Mastern's expectations. A soft swish was heard as the ball grazed the inside of the goalpost, finding its way into Manchester United's net. 1-2. Manchester City had pulled one back. Chapter 31. I intend to provoke him to showcase his prowess. You all have misunderstood me, old Henry. At the moment the ball hit the net, a profound silence enveloped the Etihad Stadium. Both the Manchester City and Manchester United camps were utterly bewildered by this sudden, extraordinary goal. What on earth was that? The meticulously arranged defense of Manchester United was effortlessly breached, and it was that young lad from the Dragon Country who did it. The troubling part is, the previous players, with their fierce maneuvers, turned out to be utterly incompetent. They surrounded the Manchester United goal for ages, yet what was the outcome? They ended up conceding 2 goals. Meanwhile, the young lad from the Dragon Country, with a seemingly effortless kick, found the back of the net. It was astonishingly nonchalant. I could hardly comprehend what had just transpired. Hey mate, how did that goal happen? Was it that lad from the Dragon Country who scored? I know, but I'm asking how he did it. How on earth am I supposed to know? I haven't even figured out his name yet. I saw him preparing to shoot, and I thought, goodness, from that distance. With such an awkward position, there was no way he wouldn't either sky it or miss entirely, right? So, I glanced at my phone for a moment. Goodness. When I looked up again, the ball was in the net. Did you catch that? It took a full 3 seconds for the Manchester City players to finally register what had occurred. Wow, a goal. They came rushing from all directions, charging towards the goal as if besieging a city. Lavio was the closest, leaping forward in a frenzy, executing a fierce tackle. Damn, is he trying to play with a whole team of giants? I dodged. Alas, I could evade the monk but not the temple. Just as Li Ning sidestepped to avoid Lavio's exuberant celebration, Charles swooped in from behind and brought him crashing to the ground. Damn. Before Li Ning could utter this 4-character aphorism, he experienced once more the suffocating sensation of an overwhelming presence. Oh my God. Jamie. Did you see what just happened with that goal? In the Sky Sports studio, Gary Neville stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded, at Jamie Carragher. I saw it. Carragher stammered. It seems that the player from the Dragon Kingdom is named. Oh yes, Li Ning. Damn, that name is truly difficult to pronounce. He struck the ball into the net with the outside of his right foot. Indeed, that was the case. However, I believe he must have been lucky. Neville raised his voice, exclaiming, Damn, how is that possible? From that distance, a volley, and with the outside of the foot. Could that be mere luck? You've played professional football for 20 years. Have you ever scored a goal like that by chance? Carragher's expression darkened immediately. Damn, we are talking about that player from the Dragon Kingdom. Why are you dragging me into this? I've never scored, and you think you have? Oh dear. That is not my point. Jamie, think about it. To score a volley, the contact point must be absolutely precise, and the force must be both sufficient and stable. Moreover, to shoot with the outside of the foot requires astonishing ankle strength. Even if everything else was sheer luck, his ankle strength cannot be a fluke, can it? Carragher was bewildered. Gary, what exactly are you trying to say? Damn, I don't even know what I want to say anymore. Logic tells me that this goal must have been a fluke, yet logic also indicates that it certainly was not. Damn, you've started rambling. If you want to have your salary docked, go ahead, but don't drag me down with you. Director, cut to commercial. Meanwhile, the Sky Sports studio was in chaos. And the adjacent Sun newspaper live streaming room was even more frenetic. Dear viewers, I am your beloved Tom. Oh dear, Charles's diagonal pass was quite impressive. Alas, it was intercepted by Fernandes. This Manchester United defensive duo is indeed formidable. Oh. It seems the ball has flown into the control range of that player from the Dragon Kingdom. Haha, judging by his posture. It looks like he is about to shoot. Dear family, what do you think will become of his kick? Come, please share your predictions on the screen. If you believe it will soar into the sky, type 1. If you think it will land at the left corner flag, type 2. If you think it will reach the right corner flag, type 3. If you believe it will strike his own face, type 4. And if you wonder where it actually went, oh, it seems, it went in. Tom was the first to announce that Li Ning had signed with Manchester City U18, and he was also swift to declare that Li Ning was a fraud. Upon witnessing Li Ning's astonishing volley into the Manchester United net, he became flustered and at a loss for words. Suddenly, a wave of viewers flooded into his live stream, accusing him of deceit. Haha, dear family, please refrain from insults. Haha, football is unpredictable. Sometimes, anything can happen. Oh dear, that last shot must have been sheer luck. It cannot be counted as skill. Haha, dear family, I assure you, I am not a fraud. I am your brother, your true brother. Oh dear. The signal is truly abysmal. Can you see me, dear family? Can you see me? The best strategy is to retreat. Ultimately, unable to bear the fans' scorn, Tom feigned ignorance. As the Manchester City players celebrated on the field, the fans in the stands regained their spirit. Flags waved high, and songs rang out loud. Now see the blue moon, now see the blue moon. Old Henry was invigorated, his hands flying as he beat the drum with thunderous applause. Hey, old Henry, when you bet with Lee, did you wager anything of significance? Indeed. We only heard that he claimed if there were no goals or assists in this match, he would leave Manchester City. Yet, it seems we haven't heard anything about what he would concede if they won. For heaven's sake, do you not know me? I was merely employing a tactic to motivate Lee to perform well. I know he possesses this talent. He ought to express his heartfelt gratitude towards me. Moreover, as long as Manchester City emerges victorious, I would willingly forfeit anything, even my daughter. Your daughter? Spare me the nonsense. The last time she made a wager, she claimed to weigh merely 260 pounds, and astonishingly, she won. However, it was later revealed that the scale was only calibrated to 260 pounds. With such a petite frame, after a single date, he would undoubtedly lack the strength to shoot with the outside of his foot again. No worries. Old Henry wouldn't mind at all. He remarked, which goal to shoot at is not shooting. Haraha. The 1894 ground supporters in the South Stand erupted in laughter and joy. Although they currently trail by a goal, a sense of optimism has already begun to spread. They firmly believe that once the first goal is scored, the second will inevitably follow, for they have already witnessed their savior. Chapter 32. Fear spreads like a plague. Manchester City launches an all-out assault. On the sidelines, both coaches tremble with anxiety, their breaths quickening as they gesticulate passionately to direct their teams. Yet, their emotions are in stark contrast. Damn it, this cannot be real. It absolutely cannot. Prior to the match, my technical analysis team had meticulously gathered information on every player of Manchester City. I was intimately familiar with the technical characteristics of each player on the U18 squad, shooting habits, positional tendencies, physical resilience, and so forth. However, there exists no record of this young lad from the Dragon Country. No information whatsoever, nor was there any need for it. Why? Damn it. Who would have thought that a player from the Dragon Country could possibly play so well? Indeed, those damn journalists will surely play the role of hindsight analysts, claiming that even a player from the Dragon Country should have been thoroughly scouted. But the truth is, this fellow just arrived at Manchester City a mere 10 days ago. Where was I to gather his intel? Calm down. I must remain composed. We are still one goal ahead. As long as we can hold our ground, victory will still be ours. Yet, who does not know that this is the most perilous moment? If the opponent scores, their morale will surge. What about us? Discontent may arise. Some advocate for a full defensive stance, desperately clinging to the slender lead, while others urge for heightened offense to suppress the opponent's counterattack. Stay calm. I must remain composed. Perhaps a substitution is necessary to unify the player's mindset. Neilwood, in a state of extreme tension, paces anxiously along the sidelines, his mind racing through various strategies. In contrast, Vicenz is filled with a different sentiment. Ha ha ha. God bless, my gamble has truly paid off. This damn lad from the Dragon Country has really made a difference. Oh no, I am not gambling. This was all meticulously planned beforehand. Indeed, no matter who asks me, I shall insist on this. Damn it, this unpredictable genius. His audacity is astounding. A volley struck with the outside of his foot. Such a maneuver, and he actually conceived and executed it. Very well, let me offer them a bit more encouragement. There are still 15 minutes left in the match. Who knows, perhaps the young ones will indeed equalize or even turn the tide in their favor. He stood at the edge of the field, gesticulating animatedly along the sidelines, illustrating tactical runs for the players on the pitch, reminiscent of the spider spirit from a Chinese Odyssey. Then, he inserted 2 fingers into his mouth and emitted a sharp whistle. Children, give it your all. They were already trembling with fear. There is still time. Let us muster our strength and triumph over these wretched little rascals. Run. I command you to run. They are completely exhausted. Stretch the play wide. Fully exploit the dimensions of the field, mobilize them, and wear them down. Li, splendid effort. Keep playing like this. Maintain that intensity to the very end. Finally, he raised both hands towards the southern stands, frantically waving, urging the fans to amplify their raucous cheers. The 12th man. I summon you. The fans understood and immediately revved up their array of instruments to the maximum. Flags, war drums, clapping, whistles, cheers, team songs. Now see Blue Moon. Now see Blue Moon. The match resumed. Manchester United kicked off from the center circle, swiftly passing the ball to the backfield. The Manchester City players charged forward collectively, their momentum overwhelming. The team had just pulled one back, and their spirits soared. In their hearts, a singular thought prevails, to launch a more ferocious offensive and swiftly net another goal. Even turn the tide in their favor. Attack, and attack again. Meanwhile, the players of Manchester United find themselves beset by a multitude of considerations. Should they hastily dispose of the ball and retreat from their half? Or should they maintain composure in the back, meticulously controlling the rhythm of the match? Should they adopt a more fortified defense, exhausting the time while safeguarding their slender lead? Or ought they to adopt a more proactive stance, suppressing the audacious counterattacks of their opponents with their own offense? Amidst this indecision, Manchester City's midfielders have already converged like a pack of ravenous tigers. Center-back Verlins, upon realizing that all forward passing lanes have been sealed by the adversary, can only revert the ball to goalkeeper Mastern. Damn it, why did you pass this hot potato to me? He curses under his breath, envisioning a curse upon Verlin's lineage. As Mastern internally berates Verlin's entire family, he steadies the ball, lifts his gaze, and searches for a passing option. Alas, there are no avenues available. The City players, akin to a pride of unleashed lions, charge forth with unyielding momentum. Left with no recourse, Mastern can only launch a desperate clearance towards the left flank of his own half. In his haste, he cannot even calibrate his aim. The ball soars high and erratically, veering off the pitch. The stands erupt with a cacophony of boos and whistles from the City supporters. Clearly, the players of Manchester United have begun to feel the pressure. Succumbing to anxiety, Greenwood, observing his defensive line, shouts loudly while gesturing for calm, urging everyone to steady themselves and not to panic. Yet, once the seeds of panic are sown, they spread like wildfire, beyond the realm of control. Remember the 2005 Champions League final? Dida, Cafu, Stam, Nesta, Maldini, Seedorf, Pirlo, Gattuso, Kak, Crespo, Shevchenko, each a luminary deserving of enshrinement in the Hall of Fame. Yet, even with a 3-goal cushion, they faltered, conceding 3 goals to their opponents in a mere 6 minutes, ultimately succumbing in the penalty shootout. When fear takes hold, even a cadre of seasoned superstars can falter. How much more so a group of youngsters? Thus, upon City's throw-in, the siege against Manchester United commenced in earnest. Chapter 33, A Divine Perspective. I am the messenger sent by the Almighty to save you. Ha ha, Gary, it is evident that your Manchester lads are beginning to feel the pressure. It seems your earlier proclamation of Manchester United's assured victory was somewhat premature. In the Sky Sports studio, Carragher begins to jest at Neville's expense. The merciless mockery of the enemy brings me the greatest joy. Neville cast a glance at him, remarkably refraining from immediate rebuttal. Goodness. I never anticipated such a scene would unfold. It could be said that Neilwood's strategy for the first 70 minutes warranted a perfect score. Alas. It is that individual from the Dragon Kingdom who has disrupted the situation. Haha, Gary, what significance do your words hold at this moment? I believe we are now witnessing the true test of Neilwood's mettle. The players on the Manchester United side have evidently begun to panic. And it remains to be seen how the head coach will direct and respond in this critical juncture. Jamie, I must say, throughout the afternoon, your statement holds a modicum of truth. Woof. On the pitch, the circumstances for Manchester United have become increasingly precarious. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players appear invigorated, their spirits soaring. The same individuals, yet the momentum has entirely shifted. Manchester United no longer possesses the unwavering confidence of maintaining their 2-goal lead. Conversely, the City players are growing increasingly convinced that they can equalize or even surpass the score. As the tides turn, Manchester United finds themselves thoroughly subdued in their own half, the scene a picture of utter disarray. Neilwood can no longer remain seated. He understood that whether to strengthen the offense with an aggressive approach or to retreat entirely for a compact defense, he had to make a decision immediately. Delaying any further could lead to a catastrophic collapse. Fish, warm up for 2 minutes, prepare to take the field. Neilwood finally reached a resolution. Fish, an English player, is capable of playing as a center-back or a defensive midfielder. Gary, Neilwood has finally made up his mind to adjust. Do you think he will employ a 3 center-back formation? Or will he add another defensive midfielder to bolster the midfield's interception? It is difficult to say, Jamie. However, it is certain that he will withdraw a forward rather than make a positional adjustment. That was hardly insightful, Fac. The fourth official raised the substitution board. Fish is coming on, and the left winger, Shaw Taylor, is coming off. Upon entering the field, Fish assumed the position of left center-back, with Fernandez centrally positioned as the deep-lying center-back. Manchester United's formation transitioned from 4-3-3 to 5-3-2. Haha, Gary, Neilwood has indeed adopted the 3 center-back strategy, preparing for an all-out defense to desperately preserve their 1-goal lead. Yes, however, I do harbor some concerns. With only 10 minutes remaining in the match, if he can withstand the pressure, everyone will surely commend his resolute command and decisive decision-making. Yet, if he falters against Manchester City's onslaught, his decision will undoubtedly be criticized post-match, labeled as overly defensive and lacking ambition, ultimately squandering a favorable position. Alas, such is the plight of a football coach, who must constantly face scrutiny, especially from those who possess the benefit of hindsight. As the two conversed, the dynamics on the field shifted once more. Although Neilwood merely made a personnel adjustment, the tactical signal was abundantly clear. That is, to abandon the attack and commit fully to defense, ensuring the preservation of their slender lead. Once minds were unified, the players' strategies became clear. At last, Manchester United regained control of the field. Although it appeared as though they were being besieged by their opponents, the danger near their goal had diminished compared to earlier. Time ticked away, second by second. With only 5 minutes left in the match, Manchester City had yet to create any significant scoring opportunities. Manchester United's 3 towering center-backs secured the heart of the penalty area, effectively clearing any long balls or penetrating short passes that sought to breach their defense. Hey, red-clad fellows, are you truly conceding without a fight? Is this how you admit defeat? And you dare to utter that Manchester is red? Bah, you have no shame. Huddled in your penalty area like turtles. How can you still claim to be the Red Devils? Red Devils? Haha, you misheard. It should be Red Tortoises instead. As Manchester United began to adopt a more defensive posture, retreating across the board, Manchester City found themselves at a loss, causing the fans of the Blue Moon to grow increasingly restless. The only recourse was to mock their adversaries with sardonic jests. Since that extraordinary strike from Li Ning, he too has gradually faded into obscurity. In his repertoire of skills, he now possesses body goal, Inzaghi's positioning, Modric's outside foot strike, and the divine perspective. The opponent employs a 3 center-back formation for a dense defense, leaving virtually no gaps to exploit. Inzaghi's exquisite movement seems futile. Manchester United has entirely relinquished their offensive efforts, with Greenwood and Elanga retreating into midfield, resulting in only 2 lines focused on staunch defense. The central midfield is tightly guarded, resembling an impregnable fortress. It appears that Batistuta will struggle to find an opportunity to showcase his talents. Thus, the only recourse is to employ the divine perspective. Although utilizing this ability costs a hefty 100 king points, which is rather hard to part with, one cannot simply hoard resources and watch his team succumb to defeat. With a decisive shift, he and Hamilton exchange positions, moving to the right flank. Manchester United has completely abandoned their attacking stance, while Manchester City's midfielders frequently interchange positions. The two fullbacks are also making frequent incursions, attempting to disrupt Manchester United's defense as much as possible. Meanwhile, United is steadfast in their defensive strategy. The three centre-backs maintain a solid hold on the heart of the penalty area, while the remaining players adhere to a zonal marking principle, diligently tracking the advancing opponents and leaving them with minimal opportunities. Blast it! I can't see any passing options. Enough of this indecision. Better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Divine perspective, activate. Suddenly, Li Ning perceives a flash of silver before his eyes. A silver line extends from his position, pointing directly towards the far post of the Manchester United goal. Goodness! Is this a hint from the divine perspective? Yet, there are at least 3 Manchester United players along this line. How could a pass possibly make it through? Never mind. The system has never deceived me before, and it surely won't this time. His body moved almost instinctively as his right leg swung back, lifting his foot. With the inner instep of his right foot, he struck the ball fiercely. My God, is he attempting a shot? Neville leapt to his feet, astonished by the trajectory of the ball. Could it be possible? His position was so far to the right, already beyond the right sideline of the penalty area. How could he possibly shoot from such a location? Moreover, his technique did not suggest a shot. Carragher shook his head in disbelief. Yet, a pass seemed even more improbable. There were at least 3 Manchester United defenders in that line of sight. As the two pondered, the ball skimmed along the grass, entering the Manchester United penalty area. Astonishingly, it was a low drive. The ball traced a bizarre arc just above the turf. Initially, it angled towards the goal, but after surpassing the first center-back, Fish, it suddenly curved inward. Furthermore, its speed increased dramatically. Goalkeeper Masterton, witnessing the ball drifting further away, hesitated to intervene. He could only watch as the ball zipped past him, evading the other 2 center-backs. Neither Waylands nor Fernandez dared to make a tackle, as the ball was traveling too swiftly and was perilously close to the goal. A moment's lapse could result in an own goal. In their moment of indecision, the ball had already slipped past. Fortunately, at the far post, right-back Hadley was there to provide cover. Though young, he bore a striking resemblance to Gullit, a local from Suriname like Rijkaard, with his keen instincts and swift movements. He should be able to intercept this bizarre low drive. But what on earth is this? Before their calculations could conclude, a blue figure suddenly darted into view. Just in time, he positioned himself ahead of Hadley. It was Wilson Esperant, surging forward from the left-back position to assist. This is bad. The thought barely registered in their minds when they realized the blue figure's actions were quicker than their thoughts. At the precise moment the ball approached him, he arrived at the perfect spot. Extending his right foot, he gently brushed the ball with the outer instep. Gracefully, he guided the ball into the net of Manchester United. 2-2. Manchester City had equalized. Chapter 34. Is a draw enough? I shall crush every stumbling block at the Etihad. Wow. The South Stand at the Etihad erupted in jubilation. They had not anticipated that merely 10 minutes prior, Manchester City appeared devoid of any hope for a goal. Yet, in a mere span of 10 minutes, the score has astonishingly leveled. What has rendered this improbable reality is none other than a player from the Dragon Kingdom. Oh, my goodness. How on earth did he execute that pass? It was made through 3 of the opposing team's center-backs. Indeed, amidst a sea of players, he managed to spot Wilson at the back post. Such vision is truly astounding. It is indeed. The moment he lifted his leg, I thought it was a shot on goal. Who would have guessed it was a pass? Huh. Such vision, such imagination. Previously, only our beloved Kevin De Bruyne could achieve this. To think, now there is another. Thank heavens, this remarkable individual is one of ours. If he were from another team, he would surely haunt us for the next decade. Quite so. It appears that Soriano's eye for talent remains as sharp as ever. Over the past 6 years, more than 100 trainees from the Dragon Kingdom have come and gone, yet none have managed to catch our attention. However, this Li, having been here just a week, has already secured a professional contract. It seems one ought not to challenge others' livelihoods with their own passion. Ah, by the way, old Henry, why are you so composed? What are you pondering? Huh. What else could he be thinking about? Naturally, he is contemplating how to settle the wager he lost to Li. Old Henry suppressed the tumult of excitement within, feigning nonchalance, and spoke. Damn it, you ignorant spectators. I can't settle this. Damn it. I am contemplating what accolades I shall receive. Were it not for my deliberate provocation of Li, how could he have recognized his own potential? Had it not been for that wager, how could he have displayed such tenacity? Huh. Soriano ought to honor me with a plaque and personally adorn me with a grand red flower. Then, damn it. Old Henry. We only knew you were shameless, but we never expected you to be this shameless. Ha ha ha. Now see the blue moon. Now see the blue moon. Now see the blue moon. The thunderous singing pierced the heavens. On the Manchester United U18 coaching bench, Neil Wood's face was ashen. He could hardly believe that a person from the Dragon Kingdom, who could not even gather personal information, had become the sovereign of such a crucial local derby. Damn it. That cursed individual from the Dragon Kingdom. From which crevice has he emerged? How is it that I have encountered such a misfortune, coming across a wretched soul like this? What course of action should I take now? I have already humbled myself, setting aside my pride and dignity, adopting a defensive strategy in a desperate attempt to secure a narrow victory. Yet, it seems all is lost. I have withdrawn a forward and substituted him with a central defender. To replace him with another forward now would mean a complete repudiation of my earlier tactical arrangements. Such self-inflicted humiliation must be avoided at all costs. Moreover, there are no reliable forwards on the bench. It appears I must rely solely on the players on the field to endure the final 5 minutes. But can they withstand the pressure? Ha ha ha. Gary, did you see that? Did I not mention that your declaration of Manchester City's demise was premature? In the Sky Sports commentary box, Jamie Carragher is laughing heartily. Indeed. The greatest joy in my life, aside from the delightful mischief, is relishing in the agony of my fiercest rivals. Gary Neville, with a face like thunder, glares at the pitch below, resembling an enraged Hulk. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Where did this young talent from the Dragon Kingdom spring forth? Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe he possesses such an expansive vision and such exquisite footwork. It is truly astonishing, utterly remarkable. Who could argue otherwise? At the very moment he struck the ball, I genuinely believed he was aiming for a reckless shot. Who could have anticipated that he would spot Wilson making an assist from afar, despite the presence of several defenders? Moreover, he opted for such a challenging technique. It was utterly astounding. Alas, Neil Wood has already made his move, implementing personnel adjustments. It seems unlikely that there will be any significant changes now. I fear that Manchester United U18 will find it quite difficult to endure the last 5 minutes. Carragher feigned a sympathetic demeanor towards Neville, wearing an expression of utter despair. Ah, how true it is that life hinges upon one's acting skills. My focus lies in that final statement. On the pitch, Li Ning has just managed to rise from amidst a sea of towering figures. Damn, the pressure you all exerted was unbearable. Even Wilson, the hero of the match, rushed over to celebrate, piling on top. He is well aware that the goal he just scored was merely a consequence of him lightly tapping the ball with his foot. 90% of the credit belongs to Li Ning. Wilson, why are you so exuberantly pleased? Where's the ball? As Li Ning just stood up, he immediately inquired with fervor. The ball? What ball? Wilson appeared utterly bewildered. He instinctively reached between his legs. The ball is still there. All is well. What do you mean by the ball? The ball. The football. Oh, the ball. Wilson finally grasped the situation. Turning back, he saw the ball nestled in the net of Manchester United's U18 team. In the span of just a few minutes, they had conceded 2 goals, leaving the Manchester United players struggling to recover from their shock. They have even lost the courage to hastily resume the game. They have abandoned any thoughts of regaining the lead and are merely eager to endure the remainder of the match. Every passing minute feels like an agony for them. Li Ning turns and races toward Manchester United's goal. Li, you. Wilson is momentarily stunned. The players of Manchester City are taken aback. The players of Manchester United are left in shock. The entire crowd of spectators is utterly astonished. What is he intending to do? Suddenly, Li Ning swiftly retrieved the ball from Manchester United's goal. He then turned and dashed towards the center circle. As he ran, he shouted loudly to his teammates. Lavia and the others, hey, fellows, what are you waiting for? Let's get the game restarted. There are nearly 5 minutes left. We must score again to secure our victory. Those wretched red shirts can hardly hold on any longer. He placed the ball at the service point and vigorously waved his arms up and down towards the southern stands. The meaning was unmistakable. Let the cheers grow even louder. Manchester United's coach, Neil Wood, let out a pained groan. cradling his head in his hands, squatting on the sidelines like a crab. Damn, how is this still not over? Chapter 35. Messi's shoulders bring the ultimate victory. The new king ascends in just 20 minutes. In the southern stands, the fans of 1894 ground were nearly in a frenzy. No one anticipated that they would witness such an imposing new king in a U18 match today. And astonishingly, he was from the Dragon Nation. This was merely his debut for Manchester City's U18 team, and he had come on as a substitute. Before the match, everyone had expressed extreme skepticism about his abilities, even displaying hostility. Many speculated that his joining Manchester City was merely a commercial decision by the club. Yet, within less than 20 minutes, he had already begun to actively engage the atmosphere of the fans. He certainly does not consider himself an outsider. Since Mansour's arrival at Etihad, although the Blue Moon's performance has steadily improved, there are hardly any players on the field who exude true leadership qualities. The only undisputed spiritual leader is undoubtedly the former Captain Company. Unfortunately, he has returned to his roots in Belgium. Among the remaining players, from Aguero and David Silva to De Bruyne, although they all possess remarkable skills, they are rather reserved in character and possess a steady demeanor. Even the current captain Fernandinho lacks the commanding presence. The kind of flamboyant and domineering leadership aura is not only far removed from the likes of Maldini and Cantona, but even the current captain of the Reds, Henderson, surpasses him. Unexpectedly, today, Manchester is blue. Manchester is blue. Now see the blue moon. Now see the blue moon. In an instant, the fans in the south stand were engulfed in madness. The cheers, shouts, whistles, and the sound of war drums soared into the heavens. Old Henry, what are you dawdling for? Why aren't you beating the drums? Are your eyes blind? My war drums have been utterly destroyed. Huh? Old Henry, why are you crying? Oh, this lad from the Dragon Country truly captivates me. I wanted to be my son-in-law. Oh dear. Damn it, old Henry, how can you be so shameless in your old age? The older you get, the more brazen you become. What do you know? My daughter was always this plump. How she gained the weight is how I'll help her lose it. You have no idea. When my daughter was slender, she resembled Keira Knightley. Damn. Be quiet, old man. The match is about to start. In the Sky Sports commentary booth, Gary Neville clutched his head in agony, leaning back despondently against his chair. It's over. It's really over. Manchester City's momentum has completely surged, and it cannot be contained. Meanwhile, Manchester United's spirit has utterly crumbled. It is impossible for them to rally again. At this rate, forget 5 minutes, they might not hold on for even one. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. It's all that damn lad from the Dragon Country. Even Carragher, rarely one to miss an opportunity to criticize, refrained this time. Indeed, I too find it hard to believe my eyes. This lad from the Dragon Country is like a double-edged sword. When he is off, he is a novice, but once he is on, he is truly lethal. The most frightening aspect is the overwhelming aura he possesses. My God, I cannot recall ever encountering an 18-year-old player with such commanding presence. A grave concern indeed. In the forthcoming decade, he shall undoubtedly remain a formidable adversary for us Liverpool. Gary Neville silently extended his left hand. Jamie, I appreciate your understanding of my sentiments. Damn, it turns out you do not empathize with me. You merely recalled your damn Liverpool. Perish, you. Alas, Gary, we are now fellow sufferers. Why must you hold grievances against me? Greenwood resumes play from the center circle. Meanwhile, the fourth official raised the electronic display board. For minutes of stoppage time. These are the final 4 minutes. Defend with all our might. We must endure through these last 4 minutes. We cannot allow them to seize the first touch within the penalty area. We must not grant them opportunities for long-range shots just outside the box. Keep an eye on that damn Dragon Man. Savage, mark that Dragon Man. Tackle him. Tackle him. Do not let him pass the ball into the penalty area. On the sidelines, Neil Wood has completely lost his composure. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, commanding his teammates to employ foul tactics to thwart Li Ning's advance. Neil Wood, your audacity knows no bounds. It would be one thing to have a prominent turtle, but to orchestrate such despicable strategies is a disgrace to the name of the Red Devils. My grandmother is ready to rise from her grave to pay you a visit at Carrington. Neil Wood, should you dare to injure Arlie, I shall haunt you and your family at Carrington every day. The malevolent tactics of Neil Wood reached the ears of Manchester City fans, provoking a chorus of curses directed at him throughout the stadium. Time ticked away agonizingly as Manchester United players could not fathom the humiliation of overturning a 2-goal lead. They gritted their teeth and persevered. Savic had entirely relinquished his position, adhering closely to Li Ning like a stubborn adhesive. Whenever Li Ning sought to receive the ball, Savic would immediately surge forward, using his body to impede the opponent's control. His movements were rather exaggerated, showing no fear of incurring fouls. It appeared that he was resolutely committed to executing the coach's tactical plan, employing a strategy akin to a shark's fin to exhaust the remaining time. Li Ning felt a surge of urgency. Could they truly let Manchester United slip away unchallenged? Absolutely not. They had completely dominated both the momentum and the scene. Yet only managed to secure a draw. Such a pity. The referee, Sean, was already glancing at his watch. Time was running out. Suddenly, Li Ning made a pause in his off-the-ball movement. Seizing the moment while Savic had planted himself firmly, he swiftly changed direction and slipped behind Lavia. He audaciously employed a tactic reminiscent of a pick-and-roll in basketball, leveraging Lavia's physique to evade Savic's defense. As Savic trailed him, maneuvering around Lavia's back, Lavia skillfully positioned himself, effectively obstructing Savic. Meanwhile, Li Ning extended his right foot, deftly nudging the stationary ball forward with his toes, charging towards Manchester United's penalty area. Block him! Block him! Niewood erupted in a visceral, blood-curdling roar. Another defensive midfielder from Manchester United, Saiwidowski, galloped in urgently. A towering figure loomed before Li Ning, obstructing his path like an impenetrable wall. Li Ning summoned his resolve. Messi lowered his shoulder. Suddenly, his right shoulder dipped, shifting his entire center of gravity to the right. I've been observing you for quite some time. You are predominantly a right-footed player. Is it not evident that you intend to break through from the right side? This is child's play. The mountain was opened by me. The tree was planted by me. To pass through here, one must leave their undergarments behind. Alas! What on earth is this? Świderski took a step to the left, summoning all his strength to brace for the impending physical confrontation with Li Ning. However, to his astonishment, Li Ning unleashed a lightning-fast maneuver, deftly flicking the ball with the outside of his left foot to his left front, effortlessly gliding past his opponent as if they were merely a hurdle. He swiftly shifted his center of gravity, attempting to keep pace with Li Ning. Yet, his cumbersome physique could hardly keep up. In the rapid change of direction, he stumbled and fell flat on his back. Yet another individual paying homage to Boateng through his actions. The entire Etihad Stadium was left in shock, regardless of allegiance. Fans from both Manchester City and Manchester United rose collectively, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld the unfolding spectacle. They are all seasoned fans with countless matches under their belts, and they have keenly sensed that an astonishing scene is unfolding before their eyes. Li Ning, with his rapid, nimble footwork, is charging towards Manchester United's defense like a whirlwind. The right back, Fernandes, steps forward to intercept. He clenched his teeth, resolutely determined. He would rather commit a malicious foul than allow his opponent to enter the penalty area. Yet, Li Ning completely disregarded his presence, once again leaning his right shoulder to the side. Damn it! Do you intend to employ the same trick? Do you take me for a fool? You just used that maneuver. How could I possibly fall for it? Referee Sean had already placed the whistle to his lips, ready to signal the end of the match at any moment. While Fernandez's mind remained composed, his body was painfully honest. In an interview with the Post-Match Journal, he lamented, "Damn it. This maneuver by the Dragon Kingdom player is nothing short of absurdly deceptive. It's more convincing than the truth itself. I had already cautioned myself internally that his shoulder dip to the right was a feint, and I must not be fooled. However, my body simply refused to obey. Yet, as you all witnessed, I didn't even extend my foot. I merely shifted my weight slightly to the left, and this fellow had already slipped past me on the right. This is truly not my fault. Woe is me." Li Ning, employing the exact same feint, swiftly maneuvered past two Manchester United defenders and stormed into the opponent's penalty area. The trailing center-back, Fish, sought to block him, but it was too late. His speed surged with unrestrained vigor, akin to a nimble yet power-packed Ferrari, utterly unstoppable. This time, he refrained from employing any feints. With a deft touch, he nudged the ball forward, leaving Fish in his wake. However, his current position veered significantly to the left, narrowing the angle for a shot. Manchester United's goalkeeper, Mastern, crouched low, sliding to his right in anticipation to block the near post and thwart Li Ning's attempt. Yet, Li Ning, with keen precision, tilted his body leftward and propelled the ball with the arch of his left foot toward the far corner of the net. As he struck the ball, his body slipped, and he fell to the ground. A profound silence enveloped the Etihad Stadium. Everyone's eyes widened, fixated on the rolling ball. Time seemed to stand still, the air thick with anticipation. The ball appeared to be caught in slow motion, gracefully spinning before the astonished crowd. At last, it soared over Mastern, crossing the goal line, crashing into the left side netting of Manchester United's goal. The clock by the pitch froze at 93 minutes and 20 seconds. Li Ning of the Dragon Kingdom, in his inaugural official match for Manchester City, miraculously replicated the iconic moment of 9,320, destined for the annals of history. 3-2. Manchester City turned the tide. Chapter 36. The new king ascends, conquering the Etihad in a mere 20 minutes. Beep, beep, beep. Referee Sean's whistle pierced the air thrice, signaling the end of the match. Manchester City's U18 team, having trailed by 2 goals, orchestrated an epic comeback, netting 3 goals in a breathtaking reversal. At the sound of the whistle, the Manchester United players collapsed in despair. They find it unbearable to confront this harsh reality. From heaven to hell, a mere Dragon Kingdom inhabitant stands between them. Only Greenwood, with his hands on his hips, remains in the center of the field, gazing vacantly at his teammates, who are collapsing one by one onto the ground. Manchester United's coach, Neil Wood, stands motionless on the sidelines, his expression a canvas of despair, utterly lost. His hands trembled, reminiscent of Sir Alex Ferguson on the sidelines of Wembley Stadium on May 29, 2011. In that match, it was the extraordinary performance of the football king, Messi, that left the venerable manager in despair. Today, however, it is a player from the Dragon Kingdom who evokes a similar empathy in Neil Wood. In stark contrast, Manchester City's coach, Vincent, presents an entirely different demeanor. He was overwhelmed with joy, barely managing to restrain himself from rushing onto the field. Yet at times, he covered his face with his hands or cradled his head, embodying an expression of sheer disbelief. This visage evoked memories of September 22, 2015, when Lewandowski astonishingly scored 5 goals in just 9 minutes at the Allianz Arena. Guardiola, standing at the sidelines, mirrored the sentiment. Goodness, I too wish to shave my head. There is something undeniably comforting about a bald head. Meanwhile, in the Sky Sports commentary booth, Gary Neville leaned back in his chair, rendered speechless. He was left without words. Carragher, with kindness, approached to comfort him. Gary, don't be disheartened. There is still a second leg, and Manchester United has the opportunity for revenge. Neville, in a fit of anger, retorted sharply. I'm not upset at all. In 4 rounds, we face Manchester City and Liverpool. Let us see how you fare then. Damn it, you truly are like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. Can we not enjoy ourselves anymore? Suddenly, glancing over at the adjacent broadcasting booth, he let out a chuckle. Gary, we are certainly faring far better than them. Look, Tom from The Sun has already fled. Indeed. Tom, in his column Tom's Appointment, was the first to report on Li Ning's signing with Manchester City, and he spoke with great bravado, adamantly asserting that there were numerous doubts surrounding this signing. In his view, Li Ning was undoubtedly a total flop. Thus, when Li Ning took to the field and turned the tide, fans watching the live broadcast began to comment, criticizing Tom for his irresponsible reporting motivated by sales, with many fans resorting to profanity. When Li Ning miraculously replicated the 93-20 and scored a last-minute goal to take the lead, Tom hastily ended the broadcast, scurrying away in disgrace. In the South Stand, Manchester City fans were ecstatic, lost in their euphoria. The sound of drums thundered, and cheers and shouts were deafening. Now see the blue moon. Now see the blue moon. The sky over Manchester is blue. The fans shouted wildly, as if that was the only way to convey their exhilaration. Some spirited fans even composed songs to mock their rivals. Manchester United brothers, can we not delight in playing against you every week? This is a tradition among British fans, using song to kick their opponents when they are down. For instance, Mourinho, you shall be sacked tomorrow. Suddenly, amidst the clamor, old Henry rose from his seat. He extended his arms wide, pressing his hands down to signal for silence. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he clapped his hands sharply, simultaneously calling out, Lee. Following closely, he clapped again, proclaimingly. The members of the 1984 ground understood the cue. In unison, the crowd joined in the rhythm, clapping their hands together with fervor. With each clap, they erupted in a deafening cheer of Lee. The applause was harmonious and the roars were heart-wrenching. This was a heartfelt expression, a genuine voice from deep within. Witnessing such a scene, even the Manchester United fans in the opposite stand rose to their feet, applauding. In just 20 minutes, Li Ning had completely captivated his adversaries. They were rivals, yet also friends. This was a display of respect for opponents, and even more so, for the beautiful game itself. Li Ning was on the pitch, celebrating victory alongside his teammates. Suddenly, He heard the fans from the south stand clapping in celebration, chanting his name with enthusiasm. He paused his celebration and slowly walked to the sidelines, gazing up at the fans in the southern stand. Suddenly, he extended his arms, pointing with both index fingers towards the supporters. Then, he lifted his jersey and planted a deep kiss on the emblem adorning his chest. With his right hand, he struck his chest fiercely several times. A kiss seals the bond. Manchester City will forever reside in my heart. The fans in the southern stand erupted into a frenzy. They sang, danced, and stomped their feet in jubilant celebration, nearly dismantling the southern stands. Today, they were fortunate to witness the ascension of a new king at Etihad Stadium. And the entire spectacle unfolded in merely 20 minutes. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new task. Initial brilliance. Task completion level, AAA. You have earned a chance to draw for a star player skill. Additionally, you have acquired 100 points of kingly value and received a bonus of 3 attribute points, which can be allocated to any single attribute. Damn, Li Ning cursed under his breath. Today, I utilized the divine perspective, consuming 100 points of kingly value. I executed a Modric's outside foot strike, depleting 50 points of kingly value. I employed Messi's shoulder drop twice, expending 100 points of kingly value. In total, I consumed 250 points of kingly value. You reward me with only 100 points? That's a significant loss, isn't it? At this rate, after a few matches, I will have no kingly value left. What is the point of continuing? Ding dong. System's additional reminder. In this match, the host has garnered 6,000 points of admiration value. This can be exchanged for 600 points of kingly value or 60 points of attribute value. Haha. Li Ning chuckled with delight. The 6,000 points of admiration indicate that he has captivated the hearts of 6,000 fans during this match. This means that, aside from Manchester City supporters, the vast majority of Manchester United fans present today have now become his supporters. One cannot offend the fans, they must be won over through performance. Pep Guardiola's reminder echoed in his ears. Rest assured, Li Ning of the Dragon Kingdom shall conquer Etihad from this moment onward. Neville slowly rose from the commentary booth. Exhaling deeply, Jamie, just watch. Not only is this the dawn of a new era for the Premier League U18, but the entire Premier League is on the verge of transformation. Chapter 37. Want to interview me? Did you consider the consequences when you slandered me? Li. His teammates chanted rhythmically, surrounding Li Ning as they made their way to the players' tunnel. Greenwood approached. After an initial moment of astonishment and disappointment, this English superstar had regained his composure and grace. Li, you played exceptionally well today. He proactively extended his hand to Li Ning, signifying a gesture of camaraderie. I hope we can meet again on the grand stage of the Premier League soon. Upon hearing Greenwood's words, Li Ning smiled broadly while shaking his hand. Haha, I'm merely a substitute for the U18 team. How could I possibly leap to the first team? There's still the U23 level in between. With a hearty laugh, Greenwood replied, trust me, I won't misjudge your talent. With your abilities, you won't remain in the U18 ranks for long. You might even bypass the U23 altogether. Just add a touch more consistency, and you will surely secure your place in the first team. Oh, never mind about that consistency. You are already quite the challenge as it is. With that, Greenwood once again shook hands with Li Ning amicably before turning to enter the away team's locker room. In the home team's locker room, Li Ning stood beneath the shower, eyes closed, relishing the warm water cascading over him. It felt utterly delightful. The scenes from the match flashed through his mind, almost surreal. Just half a month ago, he was merely regarded as a trainee going through the motions. Yet now, he had emerged as the pivotal figure in the team's turnaround against their city rivals, unequivocally awarded the title of most valuable player for the match. The contrast was striking. In this moment, I felt compelled to compose a poem. The system is truly remarkable, simply outstanding. Suddenly, he lifted his head and was taken aback to find Charles standing before him, gazing at him with a mischievous look. Li, I never imagined that a footballer could possess such delicate features. What the hell do you want? Li Ning retorted. Charles quickly wiped away the drool from the corner of his mouth and said, you should hurry up and wash. The head coach wants you to join him for the post-match press conference. 10 minutes later, Li Ning donned the official interview attire designated by Manchester City, stepping into the press room with an air of confidence. The head coaches of both teams were already present. As Li Ning entered, all the journalists turned their cameras toward him, a flurry of clicks filling the air. Li Ning was unfazed, sitting beside Coach Vichens with a smile on his face. In truth, the media presence that day was not overwhelming, comprising only 7 or 8 outlets. Nevertheless, for a typical U18 Premier League match, this was quite significant. Following the established protocol of the conference, the host first invited the coach of the losing team to speak. Neyward appeared visibly distraught. Clearly still grappling with the sting of defeat, he arrived alone, without any players accompanying him to the press conference. First and foremost, congratulations to Manchester City on their victory in this match. It was an exhilarating contest. Both teams displayed an exceptionally high level of performance. Truly, especially us. Although we ultimately faced a regrettable defeat, I am genuinely proud of our display. We dedicated considerable effort to our preparations, meticulously devising and rehearsing our tactics. We understood Manchester City's capabilities and anticipated their style of play. Thus, our strategy revolved around a compact defense and swift counterattacks. The emphasis was on speed, rapidly traversing the midfield, swiftly exploiting the gaps behind the opponent's defensive line. As you all witnessed, we were on the brink of success. Alas, who could have imagined that the opponent would deploy such a remarkable surprise player? I must congratulate Manchester City on acquiring such an outstanding young talent. As we all know, this collaborative project is in its 6th year, having yielded no results thus far. However, with Li's emergence, this initiative has finally borne fruit. It is truly unfortunate that we fell just short. Such a pity. I hope we have the opportunity to redeem ourselves in the second leg. Thank you all. His speech grew increasingly rapid, and his emotions became ever more fervent. By the end, he appeared to be on the brink of losing control. It seems that the setback of turning defeat into victory has profoundly impacted him. He hurriedly finished speaking, stood up, and gave a slight bow, departing the scene swiftly before the reporters could pose any questions. The defeated are perpetually solitary. He yearned to lick his own wounds. Next, it is time for Vicens to speak. Ahem. Neilwood made an excellent point earlier. Indeed, this match was a remarkable showcase. A benchmark contest in the Premier League U18. Manchester United presented us with considerable challenges and even held a 2-goal lead at one point. However, the issue did not lie within our tactics. Rather, we were momentarily deprived of 3 core players. Consequently, we encountered difficulties on the offensive front. How about that? My groundwork is solid, right? Ha ha ha. Do not presume that all footballers are illiterate. The highlights are yet to come. Nevertheless, in the face of a 2-goal deficit, we remained composed, for we possessed our secret weapon, our trump card. At this juncture, Vicens's tone ascended an octave. Show me. Ning Li is our trump card. Although he has only been in Manchester for a mere 2 weeks, none of us harbor any doubts that he will indeed be our most significant discovery this season. Furthermore, he may very well stand as the greatest revelation of my entire youth training career, the most admirable accomplishment. Listening to his impassioned speech and observing his exaggerated body language, Li Ning felt somewhat bewildered. Damn, do coaches in the Premier League undergo performance training first? Must they view Stanislavski as an actor prepares twice? All right, esteemed media friends. Let us now welcome the MVP of today's match, the Chinese player Ning Li. As the host introduced him, an array of cameras once again focused on Li Ning. Clicking away. Li, be cautious. No good can come from the British media, Vicens kindly advised. Li Ning nodded slightly, discreetly gesturing an OK beneath the table. Esteemed media friends, I would like to first inquire, which one of you is from the Sun? Li Ning unexpectedly posed an off-topic question. I am. A plump middle-aged man raised his hand. Oh, Tom is your employee, right? Tom. The chubby man appeared perplexed. Tom Hardy, the columnist for Tom, has an appointment. Oh, indeed. He is our employee and is currently conducting a live video broadcast on site. Excellent. Please convey to your employer that unless Tom Hardy publicly apologizes to me, from this moment forth, I shall refuse any interviews in any setting where the Sun is present. What? The press conference erupted in astonishment. Chapter 38. For Li. Manchester City is willing to stand against the world. What? What kind of demand is this? It's utterly absurd. The middle-aged man exploded on the spot. Absurd? Humph. Are you illiterate or merely forgetful? A week ago, when I had just signed with Manchester City, how did Tom Hardy criticize me in his column? Do you not recall? Li Ning responded with a cold smile, leaving the hefty man momentarily speechless. How is it that he is permitted to wield his pen to launch various personal attacks against me, yet I am not allowed to retaliate? He not only baselessly slandered me, claiming that I possess no skill in football, but he also disparaged the developmental strategy of our entire club. He insinuated that my entry into the team was solely due to the deep connections between my agent and the club. Furthermore, He even went so far as to suggest that the club's decision to sign me was merely a ploy to divert public attention and alleviate the pressure on the first team regarding their performance in the Champions League. In pursuit of sales and traffic, he exhibits a complete disregard for ethics and principles. Unbeknownst to him, such reckless defamation could impose entirely unnecessary pressure on our club. My request for an apology, without seeking compensation, is already an act of great mercy. As these words left his lips, the entire press conference erupted into astonishment. The clattering of keyboards echoed as reporters diligently recorded every word spoken by Li Ning. Even Wiseness turned to glance at Li Ning, astonishment and admiration gleaming in his eyes. Goodness, a young man from the Dragon Nation, newly arrived, possesses the audacity to openly challenge a century-old media titan. Has he consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Yet, his ability to voice concerns from the perspective of the entire club, demonstrating such a profound sense of belonging, is indeed commendable. Given time, he will undoubtedly become a standard-bearer for the club. The middle-aged man, caught off guard, found himself at a loss for words and resorted to bluster. How dare you challenge us, a mere player who has just performed well? Do you comprehend our power? It was we who posed as intermediaries and exposed Higgins for match-fixing in snooker. We were the first to reveal Prince Charles's infidelity during his marriage to Princess Diana. During the bidding for the 2006 World Cup, it was also our revelations that the FA bribed FIFA in an attempt to seize the hosting rights from Germany. You see, for the sake of sales, we can engage in entrapment, pry into others' privacy, and even betray our national interests. We possess the audacity to infiltrate Buckingham Palace and clandestinely photograph the Queen's diamond-encrusted golden toilet. We are the eternal legends of gossip, the undefeated myth of the paparazzi, the everlasting son of tabloid journalism. You, a mere individual from the Dragon Nation, dare to challenge our authority? It is truly a display of hubris. Li Ning scoffed lightly. Acknowledging their prowess, of course, I am aware of the influence of your publication. The citizens of England rely on you for their daily necessities. How bold of you. I care not for your background or who supports you. Remember, your refusal to be interviewed after the match constitutes a violation, punishable by the FA. Li Ning scoffed again. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Very well. Let me clarify once more. My previous statement may not have been sufficiently clear and could lead to misunderstanding. I reiterate, from this moment forth, unless Tom Hardy publicly apologizes to me, I shall refuse to grant interviews to any media outlet. To any outlet. With that, Li Ning stood, his piercing gaze sweeping across everyone present. The press conference erupted into chaos. If this were merely a personal feud between Li Ning and the Sun, it might have been tolerable for all. However, Li Ning has now unequivocally confirmed and reiterated that this is not a private dispute between the two entities, but rather a matter that concerns him and all media outlets. There is no room for compromise or ambiguity. It is a stark choice to be made. One must either align with Li Ning and secure future interview privileges or choose the Sun and relinquish access to Li Ning, a figure of immense popularity and attraction. The decision rests in your hands. The journalists present are mere employees. Who among them possesses the audacity to make such a significant choice? Yet, Li Ning has risen, his gaze fixed upon them all. His stance is unequivocal. Within this very minute, you must promptly take a stand. Should any of you opt for the Sun? For Tom Hardy, you shall henceforth receive no further information regarding him. This loss cannot be understated. I believe that Li Ning's ire is not without justification. While you may be in your first year, others can advance far beyond that. If the reporting is erroneous, a simple apology would suffice. What is the harm in that? We shall continue to be colleagues in this industry. After all, we cannot avoid each other's gaze forever. The first to muddy the waters was the Times, the sworn enemy of the Sun. Once the initial shot is fired, the subsequent matters become more manageable. Indeed, Tom Hardy has, on occasion, crossed the line. A year ago, a youth player from Southampton suffered a hernia, and he audaciously claimed that the lad led an improper lifestyle. This young man is a devout Catholic, of the same denomination as CAC. His career was nearly derailed. Quite so. 6 months ago, a young player from Egypt aspired to follow in Salah's footsteps and integrate into the Premier League's mainstream society. However, after consuming 2 bottles of whiskey, Tom Hardy insisted that the young man was secretly drinking and eating meat during Ramadan. This led to the young player returning to Egypt and announcing his retirement at the tender age of 14. Furthermore, he mentioned that during the 1996 European Championship, Gascoigne, after scoring against Sonus, lay on the ground with his mouth agape, actually mimicking his urination gesture. He also remarked that in the 2010 World Cup final, the reason why the diminutive Robin missed that clear opportunity was that he had previously placed a bet with a bookmaker on himself to squander the chance. Alas, some of Tom Hardy's and the Sun's prior actions have indeed been rather outrageous. Indeed, it is now Tom Hardy who has angered Li. Yet this may inadvertently prevent everyone from interviewing Li. It is unjust for one individual's error to necessitate the collective bearing of the burden. The news value surrounding Li now rivals that of an entire team. We must not suffer losses due to his missteps. As voices rose in discontent, the press conference gradually transformed into a forum of accusations. The already tarnished reputation of the Sun is on the brink of becoming universally reviled. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the middle-aged man could no longer remain passive. Li, do you comprehend the implications of your actions? The English Football Association and the Premier League Media Association have established a contract that prohibits the exclusion of union members from their rightful journalistic engagements for any reason. Your actions contravene this agreement. No matter how formidable your individual capabilities may be, it is inconceivable to oppose the entirety of the Premier League Media Association alone. He speaks the truth. It is indeed his trump card. With that statement, the entire press conference hall fell into an immediate silence. The middle-aged man, rotund and smug, wore a faint, cold smile. Ha ha ha. You wish to challenge me? You are still too naive. It was I who stealthily infiltrated Buckingham Palace and captured the Queen's diamond-encrusted golden toilet on camera, just as he reveled in his triumph. A stern voice suddenly pierced the atmosphere. Who claims that Li Ning stands alone? To seek justice for him, Manchester City Football Club is prepared to confront the entire world. Chapter 39. I am Li Ning, a man capable of compelling the Sun to bow down. Blast it! Who is this person? How dare they utter such audacious words? The hall erupted in a flurry of astonishment. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, and there emerged a well-proportioned, impeccably suited middle-aged man from the doorway. Good heavens! It was none other than Roman, the chief communications officer of Manchester City. Roman wore a congenial smile, graciously nodding to the assembled media. Then, his gaze lingered momentarily on the rotund man. Clearing his throat, he addressed the media friends present. Good day to all. I have just received joint authorization from Mr. Soriano, the CEO of Manchester City, and Mr. Begirstein, the Director of Football. I hereby formally inform you, and through you, announce to the entire British media, in the dispute concerning Mr. Li Ning and Mr. Tom Hardy's earlier inaccurate reports, Manchester City Football Club will unconditionally and wholeheartedly support Mr. Li Ning's reasonable demands. From this moment forth, should Mr. Tom Hardy fail to publicly apologize to Mr. Li Ning for the distorted reports, Manchester City will impose a media blackout on all outlets, including the Sun. We shall refuse all interviews. As he spoke, a fierce glint suddenly flashed in his eyes. The two gentlemen have asked me to convey their exact words. For Li Ning, Manchester City is willing to stand against the entire world. The press hall fell into a profound silence. Even the journalists who had been frantically typing moments ago ceased their work, stunned. Goodness, has Manchester gone mad? To confront the entire British media over a newly signed player from the Dragon Nation? Are they unaware of the ferocity of the British press? The infamous Mourinho once attempted such a feat. What was the outcome? Did it not lead to his downfall? Even the legendary Sir Ferguson, who enjoyed unparalleled honor in the Premier League, would never dare utter such hubristic words. The rotund man from the Sun was visibly shaken, his chest heaving violently. Clearly, the current situation had surpassed his expectations. Mr. Roman, I hope you understand what you are doing. Li Ning is merely a substitute player for Manchester City's U18 team. He has merely played a splendid 20 minutes. Perhaps he is but a fleeting phenomenon? To defend such an individual, one must confront the entirety of the British media. Have you contemplated the repercussions? With a cold chuckle, Rowan remarked, a fleeting phenomenon? Humph. Mr. Hendry, Mr. Soriano, and Mr. Begirstein have sent me a message for you. Tom Hardy's live stream was remarkably clear. The middle-aged portly Hendry has come to understand. Surely, Soriano and Begirstein have witnessed the live broadcast of that match and have unanimously concluded that Li Ning is a prodigy worthy of their defiance against the entire British media. Perhaps even Guardiola's opinion is included. What shall we do? Submit? Bow down? Apologize? No, absolutely not. Our Sun newspaper has always been the most tenacious and relentless in the realm of British media. Once we latch onto someone, there is no escape. Thus, Henry asserted firmly. Very well, Mr. Rowan. Given this, I must remind you once more that your actions contravene the relevant provisions of the Premier League Media Association. The pen is in our hands. You will soon comprehend the meaning of regret. Rowan replied coldly. I must also remind you of something. Manchester City's silence towards the British media will not extend to other media outlets on the European continent. Consequently, there will be no news regarding the reigning Premier League champions in the British media. However, our stories will still grace the pages of esteemed sports publications such as Gazzetta dello Sport, Marca, AS, Die Welt, and L'Equipe. At that time, your media's attention will wane, sales will plummet, and market share will diminish. You ought to reflect carefully on whether you truly wish to engage in this conflict with us. Hendry's hands trembled, and his eyes reddened. He is well aware that Luo One is not indulging in alarmist rhetoric. The situation he described is indeed quite likely to occur. Currently, the competition among media outlets has escalated to a fever pitch, with fierce battles waged in every domain. And what of Manchester City? Since the ascendance of Mansour, they have suddenly emerged as a new powerhouse in the Premier League, not only within England, but across Europe and even globally. The number of Manchester City supporters has been growing exponentially. Should the right to report on Manchester City be lost, it would represent a significant loss of a promotional stronghold. Is it truly worthwhile to jeopardize such an opportunity for a Dragon Country individual whose professional prospects remain ambiguous? Uncertain career? I reiterate, Mr. Soriano and Mr. Begiristain believe. Before Rowan could finish his statement, Li Ning abruptly raised his hand to halt him. Such an imposing presence. Rowan was momentarily taken aback, slowly rising from his chair. Li Ning gazed coldly at Henry. Mr. Henry, you must be aware that prior to our match against Manchester United, I made a wager with the venerable Henry. I know. Excellent. I shall propose another wager. In the next match, should I fail to score 2 goals and provide 2 assists, I will voluntarily terminate my contract with Manchester City and depart from Manchester. What? Are you serious? This is madness, utterly insane. When have we ever encountered such arrogance? Young man, your audacity is simply beyond measure. Do you even know who your next opponent is? Henry exclaimed, his voice strained. Li Ning was momentarily stunned. Blast it. My preparation for this was woefully inadequate. Who is our next opponent? I genuinely do not know. He shook his head in confusion. Speaking the truth. You. Henry pointed a finger at Li Ning, nearly rendered speechless by anger. How could one be so brazen as to boast without even knowing their opponent? Do you take us media professionals for fools? Regardless of who the opponent may be. This wager shall stand. I am confident that from this evening onward, my words will spread across newspapers, television, and the internet throughout Europe. Starting tomorrow, major European media outlets will dispatch their branches to the City Football Academy's training ground for extensive coverage. In the coming week, the topic I have ignited will likely become the most captivating subject in European football. Alas, dear friends of the British media, you shall not partake in this feast. And the repercussions of this are entirely of your own making. Were I your employer, I would undoubtedly dismiss you. The journalists present could no longer maintain their composure. Henry, quickly have Tom Hardy apologize. This young man from the Dragon Country is not jesting. Indeed, his analysis was both reasonable and astute. Should such a scenario truly unfold, it would spell disaster for you. The troubles caused by Tom Hardy should not bring misfortune upon the entire British media. Henry, you must contemplate this carefully. If matters were to escalate to that extent, Manchester City would not be the adversary of the British media. Rather, it is your publication, The Sun, that would find itself in opposition. Observing other media outlets turning against you, Li Ning silently smirked. The 33rd stratagem from the 36 stratagems. Sow discord. Take heed and learn from this. He gazed at the astonished Mr. Rowan with a slight smile. Mr. Rowan, I kindly ask you to convey my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Soriano and Mr. Begiristain. Please inform them that their unwavering support will undoubtedly be rewarded 100-fold. In the forthcoming match, I shall score 2 goals and provide 2 assists. After expressing his sentiments, he turned to depart. Please wait a moment. At that very instant, Henry suddenly spoke up. His round face flushed crimson, and his voice trembled. Mr. Ning, I, on behalf of myself, sincerely apologize for the previous erroneous reports. Those articles have caused unnecessary distress to you personally and to Manchester City Football Club. I am truly sorry. Later, I will dutifully report to the director and urge Tom Hardy to issue a public apology promptly. Please continue to maintain a cooperative relationship with us at The Sun, allowing us to conduct normal interviews and reports. Li Ning paused, slowly turned around, and his expression was haughty, like a newly crowned king surveying his subjects. Very well, I shall await Tom Hardy's apology. As for the club's stance, It shall be based on the official announcement. Moreover, I must inform you that my name is not Ning Li. I am Li Ning. I am a citizen of the Dragon Nation, a person capable of toppling the sun single-handedly. His words were powerful and full of pride. After speaking, he turned and strode out of the press conference room, leaving behind a profound silence. Every journalist dared not utter a word. Chapter 40. The gossip host publicly apologizes. Soriano rushes to print jerseys. The notoriously outspoken Tom Hardy has issued an apology. That evening, the ace columnist of The Sun, through his column Tom's Appointment, publicly apologized to Li Ning and Manchester City Football Club. He even conducted a live video broadcast through the column. This marked not only the first time in his career, but also the first in the Sun's history. A young player from the Dragon Nation single-handedly took down a century-old gossip media outlet, compelling a renowned host to apologize publicly. Such explosive news would normally dominate the trending charts. However, today it could only secure the second spot. The top trending news across the UK was eclipsed by another story concerning this young player from the Dragon Nation. Li Ning, the newly signed player for Manchester City's U18 team, made an impressive debut, coming off the bench for 20 minutes, scoring 2 goals and providing 1 assist. In a match where they were trailing by 2 goals, he almost single-handedly led Manchester City U18 to a comeback victory against their longtime rivals, Manchester United U18, securing their first win of the new season. How about that? Isn't it sensational enough? If you find it lacking, there's more to come. After the match, this young player was unanimously awarded the match MVP. In the subsequent press conference, he boldly proclaimed that if he did not score 2 goals and provide 2 assists in the upcoming match, he would voluntarily leave Manchester City. When asked about the next opponent, he astonishingly did not even know who they were. Such audacity from a player is unprecedented in Premier League history. Thus, overnight, the name Li Ning reverberated throughout the entire British football scene. Hey buddy, what are you looking at? Are you watching the news about the new Manchester City recruit? Indeed. I was just watching his performance against Manchester United this afternoon. Incredible! I also viewed the match footage. It was absolutely phenomenal. Within a mere 20 minutes, he scored 2 goals and provided an assist. Truly astonishing. Especially that last-minute goal. Didn't it evoke a hint of Messi's brilliance? Who could argue otherwise? It seems Manchester City has indeed struck gold. Defending the Premier League U18 title this season should pose no challenge. Throughout the English football scene, that name and the match were the center of attention that evening, stirring excitement continuously. Manchester City Football Academy. Soriano's office. The club's 3 key figures are currently watching the match footage on a massive projection screen. As Li Ning netted the second goal, the match concluded. Soriano turned off the projector and illuminated the room. So, Pep, what are your thoughts? Pep Guardiola, the head coach of Manchester City's first team. He habitually rubbed his bald head and let out a sigh. How peculiar, indeed. Whether as a player or a coach, I have never encountered such an unusual athlete. Most of the time, he appeared exceedingly mediocre. Yet, during those fleeting moments of brilliance, he possessed the capacity to alter the entire course of the match. All I can say is congratulations. Congratulations to the club for discerning talent and signing a potential superstar. Moreover, I feel fortunate that he is not our adversary. Batistuta nodded, remarking, this young man is not only enigmatic on the field, but also possesses a cunning that belies his years. A week ago, he instigated a bet with old Henry, ostensibly to compel Vicens to grant him playing time in this match. Today, he orchestrated another betting scenario, another topic of discussion. He then leveraged this narrative to garner the support of other British media, ultimately forcing The Sun and Tom Hardy to apologize to us. Astute, indeed, exceedingly astute. Soriano chuckled wryly and nodded, saying, yes, he is remarkably clever. According to our prior agreement, he earns 1,000 for each goal scored and 800 for every assist. Should he secure the MVP title in a single match, he stands to gain an additional 5,000. With today's performance, 2 goals, 1 assist. In the MVP, he will receive a total reward of 7,800. That is already equivalent to the average annual salary of an U18 player. Guardiola laughed heartily. What is the matter, Ferran? Are you distressed about the checks? Soriano also chuckled. Pair, the checks I sign are Mubarak's. Why should I be concerned? As long as Li Ning can maintain such performance, what does it matter if we pay 10-fold or 100-fold in bonuses? By the way, Pair, as the coach, how confident are you that Li Ning's bold claim can be realized? At Batistu's inquiry, Guardiola's demeanor shifted to seriousness. To speak candidly, based on conventional reasoning, I would say we have less than a 1 in 10 chance. Our next opponent is the Hammers, West Ham United. This team is renowned in British football for its robust style of play, tenacity, and fierce physicality. We have encountered difficulties against them in the first-team matches on more than one occasion. Their U18 team exhibits an even more rugged and aggressive style. Overcoming such a formidable opponent is no simple task, let alone expecting a player to score 2 goals and provide 2 assists. Yet, it must be said, since Li Ning joined the team, he has consistently surprised us every single day. For a player of his caliber, we must not rely solely on conventional logic. Batistuta nodded and remarked, "Indeed, I share the same sentiment." While his wager is undeniably astonishing, just 5 hours ago, we found it utterly implausible that he would engage in a bet with old Henry. Who knows what surprises he might unveil this time? Soriano tapped away at the computer before him, a faint smile of irony gracing his features. Not merely surprises, but sheer terror, to be precise. What does this imply? The head of the reception department has just sent me an email. Tomorrow, the number of media applications to observe the team's training at the football academy is 7 times the usual amount. Moreover, applications from fans wishing to attend the training have skyrocketed to 30 times the ordinary figure. Even more ludicrous is the fact that 70% of these fans are applying to watch the U18 training. Batistuta paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Needless to say, they are undoubtedly eager to witness Li Ning in action. Without a doubt, I must inform the merchandise department immediately to expedite the printing of 3,000 jerseys featuring Li Ning's number 22. I am certain that this rascal will become the U18 player with the highest jersey sales in Manchester City's history." Chapter 41. The Skill of the Cow's Tail. My prowess is simply dazzling. Midnight. Manchester City U18 Players' Dormitory. Li Ning's roommate, Shui Feng, has finally drifted into slumber. Throughout the night, he had been chuckling at his computer. He would occasionally watch Tom Hardy's apology video, deeming that this chap had brought it upon himself. At other times, he reveled in highlights from the Manchester Derby, applauding his best friend's remarkable performance. Now that he has finally succumbed to sleep, Li Ning seizes the opportunity to examine his arsenal. First, he checks his king of the ball value. Before the match, his king of the ball value stood at 350 points. During the game, he employed the Messi shoulder drop twice, the Modric outside foot technique once, and the goddess perspective once. This totaled a consumption of 250 points. The system rewarded him with 100 points. Thus, he should now have 200 points remaining. Indeed, the system has not deceived me. However, I have lost a considerable amount of king of the ball value in this match. The 3 attribute points gifted by the system were all allocated to ball control, raising his ball control attribute from 50 to 53. The most delightful surprise of this match was the acquisition of 6,000 admiration points. This not only signifies that he has won the hearts of 6,000 fans, but also grants him 600 king of the ball points. Naturally, this can be exchanged for 60 attribute points. How shall I allocate this newfound wealth? I boasted that in the next match, I shall achieve 2 goals and provide 2 assists. Each goal requires 50 king of the ball points. So 2 goals will necessitate 100 points. Although an assist can be executed using Modric's outside of the foot technique, for the sake of prudence, it is best to calculate everything from the divine perspective. 1 assist requires 100 points of player value, while 2 assists amount to 200 points. By this calculation, to fulfill the task, a minimum of 300 points of player value is necessary. Currently, I possess 200 points of player value, which means I still require at least 100 more points. After much contemplation, I decided to withdraw 2,000 points from my 6,000 points of admiration value to exchange for 200 points of player value. With this, my player value will reach a total of 400 points, ample for the upcoming match. Furthermore, I will convert the remaining 4,000 points of admiration value into 40 points of attribute value. The question arises, to which attributes should these points be allocated? Given that my foundational skills are rather lacking, it appears that each attribute requires enhancement. However, there must be a priority, after all. After a vigorous internal debate, I resolved to first bolster my ball control and passing skills. As a midfielder, these 2 abilities are utilized most frequently. My passing attribute, currently at a dismal 41 points, is indeed quite appalling. While Modric's outside of the foot technique is a form of passing, it costs 50 points of player value to execute. Such a skill can only be employed at critical moments. Using it repeatedly is simply unsustainable. Presently, my dribbling attribute stands at a mere 38 points, which is decidedly novice. Nevertheless, dribbling is utilized far less frequently than passing. Moreover, should the need arise, I can always rely on Messi's shoulder drop as a contingency. Thus, after careful consideration, I decided to allocate the 40 points into both ball control and passing. With focused intent, I added 10 points to ball control and 30 points to passing. Instantly, my ball control attribute increased from 53 to 63 points, while my passing attribute surged from 41 to 71 points. A passing ability of 71 points is exceptional for a U18 player. As it stands, my stamina attribute is 57 points, hovering around the passing mark. Among my peers, this is considered average and sufficiently meets the demands of competition. A ball control attribute of 63 points similarly places me at an average level among my contemporaries. Thus, even without star skills, I can still make a significant impact on the field. Haha, dear audience. You shall soon witness what it means to undergo a transformation. The final step is the star skill lottery segment. After experiencing such a splendid match, what fortune shall the grand system bestow upon me? Activating the star skill lottery. In a flash of golden light, a player clad in a red and blue striped jersey appeared before me. With an indescribable grace, he deftly maneuvered the ball beneath his feet with a lightness that resembled a sprite dancing joyfully upon the verdant grass. Confronted by an opposing defender, he executed a series of delicate, minuscule steps forward, caressing the ball with his right foot. Suddenly, with a flick of the outer side of his right foot, he nudged the ball to the right side of his body, simultaneously shifting his weight to the right. Clearly, he intended to exploit the advantage of his rapid acceleration to slip past the defender on his right. Yet, just as his right foot was about to make contact with the ground, and his center of gravity was on the brink of being completely lost, suddenly, with an astonishing rapidity, he deftly returned the ball using the inner side of his right foot. Simultaneously, his center of gravity swayed in harmony to the left. Following this, he gently nudged the ball forward, effortlessly evading the defender. The unfortunate soul remained utterly bewildered by the turn of events, as this African player glided past him like a gentle breeze. In that fleeting moment of their bodies intertwining, he couldn't resist glancing back. Offering a toothy grin to his opponent, his prominent buck teeth gleamed with a radiant whiteness. The cow's tail dribbling, the Samba spirit, Ronaldinho. Li Ning was nearly beside himself with excitement. The Brazilian, affectionately known as Ronaldinho by his fans, a two-time FIFA World Player of the Year. The soul of Barcelona's legendary dream team, and the sovereign of Camp Nou before Messi's reign. After Maradona, he was the only player capable of captivating the Bernabeu, prompting Real Madrid fans to rise in applause and wave white handkerchiefs, symbolizing the end for the club president, despite his indulgence in alcohol and beautiful women, which led to a squandering of his innate talent and a relatively brief peak. In the hearts of many fans, he remains the most gifted footballer in the world, perhaps even surpassing Maradona. He epitomizes the quintessence of Brazilian football as a samba dancer. The cow's tail move before us is among the most illustrious weapons in Ronaldinho's arsenal. Although this maneuver is not his invention, his execution is marked by significant body movement, masterful use of the outer side of his right foot, realistic feints, and fluid continuity. It seamlessly marries practicality with aesthetic appeal. It undeniably stands as the pinnacle of the cow's tail dribbling. Throughout Ronaldinho's illustrious career, whether at Grêmio, Paris Saint-Germain, Barcelona, or AC Milan, whenever he executed this move on the field, it invariably incited waves of collective exhilaration from the audience. Haha. Li Ning was elated. It seemed the system was immensely pleased with my performance in today's match, bestowing upon me such a high-caliber dribbling move. With Messi's shoulder drop and the cow's tail dribble combined, I now embody the signature moves of both the old and new kings of Camp Nou. I can't help but humbly inquire, who else can compare? Chapter 42, The Enchanting Life of a Beauty? Manchester City is truly considerate. The following morning at 9 a.m., Li Ning stepped out of his dormitory, ready to head directly to pitch number 8 for today's training session. Suddenly, a sweet voice called from behind, "Li Ning, please wait." He paused and turned around to see a girl of similar age approaching gracefully. The young woman stood tall, measuring at least 175 meters. Her elongated limbs showcased a healthy, chestnut-hued complexion, and her figure was perfectly proportioned. Adorned in the official athletic attire designated by Manchester City Football Club, she exuded an aura of youthful vitality and exuberance. Her bright hair was simply tied back in a ponytail, with a few strands of bangs casually cascading across her forehead. Her deep brown eyes sparkled, complemented by a prominent nose and a delicate application of makeup. The visible traces of her mixed heritage imbued her with a charming blend of gentleness and spiritedness. "Well, are you dueling?" The girl smiled gracefully. No, my name is Josiah, but you may call me Shaya. I am the lifestyle officer assigned to you by Manchester City. From this moment on, I shall be responsible for attending to the details of your daily life. What? A lifestyle officer? What is this position? I don't believe I've ever heard of it before. Attending to the details of my life? Could it be? Li Ning suddenly recalled an old story from Guagua. Some universities, in an effort to attract international students, paired each student with a local female university student, claiming it was to enhance their studies and rapidly improve their language skills. In truth, it often devolved into a kind of companionship service. Haha. I never expected such a trend would also exist in England. Manchester City is truly considerate. I like it. Noticing the gleam of excitement in Li Ning's eyes, Shaya seemed to intuit his thoughts. Her expression darkened as she prepared to speak. Suddenly, a slightly plump, balding middle-aged man approached them from behind, Li Ning's manager, Guardiola. Li Ning, I was just looking for you to discuss this matter, but I see you've already met Shaya. Blimey, what are you doing here? Aren't you ruining my chances? Li Ning, Shaya is the lifestyle officer specifically appointed for you by the club. This is the first time in Manchester City's history that someone has held this position. Li Ning stared at Pear, utterly bewildered. The first time? No wonder I had never heard of it before. You see, Manchester City is a club that operates on a global scale, with players from all corners of the world. Their lifestyles, customs, and dietary habits are incredibly diverse. The most crucial point is that each individual's capacity for adaptation varies greatly, particularly outside the pitch. You know, football is an immensely lucrative business in England, and the football stars here form a uniquely special group. They hold a noble status and are revered by many. However, simultaneously, there are numerous individuals who keenly observe them, harboring ulterior motives. You must be familiar with the Italian, Mario Balotelli, the Super Mario, right? Indeed, who doesn't know him? It was he who provided the crucial assist to AG Aero during the unforgettable moment in 2012. Yet, in our dragon country, he is more commonly referred to as God Balotelli. That's correct, it is he. When he first arrived at Manchester City, he was truly a prodigious talent, dominating the field. However, Mario's straightforward nature, innocence, and simplistic thoughts rendered him vulnerable, ultimately making him a target for those with nefarious intentions. They orchestrated a series of topics off the field, deliberately ensnaring Mario in a plethora of negative news. Ultimately, these external factors directly influenced Mario's performance on the pitch. At that time, the manager of Manchester City was Mancini, Mario's compatriot from Italy. Yet, even Mancini could not safeguard Balotelli and was ultimately compelled to trade him away. It was from that moment onward that the club began to contemplate whether to appoint a lifestyle officer for certain players facing unique circumstances, to assist them in adapting to life in England, particularly the life of a star athlete. Li Ning was incensed. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I, like Balotelli, am a simple-minded individual incapable of living independently? Pear responded hastily, gesturing to calm him down. Please don't take offense. That is not our intention. Of course, you can live independently. However, the reality faced by a footballer, especially a star player, in England is far more complex than you might envision. In addition to training and matches, you must contend with countless fans, particularly the extreme ones. You need to navigate the media, especially the unscrupulous outlets. They will set various traps for you to fall into. Even your neighbors and beautiful individuals within the community could potentially become your most formidable adversaries. They initially present themselves with utmost amiability, seeking to earn your trust. Subsequently, when you least expect it, they resort to surreptitious photography and audio recording, fabricating an array of sensational material. Ultimately, they may either elevate their own notoriety or sell this information at a premium to the media. It is truly a situation from which one cannot guard against. Li Ning remained silent. He understood that Pear was not merely indulging in hyperbole. At the very least, he had heard that in England, there were indeed numerous young girls who intentionally sought the company of players. By the way, what did you just say? Especially those star players? Are you implying that I am now considered a star player? Pear laughed heartily and replied, Of course. Is that even a question? Once you arrive at the training ground, you'll naturally comprehend. But can Xiaoya assist me in navigating all of this? Absolutely. By the way, I haven't yet introduced Xiaoya's background. She is of mixed heritage, with a British mother and a Chinese father. Haha, Xiaoya, salute to your father. Glory to the nation. This unique background imbues her with a profound understanding of the cultures and customs of both countries, facilitating your swift integration into British society. Furthermore, She is a distinguished student in the law department at the University of Manchester, well-versed in British law, and can provide you with timely assistance. As a dedicated Manchester City fan, she has volunteered at the club for 3 years and is familiar with its operations. With her overseeing your off-field life, you can avoid a considerable amount of trouble. At this juncture, Pear emphasized, this selection was deliberated upon for 2 hours by Soriano and Begiristain before reaching a consensus. Upon hearing this, a distinct glimmer shone in Li Ning's eyes as he gazed at Xiaya. Xiaya, you truly seem remarkable, he playfully remarked. Not at all. It is you who is remarkable. The club's decision to assign a life officer for a U18 player speaks volumes about their regard for you. Xiaya responded with poise. So does this mean I will have to heed your counsel in all matters concerning my life? Not at all. I will only offer advice on matters that may potentially have a negative influence on you. The decision-making power remains with you. Oh, so. Since you are my life officer, does that mean we should live together? At this slightly provocative question, Pear coughed in surprise. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya responded with a generous smile. While you are still residing in the player dormitory, that isn't necessary. Ask me again once you have your own villa. With that, she flashed a radiant smile at Li Ning and turned towards training ground number 8. Her beautiful ponytail swayed rhythmically behind her, as if beckoning Li Ning to follow. Like a dutiful student trailing behind a teacher, Li Ning obediently followed Xiaya to the training ground, completely forgetting to bid farewell to Pear. Damn, I am your agent. And you seem to disregard me entirely. A partnership of man and woman makes the work less burdensome. Truly, he is a fellow who prioritizes romance over friendship. Alas, he is quickly adapted. Let him be managed henceforth. Chapter 43. Ask me anything. Li Ning's sole responsibilities encompass training and competition. Approaching the training ground number 8, approximately 300 to 400 meters away, he could distinctly hear the clamor beyond the field's fence. What on earth is that noise? Fans. Xiaoya succinctly replied. Fans. It seemed that previously, only the first team's training ground attracted spectators. What were they doing at training ground 8 today? Look at you. Look at me? Li Ning responded, somewhat perplexed. Exactly. Otherwise, why would the club have invited me? As they conversed, the two had already arrived at training ground 8. Goodness. This is a bit daunting. Outside the training ground's barriers, a throng of 400 to 500 people had gathered. Most were dressed casually, unlike those at the Etihad Stadium, who donned club scarves and jerseys. Yet, it was unmistakable that these individuals were dedicated supporters of the club. Upon catching sight of Li Ning as he turned the corner, an older gentleman, notably portly, stepped forward eagerly. It was none other than the soul of 1984 ground, old Henry. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands vigorously while chanting in rhythm. Li, Li, Li. Behind him, the other fans joined in unison, chanting his name. Li, Li, Li. The atmosphere was electrifying, reminiscent of a hero's triumphant return. Goodness. I merely played a splendid match, yet I am bestowed with such adoration from the fans. Li Ning felt somewhat overwhelmed by this unexpected affection. At that moment, Riley, Lavia, Charles, and others began to converge from all directions, eager to partake in the training. Witnessing this spectacle, envy flickered in their eyes. Old Henry hurriedly approached Li Ning, taking swift strides, and retrieved a Polaroid camera from his backpack. He wrapped his left arm around Li Ning's neck, forcefully pressing Li Ning's face against his own aged visage. With his right hand, he raised a Polaroid camera, not forgetting to form a V sign with his left hand. Li, come, let us shout together. Cheese. Cheese, you rascal. I'm going to make you gasp for breath. As the sound of the camera shutter clicked, the photograph emerged swiftly. Come on, Li. Quickly signed for Old Henry. Old Henry's backpack resembled a treasure trove, from which he hastily produced a pen and thrust it into Li Ning's hand. Li Ning cast a glance at the photo before him. Goodness, it was a snapshot of a star player with a fan. Those unaware might think I've been taken hostage. And a signature? Does this rascal want a ransom? Despite 100 objections swirling in his mind, he obediently signed his name like a marionette under Old Henry's control. Xiaoyu observed from the side, a hint of amusement glimmering in her beautiful eyes. This will teach you to take advantage of me. You must endure some hardship. Old Henry held up the signed photo, scrutinizing it closely. Ha ha ha, to be honest, I truly cannot decipher what you wrote. But it matters not. In less than 2 years, this will be the most precious signed photograph in Manchester City's history. For this is the first signed photo of the future superstar Li Ning in the Premier League. Goodness. Are you a fan leader or merely a broker for selling celebrity signatures? Li Ning nearly fainted from indignation upon hearing Old Henry's proclamation. The other fans stirred with excitement. Though they were not as schemingly prepared as old Henry, they still had their phones at the ready. Everyone began to pull out their devices, crowding closer to Li Ning. At that moment, Xiaoya stepped in front of Li Ning. "Everyone, please be quiet. This is not a public place. This is the training ground of the City Football Academy. You must adhere to the staff's arrangements. Otherwise, the club reserves the right to ask you to leave." Although her voice was not loud, her demeanor was resolute and firm, exuding an air of authority that brooked no opposition. "Who are you?" "I am Xiaoya, specifically appointed by the club as Mr. Li Ning's assistant." "Assistant? Didn't you just claim to be my life officer?" Li Ning inquired. Xiaoya shot him a glance. "I believe the term life officer could be misconstrued by someone like you. So it's more appropriate to be called an assistant." "Goodness, when have I ever been ambiguous?" "Just a moment ago. Didn't you ask if you needed to live together with me?" "Xiaoya, we have registered for today's visit to the facility with the club." Some fans began to question. "I am aware that only permits you to observe the training. It does not grant you the right to disrupt the team's normal practice. From this moment onward, you have 3 minutes to take photographs with the players and request their autographs. After 3 minutes, all activities must cease. Should anyone disregard these instructions and hinder the players' training, I shall revoke their future privileges to observe training sessions at the facility. If the situation escalates, I will report it to the club and recommend the revocation of their access to matches at the Etihad Stadium." Upon hearing Xiaoya's words, everyone grasped the gravity of the situation. Several fans who were nearer to Li Ning quietly gathered around him, either asking for a group photo or seeking his autograph. Meanwhile, those further away abandoned any thoughts of joining the fray and instead occupied advantageous positions outside the barriers, preparing to watch the subsequent training. Li Ning cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoya, feeling a sudden tension. "Goodness, this girl is formidable. If she continues to follow me, will I be subjected to her oversight?" "Xiaoya, I am well aware of my loyalty to Henry. I have been following Manchester City from Main Road to the Etihad for decades. However, I have never witnessed the club assigning an assistant to anyone. Is there a deeper significance to this?" Xiaoya gave Li Ning a meaningful glance and feigned a casual demeanor as she remarked, "Uncle Henry, as you know, some young players lack composure and are easily swayed by temptation. They yearn for a life of indulgence and excess even before achieving notable success. Thus, the club has decided to assign assistants to such players to regulate and guide their private lives, preventing them from straying off course." Nearby, Li Ning was posing for photos with fans, and upon hearing this, the smile that had finally emerged on his face transformed into a grimace. He nearly exclaimed, "Goodness! Who are you disparaging, you little brat?" Old Henry, with a look of relief, replied, "Oh dear, Xiaoya, hearing you say this puts my mind at ease." "What do you mean?" "You know, I have instructed my daughter to lose 150 pounds within 6 months. She must win Li Ning's heart. When I saw the two of you together, I thought you were sent by the club to be his girlfriend. Now I can rest easy. You, Old Henry, I officially inform you that starting from the next round, your season ticket will be suspended. For the next 2 months, you will be prohibited from attending Manchester City's first-team matches at the Etihad." Old Henry nearly jumped in fright. "Xiaoya, I was merely joking with you. How could you take it seriously? You must do this. Denying me access to the stadium is tantamount to a death sentence. Let us settle this. I want to let my daughter compete with you. That should suffice, right?" Xiaoya was both amused and exasperated. "Look at how anxious you are. I was just teasing you. Have you forgotten? Due to certain circumstances, the Premier League has officially announced that matches will be held without spectators for 2 months. "Oh, indeed. I completely overlooked that. Time's up. Everyone, please clear the way. The players need to enter for training." With a commanding voice, Xiaoya instructed the fans, who obediently parted to create a pathway. Li Ning looked at her with a face full of doubt, pondering, "What the hell? Are you my assistant sent by the club? Or a warden assigned to me?" Meanwhile, Old Henry, observing the two, couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Goodness, is it true that Manchester City will be run by this kid from now on?" Chapter 44. This kid is quite astute. He is truly suited for Manchester City. Everyone, silence. Let training commence. With a call from Vicenza, the U18 players of Manchester City lined up in 2 rows, attentively listening to their coach's address. "Yesterday, we made a remarkable comeback, triumphing over our city rivals. I trust you are all elated, as am I. However, victory cannot obscure our shortcomings. In truth, there were numerous issues in yesterday's match, far too many. It is not an exaggeration to say that our success relied entirely on Li Ning's individual brilliance. Yet, This is not the manner in which we at Manchester City aspire to secure victories. We play team football, collective football. Therefore, starting today, we must cast aside the triumph of yesterday, begin anew, and intensify our training regimen. We can no longer rely on the exceptional performance of a single player to achieve victory. He speaks with utter reason. Yesterday's match was a quintessentially atypical Manchester City victory. Now let us commence training. Today's focus will be on passing and receiving exercises. You are all well aware that our fundamental tactic at Manchester City revolves around possession play. It is imperative to maintain control of the ball at your feet. One must possess the capability to pass the ball as efficiently as possible. After all, the ball always travels faster than a person. However, your performance in yesterday's match, in terms of passing and receiving, was utterly abysmal. Bluff. Your ability to hold the ball with your back to the defender was virtually non-existent, resembling a quail before the Manchester United back line. Not only could you not shield the ball, which I can excuse as a matter of physicality against the pressure from Valence, but how many successful 1-2 combinations did you execute with your teammates? 0. A resounding 0. What does this indicate? Your passing and receiving skills are woefully inadequate. You do not resemble an 18-year-old player. You appear more akin to an 81-year-old elderly lady. Indeed, my grandmother, had she lived, would have been 81 years old. If she could rise from her grave, she would surely outplay you. Li Ning swayed slightly, contemplating. Goodness, those words are rather harsh, aren't they? In 2 years, he will be joining Dortmund, so why this animosity? We will inevitably cross paths again. Bluff, are you unable to stand your ground? Or are you simply growing impatient? Do you believe yourself a star now? Have you spread your wings? You have merely played 20 minutes of good football. The road to success remains long and arduous. Furthermore, can you genuinely claim to have played 20 minutes of good football? Aside from those 2 goals and 1 assist, your performance was even more dismal than Bluff's. Goodness. With such statistics, am I still allowed to criticize? Surely the fans won't storm in to berate me, will they? Especially your passing and receiving abilities, which are truly a sight to behold. Even 10-year-olds at the City Football Academy surpass your skills. You should be thanking the heavens for allowing you to achieve such statistics in your limited time on the pitch. Those few midfield passing errors you made went unpunished. Honestly, had any one of those mistakes been exploited by the opponent, yesterday's match would have undoubtedly ended in defeat. Goodness. You, old fool, continue your tirade. Let it all out. Indeed, my performance was dismal yesterday. But just wait, I shall show you. Training has officially begun. Bob, how on earth are you stopping the ball? You can barely control it a meter away while running at half speed. Had this been a match, the fans would have condemned you. Revilla. Why is your pass so weak? Do you not understand the principle that a pass should be firm rather than feeble? As a defensive midfielder, such a weak pass makes it easy for opponents to intercept and launch counterattacks. Bluff, do you not have your ears on? Did you not hear me say that Lavia's passing must possess strength rather than weakness? Such a feeble pass will merely serve as a wall for your teammates, and it will be swiftly intercepted by the opposing defenders. This creates an easy opportunity for the adversaries to launch a counterattack. Oh, Hamilton, you truly are astute, aren't you? What are you doing, simply standing there to pass? Standing still while passing, no matter how precise, serves little purpose. You must be in motion. A pass executed while running carries genuine threat. The echoes of his fierce roars reverberated throughout Field 8. It seems that although yesterday's match ended in victory, he remains dissatisfied with the performance. Thus, today he aims to motivate his disciples. Come on, lads, get moving, charge ahead. Speed, speed. The passing and receiving must be executed with swiftness. You are the best. Play with vigor. With the lively training session unfolding on the field, the spectators along the sidelines were also filled with excitement. They're all seasoned football enthusiasts with a profound understanding of the game. And as the players perform on the field, they express their thoughts vocally and passionately. However, a peculiar situation gradually unfolded. In yesterday's match, the rookie-level passing of Li Ning was quite evident, yet today he has not been scolded by Vicens even once. It would be one thing if he had no opportunity to receive the ball, but today it has passed through his feet numerous times. Regardless of how challenging the situations were, his ability to control the ball was as smooth as silk, and his passes were both decisive and accurate. Lo and behold, Lavia delivered a diagonal pass to him while on the move, but his technique faltered, striking the ball's underside instead. The ball did not roll along the ground as he intended. Instead, it soared into the air. Such a pass is notoriously difficult to control, let alone execute a subsequent action. Unexpectedly, Li Ning leaped into the air, deftly cushioning the ball with the inside of his right foot. As the ball landed and rebounded, he swiftly nudged it with the top of his foot before the opposing defender could intervene, delivering it perfectly to Bob in front of him. Wow, that was an absolutely stunning play. Indeed, such a challenging aerial control showcased a masterful performance. Hey, do you not think that Li Ning's ball control resembles the silhouette in the Bundesliga logo? Indeed, there is a striking resemblance. By the way, did you capture that moment on your phone? Li Ning's remarkable display of passing and receiving drew enthusiastic cheers from the spectators. Vissens on the field also noted this stark contrast. Everyone, take a 10-minute break, and we will resume practice in 10 minutes. Vissens approached the sidelines and accepted a bottle of mineral water handed to him by assistant coach Smith. Hey, Adams, don't you find Li Ning's performance today rather strange? Indeed, it is quite strange. How could it not be? In that last training session, he touched the ball 13 times with a passing accuracy of 100%. His passing and receiving performance today is a significant improvement compared to yesterday's match. This is utterly perplexing. How could his skills have seemingly skyrocketed overnight? Could it be that he truly is a gift from the heavens to Manchester City? Regardless, let us not dwell on it. Since he is one of us, we should simply revel in his talent. As for the deeper implications, let the prominent figures like Soriano ponder those matters. Haha, Smith, you make a remarkably valid point. Chapter 45. You always stare at my treasures. Can we still enjoy our conversation? 3 days later, in Soriano's office, Soriano and Begiristain sat upright, wearing enigmatic smiles as they gazed at Vicens. What are you two laughing about? Your smiles seem rather insincere. This feigned mirth feels hauntingly familiar, as if I had encountered it not long ago. A troubling premonition surged within him, reminiscent of the time Barry Murphy sought to borrow 3 of my key players. How has the quality of training been these past few days, Carlos? Vicens cursed inwardly. This insincere concern surely bodes ill. Oh dear, esteemed gentlemen. Do not even get me started. These rascals are driving me to the brink of a heart attack. The 2 overlords narrowed their eyes at Vicens, their expressions clearly conveying. Please, commence your performance. You have no idea how audacious the youth of today can be. The only reason we triumphed over Manchester United in the last match was due to Li Ning's sudden bout of brilliance. Before he entered the field, our play was utterly abysmal, yet they remain oblivious, convinced of their own excellence. Thus, when I mandated extra training, they all complained bitterly, and the quality of their practice plummeted. And that Li Ning, he infuriates me. You have not witnessed his training. It is an utter disaster. Poor ball control, inaccurate passing. Before I could even reprimand him, he boldly declared, I am a player who lets data speak for itself. By all that is holy, I have never encountered a young player so brazen. Truly, he is like mud that cannot adhere to the wall. Therefore, I implore you to swiftly return Palmer, McAtee, and Delap to me. We have just triumphed over Manchester United, and the fans believe we possess extraordinary strength, certain to defeat West Ham. If we were to falter, it would be most embarrassing for us all. Soriano and Begiristain exchanged a knowing glance. This cunning old fox has indeed learned to strike first. Carlos, you have conveniently mentioned those 3 players, which is precisely the reason we summoned you here today. I knew it could not bode well. Carlos, you must have noticed that our U23 team performed abysmally in the first round of matches, despite the support of 3 U18 players. The game concluded in a lackluster 0-0 draw, and we were frequently on the back foot. Thus, given the current injuries, suspensions, and the overall state of the players, we believe those 3 young talents should remain with the U23 team for ongoing training and competition. Vicens' face turned ashen. By all that is holy, Murphy's Law. What one fears will indeed come to pass. Speaking of Murphy's Law, what about Barry Murphy? That rascal must be scheming behind the scenes. That old scoundrel only cares about his own achievements. Does Carlos Vicente not care for his own? Does my U18 not deserve accolades? Where is Barry Murphy? I shall draw my weapon and challenge him to a duel. Soriano smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, Enough, Carlos, do not make a spectacle of yourself. Although this was Barry Murphy's suggestion, it should have been a matter agreed upon by Begiristain and myself. Furthermore, we have also sought Guardiola's opinion. What? Pep agreed as well? Are you not afraid of stunting growth? Come now, Carlos, cease your parochial thinking. Begiristain laughed heartily. You must understand. When Mansour and the City Football Group brought Soriano and me from Barcelona, they were orchestrating a grand strategy. With Guardiola's arrival, our ambition to forge a new dynasty was officially set in motion. The establishment of this dynasty cannot rely solely on the stroke of a checkbook. A robust youth training system is paramount. Just look at how formidable our youth training has become. Even legends like Rooney and Gary Neville have entrusted their children to us for development. The synergy across various levels of our teams is a hallmark of our club. Therefore, you must consider the broader perspective of the entire club, not merely your U18. Our objective this season is clear: the U18, U23, and first team must all secure league championships. Moreover, you currently possess a secret weapon. A secret weapon? Are you referring to Li Ning? Of course. Who else could it be? Do you truly believe we are unaware of his training condition these past few days? Vicente chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. Honestly, this lad is a prodigy. You all witnessed the first round of matches. Aside from scoring and assisting, he appeared utterly lacking. Under the slightest pressure from defenders, he would miscontrol the ball by 2 meters, and his passes were easily intercepted. Yet overnight, his passing and receiving skills ascended several levels. I have never encountered a player like him. Haha, not just you. None of us have ever seen such talent. Thus, it is no wonder Guardiola has taken an interest in him and envies you. What did you say? Guardiola is interested in him. Vicente instantly became alert. I must take my leave. This conversation has become untenable. Such grand proclamations from leadership, who knows where this will lead? The longer we discuss it, the more likely you will whisk Li Ning away elsewhere, he said, rising abruptly and making a hasty exit. Chapter 46. They have Foden, we have Rice. The youth training of the Hammer Gang is not to be underestimated. At the same time, in London, within the oval tactical room of the Rush Green training base, Mark Phillips, the U18 coach of West Ham United, was intently observing the large screen before him alongside his coaching staff. The screen showcased a highlight reel from the recent U18 league match between Manchester City and Manchester United, with City being West Ham's opponents in just 3 days. As the footage concluded, the lights in the room brightened. Mark Phillips furrowed his brow, surveying his coaching team with evident perplexity. This coach, who had previously nurtured Declan Rice, was a distinguished figure within the Hammer Gang's youth academy, renowned for his astute eye for young talent. What could possibly perplex such an experienced mentor? Gentlemen, this boy from Dragon Country, what was his name again? Ah, yes, Li Ning. Who exactly is he? I can't shake the feeling that he is shrouded in mystery. Assistant coach Jason interjected. Indeed, he seems to have emerged from nowhere, with absolutely no information available about him. Just from this match footage alone, it's utterly bizarre. You all witnessed it. He scored 2 goals and provided 1 assist, all within a minute and a half. However, apart from that brief moment, his performance was simply abysmal. I dare say, at his current level, he wouldn't even make our U15 squad. Tactical coach Barkley gently tapped his tactical board and remarked nonchalantly, "You're right." Yet, he somehow manages to score and assist, which is quite peculiar, don't you think? Jason shot him a glare, thinking, really? Just because you lost your partner to him at the bar last night doesn't mean you need to spar with me right now. Mark Phillips pondered for a moment and inquired, by the way, I heard that Manchester City's training ground number 8 has attracted numerous fans recently. Have we not gleaned any useful information? Barkley shrugged, responding with a hint of resignation. Not yet. City's training sessions are only open to season ticket holders, and they require real name verification. The general public simply cannot gain entry. Furthermore, they are only allowed to watch, with no photography or videography permitted. And the media? Isn't this boy from Dragon Country the one who recently bested the Sun, forcing Tom Hardy to publicly apologize? Surely the media must be keenly interested in him right now. It was clear that Mark Phillips was acutely aware of the power of the British press. Unfortunately, the Manchester City club was currently wary of media scrutiny, with all levels of team training barred from public access. Moreover, they even specifically assigned an assistant to Li Ning, whose sole responsibility is to manage the myriad inquiries from fans and the media, allowing Li Ning to focus entirely on his training. Thus, apart from the public footage from the last match, he remains an enigma to us. Mark Phillips cast another sweeping glance across the stadium. Fact, a rookie, has evidently garnered such substantial investment from Manchester City. It appears we must indeed be on our guard. At that moment, a rugged voice erupted. Fact, your statements have truly pushed me to my limits. The crowd turned to see it was the fitness coach. Barkley, who are we? Are we the Danny Arsenal, prattling on about their technical finesse, only to falter at the slightest hint of physicality? Are we Manchester United, lost in the nostalgia of the so-called class of '92, as if they can recognize no other numbers in their lifetime? Are we the oil-rich Manchester City, merely trailing behind Guardiola, indulging in possession-based football? The reality is that the player has been poised at the goal for 50 minutes, yet has neither scored nor shot. No, No. I have had enough of this superficial play. We are West Ham United. We are the Hammers. We are the Kings of East London. Whatever tricks Manchester City may employ, whether they hail from Dragon Country or Bird Country, once we step onto our turf, our strategy is summarized in one word: strike. You may be soft, but I shall be harder. You may be tough, but I will be tougher. More running, more physical collisions, more falls and tackles, more fouls, more red and yellow cards. More broken legs. This is the tradition of our Hammer clan. Spare me your nonsense, Fack. Goodness. Barkley, at the age of 55, is the oldest member of the West Ham United U18 coaching team, affectionately referred to as the old man by the youngsters. However, it is evident that he remains as resilient as ever. All right, dear old man, you need not be so fervent. I have grasped your tactical intent, which is to play hard. Indeed, I understand that a certain part of you remains quite firm, but it is certainly not your heart. By the way, quickly fetch the old man's heart medication. Let him take a couple to stabilize himself. Mark Phillips jested. Fack, don't come at me with that. You think you can match my toughness? In 5 years, you still won't measure up. I acknowledge that Manchester City's youth training has indeed produced remarkable talents like Phil Foden. But does that mean we, the Hammers, are lacking? We too have Declan Rice in our ranks. Listen, you young scamps. I once personally nurtured numerous young talents at Upton Park, including Rio Ferdinand, Joe Cole, Michael Carrick, Glenn Johnson. Oh, dear God. There is an overwhelming amount of information, so much that I can scarcely recall it all. Therefore, I shall not permit any of you to act timidly, intimidated by a Dragon Kingdom individual devoid of any substantial data. Mark Phillips rose and patted Barkley's shoulder. Old chap, although I have heard your speech over 100 times, I must confess it still ignites the fire within me. For the match in 3 days, you shall deliver the pre-game motivation once more. Just recite that portion. Laughter erupted among the crowd. All right, mates, we must acknowledge that in terms of technique, we are no match for Manchester City. However, thank the heavens, football has never been solely a battle of skills. If it were, we would have likely been relegated to League 1 years ago. Football is not only about technique. It encompasses physicality, speed, strength, resilience, tenacity, and an indomitable spirit, fighting valiantly, willing to face death. These are the very secrets upon which our Hammer gang thrives. It is rumored that Manchester City's youth training prodigies, McAtee, Palmer, and Delap, will still represent the U23 team in the upcoming match and will not grace the pitch at Upton Park. If that is indeed the case, it would certainly bode well for us. Nevertheless, regardless of their presence, our Hammer gang must adhere to our own style of play. We shall contest them in speed, physicality, and strength. We shall vie for every aerial ball and every ground ball. We will instill fear in them, induce panic, and make them hesitant to possess the ball. We will wield our hammers to shatter the thick armor they wear. Do you understand? In response to this inquiry, the coaching staff simply uttered one word: boo. Chapter 47. The U18 team becomes our lifeline. Could Li Ning be our fortunate charm? In Soriano's office, the Giants of Manchester City convened, with the U18 team set to depart from the City Football Academy in 2 hours, bound for London to prepare for the second-round match against West Ham United. Not only the technical director Begirstein was present, but also first-team coach Guardiola and U23 coach Barry Murphy. Carlos, are you ready? Guardiola inquired warmly. Yes, nearly, responded Carlos. The team has been in excellent preparation, and the tactical drills have been remarkably successful. How has Li Ning performed? Damn, I feared you would ask about him. It's not the thief I fear, but the one who has their eyes on my possessions. Well, he's doing all right, I suppose. It's just that I constantly worry about him and Shaya exchanging glances, which may affect his training. Soriano's burst into laughter. Just as he was about to speak, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the door. It was none other than the chief communications officer of Manchester City, Roven. Just a week prior, he had boldly declared to the media that for the sake of Li Ning, Manchester City could stand against the entire world. Gentlemen, we have just received a press release from the FA, and I believe it is imperative that you are informed immediately. What is it? Speak. Roven's anxious demeanor alerted Soriano's that something significant was afoot. Due to certain influences, Prime Minister Boris Johnson and the British Parliament have been persistently pressuring the FA to temporarily enforce a policy of matches without spectators. Reluctantly, the FA announced that from this round onward, all levels of professional leagues would be held behind closed doors, prohibiting fans from attending the matches. This measure is set to last for at least 2 months, with the exact end date to be communicated later. What? Although this news had been anticipated for some time, the actual confirmation still elicited gasps of disbelief. This meant the club would incur staggering losses from ticket sales. However, gentlemen, I do have what could be considered good news. Rovin interjected. Good news? Is there still room for good news? Vicens murmured incredulously. Yes, Carlos, this good news originates from you. Stop teasing us. What does that mean? Vicens urged, growing impatient. It is as follows. The FAS press release specifies that all levels of professional leagues under their jurisdiction must be held without spectators. For us, this includes our first team, as well as the U23 team, which is regarded as the second tier of the Premier League. However, it does not apply to the U18 squad. So I understand. This means my U18 league can still allow fans to attend the matches. Vicens exclaimed excitedly. Wait, please. Quiet down. Sorianos called out loudly. He stood up with excitement, pacing by the window while murmuring to himself. The U18 league has always been regarded as a rather inconsequential competition, attracting few spectators beyond club staff, scouts, media personnel, and the families of players. However, now that other professional leagues are mandated to hold matches without an audience, the U18 matches are bound to draw heightened attention. Among these, our Manchester City games will undoubtedly be particularly sought after, especially with the presence of Li Ning. Let us not forget that he recently shone brilliantly in last week's match. Furthermore, due to his ongoing feud with Tom Hardy from The Sun, he has now become the focal point of media attention across the entirety of the United Kingdom. He has now become the most sought-after player in the entire Premier League U18 league. A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Rowan's eyes. Mr. Soriano, your analysis is absolutely correct. I have received confirmation that tomorrow's match against West Ham United will be broadcast live by 6 national television stations and 3 European networks. As for the local London broadcasters, they are fully mobilized. Moreover, there are as many as 17 print media outlets, newspapers, and websites involved. Of course, I have even more exhilarating news to share. To date, I have received applications from 4 branches of news media from the Dragon Country. They requested to send a correspondent to London to broadcast Li Ning's match live. At this point, he deliberately paused before continuing. Gentlemen, let us not forget that although the football level in the Dragon Country is rather low, it boasts a staggering population of 1.4 billion. Among them, it is said that at least 200 million are ardent fans. The implications of his words were clear. He need not elaborate further. 200 million fans signify an astonishing market, one that the astute individuals present could surely calculate. Suddenly, Soriano rushed to Roman's side and exclaimed loudly, Roman, you must attend to several matters immediately. First, initiate negotiations with several television stations across England and Europe. We cannot adhere to the previous revenue-sharing model for the broadcasting rights of the Premier League. We must elevate the percentage of our share. Second, negotiate with all the away teams we will be facing. We must secure the majority of ticket revenue for each match. Roman hesitated momentarily. Is that permissible? It seems rather irregular, does it not? Damn it, what is irregular about it? Soriano retorted. Our previous agreement with the broadcasters pertains solely to Premier League matches and does not encompass others. The U18 matches are entirely unrelated. We can certainly renegotiate. As for the ticket revenue from away games, that is even more negotiable. They are not fools, were it not for the buzz created by Li Ning. Who in the world would bother purchasing tickets for an U18 match? Just then, Luowan's phone chimed with a sudden notification, and upon reading the message, he was utterly astonished. What is this? Gentlemen, it is simply unbelievable. As of now, the London Bowl has sold 12,000 tickets for tomorrow's match. Moreover, the number of fans purchasing tickets continues to rise. It is worth noting that last season, the average attendance for their U18 matches was less than 1,000. Good heavens. This match is not included in the club's season tickets. It is all cash transactions. Soriano slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Damn it. I bet the vast majority are here for Li Ning. Luowan, you must go and negotiate with them right away. We must secure the lion's share of tomorrow's ticket revenue. Otherwise, I would rather engage in a legal battle with those television broadcasters than allow them to air tomorrow's match. At that moment, he suddenly recalled an exceedingly crucial matter. Regarding those media outlets from the Dragon Country, you must make a significant effort. Remember, although the football level in the Dragon Country is indeed limited, their fans are fervently passionate about the sport. Once they rally, they could drain the waters of the English Channel overnight. And with the media fanning the flames, he ceased to speak further. He need not continue. Luo One exclaimed with excitement. Sir, I understand. I shall attend to these matters at once. Furthermore, I will notify the merchandise department to print 10,000 of the No. 22 Li Ning jerseys. No. Make it 50,000. 50,000. Soriano shouted. Very well, 50,000. Luo One responded loudly, hastily departing from Soriano's office. Guardiola watched as Luo One dashed out, instinctively rubbing his bald head, his gaze perplexed as he turned to Soriano. Ferran. Do not forget that Li Ning once vowed to score 2 goals and provide 2 assists in tomorrow's match. Such a wild promise. Do you believe he can fulfill it? Soriano shook his head, softly replying, Reason tells me he cannot. Yet the issue is, since this lad joined the City Football Academy, has he ever acted rationally? He paused momentarily and then declared, There is but one thing I know. If he succeeds in tomorrow's match, he shall instantly become a sensation throughout the entirety of Britain, all of Europe, and even the world. At that moment, he will truly become our fortune bringer. Thus, I implore everyone to join me in prayer from this moment forth. May he emerge as the sharpest blade in the realm of competition tomorrow. Chapter 48. Confronting the tenacious playing style of West Ham United. Staying unscathed is the true measure of strength. London, the capital of England, serves as the political, economic, and cultural epicenter of the nation, as well as the financial and fashion hub of Europe. In the realm of football, it is perhaps unparalleled in its renown. Beyond the illustrious clubs of Chelsea, Arsenal, and Tottenham, West Ham United and Crystal Palace consistently maintain their positions within the Premier League. Additionally, teams like Charlton, Fulham, and Brentford have also carved their niche in the top tier of English football over the years. Statistics reveal that there are over 20 professional football clubs within the London area. The first stop for Li Ning in conquering London is the historic club of West Ham United, located in the eastern borough of Newham. Founded in 1895, West Ham United boasts a rich history spanning more than 120 years. The club's emblem features 2 crossed hammers, leading fans to affectionately refer to them as the Hammers. Interestingly, whether by coincidence or design, the team's playing style aligns closely with their emblem, rugged, fierce, direct, and straightforward, true to the traditions of English football. Until 2016, their home was the famous Upton Park, after which they relocated to the London Stadium, which accommodates 60,000 spectators. On a flight from Manchester to London, Xiaoya sat beside Li Ning, passionately imparting the history of West Ham United, much to Li Ning's drowsiness. Hey Xiaoya, can we take a break from being a teacher? You know, I've loathed teachers since childhood. If you must enlighten me, let it be about the culinary delights of London or its nightlife, rather than anything related to football. Xiaoya scoffed. What? You wish to reveal your true self in your very first away match? What true self? My essence is that of a kind and endearing little bird. I know not the size of your bird, but from the moment we land in London, you shall not take a single step without my consent. Xiaoya, could you not speak with a touch more elegance befitting your name? What nonsense about my bird's size? You're making me blush. Xiaoya shot him a glance, retorting, Enough of your banter. I shall inform you that our club has chosen to reside at the London Green Hotel, where we have exclusive access to the 5th and 6th floors. Upon arrival, aside from the matches, your movements will be confined to these 2 levels. Fans, journalists, and acquaintances are strictly forbidden from contact. Li Ning let out a painful groan, exclaiming, Am I attending an away match or serving time in prison? Witnessing Li Ning's reluctant acceptance, Xiaoya's face illuminated with a victorious smile. Li Ning, I am not jesting with you. You must take tomorrow's match seriously. Do not underestimate West Ham United, who, despite experiencing relegation twice in the past 20 years, have consistently lingered in the mid-tier of the Premier League. Their youth training system is remarkably impressive. What is so impressive? They merely produced 1 Declan Rice. What? Just 1 Declan Rice? You truly ought to educate yourself further. Are you not aware of Rio Ferdinand and Michael Carrick? Of course, they are illustrious legends of Manchester United. And what of Joe Cole and Glenn Johnson? I know. They both played for the Chelsea Blues, with the latter even joining Liverpool. However, they are all products of West Ham United's youth academy. Are you aware of this? Li Ning was taken aback. Damn, I genuinely did not know that. West Ham United not only boasts a high standard of youth training, but also maintains a robust and straightforward style of play, relishing physical confrontations. Their tactical approach centers on counter-attacking, emphasizing speed in their offensive maneuvers. Such a style often finds itself at a disadvantage against teams with a similar playing philosophy. However, when faced with teams like ours that prioritize possession, intricate passing, and high pressing, a fascinating dynamic ensues. Thus, you must regard your opponents with utmost seriousness. Li Ning, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, stating, I understand. But which team does not adopt a counter-attacking strategy when playing against us? There is no need to be overly anxious. Xiaoya shot him a glare, retorting, Do you think I am anxious for myself? I am concerned about you. Li Ning perked up. Really? Are you genuinely worried about me? Could this be the fabled affection that blossoms over time? I am worried that you might get injured. Come on. That is utterly devoid of romance. It has completely deflated my spirits. I mean, my enthusiasm. Xiaoya replied earnestly, Do not say I did not warn you. West Ham United exhibits a robust style from their first team down to the youth ranks. They not only advocate for physical collisions but also engage in numerous tackles. Thus, any technically inclined team facing them often harbors some apprehension regarding injuries. Given your relative physical frailty and unfamiliarity with traditional English football, it would be prudent to prepare yourself mentally. Li Ning cast a glance at her, and the expression on his face grew solemn. He knew that Xiaoya spoke the truth. Could they truly be intent on kicking me out? I dare not assert that they wish to see me fail. However, when weaker teams face stronger ones, they often resort to a few deliberate fouls, sending a signal, a form of intimidation. It conveys the message, do not flaunt your skills before me, lest I bring you down. Experiencing the might of such a physically dominant team for the first time, one would naturally come to understand this. Li Ning's gaze fell upon a strikingly beautiful flight attendant with golden hair and azure eyes, and an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The system had bestowed upon him an array of star talents, yet it failed to instruct him on how to avert injury. He was already aware of West Ham United's robust playing style from his time in Guagua. What if they truly aimed to harm him, injuring him early on? What then? He had already boasted of scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists. What if injury thwarted his mission? Was he truly to depart from Etihad? The more he pondered, the more uncertain he felt, his gaze growing increasingly vacant as he fixated on the flight attendant. Sir, do you require anything? We can discuss it in the business class restroom if needed. The flight attendant flashed a professional smile at Li Ning. No, I feel a bit airsick. I need to sleep for a while. Li Ning, alarmed, quickly shrank back into his seat and pretended to doze off, leaving only a soft laugh from Xiaoya behind him. Chapter 49. The joy you experience today will be matched by tomorrow's pain. Upon disembarking from the plane, Li Ning and his companions boarded a bus heading straight to the Green Hotel. As the bus turned into the street housing the hotel, they could already see clusters of fans along the roadside. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, a bustling crowd had gathered, surrounding the entrance. These individuals donned matching Iron Hammer fan apparel, some waving team scarves and mascots, while others brandished mini placards. As the Manchester City team bus approached, a stir erupted among the fans. They surged towards the side of the bus, chanting fervently and occasionally pointing at the vehicle, their excitement palpable. Ha! They must know I'm coming, so they've come to welcome me, eager for a glimpse of my prowess. Look. Those 2 gentlemen are so thrilled their faces are almost contorted. Li Ning, feeling rather pleased with himself, proclaimed with unwarranted confidence. Xiaoya cast him a sidelong glance, teasingly inquiring, Are you certain they are here to welcome you? Why not? What do you know, you blonde girl? Just then, the bus came to a gradual stop, and the doors swung open. Instantly, a cacophony of noise poured forth. Manchester City, the flamboyant ones, tomorrow they shall kneel before the Iron Hammer. Manchester City, the flamboyant ones. Tomorrow they shall kneel before the Iron Hammer. The supporters of West Ham United truly possess remarkable talent. They audaciously crafted provocative words into lyrics, singing them aloud with fervor. How outrageous. It turns out they came to disrupt the event. The coaching staff, led by Vichens, are seasoned veterans who clearly find such quintessential antics of away games unremarkable. Under the leadership of Vichens, they descended from the bus one after another, not only maintaining cheerful smiles, but also occasionally waving in a provocative manner to the fans. The players following them also disembarked from the bus in succession. They are not as brazen as the coaches. Upon hearing the provocations from the home team as supporters, most of them entered the hotel with grim expressions, occasionally rolling their eyes and offering a few expletives to the fans. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Look! He has arrived, that individual from the Dragon Nation. Without a doubt, it was Li Ning, who appeared at the tail end of the procession. As his head emerged from the bus door, he was immediately met with a fierce gust of wind that struck him head-on. Goodness! Could this be the legendary lion's roar technique, long lost to the martial world? You insolent young man, do you truly not know the meaning of humility? To boast so audaciously? How dare you speak such grand claims in front of the media, declaring that you would score 2 goals and provide 2 assists? Since the inception of our Hammer Gang, no one has ever achieved such feats at the Impton Park Stadium. Your brazen boasting is utterly reckless. Aren't you afraid that the wind will trip up your tongue? And as for those 2 goals and 2 assists, let me assure you, within 5 minutes. Dixon will certainly break your legs. Yes, indeed, break his legs and let them understand the might of the Hammer Gang. Look at him, so scrawny. If Dixon wishes to break his legs, it surely won't take more than 5 minutes. You little brat, do you know what those 2 hammers on our crest signify? They are meant to crush the limbs of brazen loudmouths like you. Ha ha ha, young man from the Dragon Country. Hasten to call your agent and inquire if your health insurance was secured when signing your contract with Manchester City. Orthopedic care in the UK is quite expensive. The young man from the Dragon Country speaks without restraint. The Hammer Gang shall break his legs. The young man from the Dragon Country speaks without restraint. The Hammer Gang shall break his legs. It seems these fans truly feel offended by the boastful claims made by Li Ning. They were all agitated, hurling insults at Li Ning, many even raising their middle fingers in disdain. Were it not for the police maintaining order, it is likely that someone would have charged at him by now. So, do you understand their purpose now? Xiaoya, trailing behind Li Ning, attempted to flee towards the hotel entrance while not missing the chance to mock him. Li Ning, with a grim expression, muttered under his breath, "What on earth? Wasn't freedom of speech agreed upon? If I want to say I'll score a few goals, then I shall. What business is it of theirs? What do you know? These fans regard their teams as family. The older the team, the more intense the loyalty. To casually suggest dominating them on their home turf is simply..." Before Xiaoyu could finish her thought, a young fan from the crowd suddenly hurled a tomato at them. Instinctively, she pushed Li Ning forward, and the tomato splattered across her face, drenching her in bright red juice, giving the appearance of a violent assault. The police swiftly subdued the perpetrator, shoving him into a nearby patrol car. Well thrown. Let them experience the friendly atmosphere ahead of time. Haha, although it's all red. Tomato juice is certainly preferable to actual blood. Indeed, today it's tomato juice, but if a leg gets broken tomorrow, that will be real blood. Don't frighten them too much. We wouldn't want to scare these 2 kids. Xiaoya, struck and now sitting on the ground, appeared utterly despondent. A surge of intense anger suddenly rose within Li Ning. What the hell? If you have a problem, come at me. What kind of cowardly act is it to bully a girl? Among the crowd, a burly fan with a thick beard was the most vocal in his vitriol. Was it you who said that was a good throw? Li Ning slowly approached him. Yeah, I said it. What of it? The hefty man retorted arrogantly. Come to my turf, and you dare to provoke me? Get lost, you dog of the Dragon Country. Seeing the 2 on the brink of confrontation, the reporters from The Sun, who had been lurking in the shadows, suddenly sprang into action, rushing to the front and pointing their cameras at the pair. Are you a diehard supporter of the Hammer Gang? Of course. I am Maurice, the most famous fan in the Bobby Moore stand. He boasted, his loud voice earning him the nickname Loudspeaker Maurice. Whenever the opposing team gets a penalty on this side of the Bobby Moore stand, the scoring rate drops by 44. All due to my booming voice. He laughed unabashedly, spittle clinging to the yellow bristles of his beard. Li Ning cast a cold glance at him before abruptly turning to the frenzied reporters. Recognize this face. Make sure to locate him in the Bobby Moore stand during tomorrow's match. How wild his laughter is now. Yet how painful his tears will be once the match concludes tomorrow. At that time, you must be sure to capture several close-ups of him. After saying this, he helped the fallen Xiaoya to her feet, and, amidst the cacophony of laughter and curses from the crowd, he strode into the Green Hotel. Chapter 50. This is not the Etihad. The first away game begins from the bench. The following day, at 3 in the afternoon, at the London Bowl Stadium. There remained an hour and a half until the match commenced. Vichins announced the starting lineup in the away team's locker room and delivered the final pre-match speech. Li Ning, you will definitely start today. Hamilton whispered beside him. Your performance in the last match was outstanding. If Vichins doesn't start you, he must be mad. Li Ning shared this sentiment and was fervently hoping for the starting position. After the ruckus caused by the Hammers fans yesterday, he felt a surge of pent-up frustration. Damn it. A bunch of grown men. If you have a problem, come at me instead of bullying a girl. And a girl as beautiful as her. What if you ruin her looks? Will you compensate her? Damn it. Don't you know that the blood packs used in films are just ketchup? That moment truly startled my heart. Morris, go ahead and be wild. I will surely start in this match. From the very first minute. I will make you realize the consequences of provoking me. Everyone, quiet. I will now announce the starting lineup for this match. Vichins called out. Silencing the locker room. Goalkeeper Slick. Left back Wilson Esperant. Right back Juan Larios. Left center back Beat Tap. Right center back Egan Riley. The defense remains unchanged from the previous match. Left winger Bob. Right winger Idozi. Center forward Bluff. The forward line is also the same as last time. Left wingback Charles. Right wingback Hamilton. Defensive midfielder Lavia. Goodness. The midfield is also exactly the same as last time. Li Ning was flabbergasted. Coach. Vichins raised his hand to silence him. Li Ning, stay behind. The rest of you, go warm up with Adam and Smith. Only Li Ning and Vichins remained in the locker room. Are you wondering why Haven T started you? Yes. Remember, questioning my decisions is quite foolish. Vichins spoke sternly, yet his gaze softened. You may question my arrangements and ask, but remember, never in front of your teammates. Tell me, who among your teammates do you believe is unworthy of starting? Li Ning was at a loss for words. Your inquiry casts doubt upon your teammates' capabilities, suggesting that certain individuals should not be included in the starting lineup. Such sentiments can breed suspicion among teammates. Football is a collective endeavor, and at no time should disunity be allowed to manifest. Have you comprehended this? Li Ning nodded in tacit acknowledgement. As for the reasons behind your absence from the starting 11, they are indeed justified. Your performance in last week's match was commendable, and your progress in this week's training has been notable. However, it is imperative to understand that playing at home is a vastly different experience from playing away. At home, the crowd rallies behind you, offering cheers and applause. In contrast, away games often subject players to jeers and hostility, particularly directed at you. The reasons for this are well known, and I need not reiterate them. Therefore, I must have you begin your first away match from the substitutes bench, allowing you to gradually acclimate to the atmosphere, especially the animosity from the fans. Additionally, beyond the influence of the crowd, you should keenly observe the playing style of West Ham United from the sidelines. To be candid, while they may not possess the same renown as Manchester United, they pose a threat that is not to be underestimated. Styles of play can clash, and sometimes there is no remedy for that. Honestly, you tend to ramble on. Yet Xiaoyu succinctly conveys the essence in just a few words. As one ages, verbosity often becomes a trait. Coach, though I have yet to compete in the Premier League, I have experienced away matches in Guagua. Is it truly as daunting as you describe? Vichins chuckled. My words have been spoken. You may now step outside to warm up and see for yourself. Li Ning hesitated briefly. Am I afraid of you? He clenched his teeth inwardly, finally mustering the resolve to take a step forward, traversing the player tunnel as he made his way onto the pitch. As he peered out from the tunnel, a cacophony of boos engulfed him like a tidal wave. Boo. That representative from the Dragon Nation has emerged. Ha ha. I thought he was too frightened to show his face. Wasn't he the MVP of the last match? Didn't he boast of scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists in this game? Why didn't I hear his name on the starting lineup just now? Surely. You must be mistaken. Did you not catch it clearly? Don't be absurd. His name is so utterly peculiar. How could I possibly have missed it? I did hear his name, but it was in the roster, not in the starting list. Oh, I see. He must think that achieving the statistics he boasts of only requires half a game, right? Haraha. Li Ning was utterly bewildered. He could hardly have anticipated that a mere U18 league match would attract such a multitude of fans. Even more astonishing was the realization that he had unwittingly become the object of animosity for West Ham United supporters. Flanking the exit of the players' tunnel, hundreds of fervent Hammers fans stood poised, eagerly awaiting his appearance. Hey, you little brat from the Dragon Nation, make sure to warm up before the match starts. Take a few laps. They jeered. Once you step onto that field, you can expect to have your legs shattered. Ha ha ha, do you remember the bravado you once boasted? Scoring 2 goals and providing 2 assists. If you can't deliver, then leave Manchester City. Just make sure you don't backtrack on your words. Otherwise, you might as well make a run for it and never return to Manchester. After all, you're about to bid farewell to the city. That's right, stay in London. But don't linger in our East End. Head straight to North London instead. The teams there, just like you, are notorious for their grandstanding. La la la. Tomorrow you'll be released from Manchester City. La la la. Today you're destined for injury. La la la. This is your final night in Manchester City. The fans' self-composed satirical chants resonated in Li Ning's ears, piercing his eardrums. In an instant, his mind was engulfed in a cacophony, akin to the overwhelming roar of the entire Niagara Falls cascading into his ears. Goodness, this is what the atmosphere of an away game feels like. This is truly the devil's home ground. He once believed that with the support of the Ball King system, he would never falter and could handle any situation with ease. Yet now, he realizes that turning a deaf ear to the taunts of opposing fans is far from a simple task. Those superstars, regardless of the away games they play, invariably become the focal point of the opposing fans' ire. Nevertheless, they consistently manage to deliver exceptional performances and dominate the matches. This is precisely why they are revered as superstars. However, the path to becoming one of them remains dauntingly long for him. Chapter 51. The Avenger Atkinson. Must your officiating lead to broken legs? Greetings to all viewers. Welcome to the Sky Sports Live Studio. I am Gary Neville. And I am Jamie Carragher. Jamie, the past 2 days have truly been a tale of two extremes for the Premier League. Gary, your ability to express such sentiments reveals that you frequented those sorts of places. Damn it. Let us save that topic for our private conversations, shall we? Haha. Jamie, I would wager that when the Premier League received the notice for matches to be played without spectators 2 days ago, it felt like the sky was falling. Indeed, the empty stadiums not only resulted in significant financial losses from ticket sales for Premier League clubs, but also left fans voicing their discontent. Yet, what can be done? This is the foolish directive of Boris Johnson, and even Premier League chairman Gary Hoffman could not withstand it. That is true. That golden retriever is incessantly barking and causing a nuisance. Upon hearing of his demand for empty stadiums in the Premier League, I promptly gave my golden retriever 3 whacks and slashed its food rations by half. Ha ha ha. However, when one door closes, another opens. Johnson surely did not anticipate that, according to relevant regulations, U18 leagues are not part of the Premier League and thus are exempt from the empty stadium mandate. He could never have imagined that a U18 match could attract 15,000 spectators. Indeed, this is a classic case of human calculations falling short of divine ones. However, not every U18 match can garner such attendance. I just reviewed the statistics, and aside from the West Ham versus Manchester City match, other U18 matches average only around 2,000 spectators. They have not even utilized the club's main stadium. All matches have taken place at the training ground. Indeed, therefore, the reason today's match has drawn such a large crowd is largely thanks to that player from the Dragon Country. Ha ha ha, your words have certainly struck a chord with Soriano. I have heard that in recent days, relevant staff from Manchester City have been urgently negotiating with other Premier League clubs regarding changes to the distribution of broadcasting and ticket revenue. This marks the first time since the establishment of the Premier League in 1992. Absolutely. The signing of a player from the Dragon Country by Manchester City is already a significant topic of discussion, especially since he performed admirably in the last match. Moreover, he boldly claimed that he would create at least 4 goals in this game. Goodness, with such a compelling narrative and immense attention, if we were the broadcasters, we would certainly want to capitalize on this buzz. Alas, while that may be the case, the match ultimately relies on skill. We shall see if this young star truly possesses the talent. Amidst great anticipation, the match is finally about to commence. The referee for this encounter is the renowned Premier League official Atkinson. He was originally scheduled to officiate a Premier League match the following day. However, in order to accommodate this U18 match, the Premier League Referees Committee made an unexpected alteration to his assignments, appointing him as the chief referee for the U18 encounter. This undoubtedly sets a precedent since the inception of the Premier League. Nevertheless, the arrangement by the Premier League Referees Committee has sparked a flurry of opinions from both participating teams and the media. It is widely acknowledged that Atkinson is renowned as one of the infamous 4 blind men, often referred to as the harbinger of retribution. His most distinctive feature in law enforcement is his Zen-like approach, adhering to the principle of performing a daily act of kindness. In the realm of his officiating, all forms of conflict and tackles are almost invariably permitted. No matter how severe the actions may be, there are no fouls and no cards are issued. Regardless of the chaos and injuries that may ensue, he remains composed, wearing a smile, as if welcoming a first love. One perspective posits that had Neymar encountered Atkinson during the early stages of his career, he would never have developed the habit of diving. The renowned Neymar would not have flourished in the realm of football with such antics. Conversely, another viewpoint suggests that had this been the case, Neymar would have long since ascended to the presidency of the Brazilian Paralympic Committee. The only football tournament he could participate in was the Disabled World Cup. Thus, the assignment of referee Atkinson by the Premier League Referees Committee to officiate this U18 match is indeed thought-provoking. Regardless, the Hammers are jubilant, while Manchester City is in a state of discontent. With a sharp whistle from the avenging Atkinson, the match commenced. Manchester City kicked off first. The striker, Bluff, passed the ball back to the defensive midfielder, Lavia, who was about to pivot and sprint forward when suddenly, a dark figure whirled past him like a tempest. It was none other than the Hammers' black striker, Okaflex. Goodness! The intensity of that challenge was rather excessive, wasn't it? As Lavia received the ball and prepared to distribute it sideways, he found Okaflex charging towards him with no intention of slowing down. Simultaneously, the two wingers from West Ham surged into Manchester City's half with equal fervor. What the devil? Is mad cow disease rampant in England once more? In a moment of urgency, Lavia hastily turned back and lifted his foot to pass the ball back to the centre-back, Egan Riley. However, just as he struck the ball, Okaflex barreled in without any sign of retreat. Oh no! Lavia cried out in despair, being sent sprawling to the ground by his opponent. Beep. Atkinson's long whistle sounded. Foul. A mere 7 seconds had elapsed since the match began. What the devil? Atkinson, that was a malicious foul. A yellow card should have been issued. Manchester City's coach, Vitchens, roared in protest. Atkinson wore a mysteriously benign smile. Easy. What the devil? That foul was intentional. It's a scheme by Mark Phillips. Manchester City's assistant coach, Smith, bellowed in outrage. Atkinson remained unfazed, smiling enigmatically. Easy. Easy. Goodness. Had Lavia not lifted his leg in time, his leg would have been broken by now. And no yellow card for that? Manchester City's fitness coach, Adam, erupted in fury. Atkinson continued to smile enigmatically. Easy. 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 The devil take your easy, you scoundrel. As Lavia writhed in agony on the ground, clutching his right leg, Li Ning felt a tightening sensation of dread. He gazed in bewilderment at the substitute goalkeeper, Vances, beside him. Is this even possible? Could this be the fabled devilish home ground of the Hammer Gang? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a towel, Vances replied, Goodness, we've barely begun. Haven't you noticed that we have one more substitute goalkeeper on the bench today than usual? Indeed. What on earth does this signify? The more Li Ning pondered, the more suspicious he became. He turned his head to glance at the stands from the bench, where the fervent supporters of the Hammers unleashed a cacophony of jeers directed at the fallen Lavia. A sudden uncertainty washed over Li Ning regarding his inaugural away match of the day. Chapter 52, We Are the Hammers. And the London Stadium has been forged by our relentless efforts. Jamie committed a foul just 7 seconds into the match. This must surely be the swiftest infraction of the season thus far. In fact, it may very well stand as the quickest foul of the entire season. It appears Lavia has sustained a serious injury, as the medical team has already rushed onto the field. However, I believe his physical injuries may not be grave, merely superficial. The question remains whether this incident will leave a psychological scar. Indeed, the Hammers commenced the match with such a ferocious foul, driven by two intentions. First, to gauge the officiating standards of referee Atkinson. Second, to send a stark warning to their opponents. Do not presume that your ball control grants you the liberty to flaunt it here, for we are capable of inflicting real harm. I share your thoughts, particularly regarding the latter motive, which seems more pragmatic. Everyone is well aware of Atkinson's tendencies in officiating. His failure to issue a card for such a perilous foul will only embolden the Hammers players to escalate their aggression. Conversely, Manchester City, known for their technical prowess, may find themselves intimidated upon gaining possession, potentially diminishing their performance. Indeed, upon the announcement of the referee's selection, dissent echoed throughout the Manchester City camp. Their concerns are indeed justified. As the words were exchanged, Lava was assisted by the team doctor, limping towards the sidelines. The stadium erupted with deafening boos and jeers. You, with your delicate demeanor, should return to playing Lego games instead of participating in football. This sport belongs to us men. You, a mere soft-shell crab, cannot even compete with our West Ham United women's team. Perhaps we should let our female players face you instead. Spare us from lowering the standards of our women's team. They ought to be playing against kindergarten children. Who knows if they could even win? This delicate figure merely seeks to deceive the referee into issuing a yellow card. Such is the perennial tactic of Manchester City. Woe is me, I am forever blowing bubbles. The jubilant tune resonates throughout every corner of the stadium. Lava sustained only minor impacts and isn't scathed. The match resumed, as analyzed by Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher. The foul committed by Okaflex at the onset was merely a signal, primarily intended to establish Manchester City's dominance. Thus, upon the resumption of the match, the Hammers did not engage in high pressing. If Manchester City were to pass the ball in their own half, the Hammers maintained their defensive line, allowing their opponents to pass at will. However, once Manchester City approached the midfield, the forwards of West Ham United would immediately launch a ferocious press. Their movements were bold and swift, unperturbed by any potential physical contact. Simultaneously, their midfield and defensive players closely shadowed the Manchester City players, adhering to them like a shadow. Yet, regardless of the area on the pitch they were marking, They followed a singular principle. Youngsters, be a little more lenient. Thus, merely 8 minutes into the match, Atkinson had already halted play 3 times due to physical contact between the players, without issuing any cards. The match was repeatedly interrupted by West Ham United's incessant fouls, disrupting the rhythm of the game. Ha ha ha. It appears that Mark Phillips' tactics are proving effective. By employing aggressive fouls to unsettle the opponent and continuously committing minor fouls to obstruct their attacks, the fluidity of the game is severed. These fouls may be minor, not warranting a yellow card. They are far from their own penalty area, posing no direct threat. Yet, they are sufficient to disrupt Manchester City's offense and throw their rhythm into disarray. Ha. It seems the Hammers are indeed well prepared. Indeed, if this continues, I fear the mindset of the Manchester City players may soon falter. As soon as the words left his lips, a conflict indeed erupted among the players on the field. Hamilton, the right winger for Manchester City, spotted an opening and abruptly made a lateral run from the flank towards the center. He prepared to execute a cross with the right forward, Aduchi. Opposing him from West Ham was the left winger, Inzaghi. He realized that Hamilton's positioning could pose a threat to his team, and hurriedly shifted towards the center to anticipate blocking Hamilton's cutting path. Unfortunately, he was a beat too late. Nevertheless, he executed the coach's strategy without hesitation, immediately pressing his entire body against Hamilton. Hamilton felt as if he were carrying a colossal mountain, making movement exceedingly difficult. As he moved towards the center, he consciously swayed his body and arms, attempting to shake off the relentless grip of his opponent. However, Inzaghi clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. Hamilton's gestures grew increasingly vigorous, yet Inzaghi countered, without hesitation, firmly restraining Hamilton's strides with his legs from behind. At last, both halted simultaneously, pushing against each other. The sharp sound of a whistle pierced the air. Atkinson rushed to the scene, resembling a fire truck with its siren blaring. Ah, finally. It is my turn to shine as the harbinger of justice. Did you think I would remain passive? Incorrect. I am merely waiting for the most opportune moment. I shall demonstrate to you the essence of balance, what it means to administer equal measures of reprimand. Hamilton, yellow card. Inzaghi, yellow card. A cacophony of boos erupted from the West Ham supporters. The coaching staff of the Hammers protested vehemently. Referee, did you see that? The player from Manchester City deliberately struck. This was an act of retaliation deserving of a red card. How absurd. The opponent's hand has already struck our player in the face. This is a blatant act of revenge and warrants a red card. Inzaghi is innocent. He is a peace-loving dove, and Atkinson, you must advocate for him. Issuing a yellow card to each, this is merely an exercise in false equivalence. Meanwhile, chaos reigned among the Manchester City side as well. How could you, Atkinson, possibly have missed the obvious? It was the opponent who committed the foul first. How can you justify handing out yellow cards to both? Are you incapable of counting? They have committed 10 fouls without a single card, and we commit 1 foul, and you immediately brandish your cards? Your home advantage is one thing, but this is blatant favoritism. In the face of collective outrage from both sides, Atkinson maintained a warm smile reminiscent of first love. Easy, easy, easy. Chapter 53. Rice Minter is a cunning old fox. Neville truly is a beacon in the industry. On the sidelines, Vicenz observed the unfolding events with a tense expression. His face as cold as ice. Indeed, Mark Phillips is indeed a crafty old fox. His ability to nurture a British footballing giant like Declan Rice is certainly no mere coincidence. Their playing style lacks aesthetic appeal, bordering on the grotesque and the crude. However, it is highly targeted and remarkably pragmatic. Weaker teams facing stronger opponents often resort to a plethora of fouls and physical confrontations to disrupt the flow of the game. A tactic that falls well within the bounds of the rules. Among these, brutal fouls pose the greatest nightmare for technically adept teams. During the 2007-2008 season, the prodigious Cesc Fabregas was endorsed by the esteemed manager Arsene Wenger to take the helm following the departure of the illustrious captain Patrick Vieira. That season, the Gunners unleashed a youthful tempest, employing fluid ground play and multifaceted attacks to firmly seize the initiative in their quest for the championship. In the first 26 rounds, they eclipsed Manchester United and Chelsea, holding steadfastly to the summit of the league table. However, in the 27th round, a pivotal moment arrived. The Gunners traveled to Birmingham, where in the 3rd minute, Birmingham defender Martin Taylor executed a brutal tackle that shattered the leg of Arsenal's key striker, Eduardo. Fabregas, witnessing this horrific incident from the sidelines, was so traumatized that he broke down in tears. Subsequent events revealed that this moment became the turning point of the season. The entire Arsenal squad was profoundly affected by the leg-breaking incident, particularly on a psychological level. In the matches that followed, they hesitated to maintain possession, with each player haunted by the haunting image of Eduardo's injury. They are apprehensive of physical contact, and even more so of their opponent's tackles. When faced with a flying challenge, they instinctively evade. This has profoundly affected their mental state and the fluidity of their offensive play. Following a series of 4 consecutive draws, they succumbed to defeat against the Blues, Chelsea, thus completely withdrawing from the title race. Today, the Hammers clearly intend to employ the same tactics to psychologically unsettle Manchester City. And indeed, they have succeeded. Half an hour into the match, Manchester City has yet to orchestrate a single threatening attack. Once their offensive advances to the vicinity of the midfield, the players of West Ham United will immediately initiate a series of encirclements in the midfield. They run with fervent determination, effectively sealing off every passing lane for Manchester City. In response to individual breakthroughs from City players, they seize every opportunity to tackle. And when necessary, resort to tactical fouls without hesitation. The players of Manchester City are eager to seize the moment and score the first goal. Once the lid is pried open, everything else will follow with greater ease. However, they find themselves at a loss against the Hammers' targeted tactical arrangements and their flexible, impenetrable formation. A sense of frustration begins to permeate the hearts of Manchester City's players. "Gary, it seems the Blue Moon is not in a good place." Carragher observes the signs. "Haha, you've noticed too?" The young players of City appear to be growing increasingly restless. Indeed, just look at Raheem, slowly advancing the ball from the back, turning left and right, yet struggling to find a path to distribute to the midfield. He has begun to incessantly express his grievances to his teammates with a gesture of exasperation. Indeed, this is hardly a promising omen. The Hammers are eagerly seeking an opportunity to retaliate. Should Manchester City falter and lose their composure, errors will undoubtedly proliferate. In such a scenario, West Ham United will find themselves with ample opportunities. Mark my words, I sense that something significant will unfold in the first half. Neville truly serves as a guiding light. His analysis has just concluded, and indeed, an opportunity has arisen for West Ham United. Manchester City launches an attack. Charles, dribbling the ball, penetrates along the left flank, while Bob pulls wide, creating space for him. Suddenly, Charles veers the ball towards the center. He passed the ball to the center forward, Bluff, and then swiftly made a forward run. It was evident that he intended to execute a wall pass with Bluff. Bluff, understanding the play, positioned himself while contending fiercely with the center back trailing him. With a deft maneuver, he returned the ball to the advancing Charles with his left foot. The ball was played with perfect precision, just as Charles aimed to control it with the inside of his foot and burst into the opponent's penalty area. A formidable figure emerged from the side. It was none other than Dixon, West Ham United's ferocious defensive midfielder. He lunged in like a raging black bear, executing a low sliding tackle that intercepted the ball just before Charles could make contact. However, his momentum continued, sending Charles tumbling into the air. A wave of gasps erupted from the stands. The Manchester City players frantically gestured, claiming a foul had occurred. Yet, Atkinson extended his arms, signaling no foul. And the match continued. Truly deserving of the moniker the Punisher. How outrageous it was, Atkinson, that Charles was nearly clattered down. Yet you deemed it not worthy of a foul. This is utterly unacceptable, bordering on criminal. The Manchester City coaching staff was protesting vehemently. Suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation, Dixon's tackle had not sent the ball out of play. Instead, it fortuitously landed at the feet of the right midfielder, Chester. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players were still occupied with their appeals to the referee, leaving the midfield unguarded. A momentary stillness enveloped the pitch. This was precisely the opportunity West Ham United had been patiently awaiting. Chester, without a moment's hesitation, lifted his head to survey the diagonal position. At that instant, West Ham's left winger, Simons, had already made his move, sprinting behind Manchester City's right back. Chester instinctively executed a long pass, sending the ball directly to Simons' path. The timing was impeccable. Such seamless coordination was no mere coincidence, but rather a meticulously practiced tactic. Having besieged their opponents for an extended period, Manchester City's defense was already positioned high up the pitch. The controversial decision by Atkinson had further distracted the entire Manchester City team. Thus, when right-back Juan Larios sensed something amiss, Simons had already infiltrated the space behind him and had successfully brought the ball under control. After receiving the ball, he did not cut inside towards the center, but rather cast a glance towards the middle. To his delight, his striker, Okaflex, had already positioned himself perfectly. Without a moment's hesitation, Simmons delivered a precise pass with his left foot directly into the center. Manchester City's centre-back, Batistuta, exerted all his strength to hold off Okaflex, even resorting to subtle maneuvers to tug at his jersey from behind. Unfortunately, his reaction was a fraction too slow, allowing Okaflex to seize the opportunity at the near post. As the ball approached, Okaflex skillfully gauged its trajectory, leaped high, and headed it towards the goal. With a resounding impact, his forehead made firm contact with the ball. The sphere shot forth like a cannonball towards Manchester City's net. Goalkeeper Schmeichel made a desperate attempt to save it. Regrettably, the proximity to the goal and the ball's velocity proved too much. Just as his body ascended into the air, the ball had already found its way into the bottom corner of the net. 1-0. The Hammers take the lead. Chapter 54. Li Ning. You are the hope of the entire village the moment the ball hit the net. Vichins clasped his head in despair, sinking to the ground. This is dire. The team is in serious trouble. Although they are trailing once again, today's match is starkly different from the previous encounter against Manchester United. Firstly, the last match was at home, while this one is away. The disparity between home and away games is significant for a first team, and for these young players. Lacking experience makes them more susceptible to the impact of their environment. Thus, the advantages of playing at home often become even more pronounced. Secondly, West Ham's strategy in today's match has been exceptionally targeted. Their aggressive playing style not only constrained Manchester City on the pitch but also instilled a palpable sense of frustration, as if their strength was being squandered. The notion of a tactical clash began to take root in the minds of the players. Most alarming of all was the fact that, in light of West Ham United's frequent bold maneuvers, the referee, Atkinson, adopted a notably lenient approach to his officiating. Consequently, the Manchester City players gradually succumbed to a growing sense of agitation, significantly undermining their tactical execution. If this trend continues, not only will leveling the score become an elusive goal, but it will be a challenge for Manchester City to avoid conceding any further goals. Vichins glanced at his watch, noting that only 10 minutes remained until halftime, an agonizing wait. The West Ham supporters erupted in a thunderous wave of cheers, while the fans in the central section maintained a modicum of restraint, offering only warm applause and shouts of encouragement. However, the stands behind the goals, the Bobby Moore and Trevor Brooking stands, were filled to the brim with die-hard supporters of the Hammers. Their reactions were decidedly more fervent. Dozens of war drums resounded simultaneously, the booming rhythm echoing like a cascading waterfall. Many fervent supporters cast aside their shirts, baring their chests in the fray. They either brandished their club scarves or animatedly gestured with their hands, invigorating the atmosphere among the crowd. We shall forever blow bubbles. We shall forever blow bubbles. The army of bubbles unleashed their anthem at full volume, launching a formidable sonic assault upon the Manchester City players on the field. Ha, Jamie, what do you think? I sensed that Manchester City might encounter some difficulties, and indeed, it seems so. Gary, are you not concerned that your reputation as a beacon in the industry is being overshadowed? Even though you are a celebrated figure of Manchester United, your curses against Manchester City on air might provoke retaliation from the Blue Moon-esque supporters. Let us not forget, your young son is still partaking in their youth training camp. Blasted Carragher, when did I ever curse Manchester City? Cease your attempts to label me. Moreover, if we speak of rivalries, our two clubs are indeed archenemies. Spare me your unfounded remarks. All right, you did not curse Manchester City. Nevertheless, you remain a beacon in the industry. Now, Gary, on a serious note, conceding a goal at this juncture is rather unfortunate for Manchester City. Their offensive capabilities are now severely restricted, and the players appear to be somewhat restless. If they cannot rein in their emotions, the final 10 minutes may prove quite arduous. Indeed, the Hammers, being a physically dominant team, are prone to becoming overly exuberant, coupled with their home advantage once they gain momentum. Manchester City may find it exceedingly difficult to withstand their onslaught. In truth, the situation on the pitch reflects this reality. Following the restart, Manchester City's entire squad was palpably affected by the conceded goal, and they instantly lost control of the match's dynamics. They were already agitated by the frequent physical encounters instigated by the Hammer gang. Following that conceded goal, they felt that the referee, Atkinson, had adopted an excessively lenient approach, as it was clearly a foul by the opponents that led to their own loss of possession. Consequently, the entire team's focus became fragmented, and their thoughts diverged. Some players wished to conserve their energy, aiming to endure the final 10 minutes of the first half, hoping for targeted adjustments from their coach during the halftime break. Others, however, were eager to seize the moment and orchestrate a few threatening attacks, ideally equalizing the score before the end of the first half. As a result, West Ham United swiftly took control of the match. "Hey, Riley, I've already made my run forward. Why aren't you passing? Why are you always playing it safe at the back? We're trailing. Lavia, I've positioned myself. Why aren't you delivering the ball to me? Why such a significant lead? Hamilton, don't rush the pass. We need to be steady." The opponent's morale is currently exceedingly high. The players of Manchester City found themselves at odds with one another, leading to mutual grievances. This discord only exacerbated their precarious situation. While West Ham United thrived with rising spirits, their players, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, exhibited a heightened fervor on the field, displaying increased activity, intensified competition, and a more aggressive approach. Within a mere few minutes, Manchester City found themselves entirely on the back foot. They were originally a team primarily focused on offense. In their philosophy, attacking is the best form of defense. High pressing and substituting defense with offense have become their habitual style of play. Now, suddenly besieged by their opponents, the players are momentarily bewildered. The supporters of West Ham United are elated. The team now leads by a goal and has swiftly seized the initiative in attack. It seems there is a promising opportunity to score again in the near term. Consequently, they revel more audaciously, laughing, shouting, and dancing with abandon. Our anthem of blowing bubbles resonates even louder. Gary, it appears that Manchester City is truly struggling to cope. If this continues, they may very well concede another goal before halftime. Indeed, young players often exhibit such traits. Their emotional regulation is lacking, and they struggle in adverse situations. Once the tide turns against them, they can easily collapse in a short span. It is now imperative for head coach Vincent to take decisive action. Should he fail to make adjustments, allowing the opponent to score once more would indeed spell trouble. Adjustments? What can he possibly do? Substitute players in the first half? Moreover, his three key players remain absent, engaged with the U23 team, leaving him with scan options on the bench. Who suggested otherwise? Is there not that player from Guagua? Li Ning? For heaven's sake, can that unpredictable player consistently perform at an extraordinary level? Vichen stands on the sidelines, fidgeting anxiously like an ant on a hot skillet. Defend. We must not permit them to score again. Charles, draw closer to the left back behind you. Bob, retreat towards the halfway line. Do not allow your opponent to drift towards the center. Bluff, where's your speed? Pressure the ball carrier. Do not let him release the ball easily. He is resolved to relinquish the hope of equalizing the score in the first half. As long as they do not concede any further goals, victory is assured. Even if the situation appears grim, it matters not. If they can endure until halftime, they will have the opportunity to make adjustments. Come on, lads. Just 3 minutes remain. Let us muster our strength until the end of the half. We must hold firm. Suddenly, a voice erupted beside Vichen's. He turned his head and was taken aback to see Li Ning, with hands cupped around his mouth, forming a makeshift megaphone. He shouted loudly to his teammates on the field. His urgency was palpable, as the veins in his neck stood out prominently. Vichen's was momentarily stunned. Damn, this kid possesses quite the sense of collective honor. However, being a cheerleader is not a role meant for you. Given the current passive situation on the field, your bravado has already faded away. Whether we can turn the tide in the second half rests upon your shoulders. You are the hope of our entire village. Chapter 55. A call to arms in a crisis. Alas, the Iron Hammer Gang is no Red Devil Manchester United. Beep, beep, beep. The harbinger of doom, Atkinson, blew his whistle 3 times, signifying the end of the first half. Vichen stood at the sidelines, exhaling deeply. It was perilous. Too perilous. Had the first half been extended by another 3 minutes, Manchester City would surely have conceded a second goal. Thankfully, there were 15 minutes of halftime to catch a breath. He dashed away with remarkable speed, swiftly entering the players' tunnel. The next 15 minutes would serve as a true test for him. The Manchester City players also seemed to exhale in relief, finally able to relax for a moment. They stood with hands on their hips, breathing heavily. Some even exchanging high-fives with their teammates in celebration, as if they were the ones in the lead. Yet, their elation is entirely understandable. The final minutes were indeed perilous and excruciatingly tense. West Ham United's onslaught came in relentless waves, crashing against the shore like tumultuous ocean swells against the jagged rocks. Their offensive strategy is strikingly simplistic, characterized by long diagonal passes. The two wingers launch 45-degree angled balls from near the halfway line, directly into the penalty area. Apart from the center forward, the two wingers also converge into Manchester City's box to contest aerial duels alongside the striker. If the initial touch can lead to a shot on goal, that would be splendid. If not, they must create chaos within Manchester City's penalty area, with midfielders lurking at the far post to seize any second chances. This approach epitomizes the most traditional English style of play, which seems rather antiquated and has been deemed obsolete. However, in reality, both the first team and the youth squad of Manchester City are most vulnerable to such direct assault tactics. During Guardiola's inaugural year in the Premier League, City suffered quite a bit against teams employing this strategy. In contrast, the players of West Ham United are left lamenting and beating their chests in despair. From their perspective, it is a great pity that in the final minutes of the match, they failed to convert their dominance into a second goal, allowing Manchester City to enter halftime trailing by just one goal, a potential invitation for disaster. In the away team's locker room, Vicenz and assistant coach Smith stand in a corner, holding the player roster and engaged in earnest discussion. Clearly, they are preparing for personnel arrangements for the second half. The players sit on benches, sipping sports drinks while catching their breath. Everyone, silence. Listen attentively. At last, Vicenz speaks. Your performance in the first half was utterly abysmal, repugnant. Starting off with a metaphor for the hairdryer treatment, it is not due to a lack of preparation, nor because we are inferior in skill, but because you were too soft, too timid, pathetic, like an old man's flaccidity. Now, ponder carefully, what tactics do they actually possess? Besides physicality, exaggerated movements, fouls, and incessant interruptions, they have no strategy whatsoever. What is the matter? Are you intimidated by this? You are even more feeble than women. Remember that old fool Atkinson. His officiating standards are notoriously lenient. He won't call fouls on their aggressive plays, nor will he on yours. They are tough, and you can be tough too. They are ruthless, and you can be ruthless too. Bear in mind, today's match is broadcast live across Europe. Do not allow fans all over the continent to witness your cowardice. Do you understand? Remember it. Haha, regardless of how you perform later. Let us make sure we shout remember it loud and clear. Do you truly believe that we athletes are simple-minded and merely brawny? A personnel adjustment for the second half. Hamilton off. Li Ning on. Hamilton felt that his performance in the first half was relatively satisfactory, yet he seemed somewhat unprepared for the adjustments ahead. What? You performed adequately in the first half, but now you already possess a yellow card. The intensity of the second half is bound to escalate. We cannot risk non-combat attrition. Hamilton pouted, yet he recognized that Vincent's considerations were indeed valid and could only acquiesce. Remember, our strength surpasses theirs, and our tactical arrangements are flawless. Let us execute our usual training tactics in the second half. Pass more, move more, and stretch the flanks. Fully utilize the width of the field, engage them, and compel them to run. Remember, as long as their defense is stretched, gaps will inevitably emerge. Moreover, their aggressive pressing will surely deplete their stamina in the last 15 minutes of the match. That will be our moment of opportunity. The 15-minute halftime is about to conclude. Assistant coach Smith stepped into the center and shouted, 1, 2, 3, hooray. The second half is about to commence. The fourth official stood at the sidelines, raising the electronic substitution board. Number 22 is coming on. A thunderous chorus of boos erupted once more. Look, isn't that the kid from the Dragon Country? Indeed. It's the one who boasted about single-handedly creating 4 goals. Haha, I came here specifically to boo him, and now I've got my chance. I'm also here for him, but not to boo. I want to witness his downfall. Indeed, I noticed that in the first half, Dixon was holding back, and only that one brilliant tackle leading to a goal shone through. He must have deliberately conserved his energy, right? After all, he is known as the fiercest competitor in the entire U18 Premier League, with him tasked to handle that lad from the Dragon Country in the second half. It should be quite a challenge for him. As Li Ning prepared to enter the field, the two presenters from Sky Sports became excited. Jamie, this substitution could be a pivotal moment in the match, don't you think? Whether it is a turning point remains uncertain. But I can assure you that a significant portion of the audience is here for him. Haha, indeed, look at that, even before he steps on the pitch. The crowd is already buzzing with excitement. Yes, over the past 10 days, this lad from the Dragon Country has captured the attention of a substantial part of British football. However, today's match is certainly not akin to the previous encounter against Manchester United. He now stands in the spotlight. Mark Phillips would undoubtedly have devised a specific strategy against him. Moreover, considering the boastful remarks he made before the match, how would you feel if you were a player of West Ham United? What actions would you take? I would certainly think, you arrogant brat. Daring to be so brazen on my turf? Even if it meant risking a red card, I would ensure to break your legs, thwarting your ambitions. There is no doubt about it. I dare say, the players of the Hammers think similarly. Chapter 56, Conquering the London Bowl. Beginning with a batty goal as Atkinson's whistle pierced the air, the second half of the match commenced. West Ham United kicked off the second half. The centre forward, Okaflex, passed back to the defensive midfielder, Dixon, who, along with the two wingers, swiftly advanced towards Manchester City's half. Dixon did not pause to control the ball. With a powerful kick, he launched it into the opponent's penalty area. This is how I play, direct and straightforward. Manchester City's centre-back, Egan Riley, anticipated the ball's trajectory, leaped high, and headed it clear of the penalty area. However, unexpectedly, Okaflex, despite having no chance to contest the ball, made no attempt to evade, leaping with all his might for a header. Yet, his jump resembled more of a collision than a contest for the ball. With a thud, his body collided violently with Riley. Riley, focused solely on the ball, was completely unprepared. Moreover, being airborne, he had no leverage and was knocked away with force. Beep. A sharp whistle. Foul. Goodness. This time, only 5 seconds have passed. Okaflex has set a new record for the fastest foul of the match. It was undoubtedly intentional. Do you think a yellow card is forthcoming? Can't you see for yourself? Atkinson, with his signature charming smile, approached Okaflex, speaking softly. Clearly. This was yet another verbal warning. Suddenly, a figure charged menacingly towards Okaflex, muttering angrily. It was none other than Li Ning. He gestured with his hand in the shape of a 2, vociferously expressing his dissatisfaction. Twice now, the referee, twice. He committed a malicious foul at the beginning of the first half, and now he has done it again. He is clearly acting with intent. You cannot consistently apply such lenient judgment. Is this not a case of favoritism towards the home team? Has Atkinson lost his senses? Who do you think you are? What is your name? Where do you hail from? I, the Avenger Atkinson, have navigated the Premier League for decades. I have encountered all manners of troublemakers. How dare a mere child like you cause such a ruckus? Silence. You insolent brat. Be quiet. Do you truly believe I have forgotten my yellow card? Utter one more word, and I shall issue you a yellow gemstone card for you to savor the experience. Atkinson bellowed at Li Ning. His golden hair stood on end in anger, as if struck by lightning. Understood. 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 Just moments ago, Li Ning, who appeared to be seething with rage, suddenly softened. He wore a mask of feigned smiles, incessantly gesticulating with exaggerated motions to convey various forms of respect and camaraderie towards Atkinson. Hush. The thunderous jeers from the West Ham United supporters filled the air. Ha ha ha. Look at that wretched lad from the Dragon Kingdom, daring to challenge Atkinson's authority. He ought to have inquired about the situation first. Atkinson is not one to tolerate insolence. Indeed, he remains unfazed even in the face of grievous injury. Undeniably a formidable figure in the Premier League, that young man, with a mere shout from Atkinson, appeared as though he might lose control of his faculties. Ha ha ha. Morris, why don't you go down and check if this lad's trousers are already dampened? Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Li Ning ran back, muttering to himself in silence, TCH, you fools. Do you not comprehend the concepts of feigned strength and strategic retreat? Do you not grasp the balance between softness and hardness? Depth and shallowness? I am merely ensnaring the enemy's perception. You know nothing at all. The match continued. West Ham United remained steadfast in their physical approach, frequently employing contact to thwart Manchester City's advances. However, following the halftime pep talk from Vicens, Manchester City's players regained their composure and were no longer intimidated by their opponent's style of play. They continued to adhere to their possession-based style of play, while simultaneously beginning to engage their opponents in a more confrontational manner. Consequently, Manchester City gradually seized control of the match. Li Ning collaborated with Bob along the left flank. He received a cross from Revilla and deftly passed the ball to Bob, who was positioned near the sideline, before swiftly sprinting toward the center. Suddenly, a robust figure collided with him, forcefully knocking him off his path. Goodness, who is this? Is he clad in armor? He feels as unyielding as stone. Li Ning focused intently and realized that it was none other than Dixon, who had sent Charles flying in the first half. Gazing at the name on Dixon's jersey, a memory surged in Li Ning's mind. Just yesterday, in front of the Green Hotel, that self-proclaimed most renowned Maurice in the Bobby Moore stand had boasted that today, Dixon would surely break my legs. He must be the one he referred to. Meanwhile, Dixon was glaring at Li Ning with an expression so fierce it seemed as though he wished to devour him whole. Goodness, this fellow is rather intimidating. I think it wise to keep my distance for safety. Bob received Li Ning's pass and surged along the left flank towards the baseline. West Ham's right back, Ashby, staunchly guarded the inner line to prevent Bob from cutting inside. Suddenly, Bob came to a swift halt, deftly pulling the ball back with his left foot, creating an opening for a cross. He raised his head slightly to survey the situation and then sent the ball into West Ham's penalty area with his right foot. Bluff and Adoki converged from two angles within the box, while Charles maneuvered around the edge of the penalty arc, poised to contest the second ball. However, West Ham's two formidable black center backs were truly impressive. Baptiste stood at an imposing height of 183 meters, while Angelo towered at 188 meters. Both are regarded as England's rising stars, having developed a seamless understanding through years of partnership. Baptiste held off Adoki's encroachment at the back post, while Angelo timed his leap perfectly, soaring high to overpower Bluff and clear the ball from the penalty area. The Hammers midfielders retreated to the edge of the box for defensive cover, causing the ball to bounce far from the area, where it was promptly seized by Lavia. Li Ning suddenly noticed that Dixon, who had been so tightly glued to him, had now dropped deeper, no longer closely marking him. This was a rare opportunity. Despite being approximately 35 meters from the goal, he felt ready to unleash his potential. He swiftly initiated his run, advancing from the flanks towards the center. Simultaneously, he outstretched his arms, signaling for the ball from Lavia. Understanding the cue, Lavia delivered a precise ground pass right to Li Ning's feet. Batty scores. Activated. He did not pause to control the ball. Rather, in a lateral motion, he suddenly struck it in the direction it rolled. With the instep of his right foot, he forcefully connected with the very center of the ball. A resounding crack echoed. The ball, accompanied by a rushing wind, soared towards the West Ham United goal with almost no spin, whistling through the air. The goalkeeper, Haji, had been entirely focused, having just relaxed after seeing the ball cleared far from the penalty area. Upon witnessing Li Ning preparing to shoot, he could not help but chuckle internally. Humph. What an audacious fellow. He fails to consider his slender legs, attempting a shot from such a distance. What a delusion. Suddenly, he was jolted from his thoughts. What on earth was happening? Although the angle of the ball's trajectory was not particularly tricky, heading straight towards him, its speed exceeded all expectations. He sensed impending danger. Just as he intended to raise his hand for a block, it was already too late. With a whoosh, the black and white ball soared like a cannonball, crashing into the goal above his head. 1-1. Manchester City had equalized. Chapter 57. Inzaghi's positioning Neymar's role. With such a combination, I ask you, are you afraid? Yes. That's the essence of it. The moment the ball found the net, Bichens, standing at the sidelines, couldn't help but leap with joy. He clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a barrage of strikes upon the field. You little rascal, that's more like it. What are you even doing arguing with that wretched Atkinson? Roaring with excitement, the players of Manchester City surged towards Li Ning upon witnessing the goal. Oh my. Here comes another crowd of hulking giants. Can't you think of any alternative celebratory gestures? Foolish fool, Dixon, you imbecile. I didn't instruct you to merely follow him. I commanded you to shadow him relentlessly, doing nothing but keeping close to him. If he were to pass gas on the field, you would perceive it even before he does. Are you completely devoid of reason, suffering from amnesia, or simply lacking memory? Mark Phillips was fuming on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Dixon felt utterly aggrieved but could only shake his head in silence, refraining from expressing his frustration. He walked past Li Ning with a scowl, casting a fierce glare at him. Damn it, you arrogant little brat. Soon you shall know the extent of my prowess. In the stands, the West Ham United supporters fell into a sudden silence. They evidently did not anticipate that this young lad from the Dragon Kingdom, upon his entrance, could indeed hear the thunder in silence. Ah, I say, Morris, that boy from the Dragon Kingdom must have been lucky, right? It strikes me as odd. Surely he was over 30 meters away? With those two slender legs, as thin as toothpicks, how could he possibly score? Oh dear, you needn't overthink it. It must have been sheer luck. Just look at the fiery gaze Dixon is casting upon him. I dare say, this lad from the Dragon Kingdom is bound to face some hardships ahead. In the Sky Sports studio, the two pundits are fervently discussing this sensational goal. My goodness. I was just about to remark on how far Li Ning was shooting from. I cannot believe that ball actually found its way into the net. Indeed, I just received several messages from fans and was eager to check them. Thank goodness I didn't tee, or I would have missed this marvelous goal. Quite so. I find it somewhat perplexing. This fellow appears so frail, yet possesses such astonishing explosive power. It is truly remarkable. Absolutely, just look at his thighs. They are even thinner than Dixon's calves. That he could unleash such a powerful long-range shot is rather extraordinary. Let us see how Mark Phillips responds next. Today, his tactical arrangement was executed with remarkable finesse, only to be disrupted by this Dragon Kingdom individual. Surely, he cannot accept this with equanimity. And what of Manchester City? Let us not forget how they orchestrated a remarkable comeback against Manchester United in their last encounter. Cursed be you, Carragher, must you incessantly dwell on this matter? Can we not engage in a civil conversation? The match has resumed, and a dramatic scene unfolds on the field. Dixon has entirely abandoned his designated position, adhering strictly to the coach's tactical directives, and has devoted himself to marking Li Ning with unwavering focus. Wherever Li Ning ventures, he shadows him closely, denying him any opportunity to receive the ball easily. The two appear to be engaged in a game of hide and seek, playing a cat-and-mouse game on the pitch. Furthermore, Dixon often instigates physical contact. Whenever he can get close to Li Ning, he exerts all his strength, using his shoulder to barge in and his thigh to push, making Li Ning's experience utterly torturous. Hey, referee, this guy just kicked me. Hey, did you see that, referee? He deliberately bumped into me. Referee, for goodness sake. Take a closer look. He has been committing fouls off the ball. Atkinson's expression remains impassive, offering no response whatsoever. You little rascal, now you remember me? Did you think of this moment when you were yelling at me earlier? This is what we call instant karma. You deserve it. Li Ning, with a face of despair, thought to himself, damn Atkinson, you old grudge holder. How can you be so petty? Very well, I'll show you my prowess. He suddenly abandoned his normal positioning and rushed towards Atkinson. What on earth is he planning? Is he going to confront the referee? Atkinson was taken aback. Then, one could see Li Ning circling around him. Dixon, attempting to keep pace, could only follow in his wake, circling Atkinson as well. Tossing the handkerchief. Gently placing it beside the child, everyone refrained from calling, quickly catch him. My God, what are you two doing? Hurry and get out of my way. Let me pass. Li Ning moved with the grace of a butterfly, dancing around Atkinson. Meanwhile, Dixon's imposing stature clearly put him at a disadvantage. The duo spun around Atkinson, causing the hapless referee to become disoriented, his footing needing constant adjustment. Eventually, one misstep led to Dixon's left leg colliding with Atkinson's right. Oh dear! Atkinson let out a pained cry, stumbling and crashing to the ground, landing flat. Oh no, this is a disaster. Dixon, startled, quickly helped Atkinson to his feet, his expression resembling that of a child caught in wrongdoing. Referee, he did it on purpose. He should receive a yellow card, right? Li Ning smirked mischievously. Just like that classmate who loves to report others. Atkinson trembled with fury, shakily pulling a yellow card from his pocket. Beep. He blew the whistle while gesturing towards the two. What? Referee, are you sure you saw that correctly? He kicked you, not me. Li Ning protested innocently. Shut up. I saw it clearly. You little rascal ran circles around me first, and then he chased after you. Only then did he kick me. Protest denied. The crowd erupted in boos. Neville looked at Carragher in confusion, asking, Jamie, is there a rule in the referee's handbook stating that tripping the referee warrants a yellow card? Seems like there isn't. It seems Atkinson is on a roll today, ready to unleash himself. Ha ha ha, Mark Phillips is quite something, employing man-marking tactics. It's been years since I've seen that. Indeed. However, Dixon has now received a yellow card, so he must be cautious with his defensive actions moving forward. Exactly. If the referee's wrath is unleashed, he could very well receive a red card at any moment. The match continues. Manchester City quickly prepares for a free kick. Lavia passes the ball to Charles on the right. Li Ning quickly glanced at Dixon beside him. This guy, having inexplicably received a yellow card, looked somewhat bewildered. A golden opportunity. Inzaghi's positioning is activated. He suddenly sprang into action, charging towards Atkinson. You little rascal, here you come again? I have already incurred a yellow card because of this. In a moment of hesitation, Dixon found that Li Ning had evaded his mark and swiftly moved laterally to the edge of the penalty area. I cannot allow him to shake me off. Dixon hastily accelerated, preparing to keep pace with Li Ning. Unexpectedly, Li Ning made a sudden stop, completely eluding him. Then, with a deft change of direction, he darted into the penalty area of West Ham United. Charles, understanding the situation, delivered a diagonal pass into the opponent's box. He was on the verge of an offside. Since Li Ning's entry onto the field, he had yet to penetrate the Hammers' penalty area even once. Thus, no one anticipated his remarkable skill. Even more astonishing was the elusive nature of his positioning. By the time they realized the predicament, he had already slipped behind the defensive line, poised to receive the ball. "You little rascal, it won't be that easy." Center-back Langelo quickly turned to chase back, rapidly closing the distance to Li Ning. Charles's high pass offered him a chance to recover. Li Ning monitored the ball's descent while discreetly observing Langelo's approach from the corner of his eye. He calmly controlled the ball with the inner side of his left foot, stopping it at a distance neither too far nor too close, but perfectly positioned. Just as Langelo extended his foot to intercept, he deftly sidestepped, placing himself between Langelo and the ball. With a swift motion, he nudged the ball forward with his right foot. Langelo, unable to retract his foot in time, tripped over Li Ning's right leg. Neymar activated. "What on earth is this? I didn't intend for it to activate. Does it come with an automatic activation feature?" Ding. System notification. As every skill in the host's star skill library has been utilized at least twice, any unused skills will be forcibly activated once. What the heck? Isn't this a form of bundled consumption? Isn't this coercive consumption? Li Ning had no time to ponder. His body had already collapsed onto the ground. I roll. Roll. He lay on the grassy expanse with his eyes closed, rolling forward like a bird soaring through the sky. Oh, how delightful the turf at the London Bowl is. I have heard that their groundskeeper is Jonathan Calderwood, a two-time recipient of the prestigious Groundskeeper of the Year award. I have no desire to rise. I wish to remain sprawled out, endlessly tumbling. I yearn to roll out of London, out of Britain, out of this earth, and into the vastness of outer space. The sensation of rolling is utterly exhilarating, making it impossible to cease. What on earth is this, daring to obstruct my rolling form? He opened his eyes and, to his astonishment, found himself entangled in the net of the hammer's goal, his cleats ensnared. Simultaneously, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Atkinson, blowing the whistle, swiftly darted into West Ham United's penalty area. With unwavering resolve, he pointed decisively to the penalty spot. A penalty. Note, this segment is purely for entertainment purposes and bears no disrespect towards any individual. Fans should refrain from taking offense. Many supporters have commented on the matter of foul play, which was initially intended to reflect the colloquial manner of foreign speech. However, since numerous readers have expressed their discontent, I shall omit it from this chapter onward. I hope all my dear friends will leave their comments and grant generous 5-star ratings. Thank you. Chapter 58. I earn my own reputation. I shall use a Panenka penalty to dismantle you. What on earth is happening? Atkinson has awarded a penalty? The players of West Ham United erupted in disbelief. Hey, referee, that was a blatant dive. A simulation more absurd than a theatrical performance. They exclaimed. Look at his exaggerated demeanor. It seems he intends to roll all the way back to Manchester. He is deceiving for a penalty. On the sidelines, the Hammers coach, Mark Phillips, was instantly distraught. Hey, Atkinson, have you forgotten your contact lenses? That lad was feigning. You've been duped. He suddenly recalled something and hurriedly gestured with his hands to form a square. VAR, you must check VAR at once. It will vindicate us. Atkinson, in a fit of rage, retorted, silence. Do you truly believe this is the Premier League? This is damned U18. Where's the video replay? Does the Black Room not require equipment? Does it not need funding? Does it not need personnel? If you keep shouting, I'll issue you a red card. In the stands, West Ham fans erupted in a cacophony of boos. Damn it, that lad from the Dragon Nation irritates me. He is clearly a fraud. Indeed, the force of Langelo's earlier contact was hardly significant, yet he appeared to have been struck by an AK-47, clearly performing for the audience. By my word, he is 100 times more theatrical than Professor Brew, and 1,000 times more dramatic than Neymar. But you must admit, his rolling motion bears a striking resemblance to Neymar's. He could very well audition for Britain's Got Talent. What on earth are you babbling about? The audience and substitutes were in disarray, and the Manchester City players were equally flustered. They hurriedly rescued Li Ning from West Ham's goal, as if extracting a large fish from a net. Goodness, West Ham's net is remarkably sturdy. It clings so tightly. The West Ham goal was directly beneath the Bobby Moore stand, and upon witnessing this scene, the fans in the stand booed even louder. Who would take the penalty? The primary penalty taker for Manchester City's U18 team was originally McAtee. However, he had been promoted to U23, and logically, the penalty should fall to the second penalty taker, the team captain, Lavia. Yet, Lavia, cradling the ball, looked contemplatively at Li Ning. Li Ning, you shall take this penalty. Li Ning was taken aback. Me? Can I really do it? Lavia chuckled heartily, of course. If you can score from such a distance, how much easier will it be from here? You'll surely succeed. Bob approached, gently patting Li Ning's shoulder. Brother, have faith. You can do this. I believe in you. Charles joined in. Don't worry. Take your shot. If you score, we'll celebrate together. If not, we'll shoulder it together. No one will blame you. All the players on the field gathered around Li Ning, offering their encouragement. Even the goalkeeper, Skli, from the farthest distance, dashed over. Upon seeing their earnest and open faces, Li Ning's eyes suddenly welled with tears. What a truly united and warm team this is. All right, I shall take the shot. But I have one condition if I score. Can you all refrain from acting like giants? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. I earned my own prestige. You have been awarded a chance to draw for a star player skill. Task completion level, AAA. You have gained 100 points in King of the Ball value. You have also received an attribute bonus of 3 points, which can be allocated to any attribute. In the studio of Sky Sports, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher exchanged astonished glances. Gary, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I truly would not have believed it. This young lad from Dragon Country has played less than 2 matches, yet has already won the hearts of his teammates. Indeed, I find it utterly astonishing. The trio of rising stars from Manchester City's U18 Academy is absent. Yet Lavio stands as both the captain on the field and the pivotal core of both offense and defense. To his astonishment, he willingly conceded the penalty. This is truly remarkable. Indeed, it appears that the entire Manchester City squad has wholeheartedly embraced this newcomer, Li Ning, fully accepting him as part of the team. For these young prodigies, who possess such lofty aspirations, this is no small feat. Not merely acceptance, they have come to regard him as the very linchpin on the pitch. Indeed, they now exude an unprecedented sense of morale and unity. If this continues, not only will the current adversaries, the Hammers, face difficulties, but any future opponent of Manchester City is likely to find themselves in a precarious position. 2 players, once fierce rivals, have remarkably reached a consensus. On the field, Li Ning received the ball from Lavia and slowly approached the penalty spot. His gaze unwavering, his steps resolute, though he had not anticipated the opportunity to take this penalty. He was, after all, the designated penalty taker during his time in the Dragon Kingdom. Thus, he was no stranger to the task at hand. However, today's circumstances were somewhat different. Back in the Dragon Kingdom, Youth League matches went largely unnoticed. Today marks his inaugural encounter with such a multitude of away supporters while taking a penalty. Moreover, directly opposite him is the renowned Bobby Moore stand. Morris in the stands has already lost his voice from cheering. He had already discarded his shirt, revealing an upper body adorned with greasy fat. With both of his chubby hands wildly clapping, he gestured to the fans behind him to create an even greater cacophony, aiming to disrupt Li Ning as he prepared for the penalty kick. You little rascal from the Dragon Nation, there's no way you can score, he shouted. I'm right here in the stands, waiting for your penalty. Aren't you good at rolling? Why not roll into the goal and see if Atkinson counts it as a score? Beyond the insults, many fans opted to unleash a torrent of boos to intensify the psychological pressure on Li Ning. The unique acoustic properties of the London Bowl amplified their jeers to a deafening level. Unperturbed, Li Ning calmly positioned the ball on the penalty spot, aligning the ball as center with himself. This was his habitual approach to penalty kicks. He took 2 steps back and steadied himself. Beep. Atkinson blew his whistle, raising his arm to signal that the kick could commence. Li Ning took a deep breath and glanced at the goalkeeper, Haji. My goodness, an under-18 player. And he has already reached a height of 193 meters. Have you been consuming hormones? Is there toxic milk in Hungary as well? Good grief. He is even mimicking Dudek's noodle dance on the goal line. I absolutely detest noodles. Li Ning began his run-up. His right leg swung back. It appeared that he was preparing for a powerful shot. Indeed, if he could unleash such force from 35 meters away, he would surely opt for a similar approach for this penalty. After all, great power yields miraculous results. Wait, no? He appeared to exert tremendous force. Yet at the very moment his foot made contact with the ball, he unexpectedly eased off, nearly caressing the ball gently with the surface of his foot. The sphere traced a parabolic arc reminiscent of a rainbow, gracefully soaring towards the center of the goal. Haji misjudged the trajectory and had already lunged towards his right side. By the time he attempted to shift his balance, it was far too late. He could only collapse to the ground, gazing upwards as the ball sailed over his head and into the net. Oh, my God. A spoon penalty. Chapter 59. Is this truly the end of a career? Is the talented youth destined to fall like this? Li Ning effortlessly converted a spoon penalty as the ball floated delicately into the net. The West Ham United fans fell into a profound silence. No one could fathom that this player from the Dragon Country possessed such formidable mental fortitude and exquisite technique. Even more difficult to accept was the staggering reality that their team had dominated the first half, only to be overturned within a mere 10 minutes of the second half. The entire Manchester City squad erupted in jubilation, racing towards Li Ning. Ha ha ha. What did I just say? We can't keep celebrating like a bunch of muscle-bound giants. It's time for a new celebration. Come on, follow my lead. Li Ning circumvented the West Ham United goal, charging directly towards the Bobby Moore stand behind the goal. The Manchester City players followed suit, with the aerial camera capturing the exhilarating moment. He pointed at Morris in the stands with both index fingers. The Manchester City players, bewildered, followed suit. Li Ning exclaimed loudly, "Are you all satisfied now?" The Manchester City players echoed in unison. "Are you all satisfied now?" Li Ning repeated, "Are you all satisfied now?" The players shouted, "Are you all satisfied now?" Meanwhile, Charles, while joining Li Ning in the chant, asked in confusion, "Hey Li Ning, who are we competing against? Why do you care so much? Just chant along with me." Bobby Moore, in the stands, looked pale as a ghost. His round face turned a deep shade of purple, as if on the brink of bursting with blood. His mouth gaped wide open, resembling a lemon forcibly thrust inside, both sour and bitter. In his decades-long journey as a football enthusiast, he had never endured such humiliation, feeling utterly powerless to retaliate. The supporters in Bobby Moore's stand began to stir restlessly. For heaven's sake, this was an affront right beneath their very noses. A gentleman may be slain, but he must not be dishonored. If they did not respond now, how could they ever hope to maintain their standing in the Premier League? Some fans began to twist their scarves into tight bundles, while others raised their beverage cups high. A few, lacking any items at hand, glanced around and resolutely bent down to remove their shoes. Even the spectators in the stand behind the other goal, Trevor Brooking, had begun to generate a rising chorus of discontent. Li Ning would not grant them the opportunity to unleash their fury. He was acutely aware that he was now burdened with a yellow card. Should his provocations escalate and lead to dire consequences, it was conceivable that the arbiter, Atkinson, might err in judgment and brandish a second yellow card against him. Thus, upon realizing the desired effect had been achieved, he promptly beckoned his teammates and retreated towards the center of the field. In the fleeting moment as he brushed past Atkinson, he discerned a flicker of menace cross the referee's countenance. The audacious lad, seeking to embroil me in further trouble, was he not? Just moments ago, he had circled around me, causing Dixon to trip me, and now my rear end still ached. Were it not for the exquisite finesse of your penalty kick, I would have resolutely resolved to send you off the pitch. Li Ning bowed and nodded towards the elder, exclaiming, "Esteemed sir, your brilliance shines forth, and your attentiveness towards me is unmatched." He was so engrossed in flattering Atkinson that he failed to notice Dixon, not far away, glaring at him with a murderous intent. "Damn it, you little brat, it seems I truly underestimated you. However, it is never too late to mend the fault, although you have scored 2 goals. Do not forget your promise of 2 assists. Manchester City is the defending champion. Losing to you would not be a disgrace. Yet, should you, this lad from the Dragon Nation, actually fulfill those 2 assists, our hammers would be utterly humiliated. Rest assured. Even if it means earning another yellow card and being sent off with a red, I will not allow such a thing to happen." West Ham United striker, Okaflex, once again positioned the ball at the center circle's penalty spot. The stands of the London Bowl erupted with a crescendo of boos. It remained uncertain whether they were jeering at Li Ning or expressing their discontent over West Ham's transition from victory to defeat. The members of the Hammers, with their eyes ablaze, clearly felt their pride wounded by the home crowd's disdainful jeers. Their minds are consumed by a singular thought: to take a bold leap, to be more aggressive, to seize with even greater ferocity, ensuring that they do not pass with ease. Time is still on our side. We shall surely turn the tide. On the sidelines, Mark Phillips claps to motivate his players, fervently dispensing words of encouragement. Yet, in truth, his mind is utterly blank. He remains perplexed, unable to comprehend why such a promising situation in the first half was so inexplicably squandered. Could it be that the individual from the Dragon Nation possesses extraordinary abilities? Yet, how could that be plausible? After all, the players from the Dragon Nation are notoriously inept at football. Okaflex passed the ball back to the defensive midfielder, while several attacking players surged towards Manchester City's half. The midfielder launched the ball forward with a powerful kick. The same formula, the same flavor, straightforward and unrefined. Manchester's defenders clashed with the opposing forwards, as a few leapt simultaneously to contest a header. The ball was repeatedly propelled into the air, never touching the ground. Reminiscent of a sea lion playing with a ball, each individual exerted their utmost effort, with every challenge resulting in intense physical contact. In such moments, any lapse in focus could lead to injury. Nevertheless, everyone remained fixated on the ball, not targeting one another. Suddenly, the ball found its way to Li Ning. Oh, how serendipitous to stumble upon fortune without the slightest effort. You towering behemoths may contend for aerial dominance, but my physique pales in comparison. I shall seize the opportunity to scavenge from the periphery as well. He deftly steadied the ball, turned, and prepared to surge forward. Suddenly, a robust figure charged towards him, Dixon. With only 2 meters separating him from Li Ning, he executed a bold sliding tackle without hesitation. His body grazed the turf, yet his right foot was lifted high. The cleats aimed directly at Li Ning's right knee. Goodness, are you intent on ruining my rhythm? Li Ning, realizing he could not evade this brutal collision, leapt to mitigate the impact. However, just before their bodies met, Dixon executed a kicking motion, striking the outer side of Li Ning's right knee. A pained scream escaped Li Ning's lips as he was propelled into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Wow! A chorus of gasps erupted from the stands. The spectators, seasoned football enthusiasts, understood well that Li Ning had likely sustained a serious injury, though they shouted for him to break Li Ning's legs. In truth, these fans were quite earnest. Such words were merely bluster. Deep down, no one wished to witness a player gravely injured. After all, this is their livelihood. Yet, Dixon's reckless act could very well confine this prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom to a hospital bed for months. Given the location and force of his strike, it was highly probable that Li Ning had indeed suffered a broken leg. The sharp whistle pierced the tense air above the London Bowl. Atkinson waved frantically at the sidelines, summoning the medical staff while hastening to the scene of the incident. He is certainly not a name without merit. He was acutely aware that Dixon's recent actions had likely inflicted severe damage on Li Ning. On the field, the Manchester City players erupted in chaos. The captain, Lavia, who was closest to the scene, was the first to rush forward. "Dixon, are you trying to take a life?" In a fit of rage, he stormed forward, seizing Dixon's collar with an uncontrollable fury. Bob, Edochie, Charles, and others rushed in like a swarm, encircling Dixon completely. The West Ham United players also swiftly converged. Yet they all understood that Dixon's earlier act was clearly a deliberate stamp, crossing the line. Thus, they approached to mediate, hoping to separate Dixon from the fray swiftly. At this moment, Dixon had regained his composure. After delivering that kick, the surging emotions had been released, now replaced by a pervasive sense of regret and apprehension. How severely had his kick injured Li Ning? He truly did not intend to incapacitate him. It was merely a fleeting loss of control. Jamie, what is your perspective on this play? What punishment do you anticipate for Dixon? Alas, that moment of impulsiveness was truly excessive, although it appears he now regrets it. Crouched on the ground assessing Li Ning's injury, the act of deliberately kicking an opponent, a malicious foul, will likely lead to his expulsion. The question remains whether it will result in 2 yellow cards or a direct red card. Meanwhile, Atkinson has already arrived at the scene. He first pulled Dixon out of the crowd to prevent the conflict from escalating further. The Manchester City players were exceedingly furious. Then, a hand began to rummage through a pocket. West Ham United's coach, Mark Phillips, covered his face with his hand, emitting a painful groan. It was over. Dixon was certainly going to be sent off, even if it was merely a yellow card, having already received one. He would face a second yellow and consequently a red card. Atkinson produced a red card from his pocket. It appeared he deemed Dixon's earlier action as intentional foul play. Truly, the Punisher lived up to his name. When he spoke, the impact was astonishing. Upon seeing the referee brandishing the red card, Dixon offered little in the way of protest. He merely shrugged his shoulders in resignation, shook his head, and trudged off the field in dismay. In the stands, West Ham fans displayed a complex array of emotions. Witnessing their midfield stalwart being dismissed, their spirits undoubtedly dampened. Yet, given his reckless flying kick, the issuance of a red card seemed justifiable. On the field, the Manchester City medical staff was urgently attending to Li Ning. Li Ning lay on the ground, slowly performing a few leg bends under the guidance of the team doctor, his expression one of distress. "Gary, I'm concerned about Li Ning's condition. Indeed, the lad's physique has never been robust, and that brutal kick from Dixon could spell trouble." "Absolutely. I saw it clearly." Dixon's kick landed squarely on the outer side of his knee. He may have injured his anterior cruciate ligament. Oh dear, let us hope it's not that severe. An ACL injury would be a serious predicament. All personnel on the Manchester City bench rose to their feet. The substitutes and assistant coaches stood at the edge of the pitch, anxiously observing the unfolding situation. Several individuals clasped their heads in distress, their expressions grave. Li Ning's condition appeared to be dire. The team doctor exchanged a few words with Atkinson, who gestured for a stretcher to enter the field. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vincent raged on the sidelines, kicking over several beverage bottles in frustration. Logically, they were already 1 goal ahead, and the opposing team was down to 10 men. Even if one of their players was injured, they could simply substitute someone else. There was no need for such fury. However, for him, Li Ning was different. In his mind, he had subliminally come to regard Li Ning as an irreplaceable core player. Doctor, how bad is my injury? Where do you think it hurts? Li Ning lay on the stretcher, incessantly questioning his physician. The doctor shook his head somberly, stammering, I can't be certain yet. However, it seems that the issue may lie with the ligaments. Regardless, it is evident that you will not be able to participate in this match. Hearing that he could no longer play, Li Ning became agitated. This is unacceptable. As you know, I made a declaration before the television cameras that I must score 2 goals and provide 2 assists in this match. I am still short of 2 assists. If I cannot fulfill this promise, I previously stated that I would leave Manchester City. The team doctor looked distressed. It's not that I am preventing you from playing. But the truth is, you can barely walk, let alone play or assist. Li Ning despondently collapsed onto the stretcher. Damn it. Is it truly the case that I cannot play in this match? Am I to break my word just like this? At that moment, Vichens approached. Li Ning, your performance has already been commendable. We are currently leading by 1 goal and have an additional player. Victory seems assured, even if you cannot achieve the 2 assists. Every fan in the UK knows that your inability to play stems from injury. You cannot consider this wager lost. Let go of those thoughts for now, rest well, and focus on recovering so that you can continue to play. It appears they are all prepared to accept the reality of Li Ning's exit from the game. Ding dong. System notification. The host has completed all previous tasks at a level of AAA, with an excellent credit rating, thus eligible for value-added services. As a series of fireworks burst forth, an animated character appeared in the virtual space of Li Ning's mind. Value-added service, steel and iron bones. Each activation can alleviate 1 instance of injury. Depending on the severity of the injury, there are 5 levels of injury classification. Currently, the host has a torn cruciate ligament in his right leg, classified as a level 3 injury. Restoring health requires 2,000 points of king value. Given the host's credit rating, payment can initially be made in a lump sum without consuming existing king value, followed by 3 repayments within a month. Each repayment will be 800 points, totaling 2,400 points. With 400 points in interest. What the hell is this? A perfectly functioning system, and it decides to delve into usury? Is this not a trap? Is this not a forced upgrade service? I have come all the way to the UK, and now I must repay an online loan. I haven't even finished repaying my Huabei yet. Oh, why am I suddenly reminded of my Huabei repayments? I am now a professional player. Once the match bonus is credited, I will no longer have to worry about Huabei, right? Li Ning was utterly distraught. However, if he does not upgrade, he is about to be substituted. The bravado he displayed before the cameras is on the verge of becoming a laughingstock. No, I cannot lose face. With a firm resolve, Li Ning gritted his teeth and silently chanted, "Steel and iron bones, activate." A surge of electricity coursed through Li Ning's body. Congratulations to the host for activating the steel and iron bones, successfully repairing the anterior cruciate ligament of the right leg. You now possess a disposable king of balls value of 250 points. However, your credit stands at a staggering minus 2,400 points. Li Ning is left in utter despair. Damn that Dickinson, with 1 kick, I've become a negative 2nd generation. Oh system, you have played me with your 9 in, 13 out. Fine, I shall remember this. Chapter 61. I warn you, if you misdiagnose Li Ning again, I will terminate your services. Vincent and the team doctor, Scott, were engaged in a hushed discussion. Scott was shaking his head vigorously, gesticulating with his hands, his body language conveying a wealth of information. Ultimately, he shrugged in resignation, clearly indicating that it was not a matter of his incompetence, but rather that Dickinson's kick had been exceedingly severe. Damn it! Vincent cursed fiercely, turning to the assistant coach, Smith, and gesturing decisively. Smith understood the signal. Sodlin, 2 minutes of warm-up, prepare to take the field. It seemed that everyone had resigned themselves to the impending reality of Li Ning's departure from the game. Just then, a yellow-skinned man, carrying a camera, dashed over from the press area. He rushed to the stretcher beside Li Ning, snapping photos furiously. Hey, who are you? You can't be here. Get the hell out of my way. He shouted. Hey, referee, did you see that? Hurry up and get him out of here. Vicens, in a fit of anger, unleashed a torrent of abuse upon the photographer and vocally protested to the fourth official. You can't kick me out. I have a press pass. I am the traveling reporter for Manchester City. The photographer protested loudly. The traveling reporter for Manchester City? Damn it, I don't recognize you. When did Manchester City ever have a reporter with yellow skin? I am Hu Chue from Guagua, a journalist for the Longman Daily. Just 3 days ago, Mr. Roven, the press officer for Manchester City, issued press credentials to 4 media outlets from Guagua, and we are one of them. What? A journalist from Longman Daily? Damn, Roven. If you were issuing press passes to sports media, that would be one thing. But how could you give credentials to a publication like Longman Daily? Do they truly understand football? Based solely on their reports, it seems that the Dragon Nation's national team must have already claimed the World Cup title. Curse that Roman. I shall certainly pluck your feathers and squeeze you dry. Enough of this, even as a team journalist. You must remain diligently in the media area and refrain from wandering about recklessly. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to summon security to escort you out. Vicens remarked with evident annoyance. No, you cannot treat me this way. We, the people of the Dragon Nation, are made of extraordinary material. Our heroes can peel scallions with a mere finger, and when they lie on the ground, they are merely being playful with the earth. Hu Chue shouted boisterously. Several burly security personnel approached, prepared to escort Hu Chue away. At that moment, a languid voice interjected, I am not a hero, nor can I peel scallions with a single finger. However, I would have no trouble playing for another 20 minutes. What on earth is happening? The crowd turned to see that the speaker was none other than Li Ning himself. He has risen from the stretcher, stretching lazily and rubbing his knees. Goodness. Dixon truly does play with remarkable ferocity. He has even torn my sock to shreds. Everyone is left in utter astonishment. Li Ning, are you all right? The tremor in Vicens's voice was unmistakable. Li Ning flashed a broad smile, bouncing energetically on the spot several times. He then executed a few sprint runs, followed by abrupt stops and sharp turns. Do I appear to be in any distress? The team physician, Scott, stood there utterly flabbergasted. He abruptly pulled Li Ning closer, crouching down to embrace Li Ning's right leg, examining it closely while incessantly kneading his knee. Hey, Mr. Scott, if you keep this up, I might feel embarrassed. That's enough. Li Ning exclaimed with a playful grimace. Impossible. How can this be? Scott stammered, his voice trembling. I was afraid to frighten you. So I didn't tell you the truth earlier. In fact, your cruciate ligament has already torn. How can that be? You should be incapable of exerting any force. Do you not feel any pain? Li Ning replied with a mischievous grin. Pain? This isn't my first time. How could it hurt? It feels quite comfortable. Hu Chue laughed heartily. What did I tell you? Our nation's heroes are made of extraordinary material. How could a mere player from West Ham United possibly injure our hero? He reached an instant climax. Get lost, you wretched fool. Vicens kicked Hu Chue aside and unleashed a tirade towards Scott. Damn it, Scott, have you lost your mind? What are the symptoms of a torn ligament? What does it feel like? Are you blind? If Li Ning had a torn ligament, could he still jump? Could he sprint? Could he stop abruptly or change direction? I warn you, if you make such a juvenile mistake again, don't expect to remain in my team, especially regarding Li Ning. A misdiagnosis is absolutely intolerable. Damn, my heart is still racing from the shock. Chaos surrounded Li Ning on the sidelines, while Atkinson appeared utterly bewildered on the field. What on earth is happening? One moment a stretcher, the next a substitution. I clearly saw the fourth official preparing to raise the substitution board. How is it that the Dragon Country player is now lively and well? Just then, Vicens waved to Atkinson, signaling, Referee, Li Ning is fine. He can return to the field. What the hell, are you all jesting with me? As Li Ning returned to the field and passed by Atkinson, the latter erupted in a torrent of insults. Damn that Dragon Country brat. Do you think you can act with impunity on the field because you fancy yourself skilled? Let me remind you, in a match officiated by me, I am always the main character. Always. You've already stolen enough of the spotlight today. If you dare to show off again, I'll issue you a red card and send you to the locker room to continue your antics with Dixon. Do you hear me? Understood. Understood. Just as Li Ning was about to ingratiate himself further with Atkinson, a few sporadic claps emerged from the stands of the London Bowl. Initially, the applause was sparse, scattered across various sections. Soon, however, it grew louder and more fervent, resonating throughout all the stands. In the end, Even the Bobby Moore and Trevor Brooking stands erupted in enthusiastic applause. Li Ning was left in a state of astonishment. He stood there, surveying his surroundings. The gaze of every fan seemed to be directed towards him. Each fan's face appeared to bear an expression of profound relief. He understood. Although these fans hold differing stances and support various teams, their shared passion for the sport of football remains unwavering. They aspire for each player to remain in good health, free from injuries. Then, on this refreshing green field, they can showcase their most exquisite selves, demonstrating their finest athletic condition and achieving the pinnacle of competitive excellence. This is the ultimate realm for fans. Li Ning has once again been profoundly impressed. He waved to every stand, assuring them, "Rest assured, I shall present to you my finest self. This is also my sincerest gratitude towards you." Chapter 62. Can affluent players also find contentment in modesty? Allow me to provide you with a grand demonstration. Gary, look at my arm. What happened, Jamie? Did you fail to pay for the night out and end up with a bite from a lady? Bite my uncle. Look at the goosebumps on my arm. What is this? Is the air conditioning in the broadcast room too cold? Oh dear, ever since you retired, your health has significantly declined. You must take care. Although I have never truly liked you, I was not prepared to change partners so soon. Change partners? Nonsense. I am genuinely moved. Whenever I am touched, I get goosebumps. For heaven's sake, why do you still have this quirk? It's utterly bizarre. Bizarre? You absurd fellow. Many people get goosebumps when they are excited or moved. When you kissed Paul Scholes, I was left covered in goosebumps. Damn it, Jamie, didn't we agree not to discuss this in the broadcast room? I spent 30,000 treating you to a night out for you to agree to this. That day, you entertained 4 ladies yourself. You cannot simply disregard this after indulging. Damn Gary Neville. You change your mind quicker than one turns a page. Fine, let us not mention anyone. Let us talk business. I truly did not expect to be so moved while watching a U18 match. Our British fans are simply delightful. Their devotion to the sport of football is truly remarkable. Neville nodded in rare agreement with Carragher's sentiments. Indeed, witnessing their attitude towards Li Ning was quite astonishing. Ultimately, it is Li Ning's exceptional performance that has captivated the hearts of these fans. That is certainly the case. However, it is unfortunate that the match itself has lost its suspense. Manchester City's prowess has always surpassed that of West Ham United. Now, leading by a goal and with an extra player, the remaining time in the match is likely to be mere formality, isn't it? Most probably. Yet, I believe the only remaining point of interest is Li Ning's performance. Wouldn't you agree? Are you referring to his promised 2 assists? Yes. If West Ham United opts for a defensive strategy, hoping for a narrow defeat to be considered a victory, then Li Ning's promised assist will be exceedingly difficult to achieve. That is true. With less than 20 minutes remaining in the match, let us observe what miraculous feats this extraordinary young talent might still unveil. And what do you think of his recent injury? It's hard to watch. All I know is that if I were kicked by Dixon like that, I would undoubtedly be carted away by an ambulance. Goodness. It's truly bewildering where Manchester City found such a gem. Just imagine if he progresses to the U23 team and then the first team. It's quite disheartening. Enough of that. Let us go out for drinks after the broadcast. My treat. On the field, the match did not unfold as the 2 commentators had envisioned. Despite being a man down and trailing in score, West Ham United showed no signs of weakness. The youth are indeed filled with spirited tenacity. Head coach Mark Phillips repositioned center-back Langelo to a defensive midfield role, altering the formation to 3-3-3. They are determined to fiercely contest against Manchester City. It appears that the 2 commentators have excessively critiqued the first team's matches, driven by a rather utilitarian mindset. In truth, the players of the Hammers are nearing their physical limits. However, their indomitable spirit compels them to grit their teeth and battle for every inch of the pitch against their opponents. In contrast, the players of Manchester City exhibit an entirely different mentality. They now possess an additional player, leading in score, with little time remaining in the match, creating a significantly advantageous situation. Paradoxically, this has diminished their previous sense of urgency. Furthermore, the prior incident where Dixon struck Li Ning's knee nearly incapacitated him, casting a psychological shadow over the team. Consequently, they have begun to play with increasing caution. In this ebb and flow, West Ham, despite being a man down, has managed to maintain parity on the field. This exemplifies the characteristics of youthful players, full of vigor yet lacking experience. When playing with the wind at their backs, they often exhibit performances that surpass expectations, showcasing an array of brilliant plays. However, once the dynamics of the match shift, their inexperience may lead to a collapse, with conceding several goals within a mere few minutes becoming a common occurrence. In the stands of the London Stadium, the applause from fans has been incessant. Initially, it was a gesture of respect towards Li Ning, but now it serves to rally support for their young warriors. They are acutely aware that the children of the Hammer Gang are now at the end of their tether, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. If their tenacity endures long enough, there remains a glimmer of hope to turn the tide. Thus, it is the opportune moment for these 12th men to make their presence felt. The jubilant melodies of our chants echo through every tier of the stands. The resounding drums and applause resonate above the London Bowl. You wretched scoundrels, what are you attempting? Do you wish to allow the opponents to equalize? Or perhaps even surpass us? We hold a precarious lead of merely 1 goal. Hustle, seize the moment, and elevate the pace. Let us score once more and utterly vanquish our adversaries. On the sidelines, Vicens is anxiously shouting, imploring the players to muster their spirits. Alas, his voice is swiftly drowned out by the fervent cheers of the West Ham United supporters. Li Ning is growing increasingly anxious. Damn it, you complacent teammates. I thought only players from our Dragon Nation possessed such a peasant mentality. How is it that you elite players exhibit the same? There is no alternative but for me to demonstrate how it's done. Bob, when I receive the ball on the flank, you must immediately cut into the center, leaving the wing to me. Bob is momentarily taken aback. What? Are you going to teach me how to play? Nonetheless, he cannot refuse. After all, he has already netted 2 goals and caused an opponent to be sent off. He is currently the star of the show. He can only nod in silent agreement. Li Ning receives a pass from the fullback Juan Larios on the wing and looks up to signal Bob. Bob understands, obediently darting into the center, drawing away West Ham's right back, thus creating space for Li Ning on the left flank. Li Ning advances the ball along the wing, glancing towards the center. He sees Manchester City's Bob, Bluff, and Adoki converging in a 3-pronged assault. West Ham's Longilo is desperately sprinting back from his defensive position to provide cover. Li Ning, a right-footed player, finds himself closely marked, as his opponent aims to thwart any potential cross from his stronger foot. You damn Dragon Nation lad. Your speed is insufficient. I fear not your cut-in. If you wish to deliver a cross, you must revert the ball, adjusting it to your right foot. That would eliminate any opportunity. Yet, Li Ning is all too aware of his opponent's thoughts. A faint smirk graces his lips as he contemplates. Activate the Modric back heel. In the midst of his sprint, he suddenly flicked his right leg, without any prior indication. He deftly delivered the ball into West Ham United's penalty area using the outer instep of his foot. Goodness, what on earth is this? Langley could scarcely believe that this player from the Dragon Kingdom possessed such remarkable skill. It allowed Li Ning to execute a cross completely unimpeded. The ball, adorned with a distinct curl, surged towards the far post of the Hammers' penalty area. Their entire defensive line, much like Langelo's psyche, operated under the misconception that Li Ning could only deliver a cross by pulling the ball back and adjusting the angle for a strike with the inside of his right foot. Consequently, they were caught completely off guard. Before they could react, Adewoki had already made his way to the far post, heading the ball into the Hammers' net. Chapter 63. 2 assists, 2 goals. The most arrogant king of football, crafted in the Dragon Nation, vs. with Adewoki's timely run to the far post. He deftly directed Li Ning's cross into the goal, eliciting a furious roar from Vicens on the sidelines. The match had finally reached its conclusion. He can rest assured. Li Ning dashed swiftly, once again reaching beneath the Bobby Moore stand. Haha, I must take the initiative, lest you mindless individuals overwhelm me with your brute strength. He extended his left index finger, a beaming smile adorning his face as he gazed towards the front row of the stands where Morris sat, exclaiming loudly, just 1 more assist needed. The other Manchester City players followed suit, mimicking his gesture and exuberantly shouting, just 1 more assist needed, in the Bobby Moore stand. All the fans fixed their eyes on Morris, glaring furiously. Damn that Morris, it's all his doing. Can't you see? This lad holds a grudge. He is treating West Ham United as his punching bag. Well, now the Bobby Moore stand has certainly gained notoriety. Morris wore a grimace, an expression of innocence etched on his face. He shrugged his shoulders and helplessly spread his hands towards the surrounding fans. His chubby hands, swollen from the exuberance of applause, resembled a pair of braised pig's trotters freshly retrieved from a pot. I cannot be blamed for this. I merely provoked him by stating that Dixon would snap his legs, and nothing more. He initially proclaimed his intention to achieve 2 assists and 2 goals as a way to provoke Tom Hardy from the Sun. It truly has nothing to do with me. After uttering those words, he dashed to the front row of the stands, cupping his hands together to form a makeshift microphone, and shouted loudly at Li Ning, "You've got the wrong person. I am Morris, not Tom Hardy." Li Ning was taken aback for a moment. Oh my. He is indeed correct. Upon glancing up, he noticed the flying cat camera had just captured the moment. Thus, he tilted his head back, gazed at the camera, extended his middle finger, and grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Just one more assist needed." All the players from Manchester City mimicked his gesture, raising their middle fingers towards the flying cat camera, echoing, "Just one more assist needed." Gary Neville smacked his thigh in frustration, his teeth gnashing in irritation. Carricker. I can hardly bear it any longer. I, Gary Neville, have been in the Premier League for nearly 30 years, from the youth team to retirement. When have I ever encountered such arrogance? Carricker shrugged and replied, "And what can we do about it? Can you stop him from accomplishing 2 goals and an assist now? Our anger serves no purpose. Perhaps he revels in the sight of us seething with frustration while he remains untouchable." Haha, indeed. I am this audacious. The players of West Ham United suddenly found their spirits crushed. 2 goals down, playing with 1 less man, and with less than 10 minutes left in the match. In such a predicament, even divine intervention could not save them. As the game resumed, they had lost the fervor with which they had previously sought to score, each player now appearing listless and dispirited. The forwards ceased their high pressing, the midfielders stopped their relentless running, and the defenders abandoned their close marking. Everyone merely stood in their positions, going through the motions. Head coach Mark Phillips also ceased his furious antics. He once resembled a balloon inflated to its fullest, swaying back and forth in the command zone with reckless abandon. Yet now, a cross delivered by Li Ning with the outside of his foot pierced through his final armor like an invisible yet razor-sharp thorn. He suddenly fell silent, spinning in place a few times before groggily picking up a beverage bottle from the ground. As he twisted off the cap and took a sip, he slowly made his way back to the coach's bench. At that moment, he felt utterly drained. The Hammers fans in the stands had also lost their fervor. Just moments ago, when their team was trailing by a goal, they had poured all their energy into cheering for the home side, hoping their enthusiasm would inspire the players to equalize. However, that recent goal had swiftly brought them back to reality. If they could manage to keep the score at 1-3 without conceding further, perhaps that would be the best outcome. Now, within the ranks of the Hammers supporters, everyone silently wished for the match to conclude swiftly. Yet, that was a question that only Li Ning could answer. He just performed a series of flamboyant maneuvers in front of the flying cat camera, clearly reminding everyone of the boasts he has made in the past. The morale of the West Ham United players is currently low, compounded by being a man down, and their stamina has long since been depleted. The gaps on the field have suddenly increased. Li Ning thought to himself, opportunities like this are fleeting. I have always relied on the skills of star players to accumulate data. I have never achieved any significant statistics on my own. No, taking advantage of this advantageous situation, I must test my true abilities. His current physical attributes stand at 57 points, placing him at an average level among his peers. Moreover, he was substituted in during the second half, when his stamina was at its peak. Consequently, he darted through the midfield, completely abandoning his original position as a left-wing back. West Ham United was already 1 man down, lacking both spirit and energy, reaching their limits. Thus, no one could contain him. Ha ha ha. Li Ning is our Dragon Nation's very own Monkey King. He has come to the Premier League to create a ruckus. Just look at how joyfully he moves in midfield. Doesn't he resemble a monkey? Huchue was escorted back to the press area by a few security guards, witnessing the lively performance of Li Ning in midfield. This man, true to his name, could only brag, utterly lacking in understanding of the game, and immediately became exhilarated. The journalist from the Manchester Evening News, unable to tolerate his pretentious display of understanding, could not help but remark, what is so impressive about the commotion? His reckless running, devoid of any spatial awareness, made it exceedingly difficult for his teammates to coordinate with him. Huchue immediately felt displeased. What do you know? He retorted. Our nation's great hero can peel scallions with a mere finger. All right, I can't be bothered to engage with you. The Manchester Evening News journalist, disinterested in further argument, retreated to the sidelines with his camera. The Manchester City players, having sensed the outcome of the match was already decided, contemplated simply enduring the remaining minutes of this inconsequential time. After all, playing away from home calls for a degree of leniency. However, upon witnessing Li Ning's determination, they recognized he still cared for that final assist. There was no choice. He had, after all, become the de facto leader on the pitch. Thus, they rallied together, rekindling their focus and running earnestly once again. Suddenly, Li Ning received the ball at the edge of the penalty area. He took a lateral step, raised his head to assess the goalkeeper's positioning, and suddenly struck. Goodness! Another powerful shot? The goalkeeper, Haiji, now feels a twinge of anxiety whenever he sees Li Ning in possession of the ball. He lowered his center of gravity, his focus intensely fixed on Li Ning's movements. Fully prepared to exert himself in a desperate save, Li Ning lifted his leg, poised to strike. But wait, it was not a shot on goal, but a pass. At the very moment Li Ning's right foot made contact with the ball, he unexpectedly eased the force. What initially appeared to be a powerful strike transformed into a delicate flick with the instep. Moreover, it was a cleverly angled pass directed towards the space between the right center-back and right full-back of West Ham United. His current passing attribute has reached an impressive score of 71, placing him among the elite of his peers. Under the somewhat lax defense of the Hammers, his focus on a single pass appears to be nothing short of sublime. Simultaneously, the left winger Bob has intuitively made his way from the flank to the center, positioning himself perfectly. He did not pause to control the ball. Instead, with the inside of his right foot, he effortlessly executed a curling shot. The ball traced a magnificent arc, gliding smoothly into the far corner of the West Ham United goal. 4-1. The players of Manchester City all turned their gaze towards Li Ning, pondering, "Boss, your brilliance has been realized. How will you celebrate this time?" To their surprise, Li Ning simply waved his hand and flashed a grin. "Thank you, brothers, for your support. I was genuinely worried that my pass might not find its mark." Having achieved his target of 2 assists and 2 goals, he declared, "Now, you all enjoy yourselves. I'm going to take a break." After saying this, he indeed turned and walked towards the sidelines, signaling for a substitution. In that fleeting moment, he cheekily made a face at Morris in the Bobby Moore stand. He then looked up at the flying cat camera and flashed a peace sign. However, it was T with the palm facing outwards, but rather the back of his hand, an expression not of victory, but rather of defiance. "You see that, Gary? I just told you to cool off. It's futile." In that moment, Gary Neville nearly choked on his own disbelief. "Damn it, Jamie. When Manchester City faces Liverpool in a week, let us see if you still have the audacity to speak like that." Jamie Carragher wore a look of grievance. "Damn, I'm doing this for your own good. Why do you always misconstrue my goodwill?" Neville's response was succinct and clear. "Well, screw you." Chapter 64. Player? Actor? I am the bearer of football. I am the promoter of the Dragon Kingdom. Beep, beep, beep. The arbiter, Atkinson, finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. At that moment, the players of West Ham United released a collective sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players exhibited no overt signs of exhilaration. Had they grown accustomed to such victories? The players from both teams approached the referee to shake hands and exchange pleasantries. Though there are winners and losers, a necessary decorum must be maintained. However, it was rather peculiar that, after their handshakes and embraces, both teams simultaneously gazed towards the same direction, the Manchester City bench. The West Ham United fans also lingered, refusing to disperse. Under normal circumstances, after a significant defeat, home fans would likely begin to exit before the match concluded. Yet today was different. Almost no one chose to leave. Everyone stood up, directing their attention towards the Manchester City bench. Media reporters were equally in sync. As soon as Atkinson's final whistle echoed, journalists, whether clutching cameras, hoisting video equipment, or raising microphones, rushed towards the Manchester City bench. Damn it! Did Atkinson blow the final whistle or fire a starting gun? Everyone is aware that the match has concluded, yet the protagonist of the day is not on the field. Instead, he languidly occupies the substitute bench of Manchester City. He is Li Ning, a true representative of the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, he is undoubtedly the most valuable player of this match. "You cannot remain seated here." Xiaoya, who had been quietly nestled in the far corner of the bench throughout the game, spoke up. "What should I do?" Li Ning inquired. "Both the players and the fans are waiting for you now." "Waiting for me? For what purpose?" "To express your gratitude." "Express gratitude? This is not a performance. And I am not an actor. What is there to thank for?" Xiaoya's expression grew serious. "Li Ning, although football is a competitive sport, the pitch is also a stage. Each player is not only an athlete but also an actor. Showcasing your skills on the football field is, in essence, a display of the sport's allure. Your performance today was flawless, captivating not only the fans but also your opponents. Therefore, you should step onto the field now to thank the fans and pay homage to your adversaries." This is a mark of respect for the fans, for your opponents, and indeed, for yourself in the beautiful game of football. Her words resonated with such sincerity and unwavering conviction. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon her exquisitely defined features, draping her enchanting visage in a soft amber light. Wow, Akaji Haruko? I'm drooling. Li Ning was momentarily entranced. What are you daydreaming about? Go on. Xiaoyu gently nudged him from behind, prompting Li Ning to rise, albeit reluctantly, and make his way towards the field. As his feet touched the pitch, a resounding applause erupted from the stands of the London Bowl. Initially, the applause was sparse, emanating from just a few sections. Yet, it swiftly spread like ripples on a tranquil lake, resonating throughout every tier of the stadium. The clapping was harmonious and rhythmic, accompanying the applause. A unified chant arose from the crowd. Li Ning, Li Ning, Li Ning. A tremor of excitement coursed through Li Ning's heart. Although he understood that such scenes would become commonplace in his future football career, experiencing it firsthand for the first time filled him with indescribable exhilaration. I wonder how much my admiration rating will increase by the end of today? It must be significant. After all, I still owe a considerable debt. The players of West Ham United approached. They stood haphazardly in small clusters, with Captain Okaflex representing the entire team at the center. Congratulations, my friend, you played exceptionally well. At this moment, he had emerged from the shadows of failure, adorned with a radiant smile. It was a smile of mutual admiration. A smile in the presence of a formidable opponent. Shouldn't the youth embody such spirit? Bright, buoyant, and sincere. Li Ning suddenly realized that Xiaoyu was indeed correct. I am not merely a player, I am also an actor. I shall captivate both fans and adversaries with my skills, using my performances on the verdant pitch to promote the beautiful game of football. To be candid, before meeting you, I had always thought that the people of Guagua were solely adept at table tennis. I never anticipated they could produce such exquisite football. Given the opportunity, I would genuinely love to visit Guagua. Upon hearing Okaflex's words, Li Ning paused for a moment. Alas, I have overlooked another aspect. I aspire to be an ambassador for Guagua. He generously removed his jersey, revealing a slender physique. Haha, like a rib. Okaforflex, while exchanging jerseys with Li Ning, pondered in disbelief. How could this lad, as thin as a shepherd dog that hadn't eaten for half a year, withstand Dixon's malicious fouls? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. The referee, Atkinson, approached as well. Congratulations, young man. Your performance today was nothing short of exceptional. If you can maintain this level, I have no doubt that I will soon witness you on the Premier League stage. Li Ning flashed a grin, amiably patting Atkinson on the shoulder. Thank you, sir. I too hope to experience the might of your wrath on the Premier League field soon. Wrath? What does that mean? Oh. It signifies that you will eventually face divine retribution. What? Where's my yellow card? I must issue a yellow card to that damned lad from Dragon Country. No. It must be a red card. A red card. I want you and Dixon to settle matters in the locker room. Vincent hurriedly rushed from the sidelines, kicking Li Ning aside. Get lost, you troublemaker. If you dare receive a red card and miss the next match, I will ensure you pay dearly. While scolding, he embraced Atkinson, determined to prevent any further cards from being issued. The reporters swarmed around them, flashbulbs popping incessantly, microphones almost poking Li Ning's face. Li Ning. I'm a reporter from the New England Sports Journal. Li Ning. I'm from the Manchester Evening News. Li Ning. I'm from the Times. Li Ning. I'm from Sky Sports. Li Ning. I'm from the Sun. How dare the Sun even approach me for an interview? At that moment, Xiaoyu approached from behind, pulling Li Ning protectively as if she were a hen shielding her chicks. With a warm smile, she addressed the media. Dear friends from the media, Mr. Li Ning has just finished his match and requires some rest. If you have any questions, please save them for the upcoming press conference. Wow, Xiaoyu is so charming and warm. Her protection touched me deeply. Just then, the official spokesperson of the Premier League arrived. Dear members of the media, the post-match press conference will commence in 20 minutes, so please prepare yourselves. In an instant, the reporters dispersed. They have all rushed into the press conference room to secure advantageous positions. Chapter 65. The head coach is the true star of the press conference. Has the protocol changed now? In the London Bowl press conference room, journalists from 16 media outlets stand ready, anticipating the commencement of the event. It is indeed unprecedented for a U18 league match to attract such a multitude of media presence. The head coaches of both teams have entered the room. Mark Phillips, the head coach of West Ham United, walks in accompanied by Captain Okaflex. Conversely, Manchester City's coach, Vichens, arrives alone. The journalists are abuzz with excitement. What is happening? Why has Vicens come by himself? Does he not possess any awareness? Is he oblivious to who the true protagonist is today? Of course. Vicens noticed the commotion and observed the astonished expressions on the journalists' faces. Goodness, the head coach has always been the centerpiece of the press conference. Do you wish to alter the established norms? Could you at least show me some respect? After all, I am the head coach, Mr. Mark Phillips. Would you kindly share your thoughts on today's match? Mark Phillips cleared his throat. First and foremost, congratulations to Manchester City on their victory. They delivered a splendid performance today, particularly in the second half. He had managed to stabilize his emotions and had meticulously prepared an official statement. However, as the words lingered on the tip of his tongue, he could not suppress the tumultuous feelings rising within him. In today's match, we had made thorough arrangements prior to the game. Throughout the first half, the players performed exceptionally well, successfully implementing my tactical intentions. As you all witnessed, we came close to triumph in the first half and even secured a 1-goal lead. Yet, his tone grew increasingly higher, and his pace quickened remarkably. He took a sip of water to steady his emotions before continuing to speak. However, in the second half, they altered the game's dynamics entirely through substitutions. The appearance of that player from the Dragon Nation completely disrupted our strategy. We all know that he had a conflict with Tom Hardy from the Sun last week, which is why he boldly proclaimed in public that he would achieve 2 goals and 2 assists in this match. I dare say that it is precisely this reason that enabled him to perform so exceptionally well today. It is the Sun, it is Tom Hardy. You are the ones to blame. You have provoked him, and he has directed his fury towards us at West Ham United. This is unjust. You must take responsibility for the outcome of this match. I demand an apology. I demand compensation. Mark Phillips grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, ultimately losing control. Indeed, witnessing his tactical arrangements executed flawlessly in the first half, only to be utterly crushed in the second, would be disheartening for anyone. Coco Flakes quickly stood up, grasping the frenzied Mark Phillips to pull him backstage while simultaneously gesturing an apology to the reporters. The journalists surged forward, capturing the out-of-control Mark Phillips in a flurry of photographs. As he was being pulled away, he still pointed towards the audience, shouting in outrage, "Damn the Sun. You have ruined the meticulously planned match, and yet you still dare to interview us. Do you have no shame left? I will report you to the Premier League. I will demand that the club revoke your right to interview at the London Stadium. Damn Tom Hardy. Damn the Sun." His frenzied roar lingered outside the press conference hall for quite some time. The rising star from Guagua has vanquished the Iron Hammer gang. While Phillips vents his ire on the Sun, the journalists present have already conceived the headlines for tomorrow's reports. Esteemed media colleagues, that was merely a brief interlude. I beg your pardon. Now, let us welcome the head coach of Manchester City's U18 team, Vicens, for an interview. With the news officer's introduction, a flurry of cameras directed their lenses towards Vicens. "Mr. Vicens, I am a reporter from the Manchester Evening News. May I inquire why Mr. Li Ning was not present with you at today's press conference? He is undoubtedly the sovereign of today's match. For heaven's sake, could you not show me a modicum of respect? I am completely disregarded." Well, Li Ning is currently in the locker room taking a shower. He expended considerable energy during the match and requires some time with the physiotherapist before he can join us. "Mr. Vicens, I am a reporter from the newspaper. Given Li Ning's remarkable condition, why have you decided to allow him to enter the field only in the second half? Is this not an excessively cautious tactical decision? Goodness, why is it always Li Ning's issue?" Well, West Ham United is a team known for its vigorous playing style. As you all witnessed, they played quite aggressively in the first half, committing numerous fouls and engaging in significant physical contact. Our Manchester City is renowned for its possession-based football, emphasizing ground attacks in the pursuit of fluid gameplay. However, their frequent fouls and constant interruptions rendered the match fragmented, escalating our challenges. Some of those fouls were indeed quite severe. The reason we refrained from allowing Li Ning to start was our concern that he had not faced a team with such a style before. Entering the fray abruptly could result in injury. In the first half, he gained a certain understanding of the opponent's playing style from the sidelines. By the time he entered the field in the second half, the opposing team had already depleted some of their stamina, which would afford him a degree of protection. "Mr. Vicens, I am a reporter from the Echo News. Speaking of fouls, in the second half, Li Ning was severely injured by Dixon. A stretcher was brought onto the field, and it appeared that Li Ning's injury was quite serious. How did he suddenly recover afterward? Goodness, even now, the thought of that foul makes my teeth grind with anger. It was indeed a grave infraction. As you all witnessed, Dixon was already on the ground yet maliciously kicked his studs towards Li Ning's knee. That was no mere foul. It was akin to an act of crime. It is hard to fathom what could have happened to a young talent like Li Ning had he suffered a torn ligament or a fractured bone. Such an injury could have potentially jeopardized his career. It is a crime not only against him personally, but also against the fans and, indeed, against the sport of football itself. Thank heavens he was unharmed. Otherwise, I can only imagine where I would be now, perhaps even in a police station. For I might have been driven to harm Dixon. Here, I solemnly call upon the FA to ensure the protection of brilliant players like Li Ning and to prevent such barbaric fouls from occurring again. We have but one Earth. Let us cherish it. We have but one Li Ning. Let us protect him. He deliberately intensified the tone of his final statement, raising his voice. For he believed that his speech was nothing short of brilliant, imbued with poignant emotion. Alas, at that very moment, all the reporters suddenly turned their cameras towards the side of the podium. Li Ning had arrived. Vicens's face turned a shade of green. What on earth? All this time, our head coach has been the focal point of the post-match press conference. Has the protocol changed because of this Dragon Country individual? Chapter 66. Dragon Country Media. Could you be more professional? Li Ning, clad in Manchester City's standard training attire and sporting a pair of flip-flops, arrived fashionably late. Click. Click. From the moment he stepped into the press hall, all the reporters' lenses were trained on him, much to Vicens's displeasure as he sat at the podium. Seeing Vicens's greenish complexion, Li Ning flashed a grin. Boss, have these guys upset you? Vicens remained silent. If anyone has crossed you, just let me know, and I'll take care of them. Vicens continued to be mute. Have they made my boss angry? Whoever has, now is the time to confess your wrongs. Otherwise, once he speaks, don't expect a single word of an interview to escape my lips. The reporters present were suddenly flustered. No, of course not. How could we possibly provoke Mr. Vicens? Indeed, Mr. Vicens has orchestrated this match so expertly, with such clever tactical designs. We hold him in high regard. Exactly. Given West Ham United's rough play and aggressive tactics, had it not been for Mr. Vicens's strategic planning, we might have seen injuries among the players. Indeed, we just expressed our admiration for Mr. Vicens. Oh, and we wish him good health and hope he can nurture more talented players like Mr. Li. These reporters, who were once armed with pens as if they were weapons, adept at fabricating stories, sowing discord, and twisting the truth, now effortlessly showered praises upon Vicens. With no need for drafts, their flattery flowed freely. Vicens, left in a fog of confusion, thought to himself, wait, are they speaking about me? Did they truly hold me in such high regard just now? Very well, let us commence the questioning. However, I implore you to proceed one at a time and maintain decorum within the venue. As soon as the press officer's words fell, the journalists eagerly raised their hands. Mr. Li Ning, greetings. I am a reporter from the Manchester Evening News. Firstly, allow me to congratulate you on an impeccable performance. Just now, West Ham United's coach, Mark Phillips, remarked that your outstanding display was a result of your desire to vindicate yourself following a dispute with Tom Hardy from The Sun. How do you perceive your performance today? Was it merely standard or exceptional? Li Ning rolled his eyes and retorted, Mark Phillips is on the verge of losing his undergarments. Can his words be trusted? What constitutes standard or exceptional performance? I play according to the team's needs. There is no such thing as normal or extraordinary. Were it not for your shared roots with me, I would hardly bother addressing your inquiry. Kindly refrain from posing such foolish questions in the future. Next, Mr. Li Ning. Greetings. I am a reporter from the Times. Might I inquire if you sustained any significant injury from the malicious foul by Dixon in the second half? That wretched Dixon. His kick was aimed at disrupting my rhythm. Had he not expressed remorse afterward, I would not have shown him any mercy. However, how could he possibly harm me? What significant injury? I am resilient. Next, damn the Times. Your question instantly reminds me of my sorrow. I am currently burdened with high interest debts. If you could assist me in clearing them, I would gladly entertain 10 of your questions. Woe is me. Mr. Li Ning, greetings. I am a reporter from The Sun. Next, you insolent publication, The Sun, truly lives up to its reputation as a mere toilet red. Your audacity is astounding. How dare you come to interview me? What a disgrace. Mr. Li Ning, greetings. I am a reporter from Sky Sports. We have just received unverified information that Manchester City has printed 50,000 of your jerseys. If true, this would represent the largest commercial gamble ever for the U18 category. Could you confirm the validity of this news? If accurate, do you believe these 50,000 jerseys will be sought after by fans? Li Ning was taken aback. 50,000 jerseys bearing my number? I am unaware of this matter. How much does an authentic jersey sell for? The venue fell into a hush. Everyone exchanged glances, unable to articulate a response. Fans typically purchase jerseys of first-team stars. Who would be inclined to buy the jersey of an U18 player? I had never heard of any club specifically printing and selling jerseys for U18 players. However, it indeed exists. As for the price, in our club's official merchandise store, an authentic jersey is priced at $65, making it the most expensive jersey in the entire Premier League. Yet, those are the jerseys of first-team stars. It seems there has been no mention of jerseys for U18 players being sold before, so Vicens pondered aloud. He was present when Soriano decided to print the Li Ning jerseys. However, there was no discussion regarding the pricing at that time. Thus, he was unaware of the exact retail price of these jerseys. Goodness, the first-team jerseys are sold for $65. That is outrageous. Well, even if my jersey were priced at $30, selling 50,000 of them would amount to $1.5 million. Damn it. In the last match, I fought tooth and nail against Manchester United and earned merely $700,800. They do nothing and can earn $1.5 million merely by operating the printing press. Is there no sense of justice? No regard for the law? Alas, it appears that when I signed the contract, merely securing my image rights was excessively lenient. Soriano, indeed. Experience prevails. Li Ning calculated in his mind, and the more he pondered, the more distressing it became. Hello, Li Ning. We are acquainted. I am Hu Chue, a reporter from the Dragon Kingdom Daily. I wish to inquire. Wait a moment, Mr. Hu Chue. If you are about to ask me whether one finger can peel scallions, then you need not ask. Let me clarify. Peeling scallions and garlic is not within my skill set. No, you misunderstand. My question is unrelated. I wish to ask when you will transfer back to the Dragon Kingdom? What the hell are you asking me? I just moved from the Dragon Kingdom to England a month ago and signed with Manchester City half a month ago. And you now ask me when I will transfer back? Are you out of your mind? Mr. Li Ning, please do not be hasty. I understand you have just arrived in England, but the strongest clubs in the football world are indeed in our Dragon Kingdom. What the? Fine. Tell me, which club do you claim is the strongest? Must I even say? It is, of course, Changzhou Hongtai. Have you forgotten that Changzhou Hongtai is a two-time champion of the AFC Champions League? I know you must think Manchester City is your ultimate powerhouse. But let me ask you, has Changzhou Hongtai participated in 2 Club World Cups, while Manchester City has not? How absurd. Although your question is indeed foolish, I find myself unable to counter it. Manchester City has yet to secure a Champions League trophy. What do they know of the Club World Cup? Host. This fellow is merely here to stir trouble. Please, escort him out immediately. I must warn you, if he manages to entice Li Ning back to the Dragon Kingdom, it will not only be a loss for Manchester City, but for the entire Premier League. Seeing someone competing for Li Ning, Vicens swiftly collaborated with security to have Hu Chue removed. Li Ning, I am earnest. Remember, football from our Dragon Kingdom is the strongest. We are constructing spaceships to land on the sun. You will certainly master the skill of peeling scallions with a single finger. His hysterical screams echoed through the conference hall like the cries of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 67. Manchester City fans await arrival at midnight. Soriano indeed took the initiative. The following day at 2 a.m., Manchester City Football Academy, player dormitory. Li Ning lay in his single dormitory, devoid of any inclination to sleep. This solitary accommodation was a request he made to Xiaoyu for coordination. There was no other reason, merely his need for ample time to study the Football King system. Sharing a room with Xuefeng would present numerous inconveniences. He still vividly remembers the expression of utter despair on Xuefeng's face when he learned that he was moving out. You don't want me anymore? Are you kidding me? We are merely roommates. I never desired anything from you. It felt as though they shared some extraordinary bond. What on earth? He could no longer endure the cacophony of snoring, flatulence, and teeth grinding that plagued his nights. If this continued, it would disrupt his rest and adversely affect his training and competitive performance. Li Ning's rationale left Xuefeng speechless. At this moment, Li Ning reclined on his bed, his mind replaying the events from a little over 2 hours prior. The previous night at 11:30 p.m., Manchester International Airport witnessed the Manchester U18 team boarding their flight, returning from London to Manchester. With a day of rest ahead, this late-night return would afford the players a full day to recuperate from the intense away match. As they emerged from the VIP corridor, ready to board the club's bus back to their base, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Surrounding the bus were nearly 400 fervent fans, eagerly awaiting their arrival. They astonishingly kept vigil at the airport throughout the night, eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of their beloved soldiers. Not only were the players taken aback, but even the head coach, Vicenz, who led the procession, was left in awe. While it is not uncommon for fans to gather at the airport to celebrate the victorious returns of the first team after away matches, this unprecedented reception for the U-18 squad is truly remarkable. What could possibly account for such fervent enthusiasm? The answer is clear. Upon seeing the players emerge from the arrival gate, the fans instantly came to life. They raised their pre-prepared banners. "We have only one Earth, please protect our planet. There is only one Li Ning on Earth, please safeguard Li Ning." Vicenz turned pale with fury. "Damn it, you have plagiarized my brilliant remarks from yesterday's press conference. I shall sue you for copyright infringement." The fans shouted Li Ning's name with fervor. Some whistled, while others clapped enthusiastically. Li Ning emerged from the corridor, and the atmosphere reached a fever pitch. He was taken aback by the fans' passionate reception, as the first sight that met his eyes was the jerseys worn by hundreds of supporters, emblazoned with the number 22 on the front and a conspicuous L on the back. "Damn Soriano. This old chap has truly made the first move. It appears that merely my jersey is enough for you to reap substantial profits. This cannot stand. Here I am, burdened by usury, while you exploit my name for gain. I must consult with Pep Guardiola to devise a strategy for reclaiming my losses." Just then, he spotted old Henry in the crowd. "Goodness, this old fellow is also wearing my number 22 jersey," standing amidst the throng with a beaming smile. Like a jovial old child, Li Ning grinned widely, and his mood instantly brightened. He strolled over leisurely, greeting old Henry. "Hey there, old man. What brings you out so late? Be cautious, lest your blood pressure rises and you risk a rupture. Then you certainly won't be able to attend the match at Etihad." He has now become quite good friends with old Henry, able to exchange all sorts of jokes. Old Henry thumped his chest and assured him, "Rest easy. Old Henry is in robust health. To be honest, just last night I had quite the vigorous encounter. It was truly intense in both strength and stamina." Li Ning cast a furtive glance at the young lady behind him, playfully chiding, "You old rascal, mind your language. Let us get to the point. I must tell you, my daughter has been thoroughly impressed since she watched your match footage. She has resolved to lose weight. Do not laugh, it's true. Normally, she devours 3 servings of fish and chips in one sitting, and now she has managed to reduce it to 2. At this rate, within 6 months, she will undoubtedly bring her weight down to 280 pounds. That would be quite alluring indeed." Li Ning erupted into hearty laughter. Turning around, he pointed at the young lady standing behind him, jesting, "Can anyone outshine her in allure? Old Henry, with such a formidable rival, I advise you to abandon all hope." No sooner had he spoken than the young lady delivered a swift kick to his lower back. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Ning glanced back to see her expression as cold as ice, her eyes wide with indignation. She shot him a fierce look and strode away, leaving behind a faint trace of her fragrance in the Manchester night air. Goodness, what is beauty like a blossoming peach and the chill of frost? It is simply breathtaking. He, I adore it." Old Henry nearly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Li Ning, you've got it coming, haven't you? Advising me to give up? I believe it is you who ought to resign yourself. Very well, just acquiesce and accept my daughter." As Li Ning chuckled and walked forward, he retorted, "You know nothing at all. There is an old saying in our dragon country, to hit is to love, to scold is to care. If there is no hitting or scolding, it cannot be called love. Her kicking me shows that she holds me dear." He abruptly fell silent. This was because the girl in front, Xiaya, had heard his words and had turned around to glare at him fiercely. Li Ning lay on the bed, recalling the earlier scene, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He could not dwell on it any longer. Alone, if he continued to contemplate such tantalizing matters, he would likely be compelled to take action once more. It was time to assess his own harvest. He silently summoned his thoughts, and the king of football system immediately materialized before him. First, let us examine the inventory. He possessed 300 points of king of football value. Let me calculate. Before the match, my king of football value stood at 400 points. Barty utilized 50 points, Inzaghi's positioning cost another 50 points. And Modric's backfoot strike took yet another 50 points. Completing system tasks added 100 points. Wait a minute. I should have 350 points remaining. Why has it decreased by 50 points? Is the system deceiving me? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Of course, there was also the Neymar role. Damn. Just thinking about that Neymar role makes my heart ache. How could it activate on its own? This is nothing short of forced consumption and outright extortion. Looking further down, The king of football value credit stood at minus 2,400 points. Woe is me. This is even more burdensome than the Neymar roll. The depths of online debt are unfathomable. Now I am shackled by the system's online debt. When will this end? Curse it, it's all that Dixon's fault. If I ever get the chance to meet him again, I shall demand compensation for my losses. Chapter 68. Do not call me by my name. Call me the Jordan of the football field. Li Ning continued to scroll down the screen. First, let us see how much admiration value he had accrued. This was his greatest hope at present. Admiration value balance, 16,000 points. This indicates that after the match against West Ham United, another 16,000 fans had fallen into Li Ning's trap. Damn, why are there so few people? There were 16,000 fans present at the match. What about those watching the televised broadcast? Not a single one has fallen in love with me. How utterly unappreciative. Wasn't this match broadcasted across all of England? Could it be that so few people watched it? After much contemplation, Li Ning finally began to understand. Although it was broadcasted nationwide, the appeal of U18 was still far too limited. All these sports channels are subscription-based. It is quite a challenge to persuade a neutral fan to pay to watch an unrelated child play football. Alas, it seems that to expand U18's viewership, I must take on the role of promoter. Am I being excessively narcissistic? Haha. According to the system's exchange rules, 16,000 points of admiration value can be redeemed for 600 points of king of football value or 160 points of basic attributes. However, he currently had a deficit of 400 points in king of football value. Damn, just thinking about it is utterly vexing. Since these debts can be repaid in 3 installments within a month, let us repay 1/3 first. With a mere thought, Li Ning extracted 8,000 points from his 16,000 points of admiration value, converting it into 800 points of king of football value for repayment. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for repaying 800 points of king of football value. Current credit stands at minus 600 points of king of football value. A good borrower returns promptly. Borrowing again is not difficult. How dare you ask me to borrow again? Are you taking advantage of me? With 8,000 points of admiration, how should they be allocated? After some contemplation, Li Ning resolved to employ the simplest method, to split it evenly. 4,000 points of admiration were exchanged for 400 points of kingly value, while the remaining 4,000 points were converted into 40 points of attribute value. In a mere thought, the exchanges were completed. The kingly value instantly surged to 700 points. Aha, I have suddenly become a little tycoon. Where shall I allocate the 40 points of attribute value? His current ball control attribute stands at 63, his passing attribute at 71, and his stamina attribute at 57. He initially intended to max out his passing attributes. However, upon further reflection, he thought it unwise. For an 18-year-old player to possess perfect passing skills would undoubtedly raise suspicions. After much contemplation, he concluded that a balanced development would be the most prudent approach. At present, apart from these 3 attributes that have been enhanced, his other attributes hover around a dismal 30 to 40 points, utterly abysmal. Dribbling stands at a mere 38 points, while agility registers at 44, and speed, although slightly better, is merely 55. Well, given that I am an attacking player in the midfield, I must swiftly elevate my speed. With a mere thought, my speed surges by 15 points, instantly elevating it to 70. Dribbling at 38 points is simply lamentable. I augment it by 25 points. Furthermore, I allocate the 3 attribute points gained from completing the task at level 3A entirely to dribbling. In an instant, my dribbling attribute soars to 66 points. Goodness! A 40-point attribute increment appears substantial, yet it proves utterly futile. It dissipates faster than currency. Alas, what can one do when the foundation is so lacking? Nevertheless, his overall capability, even devoid of star skills, is commendable among his peers. Now, there remains the final mystery box to be opened. Star skill activate. As Li Ning silently intones, a radiant golden light unfurls in the void above. The golden glow flutters like fireflies in the air. A figure of a man materializes within the golden luminescence. He possesses a robust and well-proportioned physique. His muscles are taut and harmonious. Not a trace of excess flesh is discernible. His form is exquisite, akin to a Greek statue. A black and white football soars laterally toward him. The man accelerates, leaps. It is as if he treads upon invisible springs, his body liberated from the pull of gravity. Only the sky is his limit. As he reaches the pinnacle of his ascent, The ball arrives perfectly at that moment. He gently tapped with his forehead, effortlessly directing the ball into the goal before him. At that moment, his airborne motion was suspended in time. Three figures emerged simultaneously, a jump height of 78 centimeters, an apex of 263 centimeters, and an airtime of 0.92 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the star skill, Cristiano Ronaldo's leap. Li Ning, astonished, covered his mouth with both hands in disbelief. Goodness, could this truly be that man? The one who, at the age of 33, still commanded a staggering market value exceeding 100 million euros? The individual who single-handedly shattered countless records? The man who, alongside Messi, upheld the legendary era of dual brilliance? Indeed, Cristiano Ronaldo, a man whose discipline borders on the obsessive, and whose self-admiration approaches the extreme. He astounds with his extraordinary records, inciting fervor in his admirers and exacerbating the frenzy of his detractors. On the early morning of September 15, 2011, Real Madrid faced Dinamo Zagreb in the first round of the UEFA Champions League group stage. During the match, Cristiano Ronaldo endured over 10 fouls, and in the 64th minute, he was maliciously stamped on by opponent Lecco, resulting in a profuse injury that necessitated 3 stitches in the locker room. After the match, a reporter provocatively inquired why the fans in attendance harbored such animosity towards him, continuously chanting Messi, Messi to provoke him. Ronaldo wittily retorted, "They boo me because I am handsome, wealthy, and play exceptionally well. They can only express their jealousy in this manner." This is the quintessential Ronaldo, arrogant and imperious. He is oblivious to humility and invariably leaves you speechless at the very moment you wish to criticize him. In his uniquely distinctive manner, he incites those who adore him to cherish him even more, while intensifying the disdain of his detractors. For many years, the debate regarding who is superior, he or Messi, has persisted, likely remaining unresolved for eternity. Nevertheless, one point remains largely undisputed. Cristiano Ronaldo exhibits a more comprehensive skill set than Messi. An overwhelming majority of Messi's goals and assists, over 90, stem from his left foot. In contrast, Ronaldo boasts a remarkable balance between both feet, capable of scoring with precision from close range and unleashing powerful long-range strikes. Moreover, there exists a facet of his prowess that not only eclipses Messi but is unparalleled in the realm of global football: his heading ability. His accuracy in judging the trajectory and his astonishing jump height are extraordinary. Comparisons have been made revealing that his hang time of 0.92 seconds rivals that of basketball legend Michael Jordan. With a jump height of 78 centimeters, he stands shoulder to shoulder with Jordan. Hence, when he leaps to execute a header, he confronts the opposing goalkeeper as though he were an NBA Hall of Fame superstar. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? To my astonishment, today Li Ning has, through a lottery, acquired this revered and extraordinary skill. I can hardly contain my eagerness to test my newfound prowess. Chapter 69. Invincible or bottomless? Is the system a trap? Winning the Ronaldo jump has left Li Ning feeling elated, akin to savoring a chilled cola on a sweltering summer day. Ding dong. A system notification. Huh? What is this? Due to the host achieving their first assist through personal skill, the system will automatically elevate the difficulty. From this moment forth, the system will preemptively assign tasks, mandating that the host complete them within a stipulated time frame. Furthermore, evaluations will be based on the quality of completion. Achieving a completion level of AAA will reward the host in full. A completion level of AA will grant only the king of football points, without any lottery for star skills. A completion level of A will neither reward nor penalize, should the host fail to accomplish the tasks within the designated time frame. An equivalent deduction will be made from the full reward. Failing to meet the deadline 3 consecutive times will result in the cessation of the Invincible King system for 1 month. Oh no. It's not a pause in updates. The author will cease, but I will be rendered inactive. Inactive for 1 month. Li Ning was utterly bewildered. What on earth does this mean? System, oh system, you are not invincible. You are bottomless. A bottomless pit. You compel me to roll with Neymar, and I endured. You force me to borrow at exorbitant rates for healing, and I also tolerated that. Now, you impose increased difficulty upon me. If I continue to endure, who knows what further mischief you might unleash in the future. Yet, what choice do I have but to endure? Damn it. All my exceptional skills are reliant on the system for manifestation. If I were to part ways with him, would I not revert to being that Navi rookie once more? Alas, what does it mean to be beholden to others? Initially, I believed everything was delightful. only to discover now that it was all mere bait. Very well, let us see what tasks the system shall assign me. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a notification chimed. The system has dispatched a new mission to take on an endorsement with utmost seriousness. The requirement is for the host to secure an advertisement endorsement within 10 days. The evaluation criteria are as follows. If the endorsed product is sold in Europe, North America, and Asia, it is rated as AAA. If it is sold in 2 of those 3 markets, it is rated as AA. If it is sold in only one of those 3 markets, it is rated as A. Otherwise, the task will be deemed a failure, and penalties will be imposed according to the rules. After reviewing the task assigned by the system, Li Ning was utterly devastated. What the heck? Have I truly been outmaneuvered? O system, you have bestowed upon me the leaping prowess of Cristiano Ronaldo and the shoulder drop of Lionel Messi. Do you genuinely consider me their equal? Are there countless brands clamoring for me to be their product ambassador? And what of North America, Europe, and Asia's major markets, with such stringent conditions? It seems even the endorsements of Xiaozhan, Wang Iba, and Dili Riba would struggle to meet the AAA standard, wouldn't they? He suddenly recalled what Xiaoya had previously remarked. You are not only a football star but also an actor. Indeed, she had hit the nail on the head. The issue, however, lies in the fact that while I excel at representing the sport on the football field, I am utterly unskilled at posing theatrically before the camera. Furthermore, even if I wish to pursue this path, where would I even begin to seek such opportunities? No, I must arrange to meet Pep Guardiola tomorrow. He is my agent. Yet he cannot solely focus on the commission of 20 without putting in the effort. Furthermore, as my agent, assisting me in securing advertising endorsements is inherently part of his responsibilities. Throughout the night, Li Ning tossed and turned in bed, unable to find repose. At times, he was elated by the prospect of attracting Cristiano Ronaldo, and at other moments, he felt invigorated by the fervor of the fans at the airport. However, more often than not, he was left bewildered by the absurd task assigned by the system. It was only as dawn broke that he finally drifted into a hazy slumber. I love your tattered garments, yet dare to defy the gun of destiny. I see so much of myself in you, with flaws so alike. Should we go? Are we worthy? In these ragged clothes, shall we fight? Yes, let us battle, with the most humble of dreams, dedicated to the whimpers and roars of the night. Who says that only those standing in the light can be deemed heroes? Suddenly, Isan Chan's The Lonely Warrior blared, disrupting his serene dreams. Isan Chan was Li Ning's favorite voice from the Dragon Kingdom, and The Lonely Warrior was the distinctive ringtone he had chosen. Damn, so early in the morning. Who lacks the foresight? Who is it? It's me, Pear. Are you still asleep? Seriously, today is a day without training. Can I sleep a little longer? Of course. You can. But it's already 10:30. It's time to rise. I couldn't sleep last night, and only dozed off at dawn. Oh. It's hard to explain things to you. What do you need? Of course, I have something. Someone is looking to have you as a brand ambassador. And I believe you should listen. What? Li Ning was instantly wide awake. What a coincidence. Just as I accepted the task from the system, someone approaches me to be a brand ambassador? All right, Pear, I will get up now, freshen up, and you can come back in half an hour. Oh. And please stop by the players' cafeteria and bring me lunch. A portion of chicken, a serving of tuna, a vegetable salad, and 3 avocados. Yes, that's my usual lunch menu. However, today I feel particularly hungry. Add a tomahawk steak to that order. And don't forget a glass of freshly squeezed juice. Half an hour later, Pep Guardiola appeared at Li Ning's dormitory, lugging 2 large bags of food, resembling a delivery person. Haha. I just returned to the base early this morning and haven't eaten. I'm absolutely starving. If you're hungry, go ahead and eat. If not, tell me about the endorsement. Oh, before I forget, is it true that Soriano has indeed rushed to print 50,000 of my jerseys? Indeed, 50,000 number 22 jerseys, each priced at 44, available in all official Manchester City fan stores. I must inform you that this marks the inaugural sale of U18 player jerseys in the illustrious history of Manchester City. As far as I am aware, by this morning, at least 3,000 jerseys have already been sold. Li Ning, with a piece of beef torn from the war axe steak, savagely chewed a few bites. Pear, at times, I truly struggle to comprehend you. You assert that the sales of these jerseys are entirely inconsequential to us, yet you appear so elated. Oh, one mustn't speak so lightly. A high volume of jersey sales indicates popularity and renown, which invariably opens doors to additional opportunities. At your tender age, having played merely 2 official matches for U18, possessing such commercial value is indeed a rarity. Look, has someone not already approached you with an offer for endorsement? Li Ning abruptly tossed the bone he had been gnawing on onto the table. Ah, yes, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Pray, enlighten me, what is the story? Chapter 70, I endorse myself. Guardiola, I must impart some knowledge to you. Père, do hasten to tell me, who possesses such foresight to seek me for endorsement so swiftly? Li Ning felt a wave of exhilaration. Ha, it must be said that you, from the Dragon Nation, possess a keen commercial instinct. You have played only 2 official matches, and both as a substitute, yet merchants have already sensed your commercial potential. Truly admirable. Li Ning was momentarily taken aback. What? Is it a company from our Dragon Nation? Indeed. And it has very profound ties with you? Père Guardiola deliberately elongated his voice. Really? Who might that be? Haha, allow me to remind you once more. They also produce sports goods, and the product's name is that of a person. Li Ning chuckled. Goodness, it truly has a deep connection with me. Who else could it be but the Prince of Gymnastics? He should be regarded as the pioneer of sports equipment in the Dragon Kingdom. Once an idol in the hearts of an entire generation. Later, when the Dragon Kingdom hosted the Olympics, he was specifically chosen to light the torch. At that moment, with his head of graying short hair, he was pulled by a rope, holding a torch resembling an ice cream, circling above the stadium, which was quite nerve-wracking. However, Li Ning does not harbor much fondness for this namesake. During his reign as the Prince of Gymnastics, Li Ning did not have the chance to shine alongside him and remains largely indifferent to his illustrious past. He is only aware that in recent years, after shifting his primary focus to North America, he has released several so-called new concept products, including apparel and sneakers, merely adding the words Dragon Kingdom in front of the existing brand. Consequently, he transformed into a high-end label. A single pair of shoes is often priced over $1,000, with some so-called co-branded versions being hyped on certain websites to tens of thousands, even exceeding that. Meanwhile, identical products sell for only 1/3 of the price in the North American market. This is evidently taking advantage of one's own people. Unexpectedly, his very first advertising endorsement might actually involve collaboration with them. Have you been in contact with them? Yes, I have. What terms did they offer? A 2-year contract with an annual endorsement fee of €200,000. What? Is that all? Li Ning was instantly enraged. Is this not an insult to me? Père waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Oh, that is quite generous. You must realize, you just received your first professional contract 15 days ago. Up until now, you have barely played for an hour in official matches. How much more do you expect? Moreover, since the inception of the Premier League, you are the very first U18 player to have an endorsement contract. We are making history. Li Ning scoffed. History, indeed. My playing time may be short, but my statistics are impressive. I dare say, I am undoubtedly the most efficient U18 player in the history of the Premier League. Père nodded. I believe you are not only the most efficient U18 player, but perhaps the most efficient player in the entire Premier League's history. Exactly. So I say, their desire to have me endorse at such a low price is sheer folly. Père contemplated for a moment, anxiously stating, however, given your current standing, obtaining a better contract is quite challenging. Li Ning sighed, spearing a piece of tuna with his fork and chewing thoughtfully. Père, I am truly disappointed in you. While both of you serve me, I find Shaya far superior. She receives a salary from the club without costing me a dime. Yet, after these recent events, I genuinely feel she always considers things from my perspective, executing tasks with remarkable efficiency. But what about you? Holding on to my 20 commission, yet seeming to hesitate at every turn. Is it because you have too many clients and cannot attend to me adequately? Pele quickly waved his hands. No, of course not. Rest assured, this is your first commercial endorsement contract, and I will devote myself wholeheartedly to it. That, Xiaoya is merely your personal assistant, while I'm your manager. The distinction between the two is quite significant. You wouldn't consider dismissing me, would you? Li Ning laughed heartily. Haha, rest easy. Pele, how could I possibly dismiss you? Not to mention anything else. Simply out of respect for your brother, I would never let you go. Haha, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Pele secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I just want to convey that I am unlike any of your previous clients. You have never encountered someone like me before, and you certainly won't again. Haha. Who could argue with that? You are indeed unique in every regard. Remember, collaborating with me requires breaking away from convention. Innovation is essential. Be bold, dare to dream. Take bigger strides, and do not fear the occasional misstep. As for Xiaoya, haha, our collaboration is truly harmonious. It It appears that I prefer a one-on-one approach, rather than a group setting. Pele observed him lost in thought, silently refraining from speaking up. Li Ning suddenly snapped back to reality, chuckling, but fret not. Xiaoya is the personal assistant assigned to me by the club, and her salary is covered by them. Even if I were to be particularly satisfied with her in the future and wish to offer her additional rewards, that would only be an extra allocation, unrelated to you. It was only then that Pele truly felt at ease. He was dreadfully afraid that Xiaoya would snatch his livelihood away. Thus, you should inform the other party's negotiation representative to come to my office at 4 in the afternoon for a serious discussion. Pear hesitated for a moment and said, Here? I'm afraid it might not be very convenient. I have a studio in Manchester. It would be more formal to meet in my office. Li Ning, chuckling as he pointed at him, took a bite of avocado. Look at you. What did I just say? When collaborating with me, one must not adhere to conventionality. One must dare to innovate. What's so informal about my dormitory? Who says contracts cannot be discussed in a dormitory? Although it may not resemble a conventional office, it has its own advantages. For instance, it feels homely. Homely? I believe I've heard of that. Homely, tofu. Li Ning burst into hearty laughter. All right, Pear, you even know about homely tofu. Just wait and see. At 4 this afternoon, in my dormitory, I shall negotiate an astonishing deal with the other party. How much do you want? As your agent, I should prepare myself in advance. A 1-year contract. The endorsement fee must be at least 1 million euros. Pear departed, his steps slightly unsteady as he exited. He was utterly startled. Li Ning stood in his dormitory, glancing around anxiously, pondering. Homestyle tofu. Ha ha ha, Pear is indeed a genius. I have the homestyle, but where is the tofu? Where could it be? Chapter 71. If you do not comply with my request, you shall surely face termination. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Pep Guardiola arrived at Li Ning's dormitory ahead of schedule. Knocking on the door. Li Ning, I needed to come early to discuss the details with you. His words suddenly faltered. In the room, besides Li Ning, there was unexpectedly a young woman, Xiaoya. Her beautiful face flushed with a rosy hue, and her almond-shaped eyes glistened with vitality. She exuded the unique charm of youthful exuberance. Goodness, should I have not intruded? Could it be that you two have been enjoying a simple meal all afternoon? Li Ning casually grabbed an empty mineral water bottle and tossed it playfully, retorting, What are you talking about? Xiaoya had just come from the gym and hadn't been in the door for more than 3 minutes. She shot a glance at Pear but remained silent. However, Li Ning knew that had it not been for Pep Guardiola's influence, she would have surely unleashed a flurry of kicks. Xiaoya was sharp-witted. I had specifically invited her to join us for this meeting. You are the agent, and we will handle the contract discussions. She is merely an observer. So do not feel constrained. Li Ning understood that what Pear feared most was being overshadowed by Xiaoya, so he made a point to reassure him. Pear nodded and said, Li Ning, I completely understand your desire for a substantial contract. However, a sponsorship fee of 1 million euros per year seems utterly implausible. Li Ning smiled and shook his head. Let me pose a question. Isn't Puma our primary kit sponsor? Of course. Their sponsorship encompasses match kits, training gear, award outfits, interview apparel, footwear, socks, shin guards, and captain's armbands. Essentially everything we need. Excellent. Does their sponsorship contract extend to the youth teams, such as U18? No. It does not. That's why we have the opportunity to seek our own sponsorship. This is my thought. Let us negotiate a 2-year contract. In the first year, if you perform consistently, you should be able to secure a position in the U18 and become a key player. In the second year, you can transition to U23, still free from the constraints of the first team's Puma contract. By the third year, we can reassess the situation. This plan is flexible and prudent. Li Ning grinned widely. Old habits resurfacing, are they not? I've mentioned that our collaboration should not adhere to conventional norms. Just wait and see. At precisely 4 o'clock, there was a knock at the door. The person who entered was a stunning woman nearing 30. She wore a meticulously tailored professional outfit, all designer labels, yet elegant and not ostentatious. Her graceful figure exuded the unique allure of mature femininity, with a rounded face and exquisite features, complemented by a meticulously arranged appearance. She radiated an indescribable comfort. Her eyes seemed to hold countless untold stories, leaving Li Ning momentarily spellbound. Goodness! It is said that impetuous youths like me have little resistance against such mature women. Stay composed. I must remain composed. Pear, why didn't you mention that the negotiator would be a woman? You did not inquire either? Xiaoya pouted, her voice tinged with coldness as she asked, Mr. Li, do mature women possess a particularly alluring charm? There seems to be a hint of jealousy in Xiaoya's words. I have never tasted such charm. How would I know if she is seasoned? Even less do I know what flavor she might possess. Oh. The last exclamation was prompted by Xiaoya giving him a sharp pinch from behind. Good day, Mr. Li. I am Humei, the director of the LN office in the UK. I have been appointed by the company to engage in negotiations regarding an endorsement contract on your behalf. Humei? Foxy charm. My goodness, her name truly reflects her persona. Li Ning gestured for Miss Hu to take a seat across from him. Miss Hu, is it merely a figment of my imagination? Or does it feel as if I am conversing with my own superior? Humei let out a playful laugh and replied, Indeed. So you see, it is as if you are endorsing yourself. Isn't that a serendipitous twist of fate? Xiaoya rolled her eyes slightly, sly vixen. Mentioning fate right off the bat, she must have employed that tactic numerous times. Ha ha ha, there surely is a connection. But whether it is profound enough for collaboration remains to be seen. By the way, Miss Hu, how did you know of me so quickly and decide to seek me for endorsement? Mr. Li, actually, 5 years ago. When the first batch of students from our country was sent to Manchester for training, our Mr. Li had already begun to take notice of these youngsters. Unfortunately, none of the first 5 batches turned out to be promising, so we held off on any actions. Who would have thought that just a week after your arrival in the UK, you signed a contract and were named the most valuable player in 2 consecutive matches? If we did not act swiftly, it would have been a laughingstock, wouldn't it? My goodness, that gymnast truly is a cunning fox. Mr. Li, we have already discussed matters with your agent, Mr. Guardiola. Although the annual endorsement fee of €200,000 may not seem substantial, especially when compared to top-tier superstars, it is an astronomical figure for a U18 player. Moreover, you will be the first U18 player in Premier League history to have a personal endorsement. Mr. Li, I am eager to create history with you. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Both you and my agent have mentioned the phrase creating history. However, I would like to hear what your creative ideas entail. Oh, our concept centers around the theme of youth. You will kick a football on the pitch. As the ball soars through the sky, the backdrop will transition from Manchester to London, then to Milan, Turin, Madrid, Barcelona, Munich, Dortmund, Paris, Marseille, Amsterdam, Lisbon, Moscow, Zagreb, and Copenhagen. Simultaneously, a voiceover will proclaim our motto, Conquering Europe begins at my feet. Meanwhile, the camera will focus on your footwear. Naturally, it will be our brand's shoes. How remarkable. Truly, it is indeed a stroke of creativity. It makes me yearn to don a pair of sneakers that I might endorse myself. However, for such an exceptional idea, is it not rather insufficient to propose a mere €200,000 for the creation of history? What do you mean? My meaning is quite straightforward. A 1-year endorsement contract, with a fee of €1 million. What? €1 million for just a 1-year contract? Have you lost your mind? Humei's expression shifted abruptly, the smile on her face vanishing completely. Li Ning grinned, replying calmly, I am not insane. I am quite lucid. Allow me to remind you. The figure I have presented is indeed a friend S-rate. Should you decline, in 10 days, you may find yourself dismissed. Dismissed? If I were to acquiesce to your terms, I would be dismissed today. Mr. Guardiola, your client is utterly oblivious to market conditions. We cannot proceed with negotiations. You have my number. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out. As Humei spoke, she rose, preparing to depart. It is a pity, Miss Sue, that you did not heed my counsel. Should you ever find yourself dismissed, the reason will be clear. My friends do not favor mature women. Humei exited the room, bewildered. What on earth did he just say? Upon stepping out, she encountered a somewhat lecherous young man standing in the corridor, filled with ire. Humei paid little attention to the unsavory Eastern gentleman as they brushed past one another. How outrageous. After just 2 impressive matches, he dares to demand €100 as an endorsement fee. Let us see how this unfolds. Chapter 72. After understanding the game, having followed your news for several years, who is not within my purview. Just as Humei stepped outside, Xiaoya gave Li Ning a sharp pinch on the shoulder. What did you just say? What do you mean your friends do not fancy Humei? Who are your friends? Are you insinuating something? You clearly find the offered sum insufficient and wish to negotiate a larger contract. Why drag me into this? Li Ning grimaced in pain, chuckling bitterly. Goodness. Your grip is rather fierce. I do wish for a larger contract, but it is true that you do not prefer that mature woman. How dare you speak such truths? Xiaoya was about to retaliate when a knock echoed from the door. The somewhat lecherous young man entered. Greetings, Mr. Li Ning. I am Hu Kong, a reporter from Understanding Football. Miss Xiao has summoned me. Li Ning regarded him with a grin. During my time in Guagua, I certainly indulged in your reports, particularly those penned by you. At last, I see a living soul. Hu Kong nodded respectfully, expressing, "Thank you, Mr. Li Ning, for your kind words." Hearing from Miss Xiaoya, she initially intended to sell this information to Live 9, but at your request, we have obtained this exclusive news. Thank you immensely. Li Ning cast a glance at Xiaoya. A blush swept across her delicate face, yet she quickly narrowed her eyes in defiance. Li Ning was aware that Xiaoya had not genuinely intended to sell the information to Live 9. She had deliberately stated so, both as a negotiation tactic and to hint that Li Ning should extend a favor to Hu Kong. Alas, this girl, though she has said nothing outright, is constantly considering my interests and protecting my benefits. What does she truly desire? If it is me she seeks, then she certainly possesses remarkable discernment. Hu Kong, have you completed the tasks I assigned you? Rest assured, Mr. Li Ning, everything is in order. From the moment May entered the gates of the City Football Academy, to her stepping into your dormitory and subsequently exiting, every photograph has been discreetly captured without any issues. That is splendid, as long as you fulfill your assigned tasks. Consider this exclusive news a gift from me to you. I believe this information will generate significant traffic for you at Dongqiuho within our Dragon Country. However, should you botch this, any future insider news will be directed to Live 9. Hu Kong quickly interjected. Please, Mr. Li Ning, you cannot support Live 9. You know our two companies are sworn rivals within Dragon Country. Rest assured, I will manage everything you have instructed with utmost care. Very well, you may depart. I await the results. After Hu Kong left, Pep Guardiola stared wide-eyed at Li Ning, then at Xiaoya. His mood suddenly soured. Li Ning, I am your agent. However, I can't help but notice that you two seem to be conspiring while keeping me in the dark. Li Ning chuckled. Pep, do not worry. I have no intention of concealing anything from you. It's just that certain matters within Dragon Country are unfamiliar to you, and the urgency of the situation compelled me to directly assign Xiaoya to handle it. Although she may appear to be a mere pawn, she is far more acquainted with the affairs of Dragon Country than you are. Oh dear, before he could finish, Xiaoya gave his shoulder a sharp twist. You are the pawn here. Damn it. Your grip is quite fierce. Your father is from Dragon Country, and your mother is British. You are indeed a mixed breed. Pep? Hu Kong is the chief reporter of Dongqiuho in England, essentially just a paparazzo. Moreover, Dongqiuho is a well-known football website in Dragon Country, boasting a vast user base. And what of Live 9 that you mentioned earlier? That is another renowned football website within the Dragon Country, which stands in rivalry with Dongqiu. So, why have you chosen Dongqiu? Well, there isn't any particular reason. Perhaps it is because my recent maneuvers are intended to elevate my market value, and in this regard, Dongqiu has left an indelible impression on me. What do you mean? Over the past few years, Dongqiu has reported extensively on matters related to my value enhancement, particularly regarding the Valuation League. Specifically our local adversary, Manchester United. In the hearts of Dragon Country fans, it has left behind a plethora of memes. Having observed it so frequently, I have unconsciously regarded them as my mentor in the art of valuation. So, you intend to utilize Dongqiu to boost your own worth? Absolutely. Without employing some tactics, who would be willing to offer a mere fledgling like me a sponsorship fee of 1 million euros per year? You may not be familiar with these affairs in Dragon Country, and time is too pressing to explain everything at once. Thus, I have directly instructed Xiaoya to connect with Hu Kong to report on Dragon Country LN's desire for me to endorse their brand. What is your plan of action? Naturally, I intend to leverage Dragon Country LN to enhance my value. The first step involves having Hu Kong craft this matter into news and disseminate it, particularly to generate buzz within Dragon Country. I want the domestic sports enterprises to realize that their competitors have begun poaching talent in the UK. This will prompt them to pay attention to me, a training prodigy from Dragon Country. As for the second step, it is, of course, to elevate my recognition within Dragon Country. Peel, for the second step, your involvement is essential. How would you like me to assist? There are several video platforms in Dragon Country that have been broadcasting the Premier League. I wish for you to reach out to one of them, called Pippo Sports. They have also established an office in Europe, and I would like you to contact them to arrange for a week of filming at the base, including a live broadcast of my upcoming match. The filming should not pose much of a problem, but as my agent, you will need to communicate with Roven and the club regarding the live broadcast of the match. It is imperative that this matter is facilitated. I dare say. As long as you can secure the deal with Pippo Sports, coupled with the support from Don Coelho within the Dragon Nation, I am certain that by the conclusion of the match, I will secure an endorsement contract worth 100,000 euros for the year. You mentioned how many video platforms there are in the Dragon Nation. Why choose Pippo Sports? It is because they were the pioneers in live broadcasting football, creating a sentimental bond. When the time comes, we must strive to maximize the endorsement fee, aiming to accomplish this within 10 days, which conveniently allows me to fulfill my obligations. Task. What task? Oh, nothing significant. Pair, if you have any uncertainties, Xiaoya can serve as your consultant. She possesses considerable knowledge about football matters in the Dragon Nation. As for me, I shall focus solely on playing my game and await favorable news. Chapter 73. The sports giant becomes my support. Pippo Sports is set to report. The next day, Dragon Nation LN UK headquarters. Hume's office. President Hu. You have trending on the sports section of Dragon Nation. The secretary rushed into Hume's office, clutching a mobile phone. What is happening? Hume snatched the phone from the secretary, eagerly scrolling through the screen. It displayed a page from Don Coelho, a renowned football website in the Dragon Nation. The headline read, "Phenomenal performance continues. Sports giant expected to acquire Dragon Nation's new star at a low price." Just reading the title was enough to captivate one's attention. Upon examining the content, it revealed that LN was preparing to invite Li Ning as a product endorser. The timing, characters, location, and details, including the endorsement price, were all impeccably accurate. The article was accompanied by photographs documenting the entire process, from Hume stealthily entering the Manchester City Football Academy to walking into Li Ning's dormitory and subsequently leaving the academy, all illustrated with images. "What on earth is going on?" she exclaimed. "My discussions with Li Ning were supposed to be confidential, intended to prevent any interference or price inflation. How could Don Coelho obtain such comprehensive information?" The more she read, the more alarmed and enraged she became, ultimately hurling the phone against the wall. "That is my phone." The secretary hurriedly retrieved it. Thank goodness the screen protector was on. It survived the fall. "I see now. I must have fallen into a trap," Hume lamented, realizing the situation too late. A trap? Whose trap? Who else could it be? Certainly that wretched Li Ning. "President Hu, you mustn't speak so." The secretary, pale with fear, hurriedly secured the office door, stealthily approaching Hume with exaggerated gestures and a hushed tone. "President Hu, I am your loyal confidant. I overheard something trivial. But you must be cautious. Walls have ears. Should someone catch wind of you denigrating the boss behind his back, be wary of potential informants." "Inform whom?" "I mean Li Ning from Manchester City's U18 team." "Oh, him. I thought you were referring to someone else. Damn that insolent brat. During my upcoming negotiations with him, he has dictated both the time and place, and his team will be present. The only one who could leak information is him. But why would he do such a thing? Need it be said? He is undoubtedly attempting to use us to inflate the price. He deliberately disseminated this information through Don Coelho, certainly aiming to attract other domestic sports goods manufacturers. If everyone were to engage in competition, it would inevitably drive up the endorsement fees. At that point, he could simply reap the rewards. My goodness, by your account, this Li Ning is truly despicable. With Pep Guardiola acting as his agent, I suspect this strategy was devised by Pep himself. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, if we wish to sign him for 200,000 euros, it may prove exceedingly challenging. That afternoon, in Li Ning's dormitory, Pep Guardiola entered with a beaming expression. "Li Ning, I bring good news. The deal with Pippo Sports has been finalized." "Really? Such efficiency? How could it be settled in just one day?" "Haha, it seems fortune is on your side." It turns out that Sky Sports broadcasted the first round of the U18 match between Manchester City and Manchester United, which captured the attention of Pippo Sports. A player from the Dragon Nation emerged in the Manchester City U18 team, and he was a pivotal player. This was simply too intriguing. However, purchasing broadcasting rights based solely on one match would undeniably be a considerable risk. Therefore, Pippo Sports planned to monitor the situation for a while longer before making an assessment. Unexpectedly, Li Ning's performance in the second round against West Ham was even more remarkable. This certainly whetted their appetite. Pippo Sports had no intention of acquiring the entire broadcasting rights for the Premier League U18 matches. Undoubtedly, a league for youth teams would fail to generate interest in the Dragon Nation. The audience there desires to see their own compatriots. Consequently, They are evaluating proposals to determine how to collaborate with Manchester City to report on Li Ning and broadcast the matches he participates in within the Dragon Nation. Astonishingly, Pep Guardiola proactively reached out to them. Truly, a meeting of minds. I have already communicated with Manchester City's public relations and media departments. Starting tomorrow, the base will be open to the Pippo Sports crew, allowing them to follow and film you. As for the broadcasting of this round's U18 league, further discussions will be held between both parties. Li Ning burst into laughter. Haha, Pep, I realize you're indeed a bringer of fortune. No wonder we are such a golden duo. Ever since we began our partnership, everything seems to flow effortlessly. Indeed, I have noticed that too. However, what about Xiaoya? Why are you bringing her into this? She is only related to me, not to both of us. Affection is one thing, but finances must be divided. Do you understand? Understood. By the way, the European director of Pippo Sports specifically informed me of something. He stated that due to the early commencement of the new Premier League season, several other major leagues across the European continent have yet to begin. Hence, they currently possess a golden broadcaster for the Premier League in the United Kingdom. He also mentioned that this host enjoys considerable fame in the Dragon Country, almost akin to an omniscient connoisseur of the English Premier League. In the Dragon Country, it can be said that every fan of the Premier League is well aware of him. When they come to conduct a follow-up report on you tomorrow, this individual will personally serve as the host. Is that so? Pep Guardiola's words immediately piqued Li Ning's interest. Every Premier League fan is familiar with him? An omniscient expert on the Premier League? Who could this person be? Could it possibly be him? A visage surfaced in Li Ning's mind. A lean physique, dark skin, and a sharp, short haircut. Adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, he exudes an intellectual charm. With eloquence, he effortlessly references the rich lore of the Premier League. His various personas have become popular memes on the internet, and his unique catchphrases have transformed into trending phrases. Haha. If it were truly him interviewing me, it would be quite the spectacle. Chapter 74. Enormous, immense, a supernova. How could he be so familiar? The following morning, Li Ning, having had breakfast, arrived at the training ground bright and early. As he stepped onto the path leading to the training area, he could already hear a cacophony of sounds emanating from court number 8. Oh dear, why don't you believe me? When has old Henry ever deceived you? Truly, my daughter has lost another pound these past few days. She now weighs under 350 pounds. At this rate, she could very well drop below 280 pounds within 6 months. I am genuinely optimistic. Haha, old Henry, when did you become so shameless? Li Ning has made it abundantly clear that with Miss Xiaoya around, you might as well abandon all hope. Even if your daughter were to reach 180 pounds, what difference would it make? Can she possibly compare to Miss Xiaoya? Spare yourself the effort. What do you know? I have already inquired thoroughly. Xiaoya is merely a club staff member, specifically assigned as Li Ning's personal assistant, not his girlfriend. And so what? Haven't you heard that feelings can blossom over time? Two young individuals, both talented and attractive. How could they possibly not develop feelings for one another after spending so much time together? Worry less about it. Li Ning was utterly exasperated. No need to inquire. Those die-hard fans had once again arrived early to witness the team's training. Meanwhile, the old rascal Henry was once more devising ways to endear himself to Li Ning. Upon seeing Li Ning approach, old Henry was instantly filled with excitement. Haha, Li Ning, I have come to share good news with you. My daughter's weight has dropped. Li Ning grimaced, feeling as though he had just consumed bitter herbs. Just as he pondered how to extricate himself from this conversation, he suddenly noticed several Easterners standing beside court number 8. Facing him was a young man with a camera slung over his shoulder, and a lovely young woman holding a microphone. With their backs to him stood a man of average height. Behind him stood 2 lighting technicians, slender figures with dark skin and neatly cropped hair. Though his face remained obscured, the 2 arms of his glasses could be discerned behind his ears. Goodness, could it truly be him? There was no need for inquiry. This could only be the production team dispatched by Pippo Sports. Li Ning hastily took a few strides in their direction. At that moment, he heard the man, with his back turned, begin to speak. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to Pippo Sports. I am currently in Manchester, England, producing a special program for you all. The location I am at is the Manchester City Football Academy. The patch of grass beside me is pitch number 8, which serves as the exclusive training ground for Manchester City's U18 team. It is well known that Manchester City Football Club is one of the most ambitious clubs in Europe over the past few years. Their Middle Eastern owner not only invited Soriano, Begirstein, Guardiola, and numerous superstars, but also invested significantly to recruit the world's finest turf maintenance expert, Jonathan Calderwood, from Paris Saint-Germain. His arrival has not only bestowed the Etihad Stadium with the finest turf in the world, but has also transformed the City Football Academy into the premier football training facility in Europe, and indeed the entire globe. However, our purpose today is not to capture the essence of this exquisite pitch. Over the past fortnight, an extraordinary young talent from the Dragon Kingdom has emerged on this hallowed ground, pitch number 8. He has not only become the first individual from Longwood to officially join Manchester City's youth academy, but has also emerged as a pivotal figure in 2 consecutive league matches. Over the course of the last 2 U18 league games, he single-handedly secured 4 goals and provided 3 assists, leading Manchester City U18 to 2 successive victories in the new season. Furthermore, he has been awarded the most valuable player title in both matches. Many Manchester City fans firmly believe that he is destined to become an extraordinary talent, far surpassing any trivial mistakes. He is destined to become an immense, extraordinary new star. What do you think? Is this phrase suitable as an opening line? Upon hearing him discuss the introduction with his assistants, Li Ning chuckled. Indeed, it is him. No need to see his face. Just listening to that famous phrase, immense, extraordinary, is enough to confirm his identity. This is the pillar of Pippi sports, the Premier League aficionado, Jean Bourguin. Hello, old Jean. It's truly you. I can hardly believe it. Li Ning, ever so familiar, boldly approached the man from behind and unexpectedly gave a hearty pat on his shoulder. The crew-cut man turned around, utterly bewildered. His vacant stare and dazed expression were unmistakable. Haha, indeed, it is him. Who else could manifest such a captivating look of astonishment? In the early hours of May 26, 2018, in Kiev, Ukraine. At the Olympic National Sports Complex, Real Madrid faced Liverpool in the Champions League final, when Liverpool's goalkeeper Karius made a blunder, allowing Benzema to score. This gentleman bore the same expression in front of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast. What is wrong, old Jean? Don't you recognize me? I am quite familiar with you. In fact, I grew up watching your commentary on the Premier League. Of course, I know you. Are you not Mr. Li Ning? We have watched your match videos. Jean Bourguin, with a professional smile, conversed with Li Ning while discreetly rubbing his shoulder, which had been hurt by the unexpected pat. Goodness. A surprise attack is one thing, but to strike so hard. Is that so? Haha, splendid. How do you think I did? Am I worthy of having Pippi Sports broadcast my match live? Old Jean was taken aback. Wow, how can this guy be so familiar? Mr. Li Ning. I am here to film a special program. As for whether there will be a live match broadcast, that is not my decision. It requires the approval of the station's leadership. Oh, I understand. However, I would wager that your boss will surely agree to broadcast my match live. So you'd better prepare in advance. Otherwise, you might misstate my information again, just like during the sound check. Old Jean was completely stunned. Goodness, you eavesdropped on my conversation? By the way, old Jean, from what you just said, it seems you're still haunted by Karius's blunder from 2 years ago. Surely, that is not the case. Liverpool won the Champions League last year. It's time to move on. I assenti it? Haha. Yes, let us move on indeed. While Jean was feigning nonchalance, he thought to himself, goodness, don't hit the face, and don't reveal sensitive topics. Why must this cheeky kid bring up such matters? Old Jean, I know you have always been a fan of Liverpool. However, I offer you a suggestion. In the future, abandon your allegiance to Liverpool and support me instead. Old James, his face flushed with irritation, found himself unable to express his frustration and could only manage a rueful laugh. What? Are you concerned that I might not be worthy? Fear not, for I am certain that after you witness my training over 3 days and a formal match, you shall undoubtedly become my devoted fan. Chapter 75, Dining and Drinking with Guardiola? This agent appears unreliable. The morning training session commenced. Old James exhaled a long sigh of relief. Goodness. If that mischievous rascal doesn't depart soon, I swear I shall lose my sanity. Yet, these two are quite delightful. One is round and robust, exuding a charming innocence, while the other radiates youthful beauty, captivating to behold. Mr. Pear, we have analyzed Li Ning's 2 formal matches, and his performance has indeed been astonishing. However, we have also observed a peculiar phenomenon. Aside from scoring or assisting, his contributions tend to be rather subdued. I wonder if he exhibits the same demeanor during regular training sessions. Haha, Mr. James, Li Ning is an exceptionally unique player, entirely unlike his peers. He appears unremarkable during his usual training sessions. However, when it comes to competitions, he consistently unleashes an astonishing burst of energy. This is not only perplexing to me, but also leaves even my exceptionally knowledgeable brother in a state of disbelief. His brother, of course, is none other than Pep Guardiola, the head coach of Manchester City's first team. As a two-time UEFA Champions League champion, he has previously mentored luminaries such as Messi, Xavi, Ronaldinho, and Iniesta. If even he finds it astonishing, then this Li Ning must indeed be a remarkable player. The staff of Pippo Sports has already set up the camera. Focusing on field number 8. On the pitch, Coach Vichens has divided the players into several groups to commence their fundamental training exercises. The fitness coach, Adam, first leads everyone in a warm-up jog of 3,000 meters. This is followed by speed drills, agility runs, and sprinting exercises. Although Li Ning is an offensive player, he does not excel in terms of speed. In terms of sprinting capability, he ranks near the bottom of the team. Currently, the fastest player in the squad is likely the right winger, Edoki. His sprinting speed ranks among the top 10 players in the entire Premier League U18 league. As Per observed the training, he enthusiastically introduced the details to old John. At that moment, Adam had already grouped Li Ning and Edoki together for a 30-meter sprint training. Ready, go? At Adam's command, both players dashed forward simultaneously. Given Li Ning's capabilities, he should have been at least 2 meters behind Edoki at this distance. I have repeatedly advised him to enhance his strength training, particularly his explosive power. What on earth is happening? With Per's astonished exclamation. Both players astonishingly reached the finish line at the same time. Mr. Per, you are truly too modest. You dare to say Li Ning's speed is lacking with such swiftness? By the way, Xiao Lu, did you capture that moment on camera? Jean Boujuin spoke to Per while glancing back at the photographer beside him. And no, I didn't capture it. What? Why not? Well, I thought since the player's agent claimed he wasn't performing well, what was the point of filming? Should I film him being left behind by 2 meters? Goodness, you are quite the stubborn one, believing everything. On the field, Edoki also gazed at Li Ning, expressing a gentle surprise. Wow, Li Ning, I didn't expect your speed to improve so rapidly. You can keep up with me now. Li Ning pretentiously responded, oh, come on. You must not have exerted your full effort. Otherwise, how could I possibly outrun you? Haha, life is like a play, all about the performance. My speed attribute is now a solid 70 points. At this U18 age level, I wouldn't say I'm invincible, but I'm close. Hee. If you had mentioned it, I would have felt shy to say that. I truly didn't give it my all just now. Haha, I knew it. By the way, shall we have a serious race in the next round? To be honest, I've been secretly training my speed recently. And I really want to see what level I'm at now. You're the fastest in the team. Competing with you will help me gauge my current gap. All right. In the next round, we'll both give it our all. Seeing Li Ning and Edoki preparing for a speed showdown, the other players instantly perked up. Haha, Li Ning. Well done. After 2 rounds of matches, your confidence has skyrocketed, daring to challenge Edoki in speed. No worries, don't back down. I'm rooting for you, buddy. Wow. I didn't expect someone to dare challenge Edoki's speed. No worries, Edoki, don't hesitate, compete with him. Although you may not be as flashy as him in the last 2 matches, who doesn't know you rank among the top 10 in speed in the league? Competing with him, I bet you'll win. Oh, speaking of betting, shall we place a wager? How dare you? Let us get on with it, shall we? I bet on Edoki to win at odds of 1 to 2. And I wager on Li Ning to triumph at odds of 1 to 3. Huh. It seems you don't hold much faith in Li Ning after all. Indeed, isn't it said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? It's better to proceed with caution. My bets are placed, my bets are placed. Away with you. Do you all think this is a casino? This is the City Football Academy, this is a training ground. Beware, or I shall pluck you all clean. With a flurry of expletives, Vichens silenced the crowd, leaving no one daring to speak, let alone place any bets. However, when Li Ning and Edoki once again stood at the starting line, an involuntary tension gripped the air. Even Vichens could not help but hold his breath, intently focused on the unfolding spectacle. He was well aware of Edoki's capabilities, though his dribbling skills were rather modest. His ability to make runs without the ball was among the finest in the entire U18 league of the Premier League. This very trait led Vichens to regularly assign him the task of increasing his movements, striving to create space for his teammates. As for Li Ning, over the past fortnight of training, Vichens had been meticulously observing him. It could be said that his abilities were quite mediocre, speed included. Who would have thought he would challenge Edoki today? Focus the lens, make sure to capture this clearly. Jean Boujuin anxiously murmured, fearing the cameraman might miss the thrilling moments. Ready, set, go. With Adam's command, Li Ning and Adoki surge forward simultaneously. Go, go, go. In an instant, the entire field echoed with an enthusiastic chorus of cheers. Even the spectators watching the training from the sidelines joined in with rhythmic encouragement. Adoki held his breath, exerting every ounce of strength towards the finish line. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he could see that Li Ning was keeping pace with him. His face was flushed, a clear indication that he was nearing his physical limits. However, a short-distance sprint is inherently anaerobic, and such a reaction is only to be expected. In the blink of an eye, the 30-meter distance was covered, and astonishingly, both competitors crossed the finish line nearly simultaneously. The crowd erupted in cheers and astonishment. Xiaolu, did you capture that? Yes, I got it. Jean Boujuin turned to glance at Pep Guardiola, shaking his head in disbelief. Goodness, you seem a bit unreliable. How could you be so unaware of your own players' capabilities? It appears that in the coming days, I cannot rely solely on your introductions. Otherwise, I might stumble into a pitfall at any moment. Chapter 76. Bringing the first nutmeg to the training ground. I find myself in a predicament as well. In the subsequent tactical training, Mr. Pep has become notably more cautious. Mr. Pep, as Li Ning positions himself in an attacking midfield role. I presume his passing ability is quite remarkable. Wouldn't you agree? Jean Boujuin still felt compelled to inquire politely. Kiki, well? I believe it is best for Miss Xiaya to address this question. By the way, she possesses half of her heritage from the Dragon Nation and has been specifically appointed by Manchester City as a personal assistant to Li Ning. I dare say, she possesses a deeper understanding of many matters concerning Li Ning than I do. Xiaya shot him a fierce glare, while Jean Boujuin gazed at her with wide, bewildered eyes, appearing adorably perplexed. Deeper understanding? Goodness, while this statement appears sound, why do we all find it so awkward? Nevertheless, Mr. Li Ning's passing ability during matches is exceptionally impressive. He has already provided 3 assists in the last 2 games. However, he often holds back during training sessions. He is indeed a unique individual. Just look at Xiaya. Her responses are impeccably precise. The passing and receiving drills organized by Vichins remain consistent, conducted in groups of 3. Focusing on triangular short passes. Starting from the midfield, the players engage in continuous one-touch passing, culminating in a shot just outside the penalty area. Li Ning is grouped with Lavio and Bob. In each training round, his passing power is perfectly calibrated, providing just the right amount of lead. Furthermore, his passing motion is as smooth as silk, facilitating effortless ball control for his teammates. The receiving players require almost no adjustment to execute their next move. His current passing attribute stands at an impressive 71, placing him among the elite in the field. Completing such training is indeed a mere trifle. On the sidelines, Jan's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness, is there truly such a talent among the young players of our Dragon Nation? Although this is merely training, conducted without any opposition or pressing, the speed of everyone's passing is remarkably swift, surpassing that of most teams in actual matches. Achieving such high-quality passes at this rapid pace is indeed a commendable feat. Pep stroked his bald head, equally bewildered. It is puzzling how this child's skills have progressed so rapidly. It defies logic. He truly was not like this when he first arrived. He would let the ball drift a meter away when attempting to stop it. Indeed, do not laugh. If you doubt me, you may inquire with Vichins. He should still possess footage of this batch of players during their initial training. Nevertheless, Li Ning's aptitude is remarkably high. Moreover, he seems particularly well suited to the environment of the City Football Academy. Since his arrival here, his skills have skyrocketed. Otherwise, I would not have signed him under my wing. His own words lack conviction, rendering his smile rather disingenuous. Today, the highlight of the training commenced, team competitions. As with previous sessions, the main attacking line partnered with the substitute defense, while the substitute attackers teamed up with the main defense. This setup ensures that the most skilled players engage with one another, yielding optimal training outcomes. If memory serves correctly, it seems that Li Ning did not score a single goal in last week's internal match. He seems to experience a slight dip in performance during the intervals between 2 official matches. Let us hope that he excels today in front of his compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. Pep is somewhat apprehensive about being embarrassed by Li Ning once again. However, as a player's agent, one cannot remain entirely silent, can one? In the midst of this conversation, the conditioning coach Adam, acting as the referee, has already sounded the whistle to commence the 30-minute scrimmage. As the match begins, Li Ning displays an extraordinary level of enthusiasm. He actively engaged in high pressing in the attacking zone, seamlessly interchanged positions with his teammates, and energetically participated in defensive pursuits and interceptions. In a flurry of activity, he was truly in his element. Previously, his speed had been rather average. Even when making runs in the forward area, opponents were not particularly apprehensive, as they could generally match his pace without significant consequence. However, now his speed attribute had surged to a commendable 70 points, allowing him to keep pace with the fastest player on the team, Edoki. At this juncture, should he leverage his newfound speed to outmaneuver opponents, he could pose a considerable threat. Furthermore, if he were to consciously initiate a sudden burst of speed to exploit gaps behind defenders, it would undoubtedly leave his adversaries in a state of discomfort and dilemma. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, an opportunity presented itself. The left winger, Bob, unexpectedly drifted from the flank into the center, drawing away the opposing right back. Li Ning instinctively understood the situation, dribbling the ball along the vacant left side towards the baseline. The right wingback from the substitutes team, Thompson, hurriedly sprinted over to provide cover, attempting to thwart Li Ning's advance. With an air of calm, Li Ning deftly nudged the ball forward twice with the outside of his right foot. His body was utterly relaxed, akin to a butterfly dancing in the breeze. Suddenly, his center of gravity shifted sharply to the right, as his right leg swung outward, and the outer instep of his right foot pushed the ball to the right. The tail of an ox maneuvered, activated. It was evident that he was poised to break through to the right, likely aiming to create an angle for a direct shot or a cross. Such an obvious intention. Do you truly regard me, Thompson, as inconsequential? Thompson swayed his body to the left, taking a lateral step with his left leg. Regardless of whether you intend to cut inside or cross, I shall preemptively seal off your route. You think your dribbling prowess is formidable? I shall refrain from pressing, merely blocking the angle. Let us see what you can do. What on earth is this? Just when he thought everything was in his favor, Li Ning's right foot suddenly flicked the ball to the left. My God. How is this even possible? His motion of flicking the ball outward with the outside of his foot has already been executed with such finality. How could he possibly regain his balance? The connection of the actions is astonishingly rapid, so swift that before Thompson could comprehend the situation, Li Ning had already maneuvered the ball to his left side. In an instant, with a speed that is almost imperceptible, he deftly propelled the ball forward using the inner side of his right foot, sweeping past like a whirlwind. His body moved with a fluidity as swift as lightning. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, he deftly flicked the ball outward with the outside of his right foot, evading the angle for a shot. He lifted his leg and struck. The goalkeeper, Strick, was caught off guard, having just taken a step forward to block the angle of his shot. To his astonishment, the ball was already soaring towards the far corner of the net. Strick had no time to adjust his balance, forced only to turn his head and watch in awe as the ball nestled into the net behind him. My goodness, that goal was scored with such ease and grace. Chapter 77. Reluctant to part with his wife, unable to elude the wolf. In an instant, silence enveloped the pitch. Everyone was astounded by Li Ning's miraculous display. Oh my God, was that a cowtail dribble? A signature move of Ronaldinho? An action that has been imitated countless times yet never surpassed? Since Ronaldinho, many players have attempted to replicate this move on the field. However, none have managed to reach Ronaldinho's level. So ethereal, so effortless, so flawlessly executed. The most notable aspect of Ronaldinho's cowtail dribble is its wide range of motion and the seamless connection of movements. His feint to the right is executed with remarkable amplitude, nearly reaching the zenith of physical expression, as his right foot prepares to make contact with the ground. He unexpectedly utilizes the inside of his foot to deftly retract the ball. It is precisely due to the grand scale of his movements that the deception becomes increasingly convincing, leaving his opponents utterly defenseless. Were it anyone else, such an exaggerated feint would render them unable to swiftly regain their balance after the shot. Yet, Ronaldinho is decidedly not just anyone. His unparalleled coordination enables him to twist his body to the left even in such challenging circumstances. What is even more astonishing is his ability to seamlessly connect to the next move and continue his dribbling breakthrough. It is precisely due to this extraordinary skill set that his signature cowtail dribble has become iconic, prompting fans to think of him instantly whenever they witness this feint. To everyone's surprise, today at the Manchester City U18 training ground, a player from the Dragon Kingdom flawlessly replicated this move. It is truly remarkable. Xiaolu, did you capture that? Jean Bouguin turned to the photographer, his voice trembling and his expression somewhat fierce. I warn you, Xiaolu. If you didn't get it on tape, I will unleash my wrath upon you. Seriously, when I lose my temper, even I fear myself. Teacher Jean, I got it. I got it. Shalou hurriedly replied, fearing that the imposing figure before him might act out in an unexpected manner. Pep Guardiola stood nearby, his expression blank. After a long pause, he gently rubbed his sweaty bald head, inwardly cursing. Damn it, is it really necessary to make a fool of me like this? Showcasing such a spectacular skill as the cowtail dribble. Just when I remarked that you hadn't scored in 2 games, you pull off such a beautiful goal. Aren't you just making me look foolish? Stealing a glance at Xiaoyu beside him, he noticed she was utterly mesmerized, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she watched her idol, Li Ning. Damn it, I can't fully trust Li Ning. He is quite cunning. He might be deliberately trying to embarrass me, aiming to have me replaced as his agent by Xiaoyu. This is what they call letting the fat water flow to the fields of others. Haha, I won't fall for it. On the field, the main defenders of Manchester City were also bewildered. What on earth? Has Li Ning taken something? How can he be this formidable? Coach, we demand he undergo a drug test. The cowtail dribble is not an exceptionally advanced feint. Many players can execute it. However, to perform it with such grace and realism, akin to a work of art, is a rare gift possessed only by Ronaldinho. Thus, many believed that the cowtail dribble had become extinct. Yet today, they encountered a living embodiment of it, one of their own teammates. Hey, Li Ning, is it really necessary to be this impressive? This is just training. Urgent Riley finally couldn't hold back, asking somewhat irritably. Li Ning flashed a grin, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he replied, Haha, sorry, brothers, my apologies. I really can't help it. I have my reasons. Otherwise, who would want to waste 50 points of king value during practice? He nearly let it slip. He truly has his own grievances. He must present his finest form for the photographer from Pippo Sports to capture, subsequently transmitting it back to his homeland, allowing the fans of Longwood to behold. Only in this manner can he garner the attention of domestic supporters. Coupled with the insightful commentary following the match, it will ultimately attract the interest of national sports manufacturers. Then, just 2 days later, comes the pinnacle clash with Liverpool. As long as he performs flawlessly in that match, once again playing the role of the pivotal figure, he will undoubtedly achieve his first commercial endorsement within the stipulated time frame. He certainly aspires to secure a higher endorsement fee. However, monetary value is not the sole consideration. For instance, the firm he previously engaged with is one he adamantly refuses to sign with, regardless of the compensation offered. A company that views its own compatriots as mere cash cows is hardly a conscientious enterprise. If they possess the capability to earn money from foreigners, why not? Exploiting domestic fans is not a mark of true skill. Thus, from the outset, Li Ning regarded this company as beneath him. The training match continued. Li Ning executed a dazzling maneuver, dribbling past opponents with finesse, igniting the enthusiasm of the spectators. This electrified the atmosphere of the game, intensifying the competition on the field. Damn it, you little rascal, even during training, you showcase such flair. Are we to be shameless? The defenders, led by Riley, became incensed, escalating their physicality. The collisions grew more frequent, and even the seldom-used sliding tackles made an appearance. Watch it, beat tab, you nearly clipped my ankle. Why are you being so reckless? Edoki narrowly escaped a flying tackle from beat tab during a breakthrough, barely leaping out of harm's way, and immediately felt disgruntled. What's abnormal about tackling? No one said tackling is off limits in training, so why are you complaining? Quit acting like a coward. Beat tab retorted sharply. The tension between the two rapidly escalated, prompting teammates to swiftly intervene and separate them. What's all this fuss about? It's training. A bit of physicality is expected. Sweat more in practice to bleed less in battle. However, be cautious with your feet. When it's time to hold back, you must do so. Deliberate injury is unacceptable, and kicking the ball out of frustration is out of the question. Remember, in just 2 days, we will face our strongest opponent, Liverpool, at home. I do not wish to witness any non-combat related injuries at this crucial juncture, understand? Exactly. We're all teammates. Why unleash such fury? Li Ning interjected, attempting to mediate. Come on, let us shake on it, and remain good brothers moving forward. How about that? Pinky swear, for 100 years. Li Ning approached with a grin to broker peace. Stay back. It's your fault for not adhering to the principles of the game. Using such skillful moves to mock us, igniting our tempers. And now you play the peacemaker. Beat tab, frustrated, waved his hand dismissively, muttering as he walked away. How can you blame me? Your defense is simply rife with gaps, and your marking is lax. I can't help but shine. Look, look, I've spotted another opening. Goal for Body, activate. Chapter 78. He is truly a monster. We just don't know if we can harness him. The 30-minute training match has concluded. Li Ning has displayed an unparalleled audacity, skillfully employing the techniques of the cow's tail dribble, Batistuta's goal-scoring finesse, Messi shoulder drop, and Inzaghi's astute positioning to secure 4 remarkable goals. He has truly invested all his resources. A half-hour training match cost him a staggering 200 king points. It equaled the expenses of an official game. The moment Adam blew the final whistle, several defenders, led by Egan Riley, nearly surrounded him to unleash their wrath. The spectators on the sidelines thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. Under the guidance of Old Henry, they rhythmically clapped their hands and collectively shouted the name of Li Ning. Clap, 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 Li Ning, clap, 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 Li Ning. Xiaoya nearly burst into laughter, while Li Ning was on the verge of exploding with rage. Damn it, can't you just clap a few more times? Must it be exactly 3? On the sidelines, Jean Bujuan's eyes nearly popped out, almost dislodging his glasses. Goodness, this is simply astonishing. Such a plethora of advanced scoring techniques is rarely witnessed even in first-team matches. To think that in a U18 training match, one could witness them all at once. The most remarkable part is that it was accomplished by a child from Guagua. If these precious video clips were to be sent back home, they would undoubtedly send the fans of Guagua into a frenzy. He turned his head and saw Per beside him, who was incessantly wiping the sweat from his forehead. Goodness, this young rascal has no regard for my dignity. Ha ha, Mr. Per, we previously only knew your brother Pep as a person of sound principles, but who would have thought you two possessed such a humble disposition? Ah? What did you say? You see, your brother, Mr. Pep Guardiola, speaks with utmost integrity whenever discussing the Kosovo War, the Iraq War, or Catalan independence. Many fans in our Dragon Nation believe that if he ventured into politics, he would make a commendable politician. Yet, I am taken aback to discover your own modesty, claiming that Li Ning rarely scores in training. Oh dear, to be so successful yet so unassuming is indeed a rarity. Per wore a mournful expression, caught between laughter and tears. Modest, my foot. Well, Mr. Per, we initially intended to interview Mr. Li Ning as well. However, today's training session was simply too remarkable. I must return immediately to edit the footage and ensure the fans in Dragon Nation can witness it as soon as possible. I believe they will be utterly thrilled to see such a star emerge from our country. By the way, Mr. Li Ning's earlier remarks were quite astute. I now firmly believe that our esteemed owner at Pippo Sports will indeed broadcast your matches. After saying this, he hurriedly departed the training ground with his camera crew, barely pausing to bid farewell to Li Ning. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something important. He turned and shouted to Xiaoya and Per. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, I will personally provide commentary. Li Ning, grimacing, walked to the sidelines, muttering under his breath. Goodness, these fellows seem genuinely desperate. They are kicking me so painfully. Xiaoya, come and rub my sore backside. It must be bruised. Ouch. As his words hung in the air, Xiaoya had already left a profound mark upon his shoulder. I remarked, Xiaoya, could you not embody the elegance of your name? Why resort to such force at the slightest disagreement? You are, after all, the life assistant assigned to me by the club. Should you not oversee my daily affairs? Suddenly glancing around, I wondered aloud, where have old James and the others gone? They could hardly wait to bid you farewell and hurried back to headquarters to produce the program. Old James mentioned that they wish to showcase your splendid performance to the fans of Guagua as soon as possible. By the way, he also mentioned that Pippo Sports will undoubtedly broadcast the upcoming match against Liverpool, and he intends to commentate personally. Li Ning chuckled. Haha, just now, during a training match, I expended 200 points of my King of Balls value, but it was a significant investment. Now, at long last, I have received a colossal, magnificent surprise. That evening, in Soriano's office, Soriano, Begiristan, and Guardiola, the triumvirate gathered. The large screen displayed footage from the U18 training match earlier that day. They have watched it 3 times without blinking. Finally, Soriano turned off the projector, and the 3 giants exchanged glances. Pep, why don't you share your thoughts? Among the 3 of us, you have collaborated with the most superstars. Guardiola, habitually biting his right thumbnail, stared ahead with his deep brown eyes, gazing vacantly into the distance. After a long pause, he finally spoke. To be frank, this kid genuinely terrifies me. Terrifies? This peculiar choice of words prompted both giants to echo in unison. Indeed, I cannot think of a more fitting term. Guardiola took a sip of water, continued. You are aware that I have indeed worked with many superstars. I have previously stated that in terms of achievements, no one can rival Messi. I have also proclaimed that Lam is the best player I have ever collaborated with. Furthermore, I have remarked that Foden possesses the greatest talent I have ever encountered. Yet, this individual from the Dragon Kingdom, Li Ning, has accomplished what none of those three could achieve collectively. Without delving too far back, let us consider today's match. Although I have watched it 3 times, I still cannot believe that these 4 distinctly styled goals were scored by the same player, and within just half an hour. Regarding these 4 goals, it is not merely that Raheem and the others failed to stop them. Even our newly signed Ruben Dias or Liverpool's Van Dijk might struggle to contain him. What more can I say about such a player, other than that he is terrifying? Luck, of course, is something to mention, because you should be thankful that he is on our side. I am the one who should feel uneasy. I should be the one to exclaim terrifying. Soriano bellowed. Why? Why do you find it terrifying? Ah, Pep, you focus solely on training every day. You might be unaware of many things. This kid's mind is brimming with imaginative ideas. He has new concepts almost every day. A few days ago, it seems your brother was helping him negotiate an endorsement deal with a sports company from the Dragon Kingdom. Per even came to consult me about whether seeking personal sponsorships beyond Puma for U18 players would breach any contracts. But somehow, this matter was exposed by a Dragon Kingdom media outlet called Understanding Football. This morning, a photography team from the Dragon Kingdom arrived. Apparently from a video streaming site called Pippo Sports, specifically to create a personal album for Li Ning. With this kid's relentless antics, I truly cannot fathom what he is trying to achieve. Do you believe he is intentionally stirring things up? Guardiola asked, perplexed. Pep, think about it. How could his quest for personal endorsements and negotiations remain under wraps? It must have been deliberately leaked. As for the purpose, it is undoubtedly to inflate his market value and seek a higher endorsement fee. One might say, what cunning lies within an 18-year-old? As I anticipate a prolonged association with him, should I not find this rather daunting? Before Guardiola could utter a word, Begiristain took the initiative to speak. From a competitive standpoint, Pep ought to feel fortunate. However, from a commercial perspective, Soriano should indeed be apprehensive. He succinctly encapsulated the situation. Yet, to my surprise, Guardiola shook his head and replied with a wry smile. I fear it may not be so straightforward. Although he is currently one of our players, the contract stipulates a mere buyout clause of €1 million. If his performance continues to ascend at this pace, it may become increasingly difficult to discern whether he is friend or foe within just half a season. Upon this utterance, the trio of executives fell into a profound silence. Chapter 79. All is prepared, awaiting my conquest of the Red Army. Liverpool. The situation is progressing remarkably well, unfolding seamlessly according to Li Ning's meticulous vision. The astonished Jean Boudjouin swiftly produced a captivating special program that left a lasting impression. A young prodigy from the Dragon Kingdom ventures into Britain, conquering 2 towns. Who dares to challenge him? The mere title of the program is enough to capture attention. Furthermore, the content is rich with substance. Old Jean meticulously selected clips of Li Ning's performances from the first 2 matches at Manchester City, intertwining them with highlights from today's training match, followed by a precise edit. The final touch included his poignant narration and exhilarating background music. Upon completion, the program resembled an electrifying classic blockbuster. Teacher Jean, what background music should we choose? Naturally, it must be from a Hollywood blockbuster. Which one? Armageddon? Transformers? Goodness, it has to be Pirates of the Caribbean. Dear viewers, in this episode, we invite you to the British Isles, to the historic industrial city of Manchester. Here resides an obscure young lad from the Dragon Kingdom. He traversed through thorns and brambles, astride a noble steed, wielding a silver lance, akin to Captain Jack with his leather hat and rugged beard. Crossing the vast expanse of the English Channel, alone, he dared to confront a multitude of formidable adversaries. With 2 goals and 1 assist, he brought down the city rival, Manchester United. With 2 goals and 2 assists, he brought shame upon the illustrious youth training powerhouse, the Hammers, on their home turf. Even in the presence of his own teammates, his relentless ambition for victory showed no signs of abating. He is akin to a bloodthirsty beast, with the opponent's goal serving as his ultimate objective. He is akin to a cold-blooded swordsman, each strike aimed directly at his opponent's throat. He is the star of this episode, the young talent Li Ning from the Dragon Kingdom. With stirring commentary, exhilarating music, and exquisite editing, Li Ning truly resembles a formidable beast on the football field. instilling fear in every opponent who dares to obstruct him. Following its broadcast on Pippo Sports, the program immediately garnered an enthusiastic response from fans across the Dragon Kingdom. Little did they expect that across the vast ocean, a young lad from the Dragon Kingdom was embarking on a journey to conquer the British Isles. Moreover, he was already making remarkable strides. This was certainly far more exhilarating than watching the martial arts king languish on the sidelines. That very evening, fan organizations from 17 provinces submitted petitions, urging Pippo Sports to promptly acquire the live broadcast rights for matches featuring Li Ning. Meanwhile, the astute commentator Hu Kong was also fanning the flames of excitement. He extolled Li Ning's prominence in the UK to an extravagant degree, as if the player were on the cusp of joining Guardiola's first team to compete in the Premier League. Concurrently, he diligently reported that Manchester City had included his jersey in their fan shop. This is indeed a significant event. It marks the first instance in the club's history of officially selling the jersey of a certified U18 player. In no time, fans from the Dragon Kingdom overwhelmed Manchester City's official merchandise website, leaving the club somewhat flabbergasted. Several of the largest sports goods manufacturers in the Dragon Kingdom also took notice and sprang into action. They hurriedly contacted their offices in Europe, urging swift communication with Li Ning's agent in an effort to secure this hot commodity. They are well aware of the fervent enthusiasm of Dragon Country fans for idolizing stars. If Li Ning truly possesses the potential to become a superstar, then no matter how much is spent on endorsement fees, it will undoubtedly be worth it. Li Ning. It's settled. It's settled. Pep Guardiola rushed into Li Ning's dormitory, eager to share the thrilling news he had just received. Ouch, could you please be gentler? That really hurts, came the voice of Xiaoya. I'm being gentle. Just bear with it for a moment. It won't hurt for long. This was Li Ning's voice. Ouch. I already told you to be lighter. Do you even know what you're doing? I'm bleeding. I won't do it anymore. So annoying. Pep was bewildered. What on earth? Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? How could I have barged in without knocking? What if I see something I shouldn't see? Is it too late to leave? Just as he was caught in this dilemma, Li Ning spoke again. Can you endure for just one more minute? Just a minute. I can see the splinter. If I dig a bit more, it should come out. In such sweltering heat, if the splinter remains in the fingertip, it could easily lead to inflammation. Oh right. Pep, you rushed in here all excited. Why have you stopped? Is there more good news to share? What? Oh, it turns out you were just removing a splinter. Of course. What did you think? I didn't think anything. Oh, by the way, I just received news from the press officer, Luowan, that Pippo Sports has officially secured the exclusive broadcasting rights for Manchester City's U18 matches in Dragon Country this season. Your plan has taken a significant step forward. Li Ning grinned. Is it for the entire season? Of course. Or would they acquire half a season? Well, true. They can't just buy rights for half a season. Anyway, even if it's only for 2 months, they won't be at a loss. Pep was utterly confused. What are you saying? I can't understand a word. It's nothing. By the way, did you rush over just to tell me this one piece of news? Of course not. Today, 2 sports equipment manufacturers from Dragon Country contacted me, hoping to have you as their product spokesperson. Which 2? One is Hongyunerg, and the other is in Kai. They all reached out to me through their respective companies' European offices, expressing their willingness to come to Manchester for discussions at any time. What do you think? Shall we meet? Of course, we must meet. But not just yet. When then? Certainly after the match against Liverpool. Isn't that tomorrow? Indeed. All my prior arrangements have merely been a prelude. The true climax lies in tomorrow's game. As long as I perform exceptionally well and dominate the field as I did in the previous 2 matches, the groundwork I have laid will culminate in a geometric magnitude of impact. Not merely one endorsement, but potentially countless opportunities. However, what if your performance fails to meet expectations? Football is unpredictable. Once on the pitch, circumstances can shift dramatically. You are aware that ever since Klopp took the helm at Liverpool, the team has undergone a complete transformation. They not only made consecutive appearances in the Champions League finals, clinching the title once, but also achieved the remarkable feat of winning the Premier League for the first time in history. This year, they are indeed the reigning champions of the league. Furthermore, their youth training capabilities have always been robust, and they have now advanced further, consistently supplying talent to the first team. How confident are you in facing them? Li Ning understands that Pear is correct. The dynamics of a football match can change in an instant. Even the formidable Messi and Ronaldo cannot guarantee extraordinary performances in every game. Nevertheless, in pursuit of fulfilling the system's objectives, he must give it his all. Chapter 80. The clash of red and blue is imminent. The outcome does not solely depend on the pitch, it can also be determined on the road. The long-awaited showdown is about to commence, following a series of remarkable maneuvers by Li Ning over the past 2 weeks. The U18 Premier League has garnered the highest attention in its history. The highlight of this round is a clash akin to a volcanic eruption colliding with the earth. Manchester City hosts Liverpool. Since the German Klopp and the Spaniard Guardiola took the reins of their respective teams, the dynamics of the Premier League have undergone a notable transformation. The once coveted red rivalry, which captivated all of England and even Europe, has now lost its former allure. The once dreaded Red Devils of Manchester United have visibly declined since the retirement of the legendary Sir Alex Ferguson. In the red rivalry, if Manchester United adopts a defensive stance to secure a lackluster draw, it would be considered a commendable outcome. Should they seize an opportunity for a surprise victory, it would be regarded as a significant upset. Similarly, the debate over whether Manchester is red or blue has largely devolved into mere sensationalism. After Guardiola completed his adaptation period in Manchester City, the Guardiola-style City has officially set sail. They not only achieved an unprecedented percentage of victories, but also established an overwhelming dominance over their city rivals, Manchester United. In the current landscape of the English Premier League, the so-called rivalry between the red and blue teams has transformed into a contest primarily between Manchester City and Liverpool. The powerful clash between both teams extends beyond the Premier League to various youth levels. Today's U18 match is but one chapter in this ongoing saga. Situated in the northwest of England, Manchester and Liverpool are a mere 55 kilometers apart, roughly a 40-minute drive. The match is scheduled to commence at 4:30 p.m. and Liverpool's team bus arrived at the Etihad Stadium 2.5 hours in advance, underscoring their utmost seriousness regarding today's encounter. Unexpectedly, Vichins also opted to arrive at the stadium at the same time. A lively skirmish ensued between the bus drivers at the entrance of the stadium. I should go first. Why should you go first? I should go first. I am the guest, and it is only proper that I take precedence. I am the host. Do you not understand that guests follow the host's lead? I should definitely go first. Damn it. How about we settle this with rock, paper, scissors? Best 2 out of 3. Neither driver yielded, resulting in both buses becoming wedged at the entrance of the passage. Hundreds of Manchester City fans, who had arrived early, witnessed this spectacle and erupted into laughter. They clapped their hands, whistled, and showered the Liverpool bus with jeers. Sky Sports, with its ample resources, dispatched a formidable broadcasting team for this match. One of the teams was designated to capture the player's entrance. Thus, they fortuitously documented this exceedingly rare scene. Greetings, esteemed viewers. I am Rachel, the on-site reporter for Sky Sports. We are currently stationed at the vehicle entrance of the Etihad Stadium, bringing you live coverage of both teams' arrival. Today, you are in for a treat, as we have witnessed an absolutely extraordinary moment. The buses of Liverpool and Manchester City have arrived simultaneously at the stadium, and a dispute has arisen over who should enter first, resulting in a blockage at the entrance. From my vantage point, it appears that the drivers of both buses are deliberating whether to resolve their disagreement with a game of rock, paper, scissors. However, my photographer has reminded me that they might also consider settling it with a coin toss. We will continue to provide updates on how this situation unfolds. On the bus, Li Ning watched the scene before him, chuckling heartily. What a hilarious predicament. It's no big deal. They could simply yield a little to one another. Why the stubbornness? The two head coaches should step in and say something. They talk about gentlemanly conduct, yet here we are. Haha, but you wouldn't understand. In England, many coaches are quite superstitious and adhere to various taboos. For instance, they might believe that wearing a certain outfit increases their chances of winning, or that a particular tie color brings good fortune. Perhaps both coaches think that conceding an inch before stepping onto the pitch would be inauspicious. Besides, our coach, Vicente, is Spanish, while Liverpool's coach, Levitas, is Portuguese. They might not care much for gentlemanly decorum. Ha ha ha. Hello, esteemed viewers. I am Rachel, the on-site reporter for Sky Sports, and I am currently at the bus entrance of the Etihad Stadium, providing you with continuous coverage. We observe that both buses have simultaneously opened their doors. The head coaches Vicente and Levitas have emerged from their respective buses. Finally, it seems they are embodying gentlemanly conduct, ready to greet one another amicably. Oh wait. The two coaches are energetically gesticulating towards one another, their voices raised in animated discussion, appearing quite agitated. Look quickly. Both assistant coaches have disembarked, as well as the fitness trainers. What on earth is happening? Why are all the players getting off the buses? Are they intending to walk into the stadium? The crowd erupted in excitement, each face alight with joy. Due to the proximity of Manchester and Liverpool, a number of Liverpool fans gathered at the scene. The supporters of both teams appeared to find the current spectacle quite amusing, singing their respective fan songs while clapping and laughing heartily. At least from the present situation. It seemed that the atmosphere was truly harmonious among the fans. Li Ning disembarked with the crowd, upon witnessing the jubilant antics of the fans flanking the corridor. He could not contain himself and burst into laughter, pulling Xiaoya along. Wow, Xiaoya's hands are so fragrant and soft. Ha ha, Xiaoya. What on earth is going on? Not only have I never seen this, but I haven't even heard of it. Such remarkable teams. Yet they are forced to walk into the venue due to a bus blocking the way. Ha ha ha, this is simply hilarious. Xiaoya also found it amusing and momentarily failed to realize that Li Ning was still holding her hand. Haha, indeed. It seems there's a media camera nearby recording. If this gets broadcasted, it would surely become a topic of conversation. Just then, Charles caught up from behind. Hee, speaking of conversation starters. If the Sky Sports cameraman captures you two holding hands, wouldn't that also become quite a topic? Charles, with his lively personality, has always been the jokester of the team. Only then did Xiaoya notice that Li Ning had been holding her hand all along. A blush crept across her face as she tried to free her hand and quickened her pace to move ahead. Charles, your eyes are remarkably sharp. If you could find openings on the field with such acuity, you could easily score at least 40 goals in a season. Li Ning gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing he could kick Charles back onto the bus. Chapter 81. The first starting appearance of my professional career, Liverpool is the best opponent in the Etihad home locker room. Adam and Smith pulled and pushed their head coach, Vincent, to the locker room door, forcefully shoving him inside. Don't push me, don't push me. That damned Levitas. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know the wrath of a king. How dare he bully us right at our doorstep? Doesn't he understand that a strong dragon does not oppress the local snake? Doesn't he know that guests should respect the host? Making me walk so far without giving way, look at all this what I've worked up. Forget it, this guy is notoriously superstitious. He probably thinks that if he gives way to us outside the bus, it won't bode well for him on the field. Humph. As if he'll have a good outcome by not yielding to us. Does he believe that after securing their inaugural Premier League title last year, he is entitled to challenge me? This is merely the U18 League, not the Premier League. Let us be clear. In this tournament, I am the reigning champion. All right. Let us calm down. It's time to announce the starting lineup. Indeed. Goodness, that scoundrel has left me flustered. Everyone, please settle down. That little interlude just illustrates how much those Liverpool rascals deserve a good thrashing. Let us not allow this incident to dampen our spirits. Consider the extra distance we've walked as a warm-up. Anyone harboring grievances should take it out on them in the match. Ha ha ha, we bear no ill will. And if we did, it certainly wouldn't surpass yours. Now, I shall reveal today's starting lineup. This is the main event. The locker room fell silent instantly. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the starting list in Vincent's hands. Today's adversary is no ordinary opponent. Liverpool, one of the most successful teams in the history of English football. Since the German tactician Klopp took the helm, they have embarked on a visibly remarkable resurgence. Particularly after the shrewd Barcelona lured away Brazilian Coutinho for a staggering $135 million during the winter transfer window of 2018. The astute German utilized these funds to execute two impeccable transactions. First, he acquired Dutch defender Van Dijk in January 2018. Following Karius's catastrophic blunder in the Champions League final, which directly led to their loss, he secured Brazilian goalkeeper Alisson in July 2018. Thus, the puzzle of revival was completely assembled. That season, they reached the Champions League final once more and triumphantly lifted the coveted trophy. The following year, they claimed the English top-flight title after a 30-year hiatus. This marked their first Premier League championship, welcoming such a formidable team at home today. The players selected to start undoubtedly reflect their standing in the eyes of the coach and the team. Hence, every player listened intently, eyes wide and breaths held. Goalkeeper Slick. Left back Wilson Asplund. Right back Juan Larios. Left center back Beat Tab. Right center back Egan Riley. The defensive lineup remains unchanged from the previous two matches. Left winger Bob. Right winger Aducci. Center forward Bluff. The forward line mirrors that of the last two matches as well. Defensive midfielder Lavia. Right midfielder Hamilton. Goodness. These two positions are also identical to the prior games. Now, Only the left-winger position remains. Could it possibly be the same as the previous matches? The players whose names were not called were brimming with tension. Only Li Ning remained as calm as a still lake. Left-winger Li Ning. As Vichand announced the final name, a ripple of excitement swept through the locker room. Everyone gathered to congratulate Li Ning on his first starting opportunity since joining Manchester City. Even Charles, who had lost his position, bumped shoulders with Li Ning and sincerely remarked, "Congratulations, brother, this is truly well-deserved." Li Ning could genuinely sense Charles's sincerity. And without any pretense, he simply smiled broadly. The bond between good friends often speaks volumes without the need for words. "Listen up," Vicens resumed, his demeanor and tone turning grave. "The adversary you are about to face today is undoubtedly the strongest you have encountered this season. Though they may not appear as formidable as their first team, I assure you, their personnel and tactics have significantly improved this season. Do not let your guard down." While we have secured victories in our previous 2 matches, the journey was far from smooth, and we were the ones to concede first. Remember, we must not allow ourselves to fall behind today. Trust me, Liverpool is not a team that offers plentiful chances to rectify mistakes. In today's match, every one of you must exert 150 effort and embody that spirit. On the field, you must run more than usual and sacrifice more than you typically would. Engage in off-the-ball movements to create opportunities for your teammates. Should a teammate lose their position, be prepared to exhaust your energy to cover for them. When attacking, remember to stretch the play wide and fully exploit the width of the pitch to draw apart the opponent's defense. On defense, be mindful of positional transitions. Especially when our fullbacks advance to assist, the defensive midfielder and the same-side center-back must remain vigilant in providing cover. Because, like us, Liverpool is a team that excels at exploiting the flanks. At this juncture, he paused, casting a glance in Li Ning's direction. He remained silent for a considerable time, clearly indicating that the subsequent statement required him to summon immense resolve. In today's match, Li Ning is to be the X-factor in the team's offensive strategy. A mere phrase incited a subtle stir among the team. What exactly is the X-factor? Is it the core of the offense? Previously, the team's midfield and front lines operated on a dual-core system, with McCarthy spearheading the attack and Lavia anchoring the defense. In terms of offensive strategy, Lavia primarily orchestrated the broader tactical direction, while McCarthy was responsible for the final execution and organization of the tactics. What does this X-factor signify? Lavia. In the last 2 matches, the burden upon you has been excessively heavy, tasked with both sweeping and intercepting in midfield as well as orchestrating forward movements. Conceding the first goal in 2 consecutive matches is largely attributed to your divided focus on offensive organization. In this match, concentrate your efforts on defense, sweep in midfield, provide support on the flanks, and form a barrier in front of the 2 center-backs. In terms of offense, you need only to facilitate the broader tactical movements without delving too deeply into the attack. Once the ball reaches the attacking third, everyone should observe Li Ning's actions and respond accordingly. Should he choose to break through individually, other players must make off-the-ball runs to create space for him. If he opts to organize the attack, the other players must be ready to support, creating a multi-pronged offensive strategy. Remember, seize every opportunity, for the opponent will not afford you many chances. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Isn't this precisely the tactical position McCarthy once held? Why the need for the term X-factor? Is it merely an attempt to introduce something novel? The reason Li Ning is referred to as the X-factor in the offensive unit is due to his current inconsistency in performance. Although he possesses finishing and assisting capabilities, he tends to lose the ball when not in form, a fact that still cannot be compared to McCarthy's earlier prowess. Therefore, once Li Ning receives the ball, the nearby defenders must be vigilant with their positioning and provide him with adequate protection. Bear in mind that Li Ning has only recently joined the team and is not yet fully acquainted with our tactical philosophy. Thus, in this match, he shall function as a free agent in the front line, unbound by tactical discipline, while others must provide support and cover. Do you understand? Understood. The team responded in unison. Only Li Ning smirked slightly, muttering, "You underestimate me." Chapter 82. Soaring popularity attracts numerous fans. Liverpool as the ultimate touchstone. Li Ning finally donned the main squad's warm-up gear, standing on the lush grass of the Etihad for the first time. As he and his teammates appeared, the fans in the stands erupted in a considerable commotion. The die-hard supporters in the South Stand, 1894 GR0U, were undoubtedly the driving force behind the excitement, with the venerable Henry at the forefront. Did you see that? My future son-in-law is wearing the light blue warm-up gear that symbolizes a main player today. What was I saying earlier? I had a feeling that with his current exceptional form and immense popularity, it would be inconceivable for Vicenz not to grant him a starting position. Before I stepped out, I informed my daughter that if Li Ning were to secure another MVP today, her weight loss goal for the following week would be set at shedding 2 kilograms. Oh, dear Henry, why do you seem to grow bolder with age? Li Ning has openly stated that the lovely Xiaoya is his type. Do not harbor such futile fantasies. Why do you persist in this delusion? Indeed, no matter how much your daughter attempts to slim down, can she ever possess Xiaoya's figure or grace? You should focus on watching the game and refrain from coveting what is beyond your reach. Will you all kindly be silent? When has Li Ning ever claimed that Xiaoya is his type? When has Xiaoya ever acknowledged any interest in Li Ning? Accusing me, old Henry, of coveting unattainable beauty? It seems you are the ones misinterpreting the situation. Ah, I see. You must be envious and resentful. Envious of my daughter, while you have none. However, even if you strive now, it is surely too late. Moreover, whether you possess that capability is uncertain. Haraha. While old Henry and his companions engage in their spirited banter, many other fans are extending their congratulations to Li Ning for his inaugural start in a more conventional manner. In the stands, numerous fans don jerseys emblazoned with the number 22, loudly cheering for Li Ning. I am astounded by how many have purchased my jersey. Soriano is bound to make a considerable profit. Yet, this has nothing to do with me at all. It is utterly absurd. Woe is me. We have but one Earth. Let us cherish our planet. There is only one Li Ning on this Earth. Let us protect Li Ning. Vicenz coined this golden phrase during the press conference following the last match, seemingly earning the admiration of the fans. They astonishingly transformed this phrase into a song. Each time Li Ning made contact with the ball during warm-up, the fans would resoundingly chant, creating an exhilarating atmosphere. Li Ning, keep going. Li Ning, keep going. Li Ning, look this way. Li Ning, look this way. Suddenly, Li Ning was enveloped by a chorus of dragon-like cheers. Upon hearing the commotion, he turned to discover over 100 fervent supporters from Guagua occupying the stands. What could have prompted such a gathering? It became evident that following Li Ning's pivotal performance in the initial 2 matches, the local Manchester media had devoted considerable coverage to him. Recently, the robust involvement of Pippo Sports and Dong Chio-ho has ignited a fervor among the Guagua international students. Today, these 150 students have journeyed from various educational institutions across the UK solely to rally behind Li Ning. As the saying goes, when compatriots meet, tears of joy are shed. Witnessing so many familiar faces in the stands, accompanied by cheers in the Guagua tongue and banners inscribed in their native language, Li Ning's spirits soared with excitement. He waved toward the stands occupied by the international students from Guagua, seemingly assuring everyone, "Rest assured, you shall witness an extraordinary spectacle shortly." The television broadcasting booth today was abuzz with excitement. Besides the major broadcasting organizations from the UK and Europe, the most striking presence came from Guagua's sports video giant, Pippo Sports. They finalized the signing a day before the match, ultimately securing the exclusive broadcasting rights for the remaining fixtures of Manchester City's U18 team within the borders of Guagua for this season. They firmly believe that this astute contract will undoubtedly yield substantial returns. Today, seated in their broadcasting booth is none other than the esteemed Jean Bujuan, who recently conducted an in-depth report on Li Ning. Greetings to all our viewers from the Dragon Nation. I am your old friend, Jean Bujuan. Today marks a momentous occasion in the annals of our PP Sports, as I am about to present to you a live broadcast of an English Premier League U18 match. Just a week ago, it would have been unimaginable for anyone to anticipate that PP Sports would air a match of such caliber. However, everything changed due to a young prodigy from the Dragon Nation named Li Ning. In the initial 2 rounds of the U18 League, he has emerged as a remarkable talent, consistently proving to be the pivotal player and earning the title of most valuable player in both matches. Furthermore, through the special feature we created for him, his popularity within the realm of Guagua continues to soar. Today, Manchester City's U18 team is set to face a formidable adversary in Liverpool U18, regarded as their most significant hurdle on the path to defending their title this season. In such a crucial match, the head coach of Manchester City, Vicenz, has chosen to start Li Ning, a decision that underscores the esteem in which he holds the young player. I believe that if Li Ning can deliver another outstanding performance today, he will not only solidify his position within the team, but will also witness a meteoric rise in his popularity among fans in Guagua. Simultaneously, in the Sky Sports studio, 2 prominent figures are engaged in a lively discussion regarding Li Ning's starting role. Jamie, Vichens's decision to start Li Ning today should not come as a surprise to anyone, right? Indeed, it is hardly unexpected. After all, his performances in the previous 2 matches have been nothing short of extraordinary. It would be unreasonable to keep a player who has been named the best in consecutive matches on the bench. However, today's opponent is certainly not to be underestimated. Liverpool U18 is determined to compete fiercely for the championship, a sentiment they expressed prior to the season's commencement. Facing such a strong rival, Li Ning's relative lack of experience may pose a concern. Absolutely. Additionally, he has come off the bench in the previous 2 matches, and today he faces the challenge of starting. The question of how he will perform in terms of stamina remains uncertain. Indeed, today, we can observe that 100 or 200 Guagua international students have gathered at the venue, undoubtedly there to cheer for Li Ning. It appears he is beginning to establish himself as a somewhat prominent star. Indeed, just look at how many fans are donning the number 22 jersey. Clearly, he has become a focal point for development within Manchester City's hierarchy. If this is the case, then Liverpool will undoubtedly serve as an excellent litmus test for him. His previous performance was either a fleeting moment or a true indication of his potential to become a star player. The conclusion should emerge after today's match. Indeed, with just 30 minutes remaining until the match officially commences, let us await the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 83. The home atmosphere is electrifying. Yet steadfastness is the true path the match is finally set to begin. Li Ning trails behind his teammates as they ascend from the locker room into the players' tunnel. The Etihad Stadium's tunnel is low and narrow, imparting an indescribable sense of pressure as they walk through. At the tunnel's end lie 39 ascending steps, leading the players upward into the arena. With each step, the view widens, and the noise within the stadium becomes increasingly vivid. It feels akin to a gladiator entering the Colosseum of ancient Rome. The DJ is announcing the lineup of both teams through the loudspeakers. First, the players of the visiting team: goalkeeper number 99, Oscar Kelly. Boo. Number 63, Owen Beck. Boo. Number 57, Clayton. Boo. With each name called, the Blue Moon fans erupt in a chorus of boos. This is a common feature across all leagues. Any visiting team faces such treatment in any away game. However, due to the proximity of Manchester and Liverpool, just 55 kilometers apart, 600 away fans have made the trip. Although they pale in comparison to the home crowd of 20,000, they remain undeterred. As the Liverpool players are introduced, their supporters bravely raise their voices in song, defiantly singing "You'll Never Walk Alone" amidst the cacophony of boos from the Blue Moon fans. At Anfield, prior to home matches, fans join in song to the rhythm of the music. The resonance of their voices is deafening and impassioned. At this moment, a few hundred fans singing together naturally lacks the same impact. Nevertheless, their courage to stand firm against 20,000 rivals is commendable. Now it is time for the introduction of the home team players. Number 84, Skelly. Hooray. Number 79, Beat Tap. Hooray. Number 99, Juan Larios. Hooray. Number 97, Wilson Ashbrand. Hooray. Number 80, Egan Riley. Hooray. Number 92, Hamilton. Hooray. Number 90, Lavia. Hooray. Number 53, Edoki. Hooray. Number 52, Bob. Hooray. Number 47, Bluff. Hooray. Only one name remains. The DJ deliberately elongated the sound, emitting an impassioned roar. Number 22, Li Ning. The crowd of 20,000 Manchester City fans erupted into a thunderous cheer. The players from both teams lined up, ready to be photographed and recorded by the media. Li Ning stood tall, his chest out and head held high, exhilarated by the cameras before him. Just a month ago, he was merely a dream-chasing youth who had crossed oceans with an uncertain future ahead. Yet now, he stands on the hallowed grass of the Etihad, receiving the adoration and applause of thousands of fans. However, he understands that his story is only just beginning. Given the divine favor that is bestowed upon him this extraordinary opportunity, he is determined not to squander it. He must embark on his own era across the ocean. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon who was fervently capturing moments with his camera not far in front of him. Aha! Hukin has performed admirably this time after understanding the game. If he truly succeeds in fulfilling the system's task, then he certainly deserves some credit. With this thought, he discreetly raised his right hand and signaled a OK gesture towards Kansas. His action was perfectly captured by the chief cameraman and broadcasted to the audience. The fans present erupted into a thunderous cheer upon witnessing the scene on the large screen. Look, my future son-in-law is signaling to me. It was evident that he aimed to reassure me he would undoubtedly become my son-in-law. Old Henry in the south stand reached a euphoric peak, unable to contain his excitement. The captains of both teams approached each other at the referee's behest to decide the side. For this match, Liverpool's on-field captain was the central defender Quansah, while Manchester City's was the defensive midfielder Lavia. The esteemed referee for this encounter was the renowned Premier League official, Oliver, one of the illustrious Fantastic Four. When the referee's name was announced, the Manchester City camp erupted in uproar. In the 12th round of last season's Premier League, Liverpool triumphed over Manchester City with a score of 3-1 at home, amidst 3 highly controversial decisions, all unfavorably impacting Manchester City. The match faced severe criticism from City fans. Notably, the referee at that time was none other than the Blind Knight Oliver from the Fantastic Four. With Oliver once again officiating this match, what could it possibly signify? After the coin toss, Liverpool was granted the kickoff. With the referee's whistle, the highly anticipated clash of red and blue commenced. Liverpool's striker O'Rourke passed the ball back to defensive midfielder Dixon Bonner, who, along with the 2 wingers, advanced into Manchester City's half. The 2 fullbacks moved up near the midfield, while Dixon Bonner retreated to orchestrate the attack in front of the 2 centre-backs, forming a remarkably compact defensive formation. Like the U18 counterparts, Liverpool's first team operated in a 4-3-3 attacking formation. Meanwhile, on the Manchester City side, under the clear instructions from Vicens to prioritize a solid defense and avoid conceding, the team did not press high immediately, but instead maintained stable defensive positions. Only when Liverpool advanced through the midfield did they collectively launch a fierce counter-press. Thus, the first 5 minutes of the match passed without incident, with both sides primarily engaging in cautious probing. Li Ning in the midfield was also not in a hurry to showcase his abilities. Although he possesses a system, he is not so arrogant as to lose himself in hubris. He understood that even the most extraordinary talents could not guarantee a goal or an assist in every match, especially considering this was merely his first starting appearance. Thus, in the initial phase of the game, he, like his teammates, focused on maintaining his position and ensuring no mistakes were made. Through vigorous pressing and diligent running, he gradually found his rhythm. The trust his teammates placed in him was unmistakable. Whenever he created space or positioned himself appropriately, the ball would invariably find its way to him. Even if he struggled to locate a promising breakthrough or a threatening pass initially, engaging in several simple lateral or backward passes could swiftly help him regain his touch. As the match progressed, the atmosphere seemed somewhat subdued. Yet, in such tranquility, the potential for an explosive moment lingered. Indeed, in the 12th minute of the first half, Manchester City finally seized a significant opportunity. Liverpool initiated an attack from midfield, with defensive midfielder Dixon Bonner attempting a ground pass to forward Waltman. Egan Riley, observing meticulously, anticipated Dixon Bonner's intention and stepped in front of Waltman to intercept the ball. This presented a prime opportunity for a counterattack. Without hesitation, Egan Riley executed a direct pass to Lavia, who, likewise, wasted no time in sending the ball to right midfielder Hamilton. With 2 swift passes, the ball formed a triangle and immediately breached Liverpool's first line of defense. Remarkable. Up until this point, Manchester City had played cautiously, maintaining a deliberate pace in their game, clearly adhering to pre-match tactical arrangements. However, this sudden acceleration revealed their sharpness, tearing through Liverpool's left midfield. In the Sky Sports studio, Gary Neville erupted with excitement at the emergence of this opportunity, while Carragher shot him a stern glare, remaining silent but intently observing the unfolding situation. In the Pippo Sports commentary booth, commentator Jean Boudjouin could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Dear viewers, as you know, I have always been a Liverpool fan. Yet today, I find myself in a perplexing position, unsure of whom to support. This is indeed a colossal dilemma. As he spoke, the dynamics on the field continued to evolve. Hamilton received the ball on the right, while his right winger, Adoki, sprinted down the sideline towards the byline. Liverpool's left back, Norris, followed closely, creating a widening gap between him and the left centre-back, Quansah. Although Manchester City's striker Braff may lack the physical robustness of his predecessor Delap, who excelled at holding up play and creating opportunities for teammates, his agility and mobility are truly exceptional, with positioning being his forte. Upon noticing the gap created by Adichie, he swiftly darted into that space to demand the ball. If his marker, Quansah, fails to follow, Hamilton can directly pass the ball to him, enabling him to exploit that opening along the flank and surge into the penalty area. Consequently, Quansah is compelled to shift left, shadowing Braff closely. This movement inevitably creates a void in his original position, which is precisely the opportunity that Li Ning has been eager to seize. With a deft feint to his left, Li Ning appears poised to penetrate Liverpool's defense from that side. Meanwhile, Liverpool's right centre-back, Owen Beck, initially contemplates a slight shift into the central area to cover the space left by Quancha's departure. However, upon observing Li Ning's feint, he momentarily hesitates, fearing a breakthrough from his right. In that fleeting instant, Li Ning accelerates, driving into the gap vacated by Quancha at high speed. Educhi, Braff, and Li Ning, though the movements of these three players may seem extensive, they transpired in the blink of an eye, a testament to their rigorous training and innate instincts. Look, Li Ning has carved out an excellent opening. The stands erupt with fervor from Manchester City supporters. They are seasoned fans who have been watching the game for many years, possessing observational acuity that rivals that of professional players when it comes to the dynamics on the field. Thus, they immediately discern the emergence of an opportunity. Similarly, the commentators in the broadcast booth have also recognized this chance. How splendid! Li Ning's positioning is remarkably astute, as he effortlessly leaves Liverpool's defenders trailing behind. It now hinges on whether Hamilton can spot this opening. Jean Banjun exclaimed with excitement. Of course, Hamilton can see it. Prior to the match, Vichens clearly outlined the strategy. Once the ball reaches the attacking zone, Li Ning becomes the focal point of the team's offense. Regardless of whether the ball is at his feet, he must continuously monitor his movements. Hence, Hamilton has already identified his position and is poised to deliver a pass. However, Liverpool's players are by no means to be underestimated. Their ability to anticipate the dynamics on the pitch is unparalleled, far exceeding that of ordinary teams. As soon as their defensive line encountered a crisis, Liverpool's midfielders were quick to recognize the urgency. With the gaps in the defense no longer salvageable, they promptly obstructed the passing lanes. Dixon Bonner, Liverpool's defensive midfielder, had just evaded a challenge from Lavia's pass, swiftly pivoting to position himself in Hamilton's passing route. Just as Hamilton intended to deliver a through ball to Li Ning, he discovered that the path was blocked. Frustration surged. How infuriating! Liverpool's players exhibited remarkable proficiency in positional rotation and cover, leaving him with little time for contemplation. His counterpart, left winger Thomas Hill, had already closed in to provide defensive support. A moment's hesitation would render the passing option utterly futile. Seizing the moment, Hamilton lifted his leg and instinctively executed an over-the-top diagonal pass into Liverpool's penalty area, targeting the trajectory of Li Ning's run. However, this time, it was a high ball aimed at Li Ning's head. To his surprise, why did the lad opt for a lofted pass? Li Ning's strengths lay in his footwork, while his height and jumping ability were not particularly advantageous. Indeed, one could see that his slight frame would put him at a disadvantage in aerial duels, rendering him ineffective. Yet, it appeared that Hamilton had no alternative. Dixon Bonner had effectively sealed off the route for a ground pass. As Manchester City supporters engaged in animated discussions, the ball arced gracefully through the air, heading directly towards Li Ning's head in the penalty area. Due to the elevated trajectory and slower speed of the ball, it lingered in the air, granting Liverpool's defense ample time to reposition. Quancha and Owen Beck simultaneously fixed their gaze on the landing point, converging to sandwich Li Ning in between. As they tilted their heads to track the trajectory of the ball, they adjusted their steps, poised to seize the opportune moment to leap and clear the ball from the penalty area. Alas, Liverpool's two central defenders, one robust and formidable, the other a quintessential powerhouse, loomed over Li Ning, who stood between them like a frail little chick. This opportunity was undoubtedly lost. What a pity for such an exquisite run. In the broadcasting room of Pippo Sports, Jean Banjun sighed, having already condemned this play to failure. Just then, a miracle unfolded. Li Ning, in a surprising burst of energy, leapt high during his approach. Cristiano Ronaldo's leaping prowess activated. What? He actually jumped so early. This cannot be right. He had already begun descending before the ball reached its destined point. He couldn't possibly make contact with it. Oh dear, it seems heading is truly not his forte. He might just embarrass himself. In the stands, Manchester City fans lamented in unison. What on earth is happening? To their astonishment, after leaping, Li Ning appeared to be buoyed by springs beneath his feet, soaring endlessly into the air. Higher, even higher. The heavens seemed to be his only limit. Moreover, he resembled a flying apparatus equipped with anti-gravity technology, seemingly suspended in mid-air. Meanwhile, the two Liverpool defenders were still searching for the right moment to jump. Utterly overshadowed by him and left with no space to ascend, he hovered in mid-air, awaiting the arrival of the ball. The ball's descent aligned perfectly with the apex of his jump. Ah, dear audience, allow me to demonstrate what it means to have the weight of the world upon you. A thunderous header. With a resounding thud, Li Ning made contact. Alas, What on earth is happening? It appears he miscalculated the ball's speed and trajectory. Turning his head too late, the ball did not strike his forehead, but rather landed squarely on his face. Goodness, my nose hurts. Is it bleeding? Will I be disfigured? Will Shaya find me repulsive now? Amidst his existential musings, Li Ning's body plummeted heavily to the grass below, resembling a helicopter in a catastrophic descent. Chapter 85. The Unyielding System. As I sink deeper into the quagmire of online loans. With a resounding thud, Li Ning descended like a feather falling from the sky, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the stands of Etihad Stadium. At the moment he leaped, it felt as though time had frozen. Over 20,000 pairs of eyes seemed incapable of focusing on anything else, captivated solely by his figure, akin to a blue bird soaring through the azure skies of Manchester. Everyone awaited, anticipating a moment destined to be etched into history. A header of monumental force, akin to a mountain pressing down, was on the verge of being unleashed. What in the world is this? The disparity is simply too great. I mentioned earlier that headers are not Li Ning's forte. In the live broadcast of Pippo Sports, Jean Boujouin experienced a tumultuous roller coaster of emotions. My heavens, Li Ning has leapt. Goodness, his leaping ability is truly extraordinary. He soared into the air, surpassing Liverpool's two towering central defenders. He is soaring into the sky. He continues to ascend. Oh my, this is not a football player. This is an NBA basketball player. Nothing can hinder his yearning for the heavens. No defender can impede him. The sky belongs solely to him. The ball is in flight. Li Ning is perfectly positioned at the pinnacle. He is poised to unleash a powerful strike. My heart races with anticipation. Everyone knows that I am a devoted supporter of Liverpool. Yet, why do I yearn to witness this extraordinary goal? I shall no longer feign. I adore Manchester City. And I cherish Li Ning. In this moment, I feel compelled to compose a verse, with strength that can topple mountains and spirit that surpasses the world. When the time is unfavorable, the steed does not gallop. Alas, alas, alas. I curse the day. The ball struck Li Ning's face with the force of a bullet hitting a soaring bird. It ricocheted past the goal line, while Li Ning fell heavily to the ground. This represents a monumental, egregiously low-level blunder. I can only hope that Li Ning is unharmed. On the field, the two central defenders of Liverpool exchanged glances, both experiencing a profound sense of having survived a calamity. What on earth is happening? Is this a grand reversal? When Li Ning leapt just now, he truly possessed an overwhelming might. The two defenders were so astounded that they completely forgot to contest for the jump. They neither dared nor could. They were fully prepared to serve as a backdrop akin to Evra. However, what transpired next was an astonishing 180-degree turn of events. Li Ning found himself in an awkward predicament, seemingly isolated and embarrassed, now lying on the ground, rubbing his nose. Kwanzaa and Owen Beck initially intended to celebrate with a high five to bolster each other's spirits. But suddenly, it struck them. Good grief. They almost got outmaneuvered. And here they were, ready to celebrate. Their right hands raised awkwardly in midair. They sheepishly scratched their heads and withdrew in embarrassment. Li Ning, sitting up from the ground, wore a bewildered expression. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? System, you wretched thing. I placed my utmost trust in you, intending to shine brightly before the audience. Yet you betrayed me from behind, leading me to such a grave blunder. And you dare to charge me exorbitantly. Do you possess no conscience? Does the UK have a 315 gala? I must expose you. Ding dong. System prompt. Host. The star skill you have unlocked is Cristiano Ronaldo's leap, not his heading. You have indeed jumped quite high. It is your own heading technique that is lacking. Why are you complaining here? The system has detected your unwarranted verbal assault on it, which constitutes a breach of discipline. A penalty of 1,000 points will be deducted from your king of football value. Should similar issues arise again, the system will suspend your access for 1 month. In the event of a third occurrence, the system will automatically retract privileges. As the prompt concluded, a silver flash appeared before Li Ning. A glaring line of text stood out. King of football credit value minus 2,600 points. What? Banana you. What a ridiculous system. It is far too unforgiving. Just like that, points are deducted. I had just repaid a loan of 800 king of football points, managing to shift from minus 2,400 to minus 1,600. And now, with a single statement, I owe another 1,000 points. I wanted to have a serious discussion with the system. But I indeed had faults of my own. The system has a point. My skill is Cristiano Ronaldo's leap, not his heading. I failed to grasp this thoroughly and unjustly blamed such an impressive system. Was that not seeking trouble? With this realization, I had no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, Lavinia, Bob, and several teammates rushed over to help Li Ning up from the ground. Li Ning, are you all right? Li Ning, feeling quite irritable, finally found an outlet for his frustration. How could I be all right? Damn it, my nose bridge was already lower than yours, and now it has sunk even further. You guys, today you must endure a moment of silence. Lavia and the others exchanged glances, pondering. What kind of request is this? Well, Li Ning, today we shall not discuss the nose bridge, but rather the art of heading. No, we shall only talk about vertical leap. My goodness. Your leap just now was utterly magnificent. It truly left us all in awe. Who would have thought that you had such remarkable jumping ability hidden away? And today you showcased it so astonishingly. Indeed. Alas, what a pity. If only you had executed that header just a tad earlier, the ball would have been flawless. Silence. Did we not just agree to refrain from discussing headers, but solely focus on leaps? The intense match, momentarily disrupted, seemed to adopt a lighter atmosphere. With Oliver's whistle, the game resumed. Li Ning's spectacular leap just now had created the first undeniable opportunity of the match. Although the ball was ultimately not headed in, the tension on both sides was instantly heightened. As the game continued, the rhythm of attack and defense accelerated significantly. Liverpool's goalkeeper, Oscar Kelly, took the goal kick. He passed the ball to the retreating midfielder, Dixon Bonner, while Manchester City's holding midfielder, Lav A, swiftly advanced to apply pressure. Simultaneously, the three forwards of Manchester City surged forward, initiating an intense high press. This is their most proficient defensive tactic. The player in direct opposition exerts pressure on the opponent in possession, while the other players converge to create a collective effort to reclaim the ball. They sever potential passing lanes for the opposing team, constraining the space available to receivers and compelling the adversary to release the ball hastily. Manchester City's high press possesses its own distinctive characteristics. Their players not only possess formidable individual combat skills, but also exhibit remarkable foresight in anticipating their opponent's potential passing points. Even more daunting is their exceptional teamwork. They consistently manage to form the most effective collective pressing situations in the shortest amount of time, leaving their adversaries struggling to cope. Not every team possesses the passing and receiving prowess of Manchester City. Typically, when confronted with such high pressing from City, ordinary teams falter, often failing to complete 3 passes before succumbing to mistakes, allowing City to swiftly capitalize on opportunities in their attacking third. However, Liverpool is not an ordinary team. In Chapter 86, the true masters reveal themselves, and my star player's skill falters for the first time. Faced with Manchester City's collective high press, the Liverpool players remain composed. Since Jurgen Klopp's arrival at the Reds, the strength of the first team has surged, reclaiming its status among the elite in world football. Furthermore, their youth academies have rejuvenated, producing young prodigies from various nations who inherently possess a superior foundation compared to players in other teams. Coupled with the meticulous nurturing by the club's youth coaches, their individual abilities and overall strength surpass those of other clubs. As Manchester City employs high-pressing tactics, Liverpool's players respond with swift one-touch passes. Observing Lavio's advance, Dixon Bonner calmly protects the ball with his back to the opponent. After a couple of feints to the left and right, realizing he cannot shake off Lavio's defense, he retreats with the ball while searching for an opportune passing direction. The defenders of Liverpool are acutely aware of their responsibilities at this moment. While observing the opponent's pressing direction, they position themselves to provide Dixon Bonner with angles for distribution. Upon seeing left-back Clayton find space, Dixon Bonner passes the ball without a moment's hesitation. After delivering the pass, he does not linger but immediately makes an off-the-ball run, preparing for the next reception. Simultaneously, he turns to face the attacking direction during his run. As Manchester City's right winger Edouard presses Clayton, Clayton promptly returns the ball to Dixon Bonner, who swiftly shifts the play to the other side. Liverpool's players share a common strength with Manchester City. The entire team is perpetually in motion. No one remains stationary waiting for the ball. When one player controls the ball, the other 10 are actively running to receive it in their respective positions. The team flows like a rushing river, continuously transitioning between attack and defense. Thanks to their solid foundational skills, clear tactical understanding, and astute positioning, Manchester City's attempts to intercept the ball during their high press are far from straightforward. However, this pressing can at least delay the opponent's attacking momentum, igniting the flames of battle in their half. It is widely acknowledged that Liverpool's first team excels in the rapidity of their offensive play. This was an aspect that Klopp prioritized during his tenure at Dortmund. And upon his arrival at Liverpool, he swiftly imprinted his tactical philosophy onto the team. Moreover, their youth teams equally emphasized the velocity of their attacks. Consequently, when Manchester City engages in pressing the opposition in the final third, should they fail to regain possession, their defenders quickly adhere closely to the opposing attackers, ensuring that the latter cannot exploit counter-attacking opportunities with speed. Similarly, Liverpool's players employ analogous tactics during their offensive maneuvers. If they manage to penetrate Manchester City's half, all three lines advance collectively, maintaining a compact formation that compresses the opponent's space while ensuring numerical superiority in attack. Should they lose possession in the final third, their forwards and midfielders immediately execute a high press, striving to regain the ball and launch an immediate attack. If that proves unattainable, they must swiftly curtail the opponent's counter-attacking pace, allowing their defensive structure to reorganize expeditiously. With both teams possessing comparable skills and similar tactics, they soon adopted a confrontational stance, engaging in a vigorous exchange of attacks. This characteristic was evident in the U18 match. Regardless of pre-match strategies, a mere spark could easily ignite a conflagration, accelerating the tempo of the game instantaneously. The recent violent header by Li Ning, though culminating in tragedy, ignited the competitive spirit of both sides, propelling the match into a frenetic exchange of attacks. Manchester City seized an opportunity on the right flank, where right midfielder Hamilton maintained possession and delivered a precise pass to the advancing Edoki. Subsequently, he made a diagonal run from the flank towards the center, while right-back Juan Larios repositioned himself to Hamilton's former location. Edoki, upon receiving the ball, turned, with the opposing left-back Clayton establishing a defensive stance to thwart any potential inside runs. Edoki feigned an attempt to move towards the byline, and as the opponent's weight shifted slightly, he abruptly halted, creating a pathway for a central pass. He then delivered the ball into the middle, aiming to connect with Hamilton, who was making an incisive run into the central area. Unfortunately, Liverpool's on-field captain, left centre-back Quansah, had already anticipated the play. He anticipated Edoki's intentions, taking a step ahead to position himself strategically, thereby intercepting the ball with precision. Glancing up for a moment, he noticed his left winger, Stewart, had already surged forward, sprinting towards the gap left by Manchester City's right-back, Juan Larios. At that moment, Larios had advanced into the midfield, occupying the space vacated by Hamilton. A vast void was left in his wake. Without the slightest hesitation, Quansah executed a long pass, targeting the space behind Juan Larios. Alarm bells rang. Larios sensed the impending threat and attempted to position himself to thwart Stewart's run, but it was too late. A gasp rippled through the stands of the Etihad. The spectators were acutely aware that if Stewart were to receive the ball in that open space, he could either cut inside or deliver a direct pass into the center, placing Manchester City in jeopardy. Egan Riley, the right centre-back for Manchester City, sprinted laterally, hoping to intercept the ball before his opponent could. However, his speed proved insufficient, and Stewart seized the opportunity, reaching the ball first. Nonetheless, Egan Riley's interference obstructed Stewart's path to cut inside, forcing him to opt for a cross. With a resounding thud, he delivered a high-quality cross with the inside of his left foot. The ball traveled swiftly and on a level trajectory, perfectly suited for his center forward to challenge for a header. Simultaneously, Liverpool's center forward, Orok, had also positioned himself to capitalize on the situation. The position he seized was precisely the vacant front space left by Egan Riley's defensive shift towards the flank. Furthermore, the trajectory of Stewart's pass landed squarely in that same front area. Evidently, this was a culmination of relentless practice during their training sessions. Alas, on the sidelines, Vichins gasped in astonishment, instinctively running his right hand over his head. Goodness, could it be that they were destined to concede first in 3 consecutive official matches? The ball, spinning with remarkable velocity, soared into the expansive penalty area, and it seemed that O'Rourke was poised to make a decisive header. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the field. It was none other than Manchester City's goalkeeper, Stefan. His focus was unwavering as he witnessed Stewart launch a cross before Egan Riley could react. He had already anticipated the play, moving away from the goal line, poised to intercept the impending cross. In that moment, disregarding the peril, he launched himself with utmost determination. Just before O'Rourke could connect with a header, he dove across, his fist striking the ball forcefully out of the penalty area. Oh, what a close call! Gasps erupted from the fans in the stands. Had Strick been even a fraction of a second late or displayed the slightest hesitation, O'Rourke would have seized the opportunity for a headed goal. At that moment, Strick had committed to the challenge, leaving behind a vast open goal. A goal seemed inevitable. The ball, propelled by Strick's fearless fists, soared towards the midfield, landing perfectly at Li Ning's feet. Li Ning controlled the ball and pivoted, only to discover the Liverpool defense was alarmingly sparse. It turned out they had already established a strict tactical discipline. Whenever the team advanced, all three lines pushed forward simultaneously. This ensured a robust defensive presence while maintaining cohesion in formation. Thus, it was evident that the team had executed a rapid counterattack. With Liverpool's midfield and defensive lines pushing collectively forward, the ball suddenly returned to midfield, with Liverpool's defensive focus advancing, immediately revealing gaps in their back line. Bob, Bluff, and Adochi surged forward, swiftly penetrating behind Liverpool's defensive line. What should I do? Who should I pass to? Time was slipping away, and there was no room for hesitation. With a divine perspective activated, as Li Ning's thoughts flickered, a silver line extended from his foot, targeting the advancing path of center-forward Bluff. Could it be? The opposing center-back, Kwanzaa, was hastily retreating along that very line. Moreover, the seasoned player was not only backpedaling but also guarding my right-footed passing lane. System, dear friend. Are you truly expecting me to expend 2-star skills on a single pass? Yet, in such a scenario, there was scarcely time to ponder. I cannot be a miser. Modric's outside foot technique. Activate. Li Ning's right leg swung up, moving outward and forward. With his foot arched, he channeled power through his ankle, wrapping the ball with the outside of his right foot, propelling it forward. The ball traced a distinct curling arc, bypassing Kwanzaa's body, and soaring toward the open space behind him. In that trajectory, Bluff arrived just in time. Li Ning's pass was perfectly weighted, the lead neither too much nor too little, landing seamlessly at Bluff's feet. Bluff, without the need to decelerate or even adjust his stride, lifted his foot to shoot, a grounder aimed at the lower right corner of the Liverpool goal. Well, the Etihad stands erupted in a frenzy. Everyone believed, without a doubt, that this goal was destined to be scored. Yet, one individual would not concede. The goalkeeper of Liverpool, Oscar Kelly. At the very moment when Li Ning made the pass, he decisively abandoned his goal and rushed forward, minimizing Bluff's shooting angle to the greatest extent. As Bluff took his shot, he made a horizontal dive. He stretched his body to the utmost limit, moving with remarkable swiftness. It is hard to fathom that a towering figure, standing at 189 meters, could possess such rapid agility. With a mere flick of his fingertips, he gently nudged the ball, subtly altering its trajectory. However, due to the exceptionally acute angle chosen by Bluff for his shot, this slight deviation was sufficient to change the entire course of the match. Everyone held their breath, transfixed by the slowly rolling ball. It grazed the outer edge of the goalpost before gradually rolling out of bounds. A corner kick. Chapter 87. A ripple effect. The thrilling duel commences. As the ball slid past the goal, a chorus of gasps erupted from the Etihad Stadium. Oh! Meanwhile, Li Ning clasped his head with both hands, jumping thrice in place. Damn that Bluff. I sacrificed 150 points of my king's value to deliver that perfect pass. Now I'm left with a mere 350 points. How can you be so unappreciative? With your lack of opportunity conversion, it's no wonder that in 2 years, Manchester City will sell you to Borussia Dortmund. Yet, he had to concede that Oscar Kelly's save was simply exquisite. In the Sky Sports studio, the two commentators were effusive in their praise for the spectacular exchanges of offense and defense. Jamie, that last sequence was absolutely thrilling. I never expected to witness such a dazzling display in a U18 match. Indeed, Gary, I dare say, apart from the encounters between Manchester City and Liverpool, we are unlikely to see such high-level brilliance elsewhere. Carragher, who are you insinuating? Let us not forget, during the Manchester Derby, Manchester United initially had a 2-goal lead before being overturned by their rivals. And wasn't that thanks to the prodigious Li Ning? All right, let us cease our banter. The pace of the game is too rapid. If we continue this back and forth, we won't have time to discuss the real matters. Speaking of Li Ning, that pass he made was truly remarkable. Under the pressure of 3 attackers and in such a fast-paced rhythm, he managed to find the optimal passing route, an impressive feat. But that's not all. I find his choice of footwork to be most commendable. At that moment, Kwanzaa's positioning was exceptionally astute. He truly lives up to being the captain of Liverpool, a standout among this talented cohort. His positioning effectively obstructed the majority of Li Ning's passing routes. However, to everyone's astonishment, Li Ning instinctively opted for an exquisite outside-of-the-foot curved pass at that crucial moment. It was truly remarkable. Indeed, we owe a debt of gratitude to Oscar Kelly's extraordinary save. Had he not delicately nudged the ball with his fingertips, it would undoubtedly have found the back of the net. Liverpool's previous counterattack was commendable as well, in just 2 swift passes. They maneuvered the ball into the heart of Manchester City's territory. Had it not been for Skelly's fearless intervention, Liverpool might have taken the lead. Well, after witnessing these 2 breathtaking transitions between offense and defense, let us see if it invigorates the players' spirits. While we may reserve judgment on the players' morale, the fans have certainly exhibited their fervor. In less than a minute, supporters from both sides experienced a roller coaster of emotions, oscillating from elation to despair. Initially, the Liverpool fans were on the brink of celebrating a brilliant scoring opportunity, only to have their hopes dashed as Manchester City's goalkeeper, Strick, emphatically cleared the ball with a powerful punch. Turning the tide, Manchester City found themselves presented with an even better chance to score. Li Ning's mesmerizing outside-of-the-foot pass, akin to a finely tuned cruise missile, landed perfectly at Bluff's feet. Although Bluff's shot was commendable, it too was met with a divine save from Oscar Kelly. The fans from both sides underwent an emotional journey from heaven to hell, igniting their spirits in an instant. In the South Stand, the diehard supporters of 1894 GR0U were the first to erupt with excitement. Under the leadership of Old Henry and several fervent fan leaders, they struck the battle drums with such fervor that the very ground trembled. Those without drums raised their fan scarves and other memorabilia high in the air. Of course, many supporters clapped their hands and sang with unrestrained joy, chanting, "Now see Blue Moon! Now see Blue Moon!" The anthem of Manchester City echoed through the heavens. Meanwhile, the few hundred Liverpool fans were equally unyielding. Are you taking advantage of our smaller numbers? You hold no advantage on the pitch. We each had a golden opportunity that slipped away. Furthermore, when it comes to singing, who could intimidate us Liverpool supporters? The legendary Beatles emerged from our very neighborhood. Walk on with hope in your heart, and you'll never walk alone. Over 500 Liverpool fans managed to evoke the spirit of thousands. The timeless anthem, "You'll Never Walk Alone," floated through a corner of the Etihad Stadium. When it comes to vocal prowess, if Liverpool fans concede second place, no one dares to claim the top spot. The enthusiasm of the fans ignited the entire Etihad, instantly rekindling the players' fighting spirit. The pace of the match quickened once more. Manchester City earned a corner, and Hamilton prepared to take the kick. He executed a curved shot with his right foot, while the center-back beat Taboo made a forward leap to head the ball towards the goal. Unfortunately, his effort lacked the necessary power and was comfortably caught by Liverpool's goalkeeper, Oscar Kelly. He charged forward with the ball cradled in his arms, stepping decisively out of the goal area while swiftly surveying the unfolding situation on the pitch. Meanwhile, the other Liverpool players surged ahead at full speed, evidently executing a strategy they had meticulously rehearsed countless times before. All players swiftly dispersed, launching a vigorous assault into the opponent's half, thereby providing the goalkeeper with a prompt opportunity to take the goal kick. Oscar Kelly observed keenly, noting that the right winger, Walterman, had initiated his run the earliest, positioning himself most advantageously. Several towering defenders from Manchester City, having just contested for a header in the penalty area, had yet to return to their positions. Without any hesitation, he hurled the ball with great force directly towards Waltman. Goodness! The throw spanned at least 25 meters, landing perfectly at Waltman's feet. This local English winger surged forward with the ball, as if propelled by the very wheels of fire, charging towards Manchester City's half with fervor. His speed is unparalleled among the Liverpool U18 squad, ranking among the top 10 across all Premier League U18 players. At this moment, he has made an early start. Seizing a significant advantage, even with the ball at his feet, he becomes exceedingly difficult to catch. Stop him, quickly stop him. Vichins, standing on the sidelines, suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. He observed quite clearly that, at this moment, Liverpool was not solely reliant on Waltman for their rapid movement. At this moment, their 2 additional forwards were also sprinting at full speed, making runs towards the center and the far post to receive the ball. If Waltman were allowed to carry the ball forward unimpeded, his goal would be in jeopardy. Chapter 88. Only the finest opponents can forge the finest self. The atmosphere in the Etihad stands grew tense in an instant. These fans were connoisseurs, truly the epitome of professional supporters. They observed from a lofty vantage point, clearly witnessing Liverpool's 3-pronged assault, reminiscent of the famed trio of the first team, the Red Arrows. In contrast, Manchester City's two towering centre-backs had just surged into the opponent's penalty area in pursuit of a header, despite their frantic retreat. Their sluggish initiation rendered them incapable of establishing adequate defensive positions in time. Meanwhile, the defensive midfielder Lav A and right-back Juan Larios lagged behind. Yet both were exerting every effort to track back, striving to closely mark Liverpool's central and far-post incursions. They were utterly preoccupied, leaving no attention for the advancing Waltman. Should he continue his relentless advance, their goal would be perilously threatened. At this critical moment, a blue figure emerged from the fray. He initiated his pursuit from the edge of Liverpool's penalty area, closely trailing Waltman's movements like a meteor chasing the moon. As the crowd focused intently, they recognized him. It was Li Ning. With cheeks puffed out, brows furrowed, and his face flushed, he was evidently holding back a breath, desperately racing against Waltman. He initiated his move slightly later than his opponent and must now exert every ounce of effort. Oh my! The player Li Ning from the Dragon Nation is desperately sprinting back, endeavoring to catch up with the dribbling player Waltman from Liverpool. In the broadcasting studio of Pippo Sports, Jean Boudjouin gazes wide-eyed, passionately narrating the event with his distinctive endearing expression. I just glanced at the statistical data of both teams, and the dribbling Waltman is renowned for his remarkable speed as a winger. His absolute speed ranks among the top 10 in the Premier League U18 players. As for Li Ning's statistics, alas, he currently possesses no recorded data. However, when comparing his speed with that of a renowned Swift player, it seems rather challenging for him to gain the upper hand. Jean Boudjouin's commentary style is meticulous, and his thorough preparation before the match, along with his attention to gathering various player statistics, is a hallmark of his narration. In the midst of his commentary, an astonishing scene unfolded on the field. Li Ning's starting position was at least 7 meters behind Wolterman, yet he has gradually begun to catch up. My goodness, how is this even possible? Although Wolterman was running with the ball while Li Ning was sprinting unencumbered, there was initially a gap of 7 or 8 meters between them. Li Ning's speed is indeed remarkable. Indeed, this young man is akin to a treasure chest. One can never predict what he might reveal. Amidst the discussions of onlookers, Li Ning surged forward, closing a gap of nearly 30 meters, and finally matched Wolterman stride for stride. He obstructed Waltman's path to the basket with unwavering determination, exerting every ounce of strength in his body to withstand the opponent. Attempting to drive inside? Dream on. A sense of dread engulfed Waltman. What the hell? Where did this prodigy come from? My speed should have easily overpowered anyone, yet someone has chased me down from behind? Where on earth did Manchester City discover such a remarkable talent? Little did he know that Li Ning's current speed attribute had reached a remarkable score of 70. In a state of unencumbered running, it was entirely feasible for him to catch up with the ball-carrying opponent. He advanced with the ball for over 30 meters, nearing the limits of his physical endurance. Now, he was being physically challenged by Li Ning, as if burdened by a heavy sandbag weighing over 100 pounds. The prospect of exerting force to push his opponent aside and then cutting inward had become utterly impossible. His only remaining option was to deliver a cross. He glanced towards the center lane, where striker O'Rourke was vying for position against the opponent's Lavilla, with O'Rourke enjoying a slight advantage. As for the distant left winger Stewart, damn it, Li Ning was clinging to him, and it seemed unlikely that a pass could be made. He turned sideways, lifted his foot, and prepared to deliver a cross into the center. Unexpectedly, Li Ning deftly nudged his body, a seemingly minor gesture that was sufficient to disrupt his balance. Wolterman's cross, compromised by this subtle interference, lost a fraction of its precision. The ball soared toward the center, ultimately reaching behind O'Rourke. O'Rourke, coming to a sudden halt to receive the pass, squandered a moment, yet fortuitously evaded the defense of Lavinia. He turned, slightly adjusted his stance, and launched a shot. The ball soared with tremendous force, yet regrettably, the angle lacked finesse. The goalkeeper, slick, instinctively raised his fists to block, deflecting the ball away. However, in the haste of the moment, the ball did not travel far. It bounced just outside the 6-yard box and fortuitously landed at the feet of Liverpool's left winger, Stewart. Stewart was charging at full speed into Manchester City's penalty area. Although Juan Larios was closely marking him, he fortuitously found himself in the perfect position to receive the ball. Larios desperately leaned against him, managing to exert some influence on Stewart's shot. Nonetheless, Stewart's technique was compromised by the physical challenge, and he could only extend his left foot for a hurried strike. In the midst of the tussle, he struck the bottom of the ball, lifting it into the air, albeit at a leisurely pace. Yet, despite this, the trajectory of the ball remained largely unaffected, floating gently towards Manchester City's goal. At that moment, Slick had already positioned himself to the left of the goal, and it was too late for him to shift his weight in response. He could no longer make any saving moves, helplessly watching the ball soar toward the goal behind him. Just at that critical moment, the slender figure of Li Ning re-emerged. After completing the physical confrontation with Waltman, he swiftly changed direction to position himself in the center. As Slick parried Iraq's initial shot, the ball soared toward the right side of his own goal. Meanwhile, Stewart had already launched himself to take a shot. He veered once more, racing at full speed toward the near post of his own goal. In that fleeting moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. From the players on the field to those in the stands, everyone appeared to be suspended in time, with only the gently drifting football and the swiftly approaching Li Ning breaking the stillness. The juxtaposition of speed and slowness created a striking contrast. Alas, despite Li Ning's remarkable speed, he was unable to catch up to the seemingly languid ball. The sphere was on the verge of crossing the goal line. Meanwhile, referee Oliver had already raised his whistle to his lips. In that electrifying instant, Li Ning suddenly leapt into the air. He fully extended his body, soaring through the air towards the goal, his torso arched backward, with his right foot poised in front. At the very moment the ball was about to enter the net, he deftly flicked it upward with the tip of his right foot, sending it just over the crossbar and out of play. What a near miss! Vichin stood by the sidelines, his hands clasped over his head in disbelief. He had originally believed that the ball would undoubtedly find its way into the net. To his astonishment, Li Ning managed to clear it in such an incredible manner. The stands erupted into enthusiastic applause. The mindset of Manchester City fans mirrored that of the Vicensans. They are aware that it was thanks to Li Ning's relentless defensive efforts that a highly threatening counterattack from the opposing team was thwarted. This act of defense transcends mere skill. It is fundamentally rooted in one's attitude. Surprisingly, Li Ning, in his inaugural start for the team, has already exhibited such a profound sense of responsibility and team spirit. This clearance is as crucial as scoring a goal. It was truly magnificent. Li Ning's pursuit was immensely significant and critically important. To all the fans, this moment of defense evokes memories of our nation's player, Sun Ji-hai, a former Manchester City legend. On November 6, 2005, during a match between Manchester City and Fulham, the Dragon Nation star Sun Ji-hai single-handedly faced 4 opponents, preventing what seemed to be a certain goal. Remarkably, 15 years later, another representative from our nation has replicated this astonishing scene. It is simply unbelievable. Chapter 89. Liverpool is indeed a formidable opponent. Watch as I subdue with my ultimate skill. Li Ning executed a truly extraordinary clearance, averting a certain goal from Liverpool. In the stands, Manchester City fans erupted in thunderous applause, as if celebrating a goal. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Liverpool's coach, Levitas, was so infuriated that he buried his head in his hands, overwhelmed with frustration, and ultimately found himself sitting on the grass due to the force of his own exasperation. He awkwardly rose to his feet, neglecting to brush off his backside, and with a swift double kick, he sent 2 beverage bottles toppling behind him. Damn it! This individual from the Dragon Kingdom is utterly detestable, capable of executing such an astonishing defensive maneuver. It is no different than scoring a goal. Curse you, Stewart. How could you fail to convert such a certain opportunity? Had he been more meticulous with his shooting technique, more precise with the striking point of the ball, exerted greater force, and ensured a swifter trajectory, the goal would have undoubtedly been scored before Li Ning could adequately respond. Cursed be his incompetence. The moment the ball sailed beyond the goal line, Li Ning's body, propelled by inertia, crashed heavily onto the grass within the goal area. The goalkeeper, Slick, rushed over in 2 strides and swiftly lifted him from the ground. He grasped Li Ning's somewhat frail shoulders with both hands, shaking him vigorously while roaring loudly, "Well done, mate. Splendid job." Only he himself understood the depths of his despair, for as Stewart took the shot, and he stood helplessly as a mere spectator, his heart sank. Li Ning, still dazed from the fall he had just endured, was now nearly disassembled by the forceful shaking from Slick. Just as he was about to utter a few choice expletives, he suddenly noticed several other teammates rushing over. Egan Riley, Batistuta, and Juan Larios. They were all as exhilarated as Slick, rushing over to either thump Li Ning's chest or pat his head vigorously, their faces contorted with expressions of overwhelming excitement. They understood all too well that if Liverpool managed to score first, the ensuing match would become exceedingly challenging. Li Ning's remarkable clearance was akin to granting Manchester City a new lease on life. In the south stand of the Etihad, the team's diehard supporters were equally restless. Members of 1894 GR0U, led by Old Henry, rose in unison, raising their hands high. Clap. clap, clap, Li, clap, 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 Li, clap, 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 Li. Li Ning cast a resentful glance towards the south stand, his eyes filled with melancholy. For goodness sake, could they refrain from the incessant clapping? The match resumed. Liverpool took a corner kick, only to be thwarted by Pippo in the penalty area. The Manchester City players collectively pressed outward, positioning all Liverpool's attacking players in an offside position. With no other option, Liverpool had to pass the ball back, seeking another opportunity to attack. Following the heart-stopping moment, both teams seemed to have regained their composure. Manchester City, still shaken, sought to control the pace from deep within. Meanwhile, Liverpool, having missed a golden opportunity, felt a tinge of frustration and needed to recharge their energy. Thus, the tempo of the match slowed compared to the earlier intensity. Jamie, have you noticed how both teams seem to have suddenly slowed down? Could it be that the recent fierce exchanges have left everyone a bit fatigued, necessitating a slowdown to recharge? I believe their stamina should be fine, considering they've only played for half an hour. The slowdown likely stems more from psychological factors. After all, those recent exchanges were indeed quite nerve-wracking. Indeed, especially Liverpool's recent chance. It was such a pity. Yes, I truly did not expect that Li Ning, having just joined the team for less than a month, would exhibit such a sense of responsibility. His recent extraordinary defensive clearance was remarkable. Another player might have surrendered long before. Indeed, he effectively faced 3 opponents single-handedly. Had it been someone else, they might have given up after a couple of feints. Yet he persevered until the very end, accomplishing what seemed impossible. Just wait and see. Having escaped this predicament, Manchester City will undoubtedly respond with vigor. Oh, that lad from the Dragon Kingdom. If only Liverpool could score first, we can comfortably retreat and launch counterattacks. Our pace is renowned throughout the league. Alas, this Dragon Kingdom boy has muddled our plans. It's akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. I said it, Manchester United fell for Li Ning's trap. And you Liverpool cannot escape it either. Damn Gary Neville, keep your mouth shut. The score remains 0-0. The match proceeded steadily for nearly 5 minutes. Both teams had settled into the rhythm, their energy replenished, and the momentum began to rise once more. Li Ning, tirelessly sprinting on the field, silently marveled at Liverpool's prowess. They truly are a formidable old powerhouse, with a heritage that is exceptional, coupled with Jurgen Klopp's guidance over the years. Even the youth team is astonishingly skilled. In the Premier League, aside from Liverpool, it's hard to find anyone capable of matching Manchester City's U18 in a half-court attack. Moreover, their style is commendably clean, unlike that of the Hammers, who resort to rampant physicality, shattering the flow of the game. They engage in a battle of technique, speed, and overall tactical play, vying for supremacy based on genuine skill. Consequently, the game flowed smoothly, with few fouls or interruptions. Referee Oliver had little to do on the pitch, and the legendary status of the so-called Fantastic Four was hardly highlighted. As the first half approached the 40-minute mark, Li Ning finally seized another promising opportunity. Liverpool's midfield gained possession, with defensive midfielder Dixon Bonner aiming to deliver a direct pass to striker O'Rourke, but the astute Egan Riley intercepted it just in time. The ball was nudged to left-back Wilson Esperant. Esperant, not lingering on the ball, executed a swift pass to Li Ning. Upon receiving the ball, Li Ning pivoted. Noticing the opposing right winger closing in, he promptly passed to left winger Bob. Immediately, he surged towards the left flank, while Lavio, originally stationed in the center, intuitively drifted leftward, pulling away a Liverpool midfielder and creating space. After receiving the ball, Bob advanced along the sideline toward the goal line. After breaking through a few meters, he suddenly halted, skillfully evading his marker. Then suddenly, a horizontal pass directed the ball to the awaiting Li Ning. At this moment, the only obstacle before him was the opposing centre-back, Owen Beck. The supporting defensive midfielder had been drawn away by Lavia. What an opportunity! The signature cowtail dribble was activated. He swiftly took a few quick steps forward with his right foot. Suddenly, he leaned to the right, using the outside of his right foot to pull the ball, stretching it to its limit. There was no doubt he intended to break through to the right. Unexpectedly, just as Owen Beck shifted his weight slightly to the left, Li Ning, on the brink of executing his feint to perfection, suddenly flicked the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot. In an instant, he evaded Owen Beck's defense. What? Could this truly be the legendary cowtail dribble? The entire Etihad stadium erupted in excitement. Chapter 90. The journey to becoming a true leader is still long ahead. The cowtail dribble is not uncommon. Many players can perform it. However, To execute this move with such indistinguishable finesse and unity of ball and body, only Ronaldinho could achieve it. Thus, some have exaggeratedly claimed that after Ronaldinho, the cowtail dribble ceased to exist. Yet today, Li Ning has astonishingly replicated this move flawlessly. His feint to the right is remarkably lifelike, characterized by a wide range of motion that is utterly deceptive. In the split second before his right foot touches the ground, he can effortlessly pull the ball back with the inside of his foot, showcasing exceptional flexibility. Yet, these attributes alone are insufficient. For, in such a scenario, if he desires to change direction and continue dribbling with agility, he must possess formidable core strength and impeccable coordination. He possesses a remarkable talent. Irving Beck was left dizzy by his feint. Realizing he had been tricked, he hurriedly attempted to regain his balance, but his excessive force caused him to stumble. Meanwhile, Li Ning deftly nudged the ball forward with the inside of his right foot, and in a flash, he maneuvered past Beck with the ball. Observe the mesmerizing cowtail dribble. Oh, dear friends in the audience, this mirrors the stunning display of Li Ning's skill in the training match I previously showcased. After Ronaldinho, this is the most authentic cowtail dribble to emerge from the Dragon Kingdom. In the live broadcast of Pippo Sports, Jean Boudjouin was instantly elated. In the Sky Sports studio, Neville and Carragher also found themselves equally enthralled. My word, Li Ning can pull off such a feint. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. Indeed, I have yet to witness anyone execute this move with such grace and realism since the Brazilians. Achieving such an effect requires impeccable coordination, flexibility, and core strength. None can be overlooked. Astounding, truly astounding. Gary Neville was utterly in awe. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands erupted with joy. They had not only witnessed an astonishing feint, but also saw that after Li Ning's swift change of direction, he was left face-to-face with the opposing goalkeeper, Oscar Kelly. Although Li Ning was positioned slightly to the left of the opponent's goal, the angle remaining was still sufficiently wide. However, the goalkeeper, Oscar Kelly, had just delivered a miraculous save, expertly averting a close-range shot from bluff, thereby wasting Li Ning's hard-earned 150 King of Goals points. That moment is still vivid in our minds. Moreover, he had swiftly charged out of the goal, striving to narrow Li Ning's shooting angle. Can I score? Amidst his wavering thoughts, he caught a glimpse of Bluff, who had seamlessly moved into position. Although Liverpool's captain, Kwanzaa, was exerting himself to contest for the position, Bluff's ability to position himself far surpassed his goal-scoring capability, reminiscent of the joyful first-team player Sterling. Thus, he initiated his move early and had already reached the front post. This position clearly favored him for a shot. Logically, Li Ning had noticed Bluff's positioning, recognizing that he was closer to the center, affording a wider angle for the shot. Furthermore, with Liverpool's goalkeeper Oscar Kelly having abandoned his goal to block Li Ning's shot, he could not attend to Bluff at all. Clearly, passing the ball would have been the wiser choice. Yet, Li Ning hesitated. The recent missed opportunity by Bluff cast a psychological shadow over him. Can he still trust his teammate? Just within that fleeting moment of indecision, the dynamics of the game shifted dramatically. The swift-footed Oscar Kelly advanced 2 steps closer to him. The angle for Li Ning's shot has significantly diminished. Meanwhile, Bluff, who had been making a central run, hesitates to advance further, for should he venture forward, Li Ning would find no angle to deliver the pass. Even in this precarious moment, Oscar Kelly has already established a substantial chance to intercept the ball. To make matters worse, during Li Ning's moment of indecision, Kwanzaa, who had been left behind by Bluff, has caught up and is now tightly marking Bluff's side. Alas, Li Ning's heart sinks as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Yet, it is too late. Damn it, what on earth are you hesitating for? On the sidelines, Bichens clasps his head in despair, unable to contain his frustration as he jumps in place. It appears he would give anything to step onto the pitch and take that shot himself. In the stands, all Manchester City fans are rising to their feet in a collective wave of anxiety. Some clutch their heads, while others cover their mouths with trembling hands. A few young fans and female supporters have even begun to scream in nervous anticipation. An ominous feeling has enveloped the crowd. In the hearts of these seasoned fans, an indelible shadow begins to materialize. A tall stature, a robust physique, dark skin, and a towering mohawk. A world-class talent below the neck, consistently delivering astonishing shots on the field. Yet, his most memorable moments are often marked by deep reflections on life. Indeed, the enigmatic Mario Balotelli. In this very moment, Li Ning's hesitation in the opponent's penalty area echoes the haunting memories of Balotelli's past exploits. Liverpool's goalkeeper, Osk Kelly, is now perilously close. Bluff is already being effectively contained by the returning Kwanzaa. Li Ning has no time left for hesitation. He must swing his right leg, lift it, and strike. Where on earth is the ball? He swung his foot, only to find himself kicking into emptiness. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the ball had been inadvertently nudged over the goal line by a foot extending from behind him. As he turned around, he realized that in the fleeting moment of contemplating life, Dixon Bonner, the Liverpool midfielder who had previously been bypassed by Lavia, had desperately chased back to his rear. Just as he was poised to take the shot, a sliding tackle sent the ball skidding away from his feet, crossing the goal line. Goodness! Li Ning recognized that he had committed a colossal, utterly egregious blunder. In an instant, he clasped his head with both hands, sinking down in frustration. Chapter 91. A mistake is a mistake. Let's start anew in the second half. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Watching a golden opportunity for a goal transform into a corner kick in the blink of an eye, Vichins was livid, erupting in a furious torrent of expletives. He was momentarily perplexed, pondering why Li Ning, despite clearly seeing his teammates' positioning and recognizing that passing the ball to the encroaching Bluff in the center would yield a greater opportunity, hesitated so conspicuously. In the Sky Sports broadcast studio, Carragher exhaled deeply, instinctively patting his chest with his hand. Goodness, that was nerve-wracking. Jamie, what caused Li Ning to behave so uncharacteristically and become indecisive? Throughout the match, he had been remarkably decisive. After taking a sip of water to steady his nerves, Carragher gradually began to analyze the situation in response to Neville's inquiry. I believe he may have developed a slight mistrust towards Bluff. Let's not forget, he previously delivered an excellent ball to Bluff, only for it to be squandered. I recall he was quite furious at that moment. Neville pondered for a moment before replying. That makes some sense. However, if that is indeed the reason, it seems Li Ning's mental barrier has arisen at an inopportune time. Carragher rolled his eyes and retorted. Bloody Neville, how could it be the wrong time? I think it's precisely the right moment. You simply cannot stand to see Liverpool benefit. Oh, this isn't about who benefits, Neville exclaimed. As commentators, we must maintain impartiality and uphold some professional integrity, don't you think? After Neville's theatrical interjection, he continued his analysis. Football is inherently a collective endeavor. It abhors individualism. Acting independently without a team spirit not only jeopardizes opportunities but can also incite internal discord. Moreover, Manchester City's current adversary is Liverpool, who will not afford you many chances. It remains to be seen how Li Ning's ill-timed solo effort will impact Manchester City's forthcoming matches. In the stands, Manchester City fans were visibly distressed, knowing all too well that in a clash of titans, the side that repeatedly squanders opportunities is destined for punishment. Fortunately, the first half was nearing its conclusion. Manchester City took a corner from the left flank, and the ball was barely headed away by Batistuta, soaring over the baseline. With the conclusion of this attack, referee Oliver signaled the end of the first half. This renowned giant slayer of the Premier League had barely made his presence felt during the first half, indicating that the match had been played with remarkable civility. As the whistle blew, Li Ning promptly approached Bluff. My friend, I must apologize. I lost focus for a moment there, and it was my fault. I should not have hesitated. I ought to have passed the ball to you directly. Bluff, taken aback by Li Ning's candid apology, paused for a moment before smiling and responding, No, you were in a position to shoot. That was perfectly acceptable. The two teammates, who had no prior grievances, exchanged smiles. As Li Ning walked towards the tunnel, he surveyed the surroundings of the pitch. He raised his right hand high, gesturing towards the fans in the stands. He began with the southern stand, gradually acknowledging each section. As he waved, he slightly bent forward, clearly indicating his apology for the moment of individualism he had just displayed. The fans were evidently taken aback by such a gesture. In their football culture, individual heroism and personal performances are not particularly novel and are not excessively repudiated. Conflicts arising from excessive individualism on the field or during training are not uncommon. For instance, Bayern Munich's former wing duo, Ribéry and Robben, once engaged in a physical altercation during practice. Ultimately, they reconciled and led their team to a glorious reign in Europe. As a representative of the Dragon Nation, Li Ning embodies the essence of Eastern civilization: courtesy, humility, and harmony. These philosophies are not only upheld in life but also permeate his approach on the football pitch. His recent choice was indeed too self-centered, leading to a loss of trust in his teammates. Acknowledging one's mistakes, criticism, and self-reflection are indeed our secrets to success. However, the fans in the stands had not contemplated these nuances. Missing a golden scoring opportunity is somewhat regrettable. Nevertheless, such occurrences are frequent on the field, and Li Ning's position was one where he could either shoot or pass. It was merely a moment of hesitation that led to the mischance. Little did they expect such humility, as he willingly accepted responsibility. It was truly heartwarming. Thus, old Henry from the southern stand once again employed his familiar antics. Clap, 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 Li Ning, clap, 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 Li Ning, clap, 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 Li Ning. Li Ning's face turned crimson. How could this be? Upon entering the locker room, Li Ning took the initiative to broach the subject again. I apologize, everyone. That last play was my mistake. Blaff had previously squandered a good opportunity, but in retrospect, it was not his fault. The opposing goalkeeper had simply performed brilliantly. However, in that fleeting moment, I was too self-absorbed, thinking solely of taking the shot. As a result, hesitation led to a missed opportunity. I assure you, such a situation will not arise again in the second half. Vichens, upon hearing the halftime whistle, rushed into the locker room without a glance back, thus missing Li Ning's moment of accountability. He initially intended to come up and style Li Ning's hair with a hairdryer. However, upon hearing Li Ning take the blame, he found himself at a loss for how to reprimand him. One does not strike a smiling face. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he finally spoke. Well, that last shot was indeed unfortunate. You clearly saw that your teammate was in a better position, yet you chose to go solo. It was rather selfish. Furthermore, you are capable of scoring, but you need to seize the moment and not hesitate. Remember, next time, whatever you decide to do, you must act decisively and avoid any indecision. Understood. I assure you there won't be in next time. Li Ning responded decisively. All right, now let us outline the tactics for the second half. Vichens clearly wished to move on from this topic and quickly change the subject. You must have sensed by now that Liverpool is undoubtedly the most formidable opponent you have faced this season. Whether in individual skill, team coordination, or tactical design, they excel in every regard. Thus, in the second half, it is imperative that you adhere strictly to our previously established tactics. When we have possession, everyone must move actively, provide support, and offer the ball carrier multiple options, striving to keep control of the ball as much as possible. Once the opposing team gains possession, the nearest player must immediately apply pressure to slow down their counterattack. Others should swiftly return to their positions and closely mark their respective opponents. Remember, we must not allow them to launch a rapid counterattack. Their speed is truly formidable. He pondered for a moment and then remarked, furthermore, everyone must pay careful attention to their distribution of physical stamina. His gaze settled on Li Ning, emphasizing particularly, especially you. This is your first time as a key player. It's easy to become overly excited and fail to manage your stamina effectively. You are currently responsible for a significant portion of the team's offensive organization, so you must judiciously allocate your energy. In the final moments of the match, you cannot falter. Li Ning was taken aback. Wow, I truly hadn't considered this issue. Chapter 92. While you express your thoughts, I shall pursue my own. Swift resolution is the ultimate path. When Vichens addressed the matter of stamina, Li Ning found himself momentarily bewildered. His current physical attribute score stands at 57, placing him among the lower ranks of his teammates. During the first half, aside from a brief period of adjustment at the outset, the match was characterized by a relentless pace of rapid offensive and defensive transitions, leaving little opportunity for respite. Notably, a moment of misfortune arose when Li Ning executed a Cristiano Ronaldo-like leap, transforming what should have been a decisive header into a tragic miss, inadvertently accelerating the rhythm of play for both sides. He found himself caught in the fervor of the moment, utterly unable to contemplate the allocation of his stamina. The exhilaration of his first start overshadowed any concerns about fatigue. Yet, as the halftime break commenced and the pace slowed, a sudden wave of weariness washed over him. But what could be done now? The referee's team had already entered to announce that both sets of players would soon return to the field. There was no time for hesitation. It was time to give it their all. All right, lads, let's go out there and show those sons of dogs what we're made of. With their captain, Lavia, delivering a rousing and forthright rallying cry, the team erupted into a cacophony of primal roars. Let's take them down. Like a pack of frenzied beasts. Li Ning joined the chorus, albeit with somewhat less conviction. As they stepped back onto the hallowed turf of the Etihad, the cheers and anthems from the stands surged forth, seemingly uninterrupted throughout the halftime interval. Now see Blue Moon. Now see Blue Moon. Now see Blue Moon. The song of the Blue Moon echoed above the Etihad. Naturally, the Liverpool fans responded in kind, their anthem You'll Never Walk Alone soaring from a corner of the stadium. Even as the sole away supporter, this territory remained under my dominion. My heart, my blood, will forever be red. With a sharp whistle from the head referee, Oliver, the second half commenced. Manchester City kicked off the second half, with striker Blaff sending the ball back to midfielder Lavia, who, along with the two wingers, surged into the opponent's half. Lavia passed the ball to the left side to Li Ning, who promptly returned it to center-back Egan Riley. Manchester City initiated their game with their signature possession play, while Liverpool was equally resolute in their response. Their three forwards advanced simultaneously, engaging in a high-pressing strategy. Concurrently, the three midfielders identified their respective opponents, striving to restrict the latter's space for movement. Their strategy is entirely in alignment with that of Manchester City. By employing high-pressing tactics, they aim to induce errors from their opponents. Ideally, they seek to intercept the ball within the adversary's half, thus launching an immediate offensive. However, if they fail to reclaim possession, it remains inconsequential. On one hand, this approach allows them to shift the battle into the opponent's territory, distancing themselves from their own goal. On the other hand, it serves to disrupt the rhythm of the opposing attack, preventing the adversary from executing swift maneuvers. In the realm of martial arts, speed is paramount. This principle is well understood by both sides. Li Ning stands out among his teammates with his exceptional diligence. His position is that of a midfielder. Midfielders serve as a crucial link between defense and attack, and typically cover the greatest distance on the field. He was wholeheartedly determined to swiftly achieve a goal or an assist, thus he exerted himself with exceptional vigor. During offensive plays, when he possessed the ball at his feet, he would keenly observe the movements of his teammates as well as the positioning of the opposing defenders, striving to select the optimal strategy, whether to dribble past the defenders himself or to orchestrate the attack through passing and combination plays. Alternatively, he might choose to execute a lateral pass to maintain the tempo of the offensive maneuver. In instances where he was without the ball, he would endeavor to create space for his teammates through his off-the-ball movements, thereby generating opportunities for attack. He has now garnered a profound understanding of the various nuances within Manchester City's 4-3-3 formation. Simultaneously, his speed attribute has reached an impressive score of 71, enabling him to compete with wingers like Edouard, renowned for their rapidity. Therefore, when he exerts himself to create space for his teammates, his ball-handling skills evoke an equal measure of trepidation. However, he is currently mindful of his physical limitations and is consciously striving to elevate the pace of the match. He is concerned that, due to his lack of competitive experience, he may not know how to allocate his energy wisely, and as a result, he might find himself fatigued in the final moments of the competition. He aspires to make the most significant contribution to his team while he still has the energy to do so. Thus, whenever the ball approaches his left side, he deliberately accelerates the offensive tempo. Whether orchestrating plays with the ball or making unmarked runs, he capitalizes on speed, striving for victory through swiftness. The spectators in the stands are utterly enthralled, reveling in the dynamic exchanges of attack that they have always cherished. Each transition between offense and defense seems laden with the potential for a goal. Consequently, whenever the ball reaches Li Ning's side, the crowd rises, eyes widened and necks craned, apprehensive of missing any moment that could alter the course of the match. However, head coach Vicenz clearly holds a different view. Hey, Smith. What on earth is that fool doing? Didn't I already instruct them during halftime to control the pace of the game at the start of the second half? To avoid such a frantic tempo? Speed is their forte, while possession is ours. We should safeguard the ball and not grant them excessive opportunities for counterattacks. Is this idiot deaf, forgetful, or deliberately challenging my authority? Assistant coach Smith shrugged and quietly remarked, Vicenz, it seems you didn't say that during halftime. Damn it. Who says I didn't? I clearly stated that we must adhere to the tactical plan established in the first half. I made that clear. All right, Vicenz. You're the boss. It's your call. Vicenz raised his voice, attempting to convey to Li Ning the need to adhere to the pre-match strategy. Yet, in the second half, Li Ning's position on the left was situated on the opposite side of the field, far from where Vicenz stood, rendering him unable to hear the coach's shouts. Moreover, even if he had heard, he would likely choose to ignore them. Nevertheless, regardless of Vicenz's preferences, one undeniable truth remains. Whenever the ball arrives on the left side, it poses a greater threat than on the right. Ultimately, amidst the cheers of the fans and Li Ning's relentless offensive attempts, he finally seized another excellent opportunity. Chapter 93, a 50-meter rolling long pass shocks the crowd. A tribute to Rui Costa from the young Dragon Nation. In Manchester City's defensive half, Li Ning retreated to his own half, receiving the ball about 10 meters past the halfway line on the left flank. Typically, possessing the ball in this position does not pose a significant threat. The Liverpool right midfielder, positioned approximately 3 meters away from him, remained still, refraining from rushing forward blindly, preparing to assess his next move before making a decision. This was indeed the prudent choice. With 10 meters still to the halfway line, if Li Ning were to initiate a dribble, the midfielder could wait until Li Ning launched his advance, observing the direction of his movement before reacting. Conversely, if Li Ning aimed to control the tempo and coordinate with his teammates, he could remain poised, ready to strike at the opportune moment. At a distance of about 3 meters, he was poised for both attack and retreat. Suddenly, a jolt surged through Li Ning's heart. The system had emitted a powerful signal. What on earth was happening? At my current position, the system was prompting me to activate the God's eye perspective? Surely, this was not a jest at my expense? While my vision still belonged to that of a mere junior officer, I possessed the essential knowledge. Given my position, with the opponent's defenses looming heavily before me, there was no way I could deliver a pass capable of scoring a goal, was there? Indeed, though I was far from Liverpool's danger zone. The Liverpool players showed no signs of relaxation. Their defensive lines were impeccably organized, without a single flaw. Looking up, I could see at least 6 of the opposing players stationed in their respective defensive positions, leaving no apparent opportunity. However, the system had never led me astray before. Despite having used my star skills thrice in the first half today, all resulting in failure, it ultimately boiled down to my inadequate skills or the opposing goalkeeper's exceptional performance, not the system's fault. The memory of those 3 failed star skills stung. The first was Inzaghi's positioning combined with Ronaldo's leap, worth 100 king points. The second was the God's eye perspective paired with Modric's outside foot shot, worth 150 king points. The third was a nutmeg, worth 50 king points. That amounted to a total of 300 king points. Now, I was left with merely 200 king points. Never mind, I shall not fail you. I trust you will not fail me either. Li Ning clenched his teeth. His thoughts turning, God's eye activate. Instantly, in a vision visible only to him, a silver line stretched from his position, diagonally across the grass towards his right front. What? This must be at least 50 meters. And it's a ground pass? In that fleeting moment, he spotted at least 4 Liverpool defenders along this trajectory. The system, indeed, was magnificent. You are asking me to deliver such a pass. Are you not setting me up for failure? But just then, his gaze caught sight of a light blue figure, launching from the right sideline, poised to weave into Liverpool's penalty area. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Could it be? He no longer harbored any hesitation. With a sudden thrust of his right foot's arch, he propelled a ground ball forward. The trajectory emanated from a central position in his own half, directed squarely towards the left flank of Liverpool's defense, exploiting the gap behind their 2 center-backs. It spanned half the length of the pitch. Goodness, what on earth is this audacious child attempting? On the sidelines, Vincent let out a furious roar, his voice echoing like thunder. Moments ago, he was anxiously pacing due to the discord between Li Ning's rhythm and his demands. Now, witnessing such a nonchalant ground pass from him, utterly disconnected from the play, his anger surged even further. In the Sky Sports studio, Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher sighed in unison. What in the world was that pass? Liverpool's defensive line was resolutely positioned, showing no signs of vulnerability. Such a pass was tantamount to relinquishing possession. Indeed, it appears this prodigious talent from the Dragon Kingdom is feeling a bit anxious. He squandered 3 golden opportunities in the first half, unfortunately failing to capitalize on any. A spectacular header struck his own nose. An astonishing outside-of-the-foot assist was thwarted by the opposing goalkeeper. A perfectly executed nutmeg created a one-on-one chance, yet he suddenly found himself lost in thought. Now, a hint of anxiety has crept in, leading to a few errors, which is quite understandable. Haha, stop speaking on his behalf. Let me assert that it's our Liverpool youngsters who are performing exceptionally well, with a defense so tight that this young lad from the Dragon Kingdom is left helpless, merely kicking aimlessly. If this continues, I foresee his first starting appearance ending with him being substituted. What in the world is happening? Before Carragher could finish his self-congratulatory remarks, an astonishing scene unfolded on the pitch. A light blue figure suddenly surged from the right flank of Manchester City's front line. darting like a bolt of lightning into the space behind Liverpool's defense. It was none other than Manchester City's right back, Juan Larios. Simultaneously, Li Ning's ground pass pierced through both Liverpool's midfield and defensive lines, threading through a narrow gap between four players. Wow! The Etihad erupted with thunderous applause. Even the spectators in the stands struggled to comprehend the origin of this pass. While Li Ning appeared to possess a pair of eyes that could perceive the entire field with clarity, such vision was nothing short of extraordinary. Goodness! This was a veritable reincarnation of Rui Costa. In the studio of Pippo Sports, Jean Boudjouin leaped 3 feet into the air. He has always been renowned throughout the football commentary realm of the Dragon Kingdom for his vast knowledge and remarkable memory, effortlessly recalling various classic moments and anecdotes from football history. Just moments ago, Li Ning executed a breathtaking ground strike reminiscent of a dragon's elusive appearance, instantly transporting his memories back 18 years. During the 2002-2003 season, in the second round of the UEFA Champions League group stage, AC Milan hosted the illustrious Real Madrid. Known as the Galacticos, what was expected to be a fiercely contested match became immortalized in the hearts of football fans worldwide by a singular moment. The Portuguese maestro, Rui Costa, delivered a magnificent ground strike spanning nearly 50 meters, traversing a significant portion of the San Siro, perfectly assisting the Ukrainian striker Andriy Shevchenko. The debutant Shevchenko, stepping onto the hallowed grounds of San Siro, graciously accepted the exquisite pass with a deft finish, etching this moment as an eternal emblem of Portugal's golden generation. Little did anyone anticipate that 18 years later, Li Ning would pay homage to his Southern European predecessor with an identical pass. The question lingered: could Juan Larios transform this exquisite delivery into a goal? Chapter 94. A perfect assist leading to a goal, breaking the Red Army in the stands. Manchester City fans erupted with excitement. At the very moment Li Ning struck the ball, their reactions mirrored those of several commentary guests, accompanied by a chorus of sighs. Oh dear, this player seems to be getting anxious. Indeed, was this not a reckless pass? The opposition had 2 solid defensive lines, and there were no teammates making runs along the intended passing route. This pass appeared to be a direct concession of possession to the adversary. One might wonder if this lad has exhausted his repertoire of skills. Is he revealing all he has to offer? I would speculate that perhaps his stamina is faltering. It is noteworthy that in his previous 2 matches, he was only substituted in during the second half and did not even play a full 45 minutes. Now, having played nearly an hour, who knows the state of his physical reserves? That makes sense. Fatigue can indeed impair judgment. Perhaps that is the reason. However, before their discussions could reach a conclusion, they noticed their right back, Juan Larios, suddenly emerging from a diagonal angle, perfectly positioned between the 2 opposing center backs. As he arrived at that gap, Li Ning's pass was perfectly timed to meet him. No one could fathom how Li Ning had perceived his teammates run through such distance. It was inexplicable why, despite Liverpool's formidable defense, no one was able to intercept that ball. The 4 Liverpool defenders had created an ostensibly impenetrable, intricate defensive structure along that passing route. Yet, Li Ning's surgical pass pierced through the wall of defense as effortlessly as a needle through fabric, creating an opening in what seemed an impregnable fortress. It turns out that what lies within is nothing but air. In that fleeting moment, when the 2 defensive lines faltered, the ball rolled effortlessly to Larios' feet. The speed of the ball harmoniously synchronized with Larios' swift stride. He was already racing forward at high velocity, requiring neither a reduction in speed nor an adjustment in his footing. With a seamless motion, he deftly brought the ball under his control. As a key right back for Manchester City's U18 squad, such prowess is undoubtedly within his repertoire. The 2 central defenders for Liverpool, Captain Quansar and Owen Beck, had previously focused their attention on the ball-controlling Li Ning and several forwards from Manchester City, completely oblivious to the advancing Larios. Little did they expect Li Ning to audaciously attempt to play on such an elongated and challenging route. Moreover, not only did he dare to conceive the idea, he had the audacity to execute it. By the time they realized the development, it was far too late. Larios, with the outside of his left foot, gently guided the ball forward, slipping through the gap between the 2 Liverpool central defenders. Before him stood only Liverpool's goalkeeper, the indomitable Oscar Kelly, who had previously thwarted countless advances. However, this time, the scenario differed from the previous 2 encounters. Larios was not facing him directly. Instead, he maintained his body orientation towards the left front while skillfully maneuvering at high speed. Oscar Kelly charged out, attempting to intercept the ball at Larios' feet. Yet, Larios remained steadfast and unyielding. He showed no signs of deceleration. Instead, he subtly shifted his center of gravity slightly to the right, simultaneously lifting his left leg ever so slightly. This movement could be interpreted as his intention to take a direct shot at the goal or to maneuver around the opposing goalkeeper. Oscar Kelly momentarily hesitated, attempting to discern the true nature of his opponent's intentions. To his surprise, Larios' feint was merely a ruse. The ball continued to roll rapidly forward, maintaining its high velocity. Meanwhile, Larios' deceptive maneuver had effectively misled the goalkeeper's balance. By the time Oscar Kelly sought to readjust his steps and keep pace with Larios' breakthrough, it was already too late. A wave of despair surged within him as he fell to the ground in vain, sprawling out with arms fully extended, attempting to intercept the ball from Larios' path of advance. Even the slightest alteration in trajectory would suffice, for if he could merely graze it, he might disrupt Larios' footing, thereby jeopardizing his optimal moment for a strike. In such a scenario, his teammates would have the opportunity to regroup defensively. Alas, it was all too late. His fingertips were a mere 10 centimeters away from the ball, yet he could only watch helplessly as it slipped past him. Meanwhile, Larios, who was equally renowned for his speed, darted past his body, reaching the ball's landing point and gently nudging it in the opposite direction with the arch of his left foot. Behind Oscar Kelly, a vast, gaping goal awaited. The ball effortlessly found its way into the net. 1-0. Manchester City had finally scored. Well, at the moment the ball hit the net, the Etihad erupted with a deafening roar. In the first half, Manchester City had squandered numerous scoring opportunities, leaving a significant shadow over the hearts of their supporters. Longtime fans are well aware of a certain adage: in a clash between two evenly matched teams, the contest hinges on who can capitalize on their chances more effectively. If one side repeatedly wastes opportunities, they are destined to face repercussions. This thought lingered in the minds of all Manchester City fans, though none dared to voice it. At that moment, Li Ning executed a miraculous pass that transformed decay into brilliance, like thunder in a silent place. The seemingly stagnant situation was effortlessly sliced through by a singular touch, akin to a sword cutting through silk. Liverpool's defense crumbled in an instant. Following this, Larios' handling of the situation was equally commendable. Faced with the almost uncontainable Oscar Kelly from the first half, he executed a simple feint while sprinting at high speed, then easily slotted the ball into the open goal. The essence of this perfect shot lay in its swiftness, but what ensured that swiftness? It was indeed Li Ning's pass that facilitated this rapidity. His passes are not only intricately devised, but more importantly, the force applied is impeccably measured. A slight delay in execution could allow Liverpool players the opportunity to intercept the ball. Conversely, a hastened delivery might render Larios incapable of securely receiving the ball. Yet, his pass is executed with perfect timing and strength. Larios need not slow down. He can receive the ball